Ah, Lin Wan, I assumed your years as a Special Forces soldier made you formidable. Yet here you are, returning like a chastised pup, tail between your legs, begging for mercy. Unfortunately, your father has long passed, and you are no longer a daughter of the Fu family. Should you wish to return to the Fu household, it is not impossible you may reside in the doghouse. For you will forever remain a dog of the Fu family, destined to toil like a beast. The sharp and caustic voice pierced her ears, causing Lin Wan to furrow her brow, surveying her surroundings in bewilderment. Is this the Fu family? Had she not been dismembered and left to die in the dungeon? Lin Wan parted her lips slightly, casting a glance at her intact limbs, disbelief flickering in her eyes. She stood frozen, her thoughts a chaotic tangle. Hey, you lifeless thing, I'm speaking to you. Fu Weiwei viciously pinched her arm. Lin Wan snapped back to reality, her expression hardening, an aura of cold menace radiating from her. Fu Weiwei, the very wretch who had flayed her flesh, severed her limbs, and tortured her to death. Lin Wan's gaze turned icy as she checked the time on her phone. November 30th, 22:05. Heaven has indeed bestowed upon her a second chance, allowing her to return a month before the calamity struck. In a month, a monstrous typhoon would ravage Yun City, destroying nearly half of the buildings, followed by torrential rains. Floods, extreme heat, plagues, acid rain, locust swarms, earthquakes, tsunamis, smog, and eternal night. At that time, the world would transform into a hellish purgatory. You vile creature, how dare you disregard me? Fu Weiwei's eyes glinted with malice as she raised her hand to slap her. With swift precision, Lin Wan eluded the blow, pivoting to deliver a powerful strike to Fu Weiwei's jaw. Ugh! Fu Weiwei collapsed to the ground, expelling a mouthful of blood. The marble tiles were instantly stained crimson, a broken tooth starkly contrasting against the blood. "Oh, you filthy bitch!" Fu Weiwei cried out, clutching her mouth as she scrambled to her feet, seizing a fruit knife from the table to stab Lin Wan's heart. With a flash of determination, Lin Wan ducked, using her left hand to restrain Fu Weiwei's right arm wielding the knife, then locking her neck and throwing her to the ground, pressing down with unwavering force. She wrested the knife, poised to pierce Fu Weiwei's right eye, halting just a mere centimeter from her face. Fu Weiwei screamed in terror. Moments later, the stench of urine filled the air. Disgusted, Lin Wan grimaced, her hand trembling on the knife's handle as she fought to suppress her murderous intent. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, glinting off the gear necklace adorning Fu Weiwei's neck, casting a dazzling light. In her final moments, Fu Weiwei had intentionally boasted about the necklace's power, revealing it to be a storage space. Aunt Shun from the orphanage had said the necklace was found in her swaddling, serving as her only link to her family. With utmost caution, Lin Wan removed the necklace and tucked it into her pocket. Lin Wan, please let me go." "Ah!" Fu Weiwei gasped, nearly suffocating, her hands thrashing wildly. Slap! The force of Lin Wan's slap was wholly unleashed. Her hand, tingling from the impact, she yearned to end Fu Weiwei's life right then and there. Yet reason prevailed, advising restraint. With disaster yet to unfold, heedless murder would only invite unnecessary complications. She needed to gather supplies before the impending disaster struck, leaving no time to entangle herself with this fool. "Wretched woman, just wait. When my brother returns, I will ensure he puts you to death. I will skin you alive and turn you into a living corpse, leaving you without a burial place." Fu Weiwei gasped for fresh air while lying on the ground, and once she regained her composure, she shouted curses. Lin Wan paused, her fist clenched tightly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "Well, you have certainly achieved that." Fu Weiwei was perplexed by Lin Wan's words, feeling a sudden chill envelop her as the temperature around her plummeted. With an eerie smile, Lin Wan advanced towards her, her long legs closing the distance. Fu Weiwei stared at Lin Wan in terror, instinctively retreating into the corner. What do you want? What was wrong with this wretched woman? She used to be able to manipulate Lin Wan without fear of retaliation. Why did she now seem like a completely different person? Lin Wan's black hair just grazed her shoulders, her figure accentuated by a form-fitting outfit. A tear mole adorned her fox-like eyes, her cold brows and piercing gaze exuding an oppressive aura, as if she were a demon from hell. Lin Wan cornered Fu Weiwei, delivering slaps to her face in rapid succession. Slap, slap, slap. Ah! Fu Weiwei's nose bled profusely, her face swelling grotesquely, and her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Lin Wan looked down at her from height. This is merely interest for what you owe me. I will gradually reclaim it from you. Wan, what are you doing? Fu Jingchun, dressed in a suit, hurried over Weiwei. As Fu Jingchun bent down to assist Fu Weiwei, a pungent stench of urine mixed with blood assaulted his nostrils, causing his stomach to churn violently, and he covered his mouth and nose, gagging. Ah, how ironic that the moment he was mentioned, he appeared. Lin Wan reclined on the sofa, her legs crossed, her gaze sharp as a knife directed at Fu Jingchun. He was the man she had once loved deeply in her previous life, the same man who, alongside Fu Weiwei, had drugged her and watched her meet a tragic end. It was only before her death that she realized Fu Jingchun had only been with her to exploit her. He aimed to leverage her military background to garner support from military factions to intimidate the board of directors, securing his position as the president of the Fu Group. After her injury led to her retirement, she returned to the Fu household because Fu Jingchun had promised that upon her return, he would publicly acknowledge their relationship. This way, they could be together openly. However, instead of a declaration, she was met with catastrophe. For 3 years in the apocalypse, she selflessly served as a free bodyguard for the two of them, only to meet a tragic fate. Wan, why are you treating Weiwei this way? Fu Jingchun questioned her as he regained his composure. Why? Lin Wan scoffed, stepping closer to Fu Jingchun, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Do you think you've hidden it well? That it's seamless? Fu Jingchun averted his gaze, guilt-ridden, muttering, What are you saying? I don't understand. Oh, I believe the media and the board of directors would understand the forbidden love between President Fu and his younger sister. Wouldn't they? Lin Wan fixed a smile that did not reach her eyes on Fu Jingchun. If Fu Mingjie were to know from beyond the grave, the coffin lid would scarcely contain him. It was only before her demise that she discovered the intricate relationship between Fu Jingchun and Fu Weiwei, beyond mere sibling ties. No wonder, upon her arrival at the Fu household, Fu Weiwei had inexplicably harbored animosity towards her. How foolish she had been, failing to recognize the peculiarities in her previous life, merely believing in their sibling bond. Wan. Lin Wan forcefully kicked away Fu Jingchun, who attempted to embrace her, her tone frigid. If you wish for your sordid affairs to be exposed, feel free to continue harassing me. Wan, don't leave. Fu Jingchun grasped her tightly, clutching his stomach. Lin Wan drew a dagger and pressed it against his neck, her eyes ablaze with fury. Should you dare to call me Wan again, I shall sever your tongue and feed it to the dogs. The blade was keen, and a trickle of blood beaded at Fu Jingchun's neck, causing him to instinctively release her and flee in terror. Lin Wan wiped the blood from her dagger, choosing not to pursue him. For now, she would spare the lives of these two wretched souls. She would reclaim what was owed to her in the apocalypse, and none would escape her grasp. Lin Wan clenched the necklace in her pocket. This was her foremost concern at present. Chapter 2. The Space with Dragons within the Cloud City of Shanglin Yunfu. Lin Wan sat upon her bed, her slender fingers delicately tracing the gears of her necklace. Her gaze momentarily unfocused. An orphan, she had been adopted by Fu Mingjie to enhance the corporate image. However, upon entering the Fu household, she became the target of relentless torment from Fu Weiwei. Fu Mingjie turned a blind eye, while Fu Jingchun occasionally came to her aid. Although she harbored feelings for him, she dared not express them openly. At the age of 16, Fu Mingjie sent her to serve in the military, believing that the family's connections to the military would greatly benefit the Fu Group. After Fu Mingjie's demise, Fu Jingchun cunningly sought to draw closer to her. Yet calamity soon befell them all. She devoted herself entirely to protecting the two siblings, until Fu Weiwei inadvertently activated the necklace, rendering her useless. The siblings, having outlived their usefulness, cast her into the abyss. With a heavy heart, Lin Wan used a dagger to slice her fingertip, allowing droplets of crimson to fall onto the gears. A flash of white light erupted as the two gears on the necklace spun rapidly and vanished. A searing sensation coursed through her right hand. Rolling up her sleeve revealed a black gear tattoo etched upon her wrist. She placed her hand over it, gently closed her eyes, and felt a soft breeze carrying the scent of rain-kissed grass brush against her face. Rubbing her eyes, she wondered, was this another realm? She stomped her feet upon the grass to confirm its reality, then began to observe her surroundings in earnest. Beneath an azure sky, the expanse of grass stretched endlessly, with a small stream flowing nearby, accompanied by an ancient tree standing tall beside it. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting myriad dappled shadows upon the ground. The crystal-clear water of the stream flowed gently, inviting her to partake. She cupped her hands to drink, finding relief from the dryness in her throat, and continued to drink until her belly felt pleasantly full. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, she had not tasted such pure and sweet water again. The city had crumbled into ruins, buildings lay in decay, and water resources were severely tainted, requiring substantial resources even for the dirtiest of water. A soft snore caught her attention, alerting her to the presence of a creature nearby. She turned and approached the ancient tree, peering behind it. There, a fluffy bundle lay on its back, blissfully asleep upon the grass. This snow-white creature, with a small, fuzzy head adorned with a pair of crystalline horns, had a plump face and sparkling blue eyes, its chubby body supported by 4 short legs that appeared adorably disproportionate. Its bushy tail, thick and long, was more than twice the size of its body. What species was this? She had never encountered anything like it before. Gently lifting the creature, it yawned, its sleepy eyes barely opening, yet it made no attempt to resist. She took a photograph with her phone and searched for answers, concluding that this creature was a dragon, a tiny, milk-white dragon. Suddenly, an overwhelming force yanked her out of the space, causing her to stumble, barely regaining her balance. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 9 p.m. An hour had passed since she entered the space, and despite several attempts to return with the little dragon, she was unsuccessful. As she touched the sofa, a thought flickered in her mind, and the sofa disappeared. Imagining its form, the sofa reappeared in its original place. After some contemplation, I hurried to the kitchen and prepared a bowl of noodles. The duration of one's stay in a space should be limited, approximately an hour each day. Upon returning to my room, I found the little dragon lying on the floor, its round belly protruding, surrounded by the spicy snacks it had tucked beneath the pillow. The little creature turned its head to gaze at me, its mouth smeared with chili oil. Since it resided in my space, it was only natural that I was its master, correct? Glancing at the snack bag on the floor, I noticed the spicy sticks. The little one eagerly nudged me with its head. It seemed that it favored that name. I wiped its mouth clean and cradled it back to bed. Realizing I needed to expedite my asset consolidation, stockpile supplies, and seek a secure dwelling. The densely populated Shanglinian mansion would undoubtedly suffer greatly during a typhoon. I contacted the nearest real estate agency for assistance in selling my property. Real estate agent Chun. Hello, beautiful. What price do you intend to set for this property? Shawshanks Ant. After deducting all expenses, I hope to net 6 million. It must be sold quickly within a week, and I will need a month to find a new home after the sale. Real estate agent Chun. Everything is fine, but the timeline for selling is rather tight. After some deliberation, I reluctantly transferred 2,000 to Agent Chun to expedite the sale. After all, one must pay for their peace of mind. The following morning, Agent Chun called to inform me that the property had been sold. Shortly after signing the contract at the office, the 6 million arrived in my account. Brother Chun, do you have any large warehouses for rent? The bigger, the better. There is a warehouse of about 2,000 square meters, but it's located in the suburbs. If you're interested, I can take you to see it tomorrow. The suburbs? That sounds ideal, sparsely populated and secluded, perfect for any undertaking. No need for a visit. I'll take it. I promptly paid a quarter's rent in advance and requested the warehouse address and keys. I devoted an entire day to clearing all my credit cards, online loans, and high-interest debts. In this impending apocalypse, they would soon be rendered worthless, and no one would come seeking repayment. The 6 million from the house sale, combined with my savings, totaled 10 million. Suddenly, a thought struck me. My consciousness shifted, and a steaming bowl of noodles appeared on the table, what I had placed there 2 days prior. It seemed the space truly had the ability to preserve items. With funds and a warehouse secured, I opened a shopping platform and entered a frenzied buying mode. I ordered 3,000 boxes each of mineral water and emergency drinking water, along with 1,000 boxes of purification tablets. 4 staple foods and condiments. I procured 3,000 boxes each of rice, flour, noodles, cooking oil, salt, and sugar. Additionally, I ordered 500 boxes each of canned meats, canned fruits, grains, legumes, dried vegetables, jerky, and preserved foods. I also acquired 1,000 boxes each of various ready-to-cook meal kits, self-heating rice, hot pot bases, instant noodles, and snacks. For beverages, coffee, milk, and alcoholic drinks, I ordered 1,000 boxes each, and for frozen goods like beef, pork, chicken, duck, fish, and shrimp, I requested 500 boxes. Lastly, I ordered 200 sets each of tableware, cooking appliances, knives, stoves, stationery, home appliances, and baking tools, women's products, maternal and infant supplies, pet essentials, and daily necessities, each totaling 500 boxes. Underwear, seasonal clothing, bedding, cleaning supplies, lighting products, and everyday items, each comprising 400 sets. Various outdoor protective gear, emergency supplies, agricultural tools, camping equipment, outdoor activity gear, and first aid kits, each amounting to 200 sets. 40 kayaks, along with 50 units each of various communication devices, networks, computers, tablets, and mobile phones. The warehouse address was filled in, utilizing 5 different shopping platforms with buy now, pay later, and installment payment options. Coupled with substantial wholesale purchases and merchant discounts, the total expenditure reached $6 million. Online shopping restrictions are quite severe. Firearms, medical instruments, and transportation means must be sought independently. Funds are insufficient for these purchases, and just as she contemplated her financial woes, the phone rang. It was Fu Jingchun calling, and a faint smile curved her lips. Oh, Fu Jingchun, though morally questionable, is undeniably affluent. She thought it prudent to seek some interest from him first. After blocking his number, several text messages arrived from Fu Weiwei, filled with curses and threats, vowing to ensure she would never have a proper meal again. After a moment of contemplation, she opened the green bubble and typed out a few lines, sending them off. Some individuals simply do not recognize the situation. Thus, a grand gift shall be bestowed upon them. Chapter 3. The Fu Family's Zero-Cost Shopping Fu Family Villa. As night descends, the sky appears to be steeped in deep ink, devoid of stars, leaving only the howling wind echoing in the stillness. Lin Wan, clad in a snug night outfit and carrying a black backpack, leans against the 2-meter-high courtyard wall of the villa, arms crossed. Yawning and bleary-eyed, she glanced at her phone. 4 a.m. A notification chimed. Comrade Lishi, all set. After reading, she stowed her phone, adjusted her mask, and stretched her limbs. Taking a few steps back, she propelled herself off the ground, using her hands to support herself against the eaves, swiftly flipping over the courtyard wall and landing softly on the villa's lawn. Both Fu Jingchun and Fu Weiwei resided on the second floor. Scaling the balcony, she entered Fu Jingchun's bedroom. Confirming that he was sound asleep, she reached into her backpack. Suddenly, a furry little head popped out, startling her. Spicy strips? Wasn't he at home? No matter, she had no time to dwell on that. She rummaged through the bag, pulling out a cloth and ether. Wetting the cloth, she signaled for silence towards the spicy strips, which nodded its tiny head before retreating back into the bag. Fu Jingchun had deliberately refrained from hiring bodyguards to ensure her return to the Fu household. With her as a retired Special Forces soldier providing free labor. Why would he need bodyguards? She ought to be grateful to Fu Jingchun for alleviating her burdens. Silently approaching Fu Jingchun's bedside, she covered his mouth and nose with the cloth, releasing it after several seconds. Confirming that he was in a deep slumber, she proceeded to replicate the process in Fu Weiwei's and the servants' rooms. Just as she reached the study, the spicy strips suddenly leaped out, scratching at the door in front of the study. As she approached and twisted the doorknob, she discovered it was locked. Raising her foot, she kicked the door open. Spicy strips rushed in, sniffing around before finally leaping onto the desk and letting out a couple of yelps. With the spicy strips back on her shoulder, she scrutinized the tabletop. Her fingers traced along the underside of the desk, and, indeed, she encountered a round, smooth object. Bending down for a closer look, she found a dark red button. Pressing it, she was taken aback as the ornate bookshelf on the left side of the study split in two, revealing a hidden staircase. The passage was shrouded in darkness, so she flicked on her flashlight and descended the stairs. After approximately 50 meters, she spotted a gray stone door ahead, emanating a flickering blue light. It was a combination lock. A hidden passage and a combination lock. Could this possibly be a secret chamber designed by Fu Jingchun for torturous purposes? In her previous life, Fu Weiwei had been twisted enough to turn her into a human puppet, it was highly probable that Fu Jingqian harbored similar psychological issues. Oh dear. She certainly did not wish to encounter a floor strewn with human fragments at this late hour. Attempting to unlock it, she first tried the birthdays of the Fu siblings, but to no avail. After some contemplation, she hesitantly pressed the numbers. Click. Lin Wan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Fu Jingqian must indeed suffer from narcissistic personality disorder, as even the password was the date he ascended to the position of CEO. How self-absorbed. The stone door slowly creaked open, a beam of white light spilling forth, momentarily blinding her until her vision adjusted. To her astonishment, this was far from a floor littered with human remains. It was, in fact, a vast repository of egalitarian instruments. Eagerly stepping inside, she discovered that the underground chamber was expansive, estimated to be around 500 square meters. With a decor reminiscent of a modern American armory, there were a total of 8 rooms, 6 of which housed an array of weaponry. Upon a cursory glance, she noted the divisions: heavy machine gun area, light weapons area, cold weapon area, defensive equipment area, explosive weapon area, and ammunition magazine area. The assortment of weaponry was so comprehensive that it could rival the armory of her Special Forces unit. The remaining 2 rooms included a composite surgical suite and a medical supplies room. Initially, she thought the armory was impressive, but she soon realized her superficiality. The composite surgical suite was outfitted with cutting-edge medical instruments and equipment, akin to the aircraft carrier of operating rooms. The medical supplies room was equally well-stocked, containing anti-inflammatory, analgesic, anti-infection, emergency anesthesia, cardiovascular, digestive, respiratory, blood, central nervous system, and hypoglycemic hormone medications, alongside an array of vitamins and medical tools. Lin Wan gasped in wonder, calming her exhilaration as she carefully retrieved a Barrett 821 from the wall of the light weapons room. In her military days, she had been a sniper in the Special Forces, and her passion for firearms was unparalleled. However, after sustaining severe injuries, she had not touched a gun again until her demise. Her gaze dimmed slightly as she tenderly caressed the sniper rifle in her hands before storing it away. After approximately 10 minutes, she had completely emptied the underground chamber. Upon meticulous examination, Lin Wan discovered a concealed door within the ammunition room. After considerable effort, she managed to pry it open, revealing 5 towering safes within. There must surely be treasures inside. A grin stretched across her face, her excitement palpable as she effortlessly stowed them away. The majority of the weapons in this underground chamber were reserved for military use, unattainable even with vast wealth. It dawned on her that Fu Jingqian had drawn her near to the military for this very purpose. How underestimated she had been regarding this scoundrel. Fortunately, Lei Xiao had discovered this place in time. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits with such firepower come the apocalypse. Exiting the secret chamber, Lin Wan affectionately ruffled Lei Xiao's head and retrieved a packet of mini spicy strips from her space, eagerly feeding them to the expectant little bun. As the saying goes, while others stockpile food, I stockpile weapons. My neighbors are my granaries. All fear stems from inadequate firepower, and with these armaments alongside her spatial abilities, no calamity could ever threaten her in this lifetime. As she strolled from the study, her hands incessantly touched various items, drawing them into her space, leaving nothing but bare surfaces in her wake. The marble floor, chandeliers, bed, sofa, toilet, nothing within her sight escaped her grasp, until the opulent villa was reduced to a mere shell of its former grandeur, at which point she finally ceased her endeavors. What a delightful experience of acquiring goods at no cost. When she departed from the Fu residence, dawn was just breaking. After returning home, she indulged in a warm bath and nestled into bed with Lei Xiao. Lying there, she rested her head on one hand while gently embracing Lei Xiao with the other, contemplating her bountiful harvest from the Fu household. The acquisition of weapons and medical supplies was a significant boon, yet she needed to stockpile more pharmaceuticals, as they were consumables. However, the paramount task at hand remained the establishment of a safe house. Recently preoccupied with gathering supplies, she had found little time to search for a property. Once she completed her stockpiling tomorrow, it would become her priority. Suddenly recalling the 5 safes acquired that day, Lin Wan closed her eyes and focused her consciousness into her space. Lei Xiao leapt from her embrace and scampered to the stream to drink and play. Glancing around, she noticed no supplies and felt a twinge of confusion. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a glimmer of white light. Turning her head, she discovered a door that had materialized in the corner of the space. Upon entering, she found the items collected from the Fu residence neatly organized and categorized on the ground. She was somewhat astonished by the intelligence of her space. Her gaze quickly fell upon the 5 black safes aligned against the wall on the left side, and she entered the password to open the first one. The safe was divided into 4 tiers, each brimming with gold bars. She extracted one, embossed with the numbers 9999 and 1000. The remaining 4 safes were similarly filled with gold bars. Elated, she exited the space and sat at her desk to compose a letter on her computer. In it, she meticulously documented all the natural disasters and their dangers she had experienced in her previous life, printing it anonymously to send to the city government. She could only hope they would believe and take her seriously. Her capabilities were limited. Meanwhile, outside the Fu villa, a voice exclaimed, "Oh my, darling, come quickly and look." A piercing scream sliced through the air, drawing curious onlookers to the scene. "Is that President Fu?" One exclaimed. "Oh my, this is quite scandalous. Is that not Fu Weiwei?" "Goodness, not even her own brother is spared." A chorus of excited voices urged, "Quick, take a picture. Did you capture it?" TSK, TSK, the youth of today. Seeking thrills even in broad daylight, laying bare upon the streets without a stitch of clothing. How utterly disgraceful. An elderly woman with silver hair spat at the sight of the naked couple entwined together. Fu Weiwei was startled awake by the commotion, her eyes fluttering open in confusion. After a brief moment of disorientation, she felt the chill of the air and shivered. Looking down, she realized her state of undress, and in a flurry of panic, she hugged her knees and screamed. Fu Jingshun was roused by her cries, his eyes widening at the sight of his sister completely unclothed. He, too, found himself devoid of attire. His silk pajamas mysteriously vanished, and he hurriedly shielded himself. Uncle Yang, the driver, pushed through the crowd, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. "President, are you all right?" he stammered. "What do you think?" Fu Jingshun's forehead throbbed with anger. Upon noticing the 2 siblings were entirely unclothed, Uncle Yang swiftly discarded his own clothing, offering it to them while retaining only his underwear. "Oh no, this is terrible. We've been robbed," exclaimed the maid, Wang Ma, as she stumbled out of the villa in a flurry. Regaining his composure, Fu Jingshun instructed Uncle Yang to clear the way and pulled the sobbing Fu Weiwei inside. The spectators followed, curiosity piqued, yet they were halted at the entrance, forced to peer through the railing to glimpse the unfolding events. What once was a meticulously manicured lawn was now a barren expanse of gray concrete, the grand fountain in the center having vanished. Those with keen eyesight could even discern that the villa's door had been removed. Fu Weiwei's eyes widened in shock as she dashed into the villa, only to find the interior in a state no better than the exterior, reduced to mere frames, with only paint remaining on the walls. Everything else of value had been stripped away. Fu Jingshun rushed into the study, only to find the desk missing. Fortunately, he had left the switch on the wall. As the secret door creaked open, he reached for his phone, only to discover it was also gone. His sole focus was now on ensuring the safety of the basement, disregarding everything else as he hurriedly entered the darkness. To his utter dismay, the basement mirrored the emptiness above. Fu Jingshun staggered back, colliding heavily with the wall. It was over, everything was lost. The armory he had painstakingly constructed had vanished, along with 80% of his liquid assets locked away in the safe. A notification chimed as Lin Wan, toothbrush in mouth, peeked from the bathroom. Approaching her bedside, she picked up her phone and found a notification from the platform. Shocking. The president of the Fu Corporation caught in a scandalous act with his biological sister. Incestuous relations. Are we witnessing a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? Is this a real-life tale of a domineering CEO falling for his sister? In just a few hours, the scandal of the Fu siblings embracing each other in the streets while naked, with their villa having been ransacked, became widely known. The stock of the Fu Group plummeted relentlessly, and the board of directors was thrown into disarray. After closing the software and freshening up, she dialed Lu Shi's number. Upon connection, a bright and melodious female voice greeted her. "Sis Wan, I've done you a tremendous favor. Have you thought about how you will repay me? Beat you up? Sure, choose a time, my hands are itching. Hey, hold on. Let us get down to business. Last night, I hacked into Fu Jingshun's computer and uncovered numerous explosive secrets. Just one of them could bring down the Fu family. Do you want me to leak them?" "Not yet," Lin Wan contemplated before advising. "A friend of mine at the Meteorological Bureau informed me that a massive typhoon is expected in about 20 days. Remember to stock up on supplies and avoid going out unnecessarily." After exchanging a few pleasantries, she ended the call. Lu Shi, a year her junior, was a cyber specialist and a paragon in military and cybersecurity, executing special missions in cyberspace. She was not only a comrade from her unit, but also her first true friend. When Lin Wan first joined the Special Forces, being a rookie and a girl, she faced considerable challenges, and Lu Shi had been a great help. After the apocalypse, she lost contact with Lu Shi. However, her reminder was rooted in their bond as comrades, and she would not disclose more. Having experienced the trials of her past life, she found it increasingly difficult to trust anyone. Upon receiving several notifications about incoming shipments, she hurriedly stowed away her change of clothes and a foldable bed into her storage space before heading to the Blue Sky CAF. She had already contacted a medical supplier and ordered a comprehensive range of medical supplies. Many of the medications were tightly controlled and not easily accessible, costing nearly 10 million. The thought of the pile of gold bars made her feel less remorseful. Her current concern had shifted from insufficient funds to how to spend the money wisely. At the Blue Sky CAF, the payment had been made, and the delivery address was designated as the warehouse. After informing Li Ming of the warehouse location, she placed the signed contract into her backpack. Li Ming adjusted his glasses with a sycophantic expression. "We are grateful for Miss Lin's support. Wishing your pharmacy prosperous business. Should you need to stock up again, do not forget about me." Lin Wan nodded in farewell, taking the packaged coffee in hand as she made her way towards the exit. A man in a gray tracksuit and a cap, casually with one hand in his pocket and engrossed in his phone, walked in her direction. Lin Wan, also preoccupied with her phone, failed to notice him ahead, resulting in a collision. The coffee she held slipped from her grasp and spilled everywhere. "I'm so sorry, I was distracted by my phone. Let me compensate you for the coffee, please hold on." A gentle and delicate male voice reached her ears, causing her to momentarily stiffen. "No need. I'm in a hurry," Lin Wan softly replied, reaching out to grasp Xian's arm. Xian turned to look at Lin Wan, and their eyes met, both momentarily taken aback by the unexpected encounter. Simultaneously, they both spoke, their voices abruptly ceasing, and an odd atmosphere enveloped the space. "Oh, Miss Lin and Mr. Xian know each other?" Li Ming approached, curious about the commotion. "Not familiar. This is Lin Wan. Acquainted. This is Xian." Lin Wan involuntarily turned her gaze towards Xian, who regarded her with a half-smile. Adorned with a cap, his tousled hair obscured his brows, while his subtly double-lidded eyes, dark and glistening, lent him an air of warmth. Upon meeting Xian's gaze, Lin Wan hastily averted her eyes, her lips pressed together. "It truly is him." Chapter 5. The disappearance of spicy strips within the Blue Sky CAF. Xian and Li Ming sat facing one another. Xian lifting his cup of coffee to take a sip. "I wish to purchase a comprehensive range of medical equipment and all varieties of pharmaceuticals. The greater the quantity, the better." "A complete range of equipment?" Li Ming expressed surprise, his tone elevating slightly. "Is there an issue?" No. Li Ming waved his hand dismissively. In their line of work, it was frowned upon to pry too deeply, a matter of professional integrity. After a moment's contemplation, he shifted his chair slightly forward and lowered his voice. "If you give me some time, I can assemble a decent stock of the equipment. But all the pharmaceuticals have been sold out. The authorities have tightened regulations recently, making it impossible to procure more in the short term." "Such a large quantity all sold?" Xian paused mid-motion, raising an eyebrow. "I recall you just received a shipment last week." At this, Li Ming hesitated, ultimately gesturing towards the door. Understanding dawned on Xia, and Li Ming thought to himself that Xian was a long-standing client, affluent and straightforward, while professional ethics were paramount. The pursuit of profit held greater significance, and a hint here would not be amiss. "Well, I have some matters to attend to, so I want to keep you. Let us collaborate again when the opportunity arises." With that, Xian did not afford Li Ming the chance to elaborate further and exited the CAF directly. Li Ming stood there, momentarily lost in thought as he watched Xian's retreating figure. Wait, was I just being interrogated? Xian had indeed intended to approach Li Ming for a purchase, as their previous collaborations had been seamless. However, now he resolved against it. Such readiness to betray a client, despite one's abilities, rendered them unworthy of association and would only escalate risks. Yet, what was Lin Wan doing here? Purchasing such a substantial amount of medication. Wasn't she supposed to be with Fu Jingchen at the Fu residence? Could it be that Lin Wan, like him, had also been reborn? After pondering for a moment, Xian retrieved a mask from his pocket and donned it, striding swiftly in the direction Lin Wan had departed. Meanwhile, Lin Wan had already boarded a rideshare vehicle, having nearly fled in a state of panic, uncertain of what she was truly anxious about. Gazing through the window, lost in thought, she only snapped back to reality when the driver called her name multiple times upon reaching their destination. Shaking her head, she cast aside her tumultuous thoughts. With keys in hand, she unlocked the large door to the warehouse, which spanned an impressive 2,000 square feet. Within the confines of an unadorned steel structure, the cement floor had been treated for both aesthetics and durability. Choosing a secluded corner at the entrance, I extracted a military cot and set it up. As soon as I reclined, I heard a peculiar sound, and suddenly, a plump little creature appeared, landing squarely on my abdomen. I lifted the creature, sat up, and cradled my stomach in discomfort. Fortunately, I had yet to eat, or I would have surely been ill. The creature, somewhat sheepish, gazed at me and, with its chubby little hands, attempted to mimic my actions by rubbing my belly, leaving me both amused and exasperated. Checking my phone, I noted that an hour and a half had elapsed before the creature was released. Time had seemingly elongated within this space. But what could account for this phenomenon? After considering all possibilities, I deduced it must be linked to the supplies. However, verification would only come upon the arrival of my online order. Recalling that the space possessed preservation capabilities, I accessed a food delivery platform. I ordered 100 servings each of fried chicken, French fries, hamburgers, spicy hot pot, barbecued skewers, snail noodles, sushi, pig trotter rice, buns, oden, baked goods, hot dry noodles, cola, wanzai milk, candy, cookies, marinated eggs, ham sausages, potato chips, pork jerky, beef jerky, squid strips, instant noodles, and milk tea, all to be delivered to the warehouse. I plan to visit the largest food street in Yun City the day after tomorrow to sample every delightful dish available. Before long, nearly every shop began calling to confirm whether I had placed the correct order. I uniformly replied that it was for the factory employees. After all, no one could ascertain whether this factory housed anyone, and from 1 o'clock to 4 in the afternoon, I was incessantly receiving deliveries. It felt as though an entire district of delivery personnel had been dispatched to my location, each one parched and exchanging pleasantries. I selected a serving of spicy hot pot, pig trotter rice, and milk tea to enjoy alongside the little creature, placing the remainder into the space. Today, the creature had consumed all the time in the space, rendering it inaccessible, yet this did not hinder the storage or retrieval of items. With daylight still abundant, I took the creature outside for a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. As I ambled along the road, admiring the scenery, I lost track of time until I spotted an old white building nestled deep on the left side of the street. Its dilapidated walls cloaked in ivy. The rusted iron gate bore the inscription Yun City Welfare Institute, suggesting it had long since fallen into disrepair. The sight stirred memories, as I suddenly recalled having once resided in a similar welfare institute. Thoughts of the kind-hearted director, Aunt Chun, clouded my mind with melancholy. The Welfare Institute of my childhood was a small establishment on the outskirts of Yun City. When I was 16, Aunt Chun fell gravely ill. Upon learning this, I implored Fu Mingjie to allow me to see her one last time, but he refused. In defiance, I quietly slipped away to the bus station, only to be apprehended and beaten by Fu Weiwei, leaving me bedridden for a fortnight, ultimately missing the chance to say goodbye to Aunt Chun. Arriving at the iron gate, I discovered the lock had rusted through, allowing me to push the door open and step inside. In the welfare institution, there stood an ancient locust tree, its leaves bathed in the gentle warmth of the setting sun. She delighted in watching the sun descend, marveling at its transformation from a brilliant orange to a soft red, then to a delicate pink, ultimately merging into a mysterious purple as it sank below the horizon. Though fleeting, this moment exuded tranquility and serenity. Suddenly, a sharp pain akin to a burn pierced her wrist, and upon rolling up her sleeve, she discovered that the gear tattoo was pulsating with a radiant white light. Spicy Stick stood upon her shoulder, barking loudly at the courtyard, giving rise to an absurd thought within her. Glancing at the time, she placed her hand over the tattoo, closed her eyes, and envisioned the entire courtyard, silently whispering, "Collect." Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself in a different realm. How strange. Hadn't Spicy Stick exhausted the time? How could she still enter? Where was Spicy Stick? Lin once searched the space, but found no trace of Spicy Stick. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently, and the once bright sky turned momentarily dark. A white structure descended slowly from the heavens, finally landing steadily on the grass. Inscribed with the words Yun City Welfare Institute. She had truly collected it. Did this imply that other buildings could also be gathered? If so, could she release them as well? An abundance of questions surged within her, desperately seeking answers, yet recalling that Spicy Stick had not accompanied her, she hurriedly exited the space. Spicy Stick. After searching the entire area without success, Lin Wan decided to seek out the road beyond the welfare institution. Chapter 6. Has the welfare institute been collected? On the roadside, Xian knelt, his gaze lowered, holding Spicy Stick tenderly in his arms, his slender fingers gently scratching its chin. Spicy Stick, feeling comfortable, rested its soft head in Xian's palm, purring contentedly. As Lin Wan approached, she caught sight of this heartwarming scene. Spicy Stick, come here. Upon hearing Lin Wan's call, Spicy Stick struggled free from Xian's embrace and bounded to Lin Wan's side. Feeling guilty, it rubbed its little head against her, but Lin Wan was not swayed. Were you following me? Lin Wan glared coldly at Xian, rising to his feet. He appeared tall and lean, a head taller than Lin Wan. Blinking innocently, I live nearby. Lin Wan scoffed silently, her expression one of disbelief. I truly. Xian began to explain, but Lin Wan pushed him backward by the shoulder, leveraging her elbow against his chest to pin him against the tree. Did you see anything? A flicker of menace ignited in Lin Wan's gaze. Xian winced in pain, his smile fading slightly as he seized Lin Wan's wrists, pushing her shoulder outward and flipping her to lean against the tree. His handsome face loomed closer, startling Lin Wan, who quickly turned her gaze away. With his hands firmly restraining her, she exerted all her strength to free one hand and grasp his neck. Let me go? I want tea. Xian struggled to speak, breathless. Lin Wan intensified her grip. Let go. If you don't, will you hit me? Xian's eyes glowed crimson, his grip unwavering. I won't strike you. Release me. Neither party was willing to relent first. La Tiao, caught in the middle, hesitated, uncertain whom to assist. After some contemplation, he resolved to support his master. With a couple of yelps, La Tiao lunged at Xian, sinking his teeth into the young man's ankle and tugging him backward. Xian winced and instinctively loosened his hold. Lin Wan seized the moment to free herself from his grasp, pausing briefly to lift La Tiao, steadying herself as she rose and retreating several cautious steps. Internally, she felt a tumult of conflicting emotions. Even if Xian did not relinquish his grip, he could never truly harm her. In her past life, Xian had rescued her on 2 occasions. Before the apocalypse, during a multinational mission, she had sustained severe injuries, her life hanging by a thread, with all military doctors declaring her survival impossible. Later, she learned from Lu Shi that only Xian had insisted on saving her. Subsequently, when Fu Jingchun compelled her to retire, she never had the chance to express her gratitude to him directly. The second time occurred post-apocalypse, when she was ambushed by a survivor while scavenging for supplies in a skyscraper. At that moment, she had gone 3 days without water, her physical resilience reaching its limits. By chance, Xian was also in the building. Upon recognizing her, he constructed a makeshift surgical shelter to operate on her. He even provided her with invaluable anti-inflammatory and analgesic medication, allowing her to narrowly escape death once more. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude, especially since Xian had saved her twice. Lin Wan could not bring herself to annihilate someone who had once rescued her. That was her moral baseline. Yet human nature is inherently complex. It may maintain its benevolence in the absence of self-interest, but if Xian were to leverage his resources as a threat, she would not hesitate to retaliate. I saw nothing, Xian muttered, rubbing his neck, his voice slightly hoarse. I recently purchased a property nearby and, feeling rather bored, decided to take a stroll, only to encounter this little fellow. He gestured toward La Tiao, who looked up at him with a face full of regret, hesitant to approach due to Lin Wan's presence. La Tiao ultimately hopped onto her shoulder. Lin Wan turned her gaze to Xian, and after a brief moment of hesitation, she spoke rapidly. Thank you. She certainly did not believe Xian's tale of merely wandering about. Such coincidences were implausible. However, judging by his demeanor, he likely posed no threat to her. She had been a bit too agitated earlier, perhaps out of fear of being harmed by others, not wanting her life to echo her past, and certainly not wishing to be in direct opposition to Xian. The pain in your lower back will improve significantly with heat therapy. Xian's gentle voice resonated from behind her. Lin Wan paused momentarily, and La Tiao, reluctant to leave, gazed longingly at Xian. Upon seeing her stop, he hurried over to nuzzle against Xian's leg before leaping back onto Lin Wan's shoulder. She observed the exchange in silence. After recovering from the severe injuries sustained during her time in the military, she was left with lingering repercussions. The onset of seasonal changes or damp weather would trigger intense pain in her lower back. Dr. Xia, I sincerely appreciate your previous assistance in saving my life. But I have retired and wish to avoid any further interactions with military personnel. Lin Wan's voice was cool, her back turned to Xian, her eyes cast downward, betraying no emotion, before she finally parted her lips to speak again after a lengthy pause. My back injury intensifies painfully before every storm, and recently, the discomfort has lingered for quite some time. There may be a tempest on the horizon. It's prudent for Dr. Xia to stock up on supplies at home and exercise caution. After saying this, she did not linger. Xian gazed at Lin Wan's tall, slender silhouette. Momentarily lost in thought, his thin lips pressed together, eyes deeply fixed on the direction she departed. Today is a fortuitous day, he mused, when all aspirations may come to fruition. As Lin Wan opened the warehouse door, the phone rang, a device she had just acquired upon returning from the apocalypse. Her mood mirroring the tune that played. Assuming it was a telemarketer, she answered without hesitation. Wan, where are you? Came Fu Jingxin's voice through the receiver, instantly darkening Lin Wan's mood. Just as she prepared to hang up, a piercing shriek from Fu Weiwei erupted. Brother, why are you wasting time with this wretch? Lin Wan, my brother has treated you so well. Where have you been all this time? Come back this instant, or I swear I will flay you alive and feed you to the dogs. In the past, Lin Wan would have dismissed Fu Weiwei's tirades entirely. However, the phrase flay alive struck a deep chord within her. She recalled her previous life, where Fu Weiwei had cruelly sliced away her flesh, severing her limbs and tossing them to other survivors like scraps. Those wretches, drooling, knelt on the ground, scrambling to devour her remains. A visceral pain surged through her, reminiscent of that torturous experience. Suppressing the wave of nausea, she took several deep breaths. Upon reopening her eyes, a chilling resolve glimmered within them. Return? Return to witness Miss Fu entwined with her own brother in a public embrace. Lin Wan, I knew it was you behind this. Fu Weiwei's voice dripped with venom. Hey, don't lay this mess at my feet. Your perversion is your own burden. Lin Wan retorted coldly, her words sharp as daggers. The taboo romance between siblings had made headlines across platforms. How utterly revolting. With that, she abruptly ended the call. With fewer than 20 days remaining until the apocalypse, she had no time to indulge in their melodrama. It was imperative to expedite her stockpiling efforts. Moreover, the newly acquired orphanage within her space was likely more complex than it appeared. She was eager to return and delve into the mysteries surrounding it. Chapter 7. Architectural renovation. Upon returning to the warehouse, Lin Wan sat pensively on her bed. Earlier, she had been able to enter the space, while the spicy strips could not. This could only mean one thing. The space imposes a time limit on every living creature. However, the time is not shared. It operates independently. For instance, once the spicy strip's time is exhausted, they can no longer enter, while she still can. This necessitates an experiment to determine if the duration of stay is uniform. Lin Wan secured the warehouse door, meticulously inspecting the windows and walls to ensure the spicy strips could not escape. She pointed sternly at its nose. Stay on the bed and do not wander. Furthermore, henceforth, do not casually approach strangers, do you understand? The spicy snack, feeling aggrieved, lowered its head and obediently lay down beside Lin Wan's pillow, stifling a yawn. Observing that it comprehended her words, Lin Wan swiftly entered the space. As she steadied herself, she beheld the formerly dreary and dilapidated walls of the orphanage, now transformed into a vibrant spectacle. The ivy that once clung to the walls had vanished, replaced by delicate pink roses, creating a resplendent floral wall. Even the ancient locust tree within the orphanage had thrived, its branches flourishing with vitality. Upon closer inspection, the entrance gate had been upgraded to the highest safety-rated explosion-proof door available on the market, complemented by an enhanced security system. Lin Wan recalled hearing from Lu Shi that this system not only featured intrusion alarms and video surveillance, but also boasted electronic patrolling and intelligent analysis functionalities. Lin Wan was astounded. She had never anticipated that the space possessed the capability for structural renovation. How remarkable! Venturing deeper into the orphanage, however, the interior remained as dilapidated as before, with outdated furnishings and cobweb-laden windows unchanged. It appeared additional conditions were necessary for further modifications. Exiting the orphanage, she concentrated her thoughts, attempting to move the entire building to the warehouse outside the space, yet it remained immovable. After several attempts, fatigue set in, and a sharp pain pierced her head. The orphanage still had not budged an inch. Previously, she had manipulated the storage of materials solely through her consciousness, never experiencing such a sensation. Perhaps the building's considerable size imposed certain demands on her physical and mental faculties? Lin Wan felt somewhat disheartened, having assumed she could extract the structure at will. She envisioned placing the house in a secure location for easy relocation, saving both money and worry. Alas, it seemed her hopes were unfounded. If she could not move it, her strength was of no consequence. For now, it would merely serve as a resting place upon entering the space. The calamities began with a typhoon, followed by torrential rains and floods. It appeared she would have to purchase another property. In the aftermath of the typhoon, the city center suffered the most severe devastation, with nearly half the buildings destroyed. At that time, she had been serving as a bodyguard for the Fu siblings at the Fu family villa, thus escaping disaster. After careful contemplation, she recalled a nearby development called Heartsea Sunshine, adjacent to the suburban area. In her previous life, she had visited that locale for material exchanges. The community, situated in a low-lying area close to the suburbs, was not prone to flooding. The entire complex consisted of high-rise buildings, each 15 stories tall with 2 households per floor. There were 8 buildings arranged in pairs, with a price of nearly 200,000 yuan per square meter. And the occupancy rate had not exceeded 60 within a year of sale. The suburban location was not only inconvenient for transportation, but also lacked comprehensive supporting facilities. Aside from the chain supermarket at the foot of the complex, the nearest large shopping center was several kilometers away. Despite the astonishing prices, a 400 square meter unit was valued at over 85 million yuan, yet the lack of adequate amenities was glaringly evident. It is indeed a luxury that only the affluent can afford, a privilege likely reserved for the exceedingly wealthy. Although this property boasts formidable disaster resilience, the common folk, even if aware of impending natural calamities, would hardly possess the means to purchase such a home. Yet, what outsiders perceive as flaws, Lin Wan regards as her strongest advantages. With its high disaster resistance, prime geographical location, and sparse population, each attribute aligns perfectly with her ideals. In her previous life, she weathered typhoons, floods, and earthquakes without succumbing to destruction. At worst, she merely lost a bit of plaster, showcasing its resilience. Securing a residence there would undoubtedly suffice in the face of natural disasters. While no structure can claim eternal endurance, withstanding such numerous adversities remains an admirable choice. She took out her phone and sent a message to Lao Chun, inquiring whether the properties at Xinhai Sunshine were for sale. Lao Chun promptly replied, indicating that he had a relative who was a sales manager for the Xinhai Sunshine project and could introduce her. He elaborated that this development was exclusively for the elite, implying that mere wealth would not suffice. One must possess connections. Even so, the requirements for potential buyers' assets were exceedingly stringent, necessitating a verification process to meet the standards prior to purchase. Additionally, each individual was limited to acquiring a single unit. With parking spaces calculated separately, Lin Wan was taken aback by the complexities involved in purchasing a home. She had not anticipated such intricacies. However, she was now a wealthy woman with 5 boxes of gold bars at her disposal, rendering asset verification a trivial matter. With this thought, she felt a measure of comfort. After expressing her gratitude to Lao Chun, she arranged to visit the property the following afternoon and ventured into the storage area nestled in the corner of her space. A day without gazing upon her gold bars left her feeling unsettled. As she hummed a tune and stepped inside, she immediately noticed that the 5 safes previously positioned against the left wall had dwindled to 3. In a state of panic, she rummaged through the nearly 500 square feet of storage space, turning it upside down in her quest to locate the missing safes. She rushed to open the remaining 3 safes, relieved to find the gold bars still intact within. Nevertheless, it pained her deeply to ponder the whereabouts of the 2 missing safes. Since the moment she had placed them inside, she had not removed them, and she had seen them just yesterday. Surely, the space could not have swallowed her possessions. After much contemplation, Lin Wan hesitantly glanced toward the nearby welfare institution. Could it possibly be linked to the welfare center? Did they enhance the exterior with aesthetics and install a security system and blast doors only to abscond with her 2 boxes of gold bars? This space was nothing short of a swindler, utterly deceiving her. Fuming, her breath became unsteady. As she had anticipated a delightful surprise, but nearly succumbed to a fit of apoplexy instead. Dejected, she squatted by the stream, cupping her hands to drink deeply from the cool water, as if to vent her inner fury. The stream water gradually rejuvenated her once depleted mental and physical energy, and a fleeting warmth surged within her dantian. Each time she drank from this stream, her body felt remarkably revitalized, even prompting the spicy snacks to clamor for a drink from the space. Could this water genuinely offer health benefits? Regardless, aside from the somewhat superfluous function of building mobility, the space is rather commendable. After a brief respite beneath the ancient tree, Lin Wan was ejected from the space. It had been precisely 1.5 hours. Evidently, the duration of life forms is not shared. Each individual possesses their own separate time for sojourn. Once utilized, the time is expended. Yet the length of stay is dictated by the space's parameters. Lin Wan surmised that the more abundant the resources within the space, the longer the duration of stay would be, and she decided to keep the welfare institution within. A strong premonition stirred within her. This welfare institution would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Chapter 8. A bloodbath. In the ensuing 2 days, Lin Wan continually received the delivered supplies, with the delivery station even dispatching 2 large trucks specifically for her goods. The driver, curious about the reason for such a substantial purchase, inquired, to which she nonchalantly fabricated a story about opening a large supermarket. Once all the goods were unloaded and meticulously accounted for, she stored everything within the space. This endeavor left her utterly exhausted, her back aching. Supporting herself with her hands on her waist, Lin Wan suddenly recalled Xie N's words. Impulsively, she retrieved a kettle from the space, boiled water, and soaked a cloth to apply to her lower back. A wave of warmth enveloped her, and remarkably, her pain lessened. Xie truly was remarkable. When she first entered the military, he was already a seasoned medic, handsome in appearance, gentle in demeanor, and possessing exceptional medical skills. He was revered as a miraculous healer. No female soldier in the unit was indifferent to him. During that time, Lin Wan was preoccupied with Fu Jingchen and scarcely had the bandwidth to notice such matters, thinking that all military medics were impressive. It wasn't he until later, when Xian pulled her back from the brink of death on 2 occasions, that she truly understood the disparity between individuals. Today was a fortuitous day. Hello? Lin Wan answered the call, her voice languid. Ms. Lin, the medicine will arrive this evening. Are you available to receive it? So soon? Lin Wan was taken aback. It hadn't even been 3 days. I am efficient in my work, rest assured. Li Ming's tone conveyed a hint of pride. What time this evening? Approximately around 8 or 9. After hanging up, an unsettling premonition gnawed at Lin Wan. Her initial impression of Li Ming was far from favorable. Among the medications she purchased were several prohibited items. Would Li Ming truly involve himself to harm her? Or did he intend to exploit her naivety? Lin Wan was no longer the innocent lamb. She remained vigilant. When she sought out Li Ming, Xian had coincidentally been present, and later, she discovered that he had been shadowing her. Were they in cahoots? The chilling realization settled in Lin Wan's heart. Should Xian conspire with Li Ming to seize her supplies, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Tearing away the warm cloth from her waist, Lin Wan retrieved 2 pitch-black claw knives from the space, deftly flipping one into her belt. As night descended, she hummed a soft tune. Reclining on her bed with one hand resting on her pillow, her legs crossed casually, tapping her foot absent-mindedly. A glance at the clock revealed it was 8:30. Outside, the thunderous roar of a large truck broke the stillness, prompting her to leisurely roll off the bed, stretch her neck, and loosen her wrists before striding out of the warehouse. Upon stepping outside, the truck's headlights cast a blinding white beam upon Lin Wan, extending her shadow into the darkness. Li Ming jumped down from the passenger seat, his face alight with a smile as he approached Lin Wan. Ah, Miss Lin, I apologize for making you wait so long. Let us go and inspect the goods together. Lin Wan merely raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on Li Ming, as if attempting to pierce through him with her stare. Feeling unnerved under her scrutiny, Li Ming wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and adjusted his glasses, tentatively asking, Miss Lin, is everything all right? Nothing. I appreciate your guidance, Mr. Li, Lin Wan replied coolly, retracting her gaze. Li Ming exhaled in relief. inwardly cursing Lin Wan for her unsettling demeanor, fearing she might have discovered his ulterior motives. If she uncovered his escape plan, he would be in dire straits, leading Lin Wan to the rear of the truck. He was about to open the cargo door when Lin Wan's icy voice cut through the air. "Are you certain you have brought me what I desire, Mr. Li?" "Of course." Li Ming's hand faltered for a moment, his voice rising in pitch. "If you do not believe me, feel free to open it yourself." Lin Wan lowered her head, choosing silence. She had already afforded Li Ming an opportunity, which he had squandered. With a hiss, the cargo doors slowly swung open, revealing nothing but darkness within. Moments later, faint footsteps echoed from inside, gradually approaching the entrance. Instinctively, she reached for her blade, but decided to feign ignorance for the time being. "Go to hell." Li Ming's vicious voice erupted from behind her, accompanied by a forceful shove. Anticipating such a move, Lin Wan adeptly rolled into the truck's interior, prompting Li Ming to hastily shut the door. Leaning heavily against the door, panting, Li Ming trembled as he removed his fogged glasses, wiping the sweat from his brow while muttering, "It's not that I wanted to kill you. Blame it on your misfortune. This isn't my doing, it's not what I wished for." Inside the truck, Lin Wan feigned unconsciousness on the floor, her hand stealthily slipping her finger through the ring of her concealed blade. She sensed the lights inside flicker on, yet remained motionless as the voices of several men reached her ears. "Haha, has she fainted? Is she really a Special Forces soldier? This woman is a soldier? I am the king of hell. Brother Sheng is magnificent." When Sister Wei spoke of her, she sounded so formidable. I thought she'd be something special. Yet here she is, merely a decorative pillow, huh? Not to mention, she has quite the looker. Let us not waste her. It's been a while since we've indulged in a rare beauty. Naturally, we shall leave her to Brother Sheng. All right, enough banter. We must attend to business. As Lin Wan sensed someone approaching, she tightened her grip on the claw knife, awaiting the moment that individual bent down to seize her. At which point she abruptly opened her eyes. The man wielding a short stick was taken aback, raising his weapon to strike at Lin Wan's head. Swiftly, she executed a backward roll to distance herself from him, springing back to her feet. Observing her movement, the man lunged forward for another strike. With a nimble sidestep, she evaded his attack, advancing a half step to deliver a powerful chop with her right hand towards his neck, simultaneously sweeping her right leg to trip him. The man, rendered incapable of counterattack, found himself pinned beneath Lin Wan, who seized his hair and pressed the claw knife firmly against his throat, blood trickling down the blade. "Brother Sheng! Brother Sheng!" His two underlings cried out, rushing forward to assist him, only to be met with Lin Wan's calm, amused gaze as she softly declared, "If you wish to die, then proceed." With that, she pressed the claw knife further into Brother Sheng's neck, prompting him to stammer in fear, "Miss, please spare me. We can discuss this." It took her a moment to comprehend that he was pleading for mercy. She withdrew the knife from his throat, lightly patting his face. "Though your looks are quite unfortunate, I assure you, I shall grant you a dignified death, leaving your body intact for your journey ahead. In your next life, may you not be so unappealing." With that, she raised the claw knife and delivered a swift cut across Brother Sheng's throat. His pleas were caught in his throat, and he gasped his last breath, departing this world with unclosed eyes. The two underlings, witnessing the gruesome sight of Brother Sheng's throat laid open, were paralyzed with fear. Collapsing to the ground, a yellow liquid soaked their pants, and the air within the carriage became saturated with a foul stench of urine mingled with the metallic tang of blood. Unfazed, Lin Wan drew another claw knife from behind her, wielding it with both hands as she slowly approached the two men on the floor. Chapter 9. To compensate for the coffee money. Please don't kill me. We were merely following orders for money. I beg you, spare my life." The two underlings, realizing they were no match for Lin Wan, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication, blood seeping from their foreheads. Lin Wan remained silent, towering over them as they gazed up in terror. In an instant, their eyes widened, and their heads drooped lifelessly, dying in their kneeling position. Retrieving her double-bladed claw knife, she noted the blood staining its surface, and with a look of disdain, she took out a tissue and some disinfectant to clean it. What a pity for this blade to be sullied with the blood of such individuals. These people, driven by greed, would only become a menace in the apocalypse. It was better to eliminate them sooner rather than later. She had not intended to unleash a massacre before the end times, yet human nature remained deplorable, whether in peaceful times or during chaos. Having witnessed death in the military and having seen the depths of human depravity in the apocalypse, Lin Wan had long since become numb. Anyone who dared to obstruct her path would meet a swift demise. As for retribution, she would bear the consequences in death. Why was there no sound coming from within? Outside the carriage, faint voices could be heard. Mr. Fu, Brother Sheng must have dealt with Lin Wan already. The soundproofing in this carriage is excellent. They likely lowered their voices to shield you from any unsavory noises. Li Ming, what do you mean? Unbearable to hear? Is Sheng Ge with that vile woman inside? No way. That wretched person doesn't even deserve to be compared to Sheng Ge. Get out of my way. I want to go in. Wei, calm down. Brother, it's all your fault. Why did you bring Sheng Ge to kill Lin Wan? You clearly know I like him. Lin Wan is a retired Special Forces soldier, exceptionally skilled. An ordinary person cannot defeat her. Let us wait a while longer. The group waited outside for quite some time. And eventually, Fu Jingchen could no longer remain patient. It had been nearly an hour. After killing Lin Wan, it should have been over by now. Why was there still no movement? Open the door, Fu Jingchen commanded. Upon hearing this, Li Ming quickly stepped forward to open the car door. The three eagerly peered inside, only to find the interior was pitch black, rendering visibility impossible. Fu Weiwei hastily rushed into the car. However, she was immediately repelled by an overwhelming stench, covering her mouth and nose as she gagged. Just as Fu Jingchen was about to step forward, the lights inside the car suddenly flickered on. The scene before them was shocking. Lin Wan's exquisite and beautiful face was smeared with blood, her legs crossed as she sat on a leather sofa, wielding a claw knife, deftly twirling it in her hand. Beneath her feet lay the immensely muscular Sheng Ge, his mouth slightly agape, blood oozing from the corners, his eyes wide open in shock. Not far behind her, two rather frail henchmen knelt, heads bowed in silence. The scene was gruesomely bloody, the entire car filled with the scent of death. Fu Weiwei's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, trembling as she murmured, "How could this be? This is impossible. Sheng Ge would not die, he can't. Qin Sheng is one of the top figures in the assassin organization. How could he possibly perish at Lin Wan's hands?" Fu Jingchen was rendered speechless, choking on his shock. Observing his reaction, Lin Wan coldly mocked, "What's wrong? Are you disappointed to see me alive?" Li Ming was so frightened that he stood frozen before the car. And before long, he rolled his eyes and fainted. "Lin Wan, if you return what you took from the Fu family, I will not pursue this matter further and will even help you dispose of these bodies. Alternatively, if you wish to reconcile, that can be arranged as well." Fu Jingchen spoke with a feigned calmness. Upon hearing Fu Jingchen's confident assertion, Lin Wan nearly burst into laughter. She refrained, as laughter would betray her composure. "Are you negotiating with me?" Lin Wan walked to the rear of the car, arms crossed, looking down at Fu Jingchen from her elevated position, mocking him. "Fine. Then you strip naked, kneel down and apologize, saying, 'My queen, I was wrong.' And while you're at it, clean up the blood inside the car. Only then will I consider returning what you seek." Fu Jingchen's face turned a deep shade of anger. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes as his hand stealthily reached behind him. Lin Wan decisively delivered a sweeping kick to Fu Jingchen's neck. He fell to the ground, struggling to rise, but Lin Wan stepped forward, placing her foot firmly on his chest. "Be careful." As the words fell, a figure swiftly darted to Lin Wan's side, enveloping her in an embrace before rolling into a nearby haystack beside the truck. A gunshot echoed, and Lin Wan witnessed the ground being marred by a deep crater. Turning her gaze back, she saw Fu Weiwei, her eyes ablaze with crimson fury, hair askew, and madness glimmering in her eyes. With both hands gripping a firearm, her shoulders trembled incessantly. Missing her target, Fu Weiwei unleashed a frenzy of gunfire into the underbrush, leaving Lin Wan barely able to discern the identity of her protector. Once more, she was pulled deeper into the thicket, rolling several times, a wave of dizziness crashing over her, nearly provoking her to retch. At last, the two collided with a tree, coming to an abrupt halt. Lin Wan staggered to her feet, her garments torn to shreds by small stones, her skin marred with numerous bloody scratches. Her gaze fell upon Xian, who had also crashed into the tree, now curled on the ground in a disheveled heap. Lin Wan was left speechless. How was it that Xian seemed to linger like a ghost? "Do not tell me you are here for a leisurely stroll as well?" "No." Lin Wan raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing that Xian was poised to confront her. Yet the very next moment, the words that escaped his lips left her utterly astounded. "I am here to compensate you for your coffee." At that moment, Lin Wan's thoughts were rendered incoherent. Xian, are you unwell? Unable to restrain herself any longer, Lin Wan stepped forward and grasped Xian's arm, urging him to leave this place. Surely, Xian and Li Ming were not in cahoots. If that were the case, why would he go to such lengths to save her? Lin Wan winced as she pulled away Xian's hand that was clutching his arm. The blood, stark against the white cotton fabric, was particularly eye-catching. Upon closer inspection, it was a gunshot wound, likely sustained while he shielded her from Fu Weiwei's onslaught. You should return. I do not require your compensation for the coffee. Lin Wan's tone softened with a hint of remorse. At that moment, the wail of police sirens pierced the air from a distance. Lin Wan looked at Xian in astonishment. Did you call the police? Xian, his face pale, shook his head. Lin Wan sensed trouble brewing and hastily turned to flee. Fu Weiwei continued to pull the trigger desperately, oblivious to the fact that her magazine was empty. While Fu Jingchen struggled to restrain her, Li Ming, who had regained consciousness, was frantically shouting for help into his phone, clearly shaken by the events. The scene descended into chaos. Lin Wan sprang into action, swiftly incapacitating the three individuals, her hand grazing the side of the truck. With a mere thought, the entire vehicle vanished without a trace. Retrieving a new dagger from her space, she thrust it into Fu Jingchen's hand, guiding it forcefully towards his chest. Although she struck with great ferocity, it was not intended to be fatal. Blood gushed forth immediately, and at that moment, Xian caught up, rushing to Lin Wan's side and whispering in her ear, feign unconsciousness. Lin Wan cast a complex glance at Xian, the cacophony of hurried footsteps drawing nearer. In a flurry, she closed her eyes and collapsed into Xian's embrace. Chapter 10. 3 Days of Unconsciousness. The acrid scent of disinfectant pervaded the air as Lin Wan's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. The ceiling before her was a pristine white, and she felt a twinge of surprise. Had she truly lost consciousness? What was supposed to be a feigned faint had evidently turned into a genuine episode. Hastily, she propped herself up, a sharp pain tearing through her chest, and instinctively, her hand moved to tend to the wound. It was a deep injury. It was best not to move too recklessly. Warmth radiated from her arm as Lin Wan was gently pressed back onto the hospital bed by Xian, embarrassed. She reached for her phone to check the time. December 11th, 22:05. How could she have fainted for 3 days? This was a disaster. She hadn't even had the chance to take her spicy strips. Ignoring the pain in her chest, she ripped the needle from her hand and attempted to get out of bed. Noticing the beads of blood seeping from her hand, Xian furrowed his brows slightly and softly reassured her, "Don't worry, little one. I've had someone take care of your belongings at home. Once you recover, I'll have them returned to you." With this, she felt a bit more at ease, though an unsettling feeling lingered in her heart. It seemed Xian could always see through her thoughts. This man was undeniably her nemesis, and yet, she found herself utterly powerless against him. After her rebirth, Lin Wan had resolved to become a cold and heartless machine of destruction, solely focused on self-preservation. Yet Xian's existence constantly reminded her that she could not truly sever her feelings enough to harm those who had shown her kindness. She scoffed at the notion of becoming a saint, but the idea of ruthlessly eliminating Xian weighed heavily on her conscience. If she discarded even the last vestiges of her humanity, how was she any different from the Fu siblings? "Oh dear, what is going on with you, family member?" The patient's needle has fallen out. A nurse entered, intending to change Lin Wan's dressing, only to find the 4-needle dangling from the bed. With fluid spilling out and soaking the sheets, her irritation evident. "I apologize, my girlfriend was throwing a tantrum, and I neglected to keep an eye on her." "Causing you trouble," Xian said, his dark eyes lowered, an expression of deep regret on his face. The nurse had intended to continue her admonishment, but Xian's striking handsomeness rendered her momentarily speechless. After a pause, her cheeks flushed as she approached Lin Wan, stuttering, "In no worries. I'll reinsert the needle for your girlfriend." Lin Wan shot an accusatory glare at Xian, her lips pressed together in silence. It was better when he didn't speak. The moment he did, she felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. After the nurse took her time to properly reinsert the needle and change the dressing, she reluctantly departed with her tray. Lin Wan glared at Xian, her anger palpable. "Xian, if you're ill, go get treated." "Who said you're my boyfriend?" "I'm not ill," Xian replied, his lips parting slightly as he moved closer. Scooping Lin Wan into a princess carry and placing her back onto the bed, locking his gaze onto hers, he added, "The The one who is unwell is you. With that, Xian gently tucked the blanket around Lin Wan, even meticulously adjusting the corners. Lin Wan was taken aback. Could this man be suffering from a split personality? One moment he was a cunning, sharp-tongued individual, and the next he transformed into a gentle giant. Why did you carry me? Lin Wan felt a bit uncomfortable. In her previous life, she had never been this close to Fu Jingqian, yet Xian's boundaries seemed non-existent. Patients who misbehave may compel doctors to take measures. Who is your patient? She retorted. Patients must not become agitated. It hinders recovery, Xian calmly admonished, ignoring Lin Wan's outburst. Lin Wan was utterly defeated by anger. She realized that Xian was anything but a normal person. With every additional word exchanged with Xian, she felt as if she might perish from rage. So she buried her head beneath the covers, resolutely refusing to communicate further. Everything had been under her control, and she had long since discerned that Fu Weiwei was armed. She intended to slip into her space and evade when Fu Weiwei fired her weapon, planning to emerge afterward and annihilate the trio. Naturally, she had also formulated a strategy for dealing with the police. The space had restrictions only on living beings. However, lifeless entities could be stored indefinitely. She would first conceal the bodies within her space and then meticulously cleanse the scene. Even if the police suspected her, it would be improbable for them to uncover evidence in the short term. After more than 20 days, when the ferocious typhoon scythe struck Yin City, the carnage would be immense, and by then, casting the bodies out would go unnoticed. Initially, everything was progressing smoothly until Xia unexpectedly appeared, rolling with her and inadvertently drawing the police's attention. Now the situation had escalated, although she had stored the truck and the bodies within her space. The multitude of footprints and tire tracks at the scene could not be swiftly erased, and the police would soon discover the clues. Oh well, if the police arrived, she would just concoct a story, let them believe what they wished. Lin Wan thought apathetically. At worst, she would be apprehended. Regardless, she had managed to gather sufficient resources, and any remaining items could be obtained later during the apocalypse. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed at the hospital room door, and a male and female officer entered, clad in police uniforms. Good day, is Ms. Lin Wan present? The female officer inquired. Not seeing Lin Wan, she turned to Xian. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan lifted the covers, her face pale as she responded weakly to the female officer. I'm here. Hello, Ms. Lin. We are officers from the Yun City Public Security Bureau, the female officer stated, displaying her identification. She regarded Lin Wan and continued. We need to verify the situation at the scene and take your statement. Are you able to cooperate? Lin Wan nodded, feigning great effort as she sat up. Xian moved closer to support her against the pillow. The two officers sat at the bedside, listening to Lin Wan's recollections while diligently taking notes. Throughout the entire exchange, Lin Wan spun a web of fabrications, embellishing her narrative to portray herself as the tragic heroine of a woeful tale, lamenting the transgressions of the Fu siblings and Li Ming with fervent anguish. The female officer, upon hearing her account, was incensed and declared with righteous indignation, Rest assured, Ms. Lin, we have conducted an on-site investigation and collected evidence. The criminals have already been subjected to coercive measures. Once your injuries are assessed, the case will be forwarded to the People's Procuratorate for review and prosecution, and justice will be served. Wait, did they truly accept her words so easily? The evidence may seem compelling, yet the case was fraught with inconsistencies. Take her purchasing medicine from Li Ming as an example. The police would undoubtedly inquire about that. Yet their reaction suggested they were completely unaware of it. A multitude of questions arose in Lin Wan's mind, although her demeanor remained composed. She sniffled and wiped the corners of her reddened eyes, responding, Thank you. In any case, she was not seeking compensation. If the Fu siblings could be imprisoned, that would be ideal, as it would prevent anyone from troubling her again. After the two police officers departed, Lin Wan's demeanor turned icy, and the look of anguish vanished in an instant. Xian smirked slightly, adopting a somewhat irreverent tone. Miss Lin, your acting skills are truly extraordinary. Have you considered a career in the entertainment industry? Lin Wan turned her head to glance at Xian, remaining silent. Clearly, everything was connected to him. What had transpired during the 3 days she lay unconscious? Regrettably, even as calamity approached, Lin Wan was unable to uncover the truth. It was only later that she learned shortly after that incident, Fu Weiwei had been admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Fu Jingqian was detained, awaiting trial. while Li Ming met an untimely death in custody. The Fu Group's stocks plummeted, ultimately declaring bankruptcy. Chapter 11. Transforming Hearts Under the Sun. The countdown to disaster stood at 19 days. After completing her injury assessment, Lin Wan promptly checked out of the hospital and returned to her apartment in the city center. While enjoying some spicy snacks, she inquired about recent events. But Xian remained tight-lipped, merely advising her to take care of her health before departing. Sitting on the sofa, munching on her snacks, her mind was restless as she watched the weather warnings on the television. A typhoon was predicted to make landfall in Yun City in 15 days, urging citizens to stock up on necessities, fortify their homes, and minimize travel unless absolutely necessary. The typhoon itself was not terrifying. Rather, it was the subsequent disasters that followed, relentlessly challenging the limits of human survival and constricting living spaces. The typhoon had unexpectedly advanced by 4 days. With only half a month remaining, she had to act swiftly. Today was a crucial day. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about the house purchase? Lin Wan dialed old Chen's number. Brother Chen, I apologize. I fainted due to illness a few days ago and just woke up to check out. I still want the house. Oh, Miss Lin, I'm glad you're all right. Is your condition serious? Shouldn't you rest a few more days? It's nothing severe. Let's proceed today. Brother Chen, would you be able to drive over? I need to visit the bank first. After hanging up, Lin Wan checked the gold price for the day, 678 yuan per gram. After making an appointment with the bank, she swiftly entered her storage space to retrieve a woven bag, stuffing it with 200 gold bars. The bag weighed an impressive 400 pounds. Far too heavy for Lin Wan to lift alone, so she called Old Chen for assistance. While waiting, she busied herself booking a flight scheduled for 4 days later. Following the house purchase, she would need to arrange for renovations and stock up on food from the snack street and Chinese restaurants, requiring a few days' time. Old Chen arrived upstairs, and together they managed to lift the woven bag into the vehicle and headed to the bank. As Lin Wan and Old Chen entered the bank with the bag, the staff at the counter initially wore expressions of impatience. However, upon seeing the bag brimming with gold bars, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Old Chen was equally astonished. He knew Lin Wan was wealthy, but he had not anticipated her to possess such substantial wealth. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Old Chen pulled out his phone and sent a message to a relative, informing them that there was no need for a capital verification. The teller, accompanied by the manager, hurriedly approached Lin Wan, panting, "Madam, please follow me this way. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li, bring the items." They proceeded to the bank's secure room. "Could you please assist me in converting these gold bars into cash and depositing the amount into this bank card?" Manager Xiao bent down, respectfully accepting the bank card that Lin Wan had handed over, and replied, "Miss Lin, please hold on for a moment. Given the substantial amount, we need to transfer funds from the branch. It will be done shortly." After speaking, Manager Xiao began to promote the bank's investment products. Lin Wan, rubbing her ears, lazily responded, "There's too much money to spend, and I still have several boxes of gold bars at home, so I want to be investing." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, and both Old Chen and Manager Xiao felt their hearts shatter quietly. Lin Wan also thought her words were rather pretentious. But given that the end of the world was approaching, why not flaunt it if she could? After half an hour, Manager Xiao returned with the bank card. "Miss Lin, after deducting the handling fees according to today's gold price, the total comes to 130 million. Please verify." After checking the balance, Lin Wan headed straight for the Sunshine Seaside. Her relatives, informed by Old Chen, were already waiting at the main entrance of the community. Upon receiving Lin Wan, they bypassed the capital verification process entirely. They showed her several properties, diligently providing descriptions. Having already researched online, Lin Wan directly chose the top left apartment on the 15th floor of Building 6. Apartment 1502, facing south, boasted 5 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, with a total area of 300 square meters. The exquisite renovation included the most luxurious electrical appliances and furniture available, all designed in the natural wood style that Lin Wan adored. Satisfied, she paid the full amount of 60 million, signed the contract, and received the keys. Lin Wan was then added to the homeowners group. Noticing that the building had 2 units per floor, she glanced at apartment 1501 and inquired, "Has this one been purchased yet? If it's unoccupied, I might consider buying a second unit. After all, money can overcome restrictions." The agent regretfully shook his head and whispered, "It was bought recently by a handsome gentleman. He is said to be moving in shortly." A handsome gentleman? A sense of foreboding rose within Lin Wan. It couldn't be that coincidental, could it? Currently, the occupancy rate of the entire community was below 80, but with the approaching typhoon, many displaced citizens might seek refuge here. However, there was little that could be done. For now, it was essential to enhance security. Brother Chun, do you know of any reliable renovation companies? I need someone quick, as the typhoon is imminent, and I want to reinforce this house inside and out. Cost is not an issue. Yes, I'll provide you with the contact details. Just communicate your requirements to them. Thank you for your help. Lin Wan glanced at the sky outside. Brother Chun, the typhoon is approaching. With the recent extreme weather, stock up on supplies. After transferring 50,000 as a token of gratitude, Old Chun hesitated but eventually accepted the money and left. She called the renovation company, and the owner personally came to discuss the contract at Sunshine Seaside. Boss Luo, I need to replace the front door with a military-grade explosion-proof sealed door. Constructed from carbon steel, the door leaf should be reinforced with a steel plate and skeleton, filled with rock wool and other fireproof, heat-insulating materials. It needs a mechanical explosion-proof key lock with a stainless steel hand wheel, no fewer than 8 solid lock tongues, and I also want to install a smart password lock. Boss Luo broke into a cold sweat and cautiously inquired, Miss Lin, what purpose do you have for acquiring such high-grade explosion-proof doors? With the recent typhoon, it is wise to exercise caution. He did not elaborate further. After all, the television stations were already broadcasting typhoon warnings, rendering any need for concealment unnecessary. All windows in the house had been replaced with military-grade explosion-proof glass. A new ventilation system was installed throughout, as well as a comprehensive home security system equipped with closed-circuit television, access control, and intrusion alarms. Boss Luo rubbed his hands together, his expression troubled. Miss Lin, your requirements are rather stringent, and the costs are substantial, not to mention the lengthy construction period. He hesitated, but Lin Wan did not indulge in further discussion. 10 million. Completion in 4 days, ensuring quality and quantity. Should the outcome not meet my expectations, I shall withhold the final payment. Lin Wan understood the principle that money can facilitate matters. However, the necessary deterrence could not be overlooked. The incident involving Li Ming served as a cautionary tale. Monetary loss was trivial compared to the significant troubles that could arise from subpar quality. In a post-apocalyptic era, money could become mere waste paper. Yet these renovations would serve as vital lifelines in the face of natural disasters. Boss Luo, I am straightforward as well. I shall take on this job. Rest assured, I will deliver with absolute quality. If the final inspection does not meet your requirements, I will unconditionally refund your payment and compensate for any losses incurred during this period. Boss Luo, recognizing the value of life among the wealthy, understood that as long as the payment was adequate, all matters could be negotiated. Very well, if it is convenient. I am ready to sign the contract now. Not a problem. I will have someone bring the contract immediately. Boss Luo was overjoyed and quickly called his employees. 20 minutes later, he emerged, cradling the contract as if it were a treasure. After paying a deposit of 5 million, Lin Wan's bank account still held 75 million. Ample funds even for constructing a new building. Regrettably, with ample funds, peaceful days were dwindling. Although she felt a tinge of sorrow, this money still had its uses. She needed to visit the largest food street in Yunqing. The following night, she would fly to the country to seek transportation, energy resources, and find alternatives for the full range of medicines that Li Ming had consumed. Chapter 12. Procuring supplies at the food street. Having addressed the renovations for the Sunshine Project, Lin Wan's previously anxious heart began to settle. Remembering the 70 million still in her account, she realized she must spend it. It would be a waste otherwise. Before her journey to the country, she could exchange some of it for gold bars to deposit into her bank account. Surprisingly, her first trip to the country was not for leisure, but rather for stockpiling supplies. This natural disaster was global, and even the country could not escape its grasp. The super typhoon had obliterated 90% of Yunqing's structures, and the country faced total annihilation. In these 3 years of calamity, less than 20% of humanity remained. The devastation was harsh. Lin Wan had once thought that everyone would yearn for the end of the apocalypse. Yet, in truth, the majority of high-ranking officials in various bases, or those thriving in the apocalypse, were not inclined to let it end. They reveled in the conveniences and the power of life and death that the apocalypse afforded them. If the apocalypse were to conclude and order restored, everything they had acquired during those chaotic times would turn to ashes. Thus, human nature is inherently greedy. Yet, deep within her heart, She sensed an oddity about this calamity, though she could not articulate why. It surely could not have been orchestrated by human hands. Upon returning to her abode in the city center, Lin Wan stowed a pack of spicy strips into her satchel and summoned a ride to the culinary street of Yun City. She possessed a driver's license, but after years in the military, she had not purchased a vehicle. Nevertheless, post-apocalypse, it would be prudent to have several modes of transport, as many areas would require vehicles once the flooding subsided. As Lin Wan alighted from the car at the Yun City food street, night had enveloped the surroundings. It was 8 o'clock, the prime hour for urban dwellers seeking sustenance after a long day. The food street buzzed with a lively crowd, vibrant neon lights illuminating the entire block. Strolling along the expansive pedestrian thoroughfare, the mingling aromas of various delicacies assailed her senses, causing her to swallow in anticipation. The visual stimuli were equally overwhelming, with an array of culinary delights dazzling her eyes. Like a famished predator, she darted through the street. And in less than half an hour, her arms were laden with bags of food, skewers in her left hand, and a cone of ice cream in her right. Her satisfaction palpable. After indulging to her heart's content and releasing a satisfied belch, she continued her culinary conquest from one end of the street to the other. Peking duck, dumplings from dog not responding, donkey meat pastries, knife-shaved noodles, fried chicken, burgers, fries, sushi, snail rice noodles, candied hawthorn, crispy meat, multi-grain buns, spicy soup, stinky tofu, hot dry noodles, lamb skewers, peach crisp cakes, pork floss cakes, donkey rolls, refreshing supplements, milk tea, mala skewers, egg pancakes, and so forth. She packed them all to take away. Her remarkable feat drew the attention of passers-by along the food street, yet she remained unfazed. She even retrieved a plastic bag from her satchel and stuffed it with her takeout, leaving onlookers astounded. However, Lin Wan cared little for their stares. She believed that enduring embarrassment was far preferable to the pangs of hunger. Once satisfied that her bags were secure and would not burst, she trudged onward, exiting the food street in search of a less crowded mall. After ensuring no one was watching, she slipped into a restroom stall and concealed her treasures within the confines of her space. Wiping the fine beads of sweat from her brow, she exhaled a sigh of relief. These culinary delights had become nearly extinct since the disaster, and her culinary skills were limited to boiling instant noodles or perhaps frying an egg at best. She even contemplated employing a chef in the apocalypse to provide her with varied meals. Alas, such a notion was impossible. However, with 4 days remaining, she could explore every Chinese restaurant, snack street, and delivery platform in Yun City. Once she accomplished this, her provisions would sustain her for a considerable time. Thereafter, she could download comprehensive culinary tutorials online and hone her cooking skills, dreaming of the day when she could prepare delectable dishes. After all, relying on mountains can lead to their collapse. Depending on others may lead to abandonment, but relying on oneself is the best course of action. After hailing a cab home, I retrieved a variety of snacks from the space and placed them on the dining table before retreating to my bedroom. In an instant, the little dragon, aptly named Spicy Strip, vanished without a trace. Not long after, I heard the unmistakable sound of rustling from its pockets. What a little glutton! I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, this little creature was indeed easy to please, possessing an insatiable appetite that knew no bounds. Its mood was so buoyant that it could swallow even socks whole. I had caught it several times wreaking havoc around the house, and this behavior could not be tolerated any longer. I resolved to download some dog training videos for guidance. Though Spicy Strip was a dragon, I treated it as if it were a pet dog. After all, I had no knowledge of how to rear a dragon. To better understand Spicy Strip, I had watched Dragon Training Masters videos no less than 4 or 5 times. Strangely enough, Spicy Strip bore an uncanny resemblance to the animated character Light Fury, albeit with a more compact form and lacking the grand wings. I found myself musing if Spicy Strip had wings, could I ride it and soar through the skies? Amused by this fanciful thought, I shook my head. While Spicy Strip was out showing off its culinary skills, I enjoyed a moment of tranquility. I reclined on my bed and retrieved 2 tablets and a laptop from the space, beginning the download of various films, television series, novels, audiobooks, comics, and radio dramas, dedicating one computer solely to storing related materials. I had no particular hobbies, except for a penchant for handsome men and their romantic entanglements. Was that too much to ask? Downloading these would require considerable time, so I seized the opportunity to slip back into the space. Upon entering Spicy Strip, having returned from its meal, Noticed I had not brought it along and sulked, wiping its mouth on my pillow. It had been at least a week since it had last entered the space. Glancing at the central area of the garden, I noted little had changed. I hurried to the storage area, where I discovered that its size had expanded from 500 square meters to 1,000. The once crammed space now had at least 2/3 of its area available. It seemed I would have to continue hoarding supplies, as the duration of my space was intrinsically linked to the quantity of resources. Hoarding was imperative. Eager to test if the duration of my space had improved, I settled beneath the ancient tree. The gentle babbling of the stream produced a melodious sound. Licking my parched lips, I approached the stream, crouching down to drink, only to realize that today's water appeared somewhat different from usual. Previously crystal clear, the stream now emanated a faint mist, allowing a blurred glimpse of the bottom. Hesitating, I cupped my hands and took a sip. To my surprise, the water was warm, whereas it had been icy just a short while ago. As the warm water settled in my stomach, a sense of calm washed over me. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the wound on my left chest seemed to have ceased its pain. Having endured countless injuries throughout my years of service, this particular wound was minor, and I typically paid it little mind even when it throbbed. As I unbuttoned my shirt to expose my left shoulder, I peeled away the bandage that had adhered to the wound. My hand paused, and a glimmer ignited in my eyes. Chapter 13. The efficacy of Lingxi. Upon unveiling the gauze, the wound on her chest, which had yet to fully heal, had formed a scab, leaving behind only a faint mark where once a gruesome injury resided. Remarkably, this stream possessed the ability to heal wounds. For Lin Wan, this revelation was a tremendous surprise, surpassing even her astonishment at the spatial transformations of architecture. Was this not akin to awakening a healing power? If word of such miraculous water spread amidst the apocalypse, countless souls would undoubtedly become fervent in their pursuit. Contemplating this, she dipped her hands into the water again, only to find it had turned icy cold. Approaching the stream, she noticed the white mist had dissipated, revealing crystal clear waters beneath. What could this mean? Did the stream have a temporal limitation? A sense of frustration welled within her. Why could this space not bestow upon her complete omnipotence? Restrictions appeared to abound. Moreover, it lacked the intelligence of a system to provide direct counsel, leaving her to deduce and explore on her own. This vexing space, unable to contain her exasperation, she bellowed toward the heavens. No sooner had her voice echoed than the sky of the space darkened momentarily, thunder rumbling ominously as a bolt of lightning struck the water, sending droplets flying. In an instant, Lin Wan found herself drenched. Could it be? Did this space comprehend her words? Stunned, she remained in a daze for a while before regaining her composure. Fortunately, the climate here remained perpetually spring-like, with temperatures comfortably around 24 degrees Celsius, or else she would surely have caught a cold. Determined to refrain from further reckless utterances, she feared that an irate response from this entity could spell disaster for her. Silently, she entered the storage area, retrieved a cotton sleepwear set, and changed. She then settled against the trunk of an ancient tree, tightly embracing her fragile self. It was not until 2 hours had elapsed that Lin Wan was ejected from the space. Time had increased by another half hour. What splendid news! The flight to the capital required 4 hours, and she had specifically booked a flight departing at 10 o'clock in the evening. After midnight, she would gain an additional 2 hours. Altogether, this amounted to precisely 4 hours, allowing the spiced strips to remain undetected in the space, with only the need to retrieve and replace them after 2 hours. Perfect. In the ensuing 4 days, Lin Wan traversed every Chinese restaurant, hot pot establishment, spicy food venue, skewer shop, and Western dining locale in Yun City, extravagantly spending 10 million on an immeasurable bounty of culinary delights. During this time, she also visited several large agricultural wholesale markets, procuring nearly 60 million worth of fruits and meats. She initially ventured to the vegetable wholesale section, acquiring an abundance of produce: rapeseed, leafy greens, celery, bamboo shoots, spinach, beets, taro, yam, white radish, carrots, green peppers, eggplants, tomatoes, scallions, onions, leeks, chives, garlic, peas, lentils, green beans, fava beans, cowpeas, broad beans, napa cabbage, lettuce, cabbage, taro, potatoes, shiitake mushrooms, Chinese kale, lotus roots, cauliflower, broccoli, eggplants, osmanthus mushrooms, Pleurotus eringii, wood ears, silver ears, beets, garlic sprouts, yellow chives, spinach, oilseed lettuce, wood ears, silver ears, and many others. She gathered all that was available before moving on to the fruit section, spending lavishly once more. Apples, oranges, papayas, melons, durians, strawberries, pineapples, bayberries, kiwis, wax apples, lychees, hawthorn berries, cantaloupes, pomelos, cherries, watermelons, cherries, raspberries, blueberries, apricots, sugar oranges, and grapes. Alongside lemons, loquats, snake fruit, mangosteen, raisins, peaches, sweet potatoes, and mangoes. Furthermore, Lin Wan procured 100 packets each of seeds from every variety of fruits and vegetables. Despite her lack of agricultural skills, she believed in the wisdom of being prepared for unforeseen circumstances. She subsequently visited several large slaughterhouses, ordering 100 tons each of commonly consumed red and white meats, including pork, beef, chicken, fish, and rabbit. Additionally, she requested 20 tons each of various offal such as pig tongues, livers, hearts, brains, stomachs, kidneys, large intestines, as well as beef tongues, livers, hearts, kidneys, and stomachs. Once her bank account was depleted of 70 million, Lin Wan recalled her need to purchase saplings and flower seeds. She intended to travel abroad tonight, cherishing this as both her first and last vacation, and was resolute in treating herself well. She booked the finest hotel and dining experiences, also acquiring tickets for renowned attractions, wanting to relish them before calamities rendered them non-existent. She thought of exchanging some cash for gold bars at the bank when manager Xiao called, inquiring about her address to deliver a gift. Initially reluctant to complicate matters, Lin Wan ultimately acquiesced to his insistence. 20 minutes later, manager Xiao arrived, cradling an exquisite wooden box and bowing respectfully as he addressed her. "Miss Lin, you left in such haste last time that I did not have the opportunity to present you with this black card. This card is by invitation only, valid globally, with no spending limit. We sincerely ask that you accept it." Moreover, he conveyed that their leadership wished to provide her with a guide for her travels, ensuring her experience was most enjoyable, and urged her not to decline. Lin Wan was elated. It seemed fortune had smiled upon her at the perfect moment. Originally intending to exchange for gold bars, the presence of this black card rendered that unnecessary, simplifying her transactions and saving her money, akin to a zero-cost purchase. Naturally, she accepted the card without hesitation, her face alight with joy as she bid farewell to manager Xiao, who appeared flustered and quickly declined her gratitude before hurriedly exiting. With the black card in hand, Lin Wan ventured to the flower and bird market for a shopping spree, followed by a significant expenditure at the furniture store. After stowing her purchases in her designated space, she inspected her storage area, which had been meticulously organized into categories: drinking water, food, essential living supplies, medical items, outdoor equipment, protective gear, agricultural products, and communication devices. Everything was laid out with clarity, alleviating her burdens and allowing her to marvel at the efficiency of such a system. She pondered the exhaustion she might have faced had she not had this functionality in her space. Fuel, diesel, and coal could be easily acquired abroad. And as for transportation and pharmaceuticals, she could procure those post-catastrophe at no cost as well. At 4 in the afternoon, Lin Wan received a call from Mr. Luo, requesting her presence for a property inspection. Upon reaching the sunlit shores of the Heart Sea, Lin Wan meticulously examined everything and found no issues. After handing over the final payment of 5 million to boss Luo, she dragged her weary body home. The past 4 days had been filled to the brim with engagements, leaving her utterly exhausted. Countless inquiries from merchants regarding her intentions, endless haggling, and the relentless transportation of supplies had left her mind in a state of turmoil. Like a desiccated corpse drained of vitality, Lin Wan collapsed onto her bed, setting an alarm for 8 o'clock before succumbing to a deep slumber. At 8 o'clock, the alarm rang punctually. Groggily awakening to silence it, she contemplated the convenience of her spatial storage, yet decided it prudent to carry a suitcase to maintain a semblance of discretion. After placing the spicy strips into her spatial realm, she took a vehicle to Yun City Airport. Chapter 14. Arrival in the country, December 17th, 2 a.m. Exiting the airport, Lin Wan traveled to the Crown Hotel. Proficient enough in the language, she checked in and took the elevator to the 3-bedroom suite on the 16th floor. The expansive cityscape was laid bare before her through the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows. Settling onto the sofa, she dialed Lu Shi's number. This young lady had recently begun a relationship with a foreigner and was conveniently in the country. "Hello? Sister Wan, you finally remembered me?" Lu Shi's voice chimed. "I'm at the Crown Building. You're in the country? Lin Wan queried. Yes, I'm looking to purchase fossil energy in bulk, but there are restrictions domestically. No problem. My boyfriend deals with that. Let us meet at Sunset Restaurant tomorrow afternoon. It's a date. All right. Lin Wan hung up the phone, a twinge of guilt surfacing within her. She knew Lucy intentionally refrained from asking why. Since her rebirth, she had been consumed with fear over the secret of her spatial realm, unable to trust even her closest friend. Seeing Lin Wan's despondent demeanor, the little chubby hand of the spicy strip comforted her, resting on the back of Lin Wan's hand. Lin Wan scooped up the small bundle, cradling it against her face with affectionate rubs and kisses. The spicy strip was remarkably empathetic. Without it, she would have struggled to confront everything. After a shower, Lin Wan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep until 6 in the morning, when she finally succumbed to slumber. She awoke at 1 in the afternoon, only to be roused by Lucy's phone call. Donning a gray tracksuit, she freshened up and fed the spicy strip before hastening to Sunset Restaurant. When she arrived, breathless at the Riverside establishment, Lucy and her companions had yet to arrive. Sister Wan, a melodious voice rang out. Lin Wan turned to see Lucy, clad in a white bodycon dress, her face alight with excitement, rushing toward her for a bear hug, her flowing black waves cascading over Lin Wan's face. Staggering back from the impact, Lin Wan instinctively wrapped her arms around Lucy's slender waist, pulling her close, taken aback by the girl's exuberance. Hee. I haven't seen you in ages. I'm just overwhelmed with joy, Lucy exclaimed, sticking out her tongue apologetically as she took a moment to admire Lin Wan. Sister Wan, you've become even more beautiful. Observing Lucy's radiant face, Lin Wan felt a pang in her heart, embracing her tightly. Lucy was startled by Lin Wan's warmth, knowing well that Lin Wan was notoriously aloof during her time in the army. Sister Wan, Lucy queried, gently patting Lin Wan's shoulder in confusion. Lin Wan realized that she had acted a bit out of line and quickly released her grip. It's been a long time. I didn't expect your relationship to be so close. A tall and robust man with a buzz cut approached them. Lucy linked her arm with the man's and introduced him. Sister Wan, this is my boyfriend, Bali. Bali, this is my best friend, Lin Wan, whom I have mentioned to you. Hello, Miss Lin. Bali gentlemanly took Lin Wan's hand and placed a kiss upon it. Lin Wan, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, withdrew her hand but politely replied, hello. All right, enough of the pleasantries. Let us sit down and eat. Lucy pulled Lin Wan to sit beside her, while Bali took a seat opposite them. Once the meal was served, the three of them enjoyed a lively conversation as they dined. After wiping his mouth, Bali turned to Lin Wan. I heard from Lucy that Miss Lin is interested in fossil fuels. Lin Wan did not hold back. Indeed, I need gasoline, diesel, thermal coal, and coking coal. How much does Miss Lin require? 30 tons each of gasoline and diesel of all grades, and 50 tons each of the 2 types of coal. Lucy gasped in shock, struggling to restrain her curiosity. Bali, however, remained quite composed, stroking his chin. As for the pricing, I will offer you double the market price, but I need the goods delivered to this factory by tomorrow. Lin Wan provided Bali with the factory's address and handed him a globally limited black card. She had already rented the factory in advance within the country for the convenience of moving the goods. Please hold on, Miss Lin, I'll make a call. Bali, upon seeing the black card, was momentarily taken aback and walked to a distance to make the call. Lucy, come back to our country with me. Lin Wan gazed earnestly at Lucy. You are astute enough to understand why I am purchasing these. Lucy's eyes flickered as she glanced towards Bali in the distance. I will return after some time. Lucy was no fool. She understood that Lin Wan's sudden and elaborate endeavor to acquire such a substantial amount of energy likely indicated that something significant was about to happen. Though she was unaware of the specifics, she trusted Lin Wan. Noticing the reluctance on Lucy's face, Lin Wan ceased her persuasion but reminded her. Make sure to return to Yun City before the 26th. When the typhoon makes landfall in Yun City, the nation will be in the area of the storm's greatest intensity, and the entire city will be reduced to rubble. If Lucy does not return before then, Lin Wan did not wish to dwell on it. Just then, Bali returned after his call. Miss Lin, I can deliver the goods to you tonight. Bali declined Lin Wan's black card, suggesting that she inspect the goods before making any payment. Shortly after the three departed, a man in a leather jacket stealthily followed Lin Wan. In the evening, Lin Wan arrived at the factory on the outskirts, where several large trucks were already parked in front. She opened the warehouse door and instructed the workers to move the items inside. Inside the warehouse, Lin Wan produced a black briefcase and handed it to Lu Shi. After deducting the payment for the goods, the remaining is for you to keep. Lu Shi opened the case and saw 10 1-kilogram gold bars neatly arranged inside. Quickly shaking her head, Sister Wan, I cannot accept this excess. Please take it back. Lu Shi Lin Wan's gaze was firm. Either you come back with me now, or you accept this. Just then, the sound of gunfire erupted. Outside the factory, a worker transporting oil barrels was shot through the head. Collapsing to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Blood trickled from his forehead, and upon witnessing this, a nearby worker carrying supplies let out a piercing scream, abandoned his oil barrel, and rushed inside, calling for help. What was happening? Barley drew the gun tucked behind him and seized the worker who had entered in a panic. It's Mr. Walker. The worker trembled in fear, and after uttering those words, he struggled free from Barley's grip and fled. Upon hearing this, Barley's expression shifted dramatically. He pulled Lexi and Lin Wan to hide behind a large coal box. Lin Wan, too, had overheard the worker's words. Who is Walker? My colleague. He is ruthless and unscrupulous, willing to do anything for money. He must have discovered our dealings and followed us here. After explaining, Barley replaced the magazine in his gun. Lexi, Miss Lin, stay hidden and do not come out. With that, he stepped outside. Lin Wan grabbed Lexi, who was about to pursue him, and shook her head in protest. Although Barley was Lexi's boyfriend, one must always be cautious. It was possible that this was a scheme concocted by Walker and Barley to ensnare others. For now, it was wise to remain still and observe the situation. Walker, what brings you here? Barley approached, gun in hand, demanding an explanation. Walker toyed with his own firearm, the leather of his jacket rustling ominously, and sneered, Brother Barley. While you enjoy the boss's favoritism and indulge in luxury, you neglect your brothers when there's money to be made. Do not blame me for being impolite. With that, Walker's demeanor hardened as he raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Chapter 15. The Typhoon Arrives, Early Walker. Before Barley could finish his sentence, Walker fired a shot into his right shoulder. Barley's grip weakened, and his gun clattered to the ground, his white shirt instantly stained crimson. Barley, Lexi, disregarding Lin Wan's attempts to restrain her, rushed forward, collapsing before Barley in tears, trembling hands pressed against his profusely bleeding wound. Barley, in excruciating pain, was drenched in cold sweat, breathing heavily. Lexi, hurry and leave. Lexi wept uncontrollably, shaking her head fervently. Walker clicked his tongue and advanced, kicking Barley's gun away. Then pinching Lexi's chin with a sinister grin. I've wanted you for a long time. Why stick with Barley when you could be with me? If you choose me, I'll ensure he remains whole. What do you say? Walker had inquired prior to his arrival and discovered that, apart from Barley, these individuals were unarmed. Moreover, while tailing Barley, he unexpectedly learned of a wealthy and beautiful woman seeking to purchase goods from him. Possessing an exclusive global black card and residing in the country's finest hotel, Walker, consumed by jealousy, felt that all these treasures ought to belong to him. Bah, you old fool, dream on. Lexi spat defiantly at Barley's face. Walker chuckled as he wiped his face, not bothering to retaliate against Lexi, and then suddenly stomped on Barley's wound, twisting his foot mercilessly. Barley howled in agony, while Lexi struggled fiercely, only to be met with a harsh slap from Walker. Wait. Lin Wan, witnessing the scene, quickly emerged from behind the box. Hearing her voice, Walker turned with a mocking expression. Humph, are you all eager to seek death? Mr. Walker, aren't you after money? I have plenty. I can give it to you. Lin Wan attempted to entice him, recognizing that Walker was likely motivated by greed. Walker's eyes sparkled with delight as he let out a hearty laugh. This lady is indeed straightforward, but the words here are mine to dictate. Everything in this place belongs to me, and for 20 million, I can exchange your lives. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Lin Wan, don't mind us. Just go. With that, Lexi lunged to seize the gun from Walker's grasp, but he reacted swifter, delivering a swift kick that sent her sprawling. Gritting her teeth, Lexi clawed her way back to Walker's feet, clinging desperately to his leg, hoping to buy Lin Wan some time to escape. Lin Wan was exceptionally capable. She would surely find a way to flee. Miss Lin, hurry and run. Despite the pain, Barley clung tightly to Walker's leg, shouting at Lin Wan. It would be a lie to say Lin Wan was not moved. Yet she couldn't fathom why these two fools failed to realize that while they held onto his leg, Walker still had the gun. Walker's face turned ashen. His lips curled in a furious snarl as he chambered a bullet, aiming it at the two beneath him. Seeing this, Lin Wan quickly interjected, I promise. I trust that Mr. Walker will not go back on his word, will he? Of course. You've got a discerning eye. Walker inwardly chastised Lin Wan for her foolishness. He would certainly renege on his promise. He was no fool like Bali. 20 million converted into Huagua currency amounted to 140 million. A rather unsightly display for Walker. Lin Wan's mind was filled with scorn, though her expression remained impassive as she opened a black briefcase for Walker to see. There's 8 million inside. I'll give you this first, and I'll retrieve the rest from the bank. Upon seeing the glimmering gold bars within the case, Walker's eyes widened with greed, yet he maintained a semblance of caution. Toss the case over here. I need to verify its authenticity. No one is to move. Otherwise, I'll kill them. In compliance, Lin Wan hurled the briefcase towards Walker. Noticing her obedience and the absence of a weapon, Walker felt emboldened. He shoved Lexi towards Bali, aiming his gun at them as he crouched to open the briefcase. Biting into a gold bar to confirm its genuineness, he felt an exhilarating rush. Just as he lifted his gaze to speak, he realized Lin Wan had vanished. Infuriated, Walker was poised to kill Lexi when a sharp pain coursed through his leg, causing him to collapse uncontrollably to the ground. Struggling to turn over, he was astonished to see Lin Wan had appeared behind him. Bang, 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 bang. Four gunshots rang out, each bullet striking Walker's hands and feet. Lin Wan looked down at him, toying with his handgun. Why not continue your bravado? Walker, gripped by agony, could barely utter a sound as blood pooled around him. Lin Wan approached, mimicking Walker's previous actions, stepping on his wounds until she had thoroughly trampled every part of his hands and feet, her satisfaction only partially sated as she stepped back. Lexi had silently witnessed Lin Wan seize the gun that Bali had dropped, stealthily maneuvering behind Walker. Seeing Lin Wan signal her to remain still, she complied without protest. With Walker now incapacitated, Lexi hurried to assist Bali as they sat beside the briefcase. Bali, with great effort, raised his hand to wipe Lexi's tears, his face etched with remorse. Lexi, I'm so sorry. It was my carelessness that put you and your friend in danger. Lexi shook her head, and Lin Wan stepped forward to inquire, how do you wish to handle him? Miss Lin, I apologize. I nearly allowed Walker to harm you. Bali sincerely apologized, and then spoke again. Killing him has sullied your hands. I shall summon someone to take him back immediately, ensuring he experiences a fate worse than death. Half an hour later, several men in black dragged Walker along with the corpse of the worker away. Bali instructed others to deliver several trucks of gasoline and diesel, filling all that had not yet been moved. Miss Lin, I apologize for the fright you experienced upon your arrival. This is merely a token of my regret. Please do not refuse it. Bali said earnestly, his pallid face betraying his sincerity. Lin Wan, not one to take advantage of others, declined, saying, I have troubled you, and I must thank you for procuring these items. What is due must be given. Lu Shi is my dearest friend, and we need not be so formal between us. Upon hearing Lin Wan's words, Lu Shi leaped forward, embracing Lin Wan and weeping loudly. Lu, Sister Wan, you are just like my own sister. Lin Wan gently pushed the small crying girl away, smoothing out her disheveled hair. Lu Shi, you have helped me immensely, and I shall always remember it. After a pause, Lin Wan whispered a few words in Lu Shi's ear, causing her to abruptly cease her sobbing, her eyes widening in surprise. After a moment, Lu Shi regained her composure and bid farewell to Lin Wan, saying, Thank you, Sister Wan. With that, she seized the bewildered Bali and rushed towards the hospital, where Bali inquired about what Lin Wan had said, but Lu Shi kept her lips sealed. Once everyone had departed, Lin Wan locked the factory doors, ensuring the surroundings were secure. After counting the goods, she stored everything safely away. As she exited the factory, a raindrop fell onto her clothing. Looking up at the darkening sky, the rain began to intensify, soon pouring down in torrents. Disregarding the downpour, Lin Wan took out her phone to check the time. It was already 1 a.m. on December 18th. She checked the weather forecast for Huagua and saw that Yunqing was also experiencing light rain at that moment. However, Lin Wan distinctly remembered that it had only begun to rain 2 days prior to the typhoon making landfall. There had been no rain before that. A sense of despair washed over her as she gazed towards the direction of Huagua, an instinctual feeling of hopelessness engulfing her. The apocalypse was nigh. Chapter 16. Trapped in the nation, Lin Wan stared at the blank screen of the ticket purchasing platform, unable to regain her composure for a long while. How could this be? She refreshingly attempted dozens of times, yet no ticket information appeared. Calling customer service yielded no response, and switching between numerous platforms produced the same result. Despondently, she leaned back against the chair, her phone slipping from her grasp and crashing to the ground. It was over. She could not return. No, she could not resign herself to this fate. Remaining here was a dead end. Today was a fortuitous day. Surely, whatever she wished for would come to fruition. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Lucy's anxious voice came through. Sister Wan, you must hurry to the hospital. What is the matter? Lin Wan inquired, puzzled. I just saw that all flights have been suspended, so I contacted Bali's father at the hospital. He is a high-ranking official at the military base. If he learns that you saved Bali, he might be willing to send you back home. Really? Lin Wan sprang from the sofa, her voice rising with excitement. I will come right away. After ending the call, she hailed a car, hurriedly stuffed some spicy snacks into her backpack, and rushed downstairs. Inside the ride-sharing vehicle, the scenery outside swiftly receded as they sped toward the hospital. She opened the photo sent by Lexi, revealing a middle-aged man in military attire, his hair streaked with gray and his expression resolute. Suddenly, a tremendous jolt surged through the car, and Lin Wan's body lurched uncontrollably forward. Reacting quickly, she grasped the overhead grab handle and fastened her seatbelt, narrowly avoiding being thrown out. Damn it, you foolish idiot. Why did you slam on the brakes at a green light? The bald driver brandished a gun and stormed toward the vehicle he had collided with. He yanked open the door and dragged the car owner out, gripping the man's suit collar tightly and pressing the gun against his head, cursing furiously. How dare you stage an accident? I'll kill you. Could you please just take me to the hospital first? I'm in a hurry, Lin Wan interjected, stepping in front of the bald driver. Irritated, he shoved the middle-aged man aside and aimed the gun at Lin Wan, barking, What do you want, you filthy woman? If you want to ride, then don't bother me. Are you threatening me? Lin Wan confronted him boldly, undeterred by the gun. Initially, he scoffed, but upon seeing her striking appearance, a lewd smile crept across his face. Oh, beauty, how come I didn't notice how lovely you are before? How about this? You come with me for a little fun, and I'll take you to your destination. Lin Wan wiped the blood off her dagger, casting a cold glance at the fallen bald driver. He clutched his neck, blood gushing forth, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at her. Lin Wan picked up the gun from the ground and tucked it into her waistband, preparing to drive herself to the hospital. She was eager to return to Huagua via helicopter, and anyone who obstructed her path would meet their end. Miss, please help me. A voice called out. Lin Wan paused, recognizing the urgency. The man looked familiar. He was the one from the photo, Barton, the father of Bali. Startled, she rushed over and helped him into the back seat. Barton's face was ashen, his hand pressed tightly against his chest, struggling to breathe. This was a classic symptom of angina. The hospital director, Aunt Chun, suffered from the same condition, exhibiting similar symptoms post-attack. Lin Wan searched Barton's pockets, but found no medication. His condition appeared dire, and reaching the hospital would take time. If he died, her helicopter plans would be thwarted. With no other choice, she concealed her hand in her bag, pretending to rummage, and with a flick of her will, a nitroglycerin tablet appeared in her palm. Place this under your tongue, you'll feel better soon. I'll take you to the hospital, she instructed, placing the tablet beneath Barton's tongue. After a few minutes, he began to recover somewhat. I can't thank you enough, kind lady, he gasped gratefully. Lin Wan nodded, saying nothing, and swiftly started the car, racing toward the hospital. At Sinai Hospital, she assisted Barton out of the vehicle when Lexi's voice reached her. Sister Wan. Lexi jogged over, her eyes widening upon seeing Barton. Uncle Barton. Xiaoxi, you know each other? Barton asked in surprise. Yes, this is my friend Lin Wan, Lexi replied. Lu Shi briefly introduced the situation and noticed that Barton was unwell, prompting him to prioritize his health and enter the hospital first. Lu Shi assisted Barton towards the hospital, exchanging meaningful glances with Lin Wan. After accompanying Barton through the examination and confirming that his condition was not serious, the three proceeded to Bali's hospital room. Father? What brings you here? Bali expressed surprise upon seeing his father, and then noticed Lin Wan's presence. Miss Lin, what a surprise to see you here as well. Lu Shi approached the bedside and explained, Bali, your uncle was worried about you and decided to visit. On the way, he experienced angina, and fortunately, Sister Wan came to his rescue. Isn't it remarkable that she saved both of you in one night? Upon hearing this, both Barton and Bali's expressions changed. Miss Lin, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, my son and I might not be alive. Barton said solemnly as he stepped towards Lin Wan. Mr. Barton, you flatter me. It was merely a small effort, Lin Wan replied with a smile. Thank you, Miss Lin, Bali added gratefully before turning to his father. Dad, I told you I'm fine. Why did you come here? Barton closed the door, glanced at Lin Wan and Lu Shi, then, with a serious expression, stated, Son, an exceptionally powerful typhoon is approaching and the nation may be devastated. We must leave immediately. Lin Wan and Lu Shi exchanged surprised looks, realizing the gravity of the situation. The nation had indeed foreseen the impending disaster. Where are we going? Bali asked in confusion, fully aware that his father would never joke about such matters. Barton gazed out the window. Yunqing. Lin Wan's expression shifted slightly, but she remained silent. It was not surprising that Barton chose Huagua as their refuge. After the calamities of the last era, 80% of the countries on Earth had perished, leaving Huagua a glimmer of hope. Yet, among the numerous cities in Huagua, why did Barton specifically select Yunqing? Miss Lin, I just received word from higher authorities that all flights have been grounded. The typhoon will make landfall soon, and it will be perilous. Barton approached her with a serious demeanor. Lin Wan was contemplating how to request a helicopter, but it seemed unnecessary now. All right, I happen to be from Yunqing as well. She did not hesitate, recognizing the urgency of survival. Thank you, Mr. Barton. Lin Wan expressed her sincere gratitude. Even if Barton declined to take her along, she would find another way to escape. After all, assistance from others is a kindness, while their refusal is simply their prerogative. Barton waved his hand dismissively. Miss Lin, you are being too courteous. Time is of the essence. I have already arranged for a helicopter. We must leave now. At Sinai Hospital, on the top floor, the sound of the whirring propellers filled the air as they boarded the helicopter. The cabin was divided into 2 rows of seats. Barton and his aide, Warren, occupied the seats near the cockpit, while Lin Wan, Lu Shi, and Bali sat on the right side. Once everyone was seated, Barton commanded the pilot, Cook, take off. Yes. The helicopter ascended slowly, heading towards the direction of Huagua. Chapter 17. Returning home, the gentle patter of rain mingled with the roar of the helicopter as it resonated within the cabin. Silence enveloped the group, their expressions grave. The helicopter's speed could not rival that of a commercial airliner, and due to inclement weather, it would take at least 8 hours to reach Yunqing. 6 hours later, Bali. Lexi reached out to touch his forehead, burning with fever. Bali's eyes were tightly shut, cold sweat glistening on his brow, his complexion revealing an unnaturally flushed hue. He bore injuries and was likely afflicted with a fever, as Lin Wan surmised. Barton's expression grew serious. Cook, how long until we arrive? Reporting to the colonel. We estimate about 4 hours more. Cook replied loudly. Increase speed immediately. Reporting. Colonel, this is already the maximum speed. Cook hesitated. Maximum speed? She had piloted the same model of helicopter, which could reach speeds of 400 kilometers per hour. They could arrive in at most 2 hours. Something was amiss with him. Lin Wan chose not to confront Cook, instead observing his actions discreetly. 2 hours later, Lin Wan noticed the helicopter had reached the airspace above Yunqing. However, Cook showed no intention of descending, having altered the course without authorization. Barton's and Lexi's attention remained solely on Bali, completely oblivious to the anomaly. Mr. Cook, where are we headed? Lin Wan inquired, rising to approach Cook from behind. To Yunqing, of course. Cook stiffened, his voice trembling. Barton sensed something was amiss and rushed to the cockpit to investigate. Upon discovering Cook had changed the course, he seized Cook by the collar and delivered a punch to his face. What are you doing? Realizing his scheme had been uncovered, Cook frantically exchanged glances with Barton's aide. Warren. Lin Wan noticed Warren preparing to draw his weapon. She was quicker, drawing Bali's gun from his waist and aiming it at Warren's head. Lexi, protect Bali. Lin Wan called out, preventing Lexi from assisting her, knowing Bali was too incapacitated to be left alone. Warren recklessly lunged forward to seize the gun. Lin Wan stepped back, realizing that Barton and Cook were also engaged in a struggle, leaving her with no room to retreat. She tucked the gun behind her waist and drew a tactical blade, aiming it at Warren's heart. Warren dodged to the side, but Lin Wan's blade veered and plunged into his abdomen. With a fierce twist of her wrist, she kicked Warren against the cabin wall, withdrawing the blade as he collapsed near the door, blood spilling from his mouth, eyes closed, teetering between life and death. Lin Wan turned to assist Barton when a violent gust of wind surged in. Let go of me. Hearing the cry, Lin Wan immediately turned back to see Warren strangling Lexi with a rope, dragging her towards the open cabin door. Below lay an abyss. If Lexi were thrown out, she would surely perish. Lin Wan clenched her fists and advanced swiftly, wrapping her arms around Lexi's waist to pull her back, delivering a kick that sent Warren flying. His expression hardened as he rolled towards the open doorway. Lin Wan let out a muffled groan, glancing down to discover that a short arrow had pierced her calf. Its tail tethered to a long rope, the other end bound to Valen's right hand. A sense of dread enveloped her. She had fallen into a trap. She hastily drew her knife to sever the rope, but it was too late. The rope snapped taut with alarming swiftness, and within less than a second, she felt a disorienting weightlessness before crashing to the ground with a thud. "Sister Wan!" Lu, she exclaimed, panic-stricken, reaching out to grasp Lin Wan. But her efforts were in vain. A tremendous force of suction surged from behind, and Lin Wan felt a sharp pain in her right leg. As a powerful drag yanked her out of the cabin, the wind howled fiercely in her ears as her body plummeted, the sensation of freefall washing over her. "Sister Wan!" Lu, she cried out, half of her body suspended outside the cabin, her voice breaking with anguish. A tear fell onto Lin Wan's face, only to be whisked away by the relentless wind. She watched as Lucy was tossed back and forth within the cabin, her vision beginning to blur. The cacophony of cries from the spicy strips was drowned out by the roaring wind. A sharp sensation on her back jolted her to lucidity, and a searing pain radiated from her right wrist as the fierce gusts sliced against her face. Fully alert now, she struggled to raise her hand to her injury. Focusing her thoughts, the howling wind around her abruptly ceased, and Lin Wan landed on the ground of the alternate space, the spicy strips emerging from her backpack to fervently nuzzle her face. After a brief moment, she rose to her feet. Valen had also been pulled into this realm, the arrow and rope still binding him. She retrieved a dagger to sever the tether and discarded the lifeless body, summoning a medical kit and surgical knife with her thoughts. She entered the orphanage. Inside, it was transformed, with every conceivable detail attended to. She settled onto the sofa, propping her right leg on the coffee table, donning gloves to sterilize the surgical knife, and making an incision adjacent to the arrow's entry point. The arrowhead loosened slightly, gritting her teeth. She tightened the rope and pulled with all her might, a wave of pain causing her ears to ring. Though anesthetics were available, she lacked the knowledge to use them correctly, as a misstep could prove fatal. After scouring the internet for tutorials and struggling for a while, she finally threaded the needle. Her calf, now devoid of sensation, was slick with sweat as she clumsily stitched the wound closed. The stitches were crooked, resembling a centipede, but after disinfecting, she applied a bandage. The spicy strips anxiously paced in circles, emitting soft whines. "Don't worry, it's all stitched up now," Lin Wan reassured, her hands stained with blood, making it difficult to pet the spicy strips. After cleaning her tools, she leaned on her cane and walked to the stream, scooping some water to drink. The water was icy. It seemed the only way to replenish her strength. Checking her phone, it read December 18th, noon. She donned a thick jacket and strapped on her parachute, preparing to venture outside, while the spicy strips tugged at her pant leg, their faces etched with concern. She patted the little creature's head gently. "Be good and stay here." With that, she slipped out of the space. The wind howled violently, rain from the clouds relentlessly pummeling her body as she clutched the straps of her harness, deploying the parachute. Instantly, she spread her arms and legs, slightly bending, aligning her forearms with her thighs, her body assuming a banana-like arc. 2 minutes later, she successfully landed atop a mountain, fortunate indeed, as the success rate of landings in such weather conditions is significantly diminished. Upon examining the map, she discovered that Xinhai Sunshine was a mere 20 kilometers away. Thankfully, had she landed in another city, it could have delayed her journey by several days. At the foot of the mountain, a ride-sharing vehicle awaited her by the roadside. Once inside, the driver, noticing her drenched attire and the cane by her side, kindly offered her a towel. In less than half an hour, they arrived at Xinhai Sunshine. Lin Wan expressed her gratitude to the driver before stepping out and entering the community, attracting curious glances from passers-by along the way. Ignoring their scrutinizing stares, she made her way slowly to Building 6. On the 15th floor of Building 6, as the elevator doors opened, she encountered several workers clad in moving uniforms, busily transporting items into Unit 1501. Leaning on her cane, Lin Wan proceeded towards Unit 1502, overhearing the workers' whispered conversations. "Oh, she must be the owner of 1502. With the door looking like that, does she have some delusions of persecution?" TSK, The male owner is just as bad, reinforcing this and that, truly wealthy and idle. Keep it down. She can hear you. Lin Wan paid them no mind and continued inside, understanding all too well that such judgments were commonplace. She herself would have thought similarly in the past. As the murmurs faded, she unlocked her door, suddenly recalling their mention of the owner of 1501 also fortifying his residence. The agent had previously mentioned that a handsome gentleman purchased Unit 1501. Could he be the one she was imagining? Chapter 18. Welcome to the apocalypse. Upon entering her home, she took a hot shower before stepping into her space. Just after her descent from the mountaintop, her tattoos exhibited unusual activity, and upon entering the space, she found the entire Welfare Institute shimmering with light. A serendipitous thought struck her. What if she extracted the Welfare Institute from the space? To her astonishment, it worked. However, she was eager to return to Xinhai Sunshine, leaving little time for exploration. The Welfare Institute, originally 2 stories tall, had transformed into 3. The first and second floors featured independent suites, 3 on each floor, each comprising a living room, bedroom, and private bathroom with a balcony. As she opened the rooms in succession, she discovered vastly different decor styles. The first room exuded a warm, cozy pastoral charm. The second embraced a refined, minimalist natural aesthetic. The third showcased retro tropical style, followed by traditional Chinese decor, Japanese rustic design, and luxurious European elegance. The third floor boasted 4 rooms designated as a gaming and media room, a gym, a study, and a multifunctional research space, totaling 10 rooms and 2 lounges within the entire building. This was no welfare institute. It was undeniably a luxurious apartment. She could not fathom why the space had undergone such a transformation, but now, should she grow weary of one suite, she could easily switch to another. With leisure time on her hands, she could work out and watch movies. How delightful. She then ventured to the kitchen, which was extravagantly equipped with every cooking tool one could find on the market, allowing her to hone her culinary skills. The living room featured an enormous, exquisitely crafted leather sofa, large enough to accommodate 20 Lin Wans, complemented by a colossal LCD screen embedded in the wall. This house is indeed a paradise for someone of her ilk. When she first discovered that the welfare institution could be relocated, she briefly contemplated abandoning Xian Haiyang Guang altogether and finding a cave to shelter the institution. However, it wasn't too long after the typhoon that torrential rains followed, inevitably leading to flooding that would engulf the entire Yun city. Subsequently, landslides and mud flows became numerous challenges, rendering the mountainous regions untenable. Even positioning it in a location as elevated as Xian Haiyang Guang would prove futile. In her previous life, even Xian Haiyang Guang had suffered flooding up to the 4th floor, let alone the modest 3-story building of the welfare institution. After much deliberation, she ultimately discarded this notion. Residing in Xian Haiyang Guang remained the most suitable option. Moreover, the space must be stockpiled with resources to facilitate growth, and upgrading the building requires gold and non-renewable resources for support. Once the typhoon passes, she must venture out again to gather supplies, particularly transportation. She had previously learned the hard way the consequences of lacking means of transport. More medicines must be procured, and her culinary skills must also improve. Even in the apocalypse, one cannot afford to be complacent. The path ahead must be tread alone. Relying solely on the space is insufficient. Each day, she must dedicate time to physical training. To survive in this world of chaos, she must exert herself. Emerging from her space, she collapsed into slumber, only to awaken on the afternoon of December 19th. The howling wind outside beckoned her to the floor-to-ceiling windows, where she observed several residents below, struggling against the sudden gusts, their umbrellas swept away into the air. The rain intensified abruptly, transforming from a gentle drizzle to a torrent akin to sharp blades, mercilessly striking those below. The individuals struggled to rise, only to be knocked down again, ultimately drenched and resembling drowned rats. They were forced to crawl back to their building, clinging to the ground for stability. With her arms crossed and leaning against the window, her gaze fell, obscuring her emotions, as she murmured, "Welcome to the apocalypse." The typhoon, accompanied by relentless rain, howled for nearly a week. Fortunately, the Xian Haiyang Guang community found itself in the eye of the storm, suffering little impact, though the rain continued to pour incessantly, almost flooding the building. The homeowners were affluent, with ample resources, and no one disturbed their peace. Throughout the night, she struggled to find rest. her eyes wide open until dawn, feeling drained and slightly feverish. Assuming it was merely a lack of rest, she retrieved a steaming bowl of snail noodles from her space and sat at the table to indulge. A small bowl of spicy strips accompanied the fragrant dish, and together they savored the meal heartily. With time to spare, she surfed the internet and stumbled upon a particular forum. The threads brimmed with discussions on doomsday theories, and she carelessly clicked on one titled Doomsday Stockpiling Strategies. The author, a doomsday enthusiast, had predicted the severity of the impending disasters in light of the recent typhoon and torrential rains. He even forecasted possible natural calamities that might arise in the wake of the apocalypse. Lin once scrutinized the content, realizing it bore a striking resemblance to her previous life's experiences. Indeed, true expertise often resides among the common folk. As she continued to scroll down, she noted that the comment section had burgeoned into a towering edifice of discourse. The silent tonsils. I desperately wish for the apocalypse to arrive. I can no longer bear the thought of attending school. Let the world come to an end. Pizzas with heart. Ah, if only there were zombies. It would be even more thrilling. Watching the protagonists in films effortlessly dispatch them is so exhilarating. The Runaway Saint of Paris. Can't you hope for something better? A typhoon and torrential rain are already distressing enough, and now you crave zombies? You've read too many novels. The Survivalist. I can't possibly repay my $2 million mortgage. Let the end times come, and I'll be free from the burden of debt. After reading the comments, I shook my head and smiled wryly. Who could have imagined that this absurd doomsday theory would actually come true? Pondering for a moment, I typed a few lines on my keyboard and hit send. Anne of Shawshank. Everyone should stock up on supplies. Better to be safe than sorry. Soon, a flurry of replies flooded in, some in support, others condemning her for stirring chaos. With a shrug, I closed the post. It's futile to reason with the foolish. Scrolling through a few more pages, I encountered posts showcasing supplies or pleas for shelter due to flooding. Many shared updates about the situation in the Cloud City, where the water had already reached the second floor of buildings. Videos depicted dogs floundering in the water, and elderly individuals and children struggling to cling to debris while rescue personnel were swept away by the deluge. Then there were the wealthy heirs, unaffected by the flooding as they resided on higher ground. One posted about the extensive stockpile in his basement and flaunted his collection of luxury cars in the garage. He even invited those with the audacity to brave the typhoon to party at his villa, concluding his post with his address, inciting a wave of outrage in the comments. How foolish. He will surely regret it when his treasures are plundered. Clicking on the images, I was astonished to see dozens of luxury vehicles parked in the Tycoon's underground garage. Maybachs, Cayennes, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Paganis, Bentleys, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, Bugattis, and even a plethora of motorcycles like Ducatis and Yamahas. The sheer opulence was astounding. Lin Wan quietly saved the address, thinking, let this fool revel in his arrogance for a few more days. Once the mudslides and landslides arrive, I shall pay him a visit and claim what he no longer needs. After all, these treasures would serve me far better. Just as I was about to close my phone, a green bubble message suddenly popped up on the screen. Wanjia, I miss you dearly. Are you faring well in heaven? Chapter 19. The dog comes knocking. Lin Wan opened the green bubble interface to find a message from Lu Shi. Ding dong. Another message appeared. Wanjia, you once told me to come to Xinhai Sunshine when a typhoon struck. I have already moved here, so don't worry. Though you are no longer with us, I still wish to feel closer to you. If you miss me too, please remember to send me a dream. As Lin Wan perused the news while savoring her snail noodles, she was suddenly startled, spraying the dish all over the place. The spicy strip, elegantly indulging in the noodles, was caught in the unexpected deluge, letting out an indignant cry. Lin Wan, overwhelmed with anxiety, paced back and forth in the living room, her mind a whirlpool of thoughts. How could she have forgotten about Lu Shi, unaware of her abilities? Lu Shi must have witnessed her plummet from 6,000 meters without a parachute, undoubtedly believing her to be irretrievably lost. This was a disaster. Lu Shi, living in close proximity, would surely discover her secret sooner or later. Should she confide in Lu Shi that she had miraculously awakened extraordinary powers in the face of death? Or perhaps that she had been rescued by a superhero? Biting her nails, Lin Wan contemplated countless justifications, only to dismiss each one. Ultimately, she decided to abandon her worries. After all, she wouldn't be stepping outside for a while. She would face whatever came her way. After tidying up her bowl and chopsticks, she retreated into her space with the spicy strip. With 2 precious hours to escape the cacophony of the outside world, she seized the moment. Spending an hour at the gym lifting weights, realizing her fatigue stemmed from a lack of exercise. Later, she unearthed a magazine titled How to Create an Edible Dish and perused it while cooking. After half an hour of culinary endeavors in the kitchen, Lin Wan emerged with a plate of exquisitely presented, yet nearly inedible tomato scrambled eggs. Placing it on the dining table, she gestured for the spicy strip to sample the dish. The spicy strip, ravenous from a mere bowl of snail noodles, was drawn to the artfully plated dish. Its mouth watering in anticipation. Without hesitation, it dove in, taking several bites before realizing something was amiss. With a dramatic retch, it expelled the recently consumed food and began to dart around in confusion, eventually bolting out the door. Was it truly that dreadful? Lin Wan picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and instantly exclaimed, "Too salty." She rushed out to the creek, desperate for water, only to find the spicy strip frantically drinking from the stream as well. They both paused until the salty taste nearly dissipated from their mouths. "I'm so sorry, dear spicy strip." Lin Wan apologized, patting it gently. She had nearly caused it considerable distress. Reflecting on her culinary failure, she realized she had mistakenly substituted salt for sugar. It was hardly her fault. The two seasonings bore an uncanny resemblance. The spicy strip, panting with a greenish pallor, had a gurgling stomach and wide azure eyes, making a beeline for the Welfare Institute. 10 minutes later, the spicy strip emerged from a restroom on the first floor, looking quite content. It was capable of defecation? Lin Wan had been completely unaware. She was taken aback. Having never witnessed the spicy strip relieve itself like a puppy or kitten, she had assumed dragons did not excrete. It turned out that the spicy strip had been discreetly taking care of business behind her back, and to her astonishment, it even flushed the toilet. 2 hours later, both Lin Wan and the dragon were ejected from the space. To make amends with the spicy strip, she graciously retrieved several large bone pieces from her space for it. Nestled comfortably on the sofa, Lin Wan found herself grappling with an absurd image of spicy strips resembling a person seated on a toilet. Just then, an alarm blared from the security door, startling her upright. Could it be that Lushi had come looking for her? No. She hadn't disclosed her apartment number to Lushi, so perhaps it was a neighbor seeking supplies? The likelihood of that seemed slim, as utilities were not expected to be cut off for another fortnight. The affluent residents of Shanghai Sunshine had ample resources, having recently boasted in their group chat about their foresight in stockpiling enough food. With a dangerous glint in her eyes, she entered the monitoring room to check the surveillance footage. To her surprise, a light beige Shikoku dog sat regally in front of her security door, its tail wagging enthusiastically. How peculiar that a dog had come to visit. Puzzled, she opened the security door, and the dog dashed inside, promptly seizing a large bone and savoring it with delight. Upon realizing its bone was being stolen, the spicy strip rushed forward to reclaim it. The Shikoku merely glanced at the spicy strip with mild curiosity, and upon locking eyes, the spicy strip halted, feeling a sudden shyness and retreating a few steps, averting her gaze. What was this? The spicy strip exhibited a bashful demeanor towards the dog. The scene was too enchanting to behold. Lin Wan had to concede that this Shikoku was indeed a stunning specimen, clearly well-bred with perfect proportions and a muscular physique, embodying the quintessential appearance of its breed. Suddenly, a memory surfaced from a short video she had encountered on a social media platform, a woman holding a Shikoku puppy, remarking on its fluffy yellow coat and adorable demeanor. Watching the dog contentedly gnawing on the bone stirred a pang of nostalgia within her. During her service, she had once owned a military dog who had perished in the line of duty, and since then, she had not kept another. Once the dog finished its bone, it approached her affectionately, nuzzling against her pant leg. Unable to resist, she bent down to stroke its soft, furry head. "Oh, sweet pup. How did you find your way to my home? Whose dog are you?" Lin Wan's voice involuntarily rose with affection. Captivated by the charming creature, she took out her phone, snapping a few pictures to share in the community group chat. "Whose little dog is this? If the owner sees this, please contact me." If no one came to claim the dog in a couple of days, she would consider adopting it as a stray. Noticing her owner's fondness for the dog, the spicy strip also rushed forward to vie for attention. Lin Wan found herself effortlessly petting both the dog and the spicy strip, relishing the moment. She even fetched a few more bones for them, settling onto her bed with a tablet to watch her favorite series. 3 days passed without anyone coming to claim the dog, and she resolved to adopt it herself. since the dog was like a brother to her. Lin Wan rummaged through her storage space and found a stylish black and green striped outfit for the dog to wear. You look dashing. The dog obediently sat on the ground, wagging its tail at her. Lin Wan contemplated for a moment, gently stroking the dog's head. You shall be called Wang Kai, she declared. For this canine possessed a countenance that radiated prosperity, and the name bore auspicious connotations, promising to bring her good fortune as well. Wang Kai? Is your master prosperous? Woof. Wang Kai excitedly raised its front paws in a gesture of reverence, seemingly pleased with its new name. Gurgling sounds emanated from Lin Wan's stomach as she sat by the window, indulging in her self-heating hot pot. The torrential rain outside pounded relentlessly, and she placed a slice of beef into her mouth, complementing it with a bite of rice. Although the typhoon was gradually weakening, the rain showed no signs of abating. In her previous life, she had remained sheltered in the Fu family's villa during such storms, oblivious to the city's plight. What was the situation like now? Chapter 20. The Butterfly Effect. Lin Wan opened the forum for Cloud City, finding that in less than 3 days, nearly all the posts had transformed into cries for help. A newly posted video popped up at the top of the page, piquing her curiosity. In the video, the typhoon howled like a banshee, battering every building in its path. The streets of the city had become a vast ocean, with water reaching at least 4 to 5 stories high. Countless vehicles were swept away by the flood, and men, women, and children alike struggled in the deluge. Some, unable to swim, thrashed helplessly before sinking beneath the surface, never to rise again. Lin Wan watched in horror as the scene unfolded. As the video progressed, the sky darkened ominously. A rapidly spinning column of air ascended from the clouds to the water's surface, seemingly connecting the heavens and the sea. A fierce whirlwind, accompanied by thunderstorms, roared towards Cloud City. A tornado. Her chopsticks slipped from her grasp, and Lin Wan clutched her phone tightly, fixated on the unfolding disaster. The video continued, the footage shaking violently. In an instant, the tornado cleaved through the city's iconic structures, and the fierce winds extended to the water's surface, creating a colossal waterspout that uprooted trees along the roadside. Lightning struck the water, and a man was caught in the current. As he touched the surface, his body went rigid, and he vanished without a sound. The video abruptly cut off, and Lin Wan anxiously turned her gaze to the outside world. She vividly recalled that in her previous life, no tornado had ever appeared. This time, so many things had shifted. The typhoon had arrived ahead of schedule, and the sudden emergence of a tornado was wholly unnatural, igniting a sense of foreboding within her. She began to peruse other posts on social media, which were overwhelmingly filled with accounts of devastation in the city. Each video was more harrowing than the last. One even depicted a child being lifted into the air, colliding with a metal sheet also suspended in the sky. The speed and force were so immense that the child was instantly torn in two, only to be swallowed by the wind. Before long, countless dismembered bodies began to float to the surface of the murky waters, swiftly swept away by the raging flood. Witnessing this, Lin Wan felt as though a heavy stone had been placed upon her heart, suffocating her. Her fingertips turned white, her phone buzzed incessantly with notifications, and her hands trembled with anxiety. Upon opening the owner's group, I discovered an explosion of messages. Unit 501, Building 6. Forwarded a video. Unit 501, Building 6. Hey, have you all seen this? A tornado has appeared in the city. Unit 1302, Building 4. I saw it. It's absolutely terrifying. Unit 601, Building 5. Oh my goodness, in all my years, I have never witnessed a tornado. Is this video for real? Unit 201, Building 5. Who would fabricate something like this? By the way, can you all get through to the police? I've tried multiple times, but the line is dead. What is the government doing? Unit 102, Building 3. I see that the water downstairs has already flooded into the building. What will happen if it rises further? Li Jie from Xinhai Sunshine Property. Emergency notice. All first-floor residents are advised to keep essential documents and valuables on their person. The community is experiencing significant flooding, and rainwater may reach the first floor. Unit 1402, Building 7. If the first floor is going to be flooded, the parking lot must already resemble a reservoir. The city has never witnessed a tornado before. Its sudden appearance is indeed strange. Could it be the butterfly effect? Tornadoes are incredibly destructive and move swiftly. It won't be long before it reaches Xinhai Sunshine. If a tornado truly arrives, can this place withstand it? She wasn't particularly worried about her safety. She had her space, after all. It was just a pity about the securely fortified safe room. If Xinhai Sunshine were to be lost, she would have to search for a new residence. Just as she pondered this, the lights in her living room abruptly went out. The community was experiencing a power outage. The latest announcement stated that due to the unexpected tornado in Cloud City and the severe damage it had caused, there would be rolling blackouts in unaffected areas starting today. Power would be available from 8 to 9 a.m., 11 a.m. to 12 p.m., and 7 to 8 p.m. Residents were urged to remain indoors and stock up on emergency supplies. Lin Wan tightened her grip on her phone, staring at the emerging headline video. With the power being restricted this early, it was likely that a total blackout and loss of internet connectivity were imminent. Frustrated, she turned off the broadcast and entered her space to inventory her supplies. Various models of generators along with sufficient gasoline and diesel appeared adequate. A series of knocks resounded at her door. Lin Wan swiftly exited her space and glanced outside, where darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings. Who could be visiting her at such a late hour? With the power out, the surveillance was rendered useless. Approaching the entrance with caution, she called out, "Who is it?" "I'm a resident of 1501. "Oh, is there something you need?" Lin Wan's eyelids flickered. She hoped he wasn't seeking trouble. "My dog is in your home." The reinforced door was sturdy, and Lin Wan could discern that it was a man's voice, albeit muffled. Thus, she misheard. "Guidi Gang is in your house." "You've got the wrong door. There's no Guidi Gang here. He's at the Yun Society." Lin Wan shouted towards the door. Could this man be mentally unstable? Was he trapped in his home, leading to a breakdown? It is not surprising that, following such a calamity, most individuals remain holed up in their homes, too fearful to venture outside. She had witnessed many driven to madness or plunged into despair, ultimately succumbing to suicide. Truth be told, she held a certain admiration for these individuals. Were she in their shoes, she would find it difficult to take such drastic measures. Even when subjected to the relentless torment of Fu Weiwei, who had reduced her to a mere shell of her former self, she never contemplated ending her own life. When silence enveloped the entrance, she turned to leave, only to be met with another series of knocks. A surge of fury welled within her. Had she not made it clear that there was no one home? Frustrated, she ignored the persistent knocking and retreated to her bedroom. Yet, the relentless rapping continued. Unable to endure any longer, she seized a cleaver from the kitchen and stormed to the door. "I have told you. There is no Guidi Gang here. Do you not comprehend?" Lin Wan shouted, brandishing the cleaver at the figure outside. Xian stepped back calmly, a few paces away, and replied in a measured tone, "My dog is in your home." The familiarity of the voice struck Lin Wan, causing her to lower the cleaver in shock. Xian stood there, drenched and disheveled, his clothes tattered, his face smeared with mud. A bandage encircled his palm, his eyes bloodshot, and his lips chapped. He appeared utterly disheartened. Upon seeing Lin Wan, Xian's pupils constricted momentarily. You. They both stammered in unison, astonished to find each other. "Dunzi." Upon hearing Xian's voice, bounded out from inside, leaping onto him and barking excitedly. "Dunzi, settle down," Xian said, gently pushing the dog away and petting its head. It turned out that Wang Sai's true name was Dunzi, and it seemed Xian's naming skills were on par with her own. But wait, what was Xian doing here? Lin Wan's realization heightened her tone. "You are the owner of 1501. Xian nodded, his gaze cast downward, obscuring his emotions. Lin Wan was taken aback. Glancing at Dunzi, 3 days ago, it came to my doorstep, and upon opening the door, it dashed inside. I inquired in the owner's group, but no one replied. I assumed it had been abandoned, not realizing it was your dog. I went to the city and encountered a tornado, which delayed my return," Xian explained hoarsely. Seeing his disheveled state, Lin Wan sensed he was not deceiving her. "All right, then take it back," she said, feeling a pang of disappointment. She had grown quite fond of Dunzi, having lavished it with treats and affection, only to have it claimed so soon. Dunzi had brought much joy to her otherwise mundane days, frolicking and playing. "By the way, what brings you here?" Lin Wan inquired, her curiosity piqued. She recalled that when the agent had informed her that a handsome man had purchased the apartment across the hall, an unsettling premonition had washed over her. Little did she know how accurate her intuition would prove to be. Xian wiped the dirt from his face and looked at Lin Wan with a hint of grievance. "I mentioned before that I bought a place nearby." Lin Wan was puzzled by Xian's look of distress. After resting her chin in her hand and reflecting carefully, she realized that she indeed had a vague recollection of that conversation. Previously, When she brought the welfare institution into her space, the spicy strips suddenly vanished. And it was then that she encountered Xie, and suspecting he was stalking her, they engaged in a fierce altercation. It must be admitted that she and Xie shared a remarkable connection. Amidst the numerous houses in the suburbs, they had both purchased residences in the same community. The Sunshine Sea complex boasted 8 buildings, and they were situated on the same floor of the identical building. However, by the time she decided to buy her property, Xie had already acquired the house opposite her own. It appears that Xie was indeed truthful. He had indeed purchased a property nearby. How fortuitous. You should promptly take the little one home, Lin Wan remarked dryly, reminding Xie that the community was currently under power restrictions. Xie nodded in gratitude and led the little one back to Unit 1501. After closing the door, Lin Wan took a deep breath. For reasons unknown, she felt an acute sense of nervousness every time she encountered Xie. Could it be that he always appeared during her most vulnerable moments? Regardless, at least the neighbor across the hallway was not a lunatic. She poured some dog food for the spicy strips and prepared a bowl of spicy hot pot for herself. After satisfying her hunger, she settled onto the sofa, feeling her face slightly flush and her head grow heavy. The wound on her calf ached faintly, but she dismissed it and drifted into a drowsy slumber. The following day, at noon, knock, knock. Xie had prepared sweet and sour ribs to express his gratitude to Lin Wan for taking in the little one. After knocking at the door for an eternity with no response, he was about to retreat when the door unexpectedly swung open. A subtle smile graced his lips as he turned, only to find not Lin Wan, but the spicy strips standing at the threshold. Lin Wan. He peered inside, but the security door obstructed his view, and no one replied. The spicy strips tugged at the hem of Xian's pants, persistently pulling him inward while emitting a series of whimpering sounds. The little one bounded into the room, barking excitedly. Upon witnessing this, Xian hurried inside and spotted Lin Wan sprawled beside the sofa in her pajamas. He quickly retrieved a light blanket from the sofa and draped it over her. Not wanting to linger in the girl's room, he gently lifted Lin Wan and carried her back to Unit 1501. He carefully placed her on the bed and began to assess her condition. At that moment, Lin Wan's brow was furrowed, and she was mumbling something incoherent. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her face was unnaturally flushed. After measuring her temperature, he discovered it had soared to 40 degrees Celsius. Ow! The spicy strips leaped onto the bed and gently patted Lin Wan's calf with its chubby paw. Xian understood and delicately rolled up the leg of her pants. The bandaged area on her calf was seeping blood. After unwrapping the bandage for a thorough examination, he found that the unevenly stitched wound had already formed a scab, appearing superficially unproblematic. However, localized swelling accompanied by an elevated temperature indicated a clear infection. An infected wound typically leads to localized tissue necrosis, necessitating the timely removal of dead tissue and pus. He proceeded to the medicine room to gather the necessary supplies, placing a sterile pad beneath Lin Wan's leg. After thoroughly cleaning the wound, he administered a local anesthetic. He then incised the wound for drainage, removing necrotic tissue and pus before meticulously suturing the wound and reapplying the bandage. Finally, I administered the anti-inflammatory medication and tucked her in. On the bed, Lin Wan's brows unfurled, the dark mole at the corner of her eye starkly contrasting against her pale complexion. Still so careless, Xian could not help but brush aside the strands of hair that had fallen across Lin Wan's face, tucking them behind her ear. As he gazed at the sleeping figure on the bed, his focus began to wane. Thin monkey, why did you secretly hide the candies given by the director? Did you not comprehend what I said earlier? From now on, anything you receive must be submitted to me. In the welfare home's restroom, a chubby boy pinned a frail little boy against the wall. I won't. These are given to me by Aunt Chun. Before the boy could finish his words, his stomach was struck by a punch from the chubby boy. Immediately, the chubby one commanded, beat him to death. The other boys nearby, upon hearing the order, charged forward, ruthlessly attacking little Xie and with punches and kicks. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he curled up defensively on the ground. What are you doing? Stop! A clear, youthful voice rang out. The children paused, and Xian struggled to lift his head. A girl with short hair and a mole at the corner of her eye stood against the light at the restroom door, her expression fierce. The chubby boy kicked little Xian again and stepped forward, provocatively raising his chin. This is a matter for us boys. What business do you have in it, girl? Do you believe I would beat you as well? Though the other children were taller than Lin Wan, she showed no fear. swiftly delivering a kick to the chubby boy's abdomen. As the others rushed forward to strike her, she dispatched them one by one, leaving them sprawled on the ground. "If any of you dare to bully my little brother again, I will strike you each time I see you," Lin Wan declared in her most innocent voice, uttering the most fierce words. From that day onward, no one dared to bully him again. Lin Wan was 6 years old, and he was 9. A sharp intake of breath interrupted Xian's thoughts. He returned his gaze to the bed, realizing that Lin Wan had awakened and was looking at him in bewilderment. "Where's this? How did I end up here?" Lin Wan, still dazed, recalled that she had fallen asleep on the sofa. "This is my home. I came to deliver groceries and wanted to thank you for taking care of Dunzi, but when I knocked, you didn't respond. The door suddenly opened, and when I went in, I found you unconscious. Unable to enter your bedroom, I brought you back to check on you. Your leg injury became infected, causing a fever. It has been treated, and once the 4 is finished and you take a few more days of anti-inflammatory medication, you will recover without any scarring." Xian recounted the events, forgetting that he was still seated on the bed. Lin Wan looked at him. His tousled black hair and the fringe obscured some of his features. His handsome face loomed closer, causing her heart to skip a beat as she hastily lay back down. "Thank you," Lin Wan said, her voice hoarse, her demeanor somewhat awkward. "You saved me once again." Chapter 22. The tornado approaches. Following the lesson learned from her last hospital visit, she resolved to obediently finish the 4 before leaving. To avoid Xie and leveraging his status as a doctor against her, the spicy sticks and Dunzi at the bedside squeaked excitedly, and Lin Wan gently patted their heads. Xian lowered his gaze and nodded silently. After a while, he stood up, exited the bedroom, and closed the door. The awkward atmosphere dissipated instantly, and Lin Wan breathed a sigh of relief, watching the liquid drip steadily down, momentarily lost in thought. How careless of her. She hadn't even noticed the wound was infected. She owed Xie and yet another favor. Since ancient times, the debt of gratitude has been the hardest to repay. She wished to remain unentangled with anyone in this apocalyptic world, yet fate seemed to conspire against her. Why was it so difficult to be a lone wolf? Without a phone, Lin Wan occupied herself by gazing out the window at the scenery. However, her contemplation was abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of a colossal waterspout in her line of sight. The tornado, a chaotic amalgamation of thunder and torrential rain, connected heaven and earth, voraciously devouring a nearby community. She could almost hear the anguished cries of the people within, terrifying images flashing through her mind. In an instant, the waterspout consumed the community, hurtling directly towards Xinhai Sunshine. Lin Wan anxiously removed the needle from her hand and sprinted to the living room, clutching her spicy snack. The tornado was coming. Lin Wan pointed outside, her words tumbling out in a rush. Xian glanced at the waterspout, his expression shifting slightly before he quickly regained his composure. He set down the bowl of congee and retreated to the bedroom. What was he doing? Lin Wan wondered. But soon Xian returned from the bedroom, taking her hand and pressing a cotton swab against the back of her hand, with flames licking at their heels. Why was he concerned about this? Lin Wan could hardly fathom Xian's thought process and shook off his hand. Yet, he silently grasped her hand again, speaking in a calm tone, warning that not attending to her wound could result in bruising and infection. Moreover, should such a tornado truly arrive, they would only await their demise together. If death was inevitable, let him face it alone. Lin Wan withdrew her hand, clutching her snack as she made for the exit. The snack, seeing its owner lost in thought, hesitated for a moment before dutifully following Lin Wan back to 1502. "Farewell," Xian murmured softly, watching Lin Wan's retreating figure. Outside, the waterspout had already drawn near to Xinhai Sunshine, devouring the surrounding trees and utility poles. Xian, with his legs crossed, leaned back on the sofa, taking a gentle sip of coffee as he gazed out at the approaching waterspout, his eyes fluttering shut. As long as Lin Wan could survive this lifetime, he would find solace. In 1502, Lin Wan paced the living room with her phone in hand, rapidly browsing the internet for information about the duration of tornadoes. The shortest lasted a few minutes, the longest merely dozens of minutes. She was relieved that she hadn't yet utilized her spatial powers today. Once the tornado drew near, she could retreat into her space, confident it wouldn't linger for 2 hours. As for Xian, she could only apologize to him. She would face the consequences in the afterlife. Resolutely, she decided that after Xian's demise, she would take good care of her snack, ensuring it lived a joyful life. And every year during Qingming, She would burn paper to honor Xian. With a dog and a dragon, Lin Wan slipped into her space. Curling up on the sofa of the welfare home, her emotions somewhat subdued. After a prolonged wait, Lin Wan glanced at the clock on the wall. It was merely 10 minutes shy of 2 hours. Outside, the devastation wrought by the tornado must have been considerable, she mused, as she swiftly stepped out of the space. Upon seeing the familiar 1502, Lin Wan was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Was she not meant to find herself amidst ruins? Racing to the floor-to-ceiling window, she peered outside. The other buildings in the community still stood, albeit with substantial portions of their plaster peeling away. Each structure had at least half of its windows shattered. While some were merely cracked, fortunately, she had installed high-quality glass beforehand, or else she would have been amidst the debris. Perhaps due to the tornado, water had inundated the entire first floor. Many people were seen swimming towards the apartment building, likely residents of the first floor. "Ah, my son. My son is not breathing. Please, someone help me." A desperate cry pierced the air. Retrieving her binoculars, Lin Wan spotted a long-haired woman clutching a child. Floating on the water while clinging to a utility pole, her voice ringing out in frantic pleas for assistance. Yet, none of the individuals in the water seemed to heed her cries. They were all focused on desperately swimming towards the building. A bald man swam past the woman, who grasped his arm in desperation, pleading, "Please, help me. My child is not breathing. Could you drag me back to the building? I beg you." The bald man, visibly irritated, shrugged off her grip and shouted, "Get away. Can't you see I'm trying to swim back myself? If you can't manage to bring your child back, how can I?" With a push, he sent the woman, unanchored from the pole, plunging into the water. The child fell in as well, and the woman fought to retrieve her baby, clinging to the utility pole and weeping. "Please, save my child. I would do anything. Even be a beast of burden if you would just save him," she cried out in heart-wrenching despair. The distance to any of the buildings was great, and swimming back while holding a drowning infant was an unrealistic endeavor. There was no way to administer aid to the child. If she were to let go, both she and her baby would sink into the depths. As time passed, nearly everyone in the water had managed to swim back to the building. Lin Wan observed the woman still clutching the pole, desperately attempting to provide air to the child with her mouth, but to no avail. Suddenly, in the distance, a man struggled to swim towards the woman. Together, they lifted the child high, each using one hand to paddle back towards the building. Lin Wan put away the binoculars and drew the curtains, returning to the sofa in a daze. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed sweet and sour spare ribs on the coffee table, likely left by Xian. She picked up a piece with chopsticks and placed it in her mouth. The rich, sweet, and sour sauce flowed over her palate, a delightful blend of tartness and sweetness, the texture smooth. Though it had cooled considerably, it did not detract from its flavor. She was pleasantly surprised by Xian's culinary skills. Yet, the taste felt hauntingly familiar, as if she had savored it somewhere before. Ding dong, ding dong. The incessant notifications from her phone interrupted her reverie. Unlocking her device, she discovered the community chat was ablaze with activity. Chapter 23. No need for such formalities, oh my. Did you all see that? The tornado was about to hit us, and suddenly it changed direction. What a terrifying moment. Isn't anyone going to help that poor child? He looks so pitiful. Indeed, it was so frightening. I thought I was going to die. I was engrossed in a novel when the water started flooding in. Thankfully, I can swim. Otherwise, I would have drowned. Now, I don't know what to do on the second floor. I am in the same predicament. Just a moment ago, a foolish woman was dragging me, and Wu Ti let me leave. Is there anyone who can offer me a place to stay? I will pay. You upstairs. Aren't you that bald man from earlier? Why didn't you lend a hand while you were right there? How shameless. Who in this community lacks money? You are the shameless one. Your entire family is shameless. If you have the guts, go down and save him. It's easy to talk when you're not in pain. Who would complain about having too much money? No one mentioned that woman again in the group. Their hearts heavy with mixed feelings as they muted the group notifications. After a natural disaster, resources become increasingly scarce. Eating and drinking become luxuries, while corpses litter the ground. Survivors struggle to find a sliver of hope. Who can help whom? If one day, she becomes powerful enough that she need not fear exposure, perhaps she will extend a hand to those deserving of help, but that is certainly not the case now. After silencing the group notifications, Lin Wan calmed her emotions, nestled back into the sofa, and closed her eyes, succumbing to sleep. The following morning, she awoke after a dreamless, restful night. Lin Wan unlocked her phone, opened the forum. and sought out her save posts showcasing the extravagance of wealthy heirs. To her dismay, she found that there had been no updates for several days, most likely. The interest had faded. The calamity had silenced them within a mere 15 days, and he was fortunate to escape that fate. Retrieving the address she had noted previously, she took her kayak and descended the stairs. As she reached the 10th floor, a commotion erupted around her. Oh dear, if death must come, let it not be at my doorstep. What a bad omen. Seeing a corpse up close for the first time is truly revolting. The stench is overwhelming. Let us move quickly and not linger here. Lin Wan had no intention of joining the spectators. She had matters of her own to attend to. Yet, the onlookers refused to disperse, blocking the entire emergency exit. Hey, beautiful. You have a kayak. Could you lend it to me? I'm on the 2nd floor. The water has flooded my supplies, and I haven't eaten in days. If you lend me your boat, I'll go out to find resources and return it to you. What do you say? A scruffy man approached Lin Wan, winking and exuding a foul odor that assaulted her senses. Lin Wan frowned and stepped back, replying coldly, "Get away from me. How dare you speak to me like that? If you have the ability, you should help everyone instead of being selfish." Right, everyone? The crowd, previously focused on the deceased, was suddenly drawn to the raucous voice of the scruffy man, their eyes alight with interest as they beheld the kayak in Lin Wan's hands. Yes, yes. Why didn't you bring out the kayak sooner? We've been starving for so long. Truly selfish. Beautiful lady, lend it to me, and I shall exchange it for supplies. The blond man, pleased with his objective, smirked and said, "Dear lady, if you lend it to us, we can share the supplies we find with you, right? Mutual assistance, isn't it? Very well, I can lend it to you," Lin Wan replied coldly. The blond man's expression brightened, but he soon heard Lin Wan add, "However, you must pay for it with your life." Unhappy with such a response, the blond man, with his tongue pressed against his cheek, pulled out a folding knife from his pocket and growled, "You think you can just talk to me like that? Do you know who I am?" Feigning deep contemplation, Lin Wan replied, "Ah, I remember now. You were the big yellow dog rummaging through trash bins downstairs that day. How dare you?" The blond man assumed Lin Wan would be intimidated, yet not only did she mock him, but she also likened him to a dog. Enraged, he lunged at Lin Wan with the knife. She deftly sidestepped and struck his elbow, effortlessly disarming him and pressing the knife against his throat. The onlookers were astonished that such a small girl could overpower him, and they instinctively recoiled in fear. As the blade rested against his neck, rage filled the blond man's eyes. "Who do you think you are scaring? Do you know who I am?" Lin Wan remained silent, prompting him to become even more brazen. "When I was out in the streets, you were still nursing at your mother's breast. You think you can kill me? Come on, stab me right here." He believed she was merely trying to intimidate him and doubted she would dare to harm him. After a moment, the knife was suddenly withdrawn, and a triumphant smile crept onto his face. "That's more like it. This is how it should have been. Why provoke me?" Then, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen, and looking down, he saw the dagger embedded in his flesh. "You." He cradled his wound, collapsing to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the woman, whose expression was as cold as ice. "There is no need for such formalities," Lin Wan said, kicking him down with a tone of derision. She glanced at the onlookers, her smile devoid of warmth, and inquired, "Who else wishes to borrow my kayak?" "Ah, a murder has occurred. Move aside. Clear the way for me." Panic erupted as the crowd, previously frozen in shock, scrambled to escape, fearing Lin Wan might turn her wrath upon them next. Watching the crowd scatter like frightened birds, she felt a deep sense of mockery. Call the police? Huh. At this point, they remain oblivious. The corridor quickly emptied. Lin Wan dragged the blond man's lifeless body to the 10th floor landing, where she discovered another corpse, a woman whose face was turned toward her, the very same woman who had been cradling a child in the water during the tornado. Her grip on the kayak tightened for a moment before she turned to descend the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she hurled the kayak out of the window and followed it, leaping inside. Opening the offline map that had long been downloaded, I entered my destination. The residence of that affluent heir was situated beside the Heartsea Sunshine, atop a hill in a small community, not far at all. If I paddled swiftly, I could arrive in about an hour. At the onset of the apocalypse, when waterborne robbery gangs had yet to emerge, I felt a sense of security against any potential ambush. I arrived smoothly at the foot of the mountain, glancing up toward the summit but failing to spot any lavish villas. Had a tornado swept the mansion away? I hoped the underground garage remained intact. Otherwise, my journey today would be in vain. I found a secluded spot to stow away my kayak and began my ascent. The mountain path was muddy and treacherous, making progress arduous. After changing into a pair of hiking boots, I climbed for nearly an hour before reaching the top. Leaning on my knees, I took a few deep breaths to steady my racing heart. Having scoured the entire summit without uncovering any sign of the garage, I began my descent, only to suddenly twist my ankle. I quickly regained my balance, looking down to discover that I had tripped over a plump, pale hand. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a large jade ring adorning one of the fingers. I retrieved a shovel from my belongings and unearthed the body of a corpulent man adorned in designer clothes. This was undoubtedly the wealthy heir who had been flaunting his riches online not long ago. Indeed, those who boast of their wealth often meet a swift demise. With the mansion reduced to rubble, finding the underground garage would likely prove challenging. A rustling sound emanated from my backpack, reminding me of the underground armory that Fu Jingchen had discovered with the help of a snack-loving companion. I hurriedly took it out. The little creature sniffed around the mountaintop diligently, and just as it reached the southeast corner, it suddenly halted and began to bark excitedly. My heart leapt. This must be the spot. Chapter 24. Luxury vehicles at zero cost. Holding the shovel, I began to dig at the spot where my companion had indicated, my hands growing weary without revealing anything significant. After half an hour, a dull metallic clank resonated, and I joyfully tossed the shovel aside, disregarding the dirt, and knelt to clear the surrounding earth with my hands. A two-person-wide metal door came into view, but my excitement was short-lived as I noticed a smart lock affixed to it. Why do the wealthy have such peculiar preferences? While I had gambled on luck with Fu Jingchen before, this time I leaned closer to examine the lock, discovering that it could be opened not only with a password, but also with a fingerprint. My eyes brightened as I approached the corpulent man's body, bowing deeply in respect. "Forgive me, dear sir, but I must borrow your finger. Verification failed. You have 3 attempts remaining." Alas, how could I have forgotten? A person has 10 fingers. Reluctantly, I returned to the body. "I apologize. Verification failed. You have 2 attempts remaining." "Forgive me. Verification failed. You have 1 attempt remaining." If the lock fails, the door will be permanently sealed. Damn it. Frustrated, I flung my 3 fingers away, determined not to yield. With a fierce resolve, I approached the body once more, preparing to utilize the remaining 7 fingers for my attempt. The last finger rested upon the chubby man's left pinky, and with a resolute heart, I decided, it shall be you. My hand trembled slightly as I gently placed the chubby man's little finger upon the fingerprint scanner. In those fleeting seconds, it felt as though an eternity had passed. The lock clicked open successfully. With a sigh of relief, I pulled open the metallic vault door and ascended the ladder within. The flashlight illuminated the pitch-black garage, revealing rows of luxurious cars. As I perused them briefly, I noticed a photograph resting on the engine hood of one vehicle. Upon examination, it turned out to be an image of a Paramount Predator, presumably a piece that the chubby man had wished to collect in his lifetime. A fleeting thought crossed my mind, and I gathered all the luxury cars along with that photograph into my spatial realm. After longing for this moment for so long, it was finally within my grasp. Satisfied, I exited the underground garage and took some time to dig a small grave nearby, where I buried the chubby man along with his severed finger. Out of humanitarian concern, I even sewed the detached finger back onto the chubby man's hand. Although it was not aesthetically pleasing, it was of little consequence, as there would be no memorial service. Before departing, I placed 3 incense sticks in front of the chubby man's small mound and bowed 3 times. As I made my way back, a total of 5 hours had passed. Just as I paddled the kayak into the community, I noticed several large crates floating on the water's surface, all emblazoned with the flag of Huagua. Looking up, I saw several helicopters soaring into the distance, signaling that the state had intervened. However, the government's supply deliveries would likely only occur 2 or 3 times before they ceased entirely. It was not a matter of desire, but rather a limitation of capability. This calamity was global in scope. Survival would depend solely upon oneself, especially in the short term, as the state could do little more. The supplies I had stockpiled in my spatial realm were sufficient to sustain me for several lifetimes. Thus, I did not resort to plundering from ordinary survivors for their meager possessions. As for those items destined for extinction or capable of upgrading structures, I would show no mercy. Release it. That is my supply. As I rowed back to Building 6, I heard a commotion in the water. A bespectacled young man was frantically attempting to snatch a crate from a girl who clung to it tenaciously. He struck her squarely in the face, causing her to lose consciousness, and seized the opportunity to swim towards my direction with the crate. "Hey, wait for me. Beautiful. I'm from Building 6. Can you give me a ride? I can share supplies with you." The bespectacled man struggled to paddle towards me. "Beautiful. Wait for me. Cough, cough." I quickened my paddling. And by the time he reached me, I had already arrived at the third-floor window of Building 6. "Damn you. Didn't you hear me calling you? Stupid bitch. Don't let me see you again." He cursed. I paid him no mind, stowing away the boat as I ascended. Upon reaching the 10th floor, I instinctively glanced into the hallway. The long-haired woman was still there, but her clothes had been stripped away and decomposition had begun to set in. After a moment's contemplation, I set down the kayak, retrieved a piece of white cloth from my spatial realm, wrapped the woman's corpse, and moved it to the corner of the hallway. Returning to 1502, a thermos was placed at the entrance. It was evident without a doubt that it was a gift from Xian, as no merit goes unrewarded. She retrieved the thermos and returned it to 1501. Once inside, she swiftly entered her space to bathe, unable to endure the mixture of dirt and the acrid scent of blood clinging to her. She emerged from the bathroom after a full hour, relieved that her space was equipped with both water and electricity. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Now that she had acquired a luxury car, all that remained were a helicopter and a yacht. Although there had been no tsunamis during the 3 years of the apocalypse, it was always prudent to be prepared. She had nearly grasped the upgrading principles of her space during this period. Renovations required resources such as gold, diamonds, jade, antiques, paintings, scrap metal, and non-renewable resources. All items, except for non-renewable resources, would be consumed proportionately for renovations. The duration of her space's sustenance depended on the accumulation of goods, though she was uncertain of the exact quantity required. Nonetheless, the materials consumed would still count towards her stockpile. Lingxi was even simpler, needing no conditions. On Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, it transformed into warm water to heal wounds, while the rest of the time, it merely enhanced her physique. Stepping out of the Welfare Institute, Lin Wan inhaled a few breaths of fresh air, preparing to check on the storage area. Besides the batch of luxury cars she had collected today, she had also scavenged materials from a neighborhood devastated by a tornado during the nights, yielding abundant rewards. However, a third of the storage area remained unfilled. The journey of stockpiling was indeed long. As Lin Wan approached the transportation zone, her steps suddenly faltered, and she froze in place. Where was her vehicle? Where was her beloved little motorcycle? She scanned the surroundings, but all the vehicles had vanished. Just as panic set in, a flash of white light suddenly illuminated a corner of the transportation zone. A colossal Paramount Marauder appeared before her, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. She wondered if she was dreaming. The Paramount Marauder was renowned as the most unstoppable vehicle on land. Even in a zombie apocalypse, it would surely suffice. This vehicle had been released globally in limited quantities, and she distinctly remembered that Fat Brother's garage did not contain such a model. Recalling the details from when she collected vehicles, it seemed she had indeed included a photograph of a Paramount Marauder. This suggested that the space could transform based on images, and those missing luxury cars were likely the materials for the transformation. How extraordinary was that? If her space could utilize photographs to create vehicles, could it also accept architectural blueprints to construct desired buildings? Chapter 25. Rising Waters. Lin Wan felt somewhat disheartened. If only she had saved some blueprints before the network went down, it would have been much easier. Now, finding them was an impossible task. Nevertheless, once the floods receded, the entirety of Cloud City would be in ruins. As long as there remained a semblance of structure, she could utilize it to practice, starting with her own drawings. Revitalized, she took the Marauder for a spin in the storage space, relishing the impeccable handling. Once again, I ventured onto the grassy expanse outside the storage area, basking in the boundless green, my heart soaring as if natural calamities had never touched this place. Alas, in the throes of play, I and my companion, the Spicy Strips, were unceremoniously ejected from the space. I landed face first onto the sofa, my waist meeting the ground with a jarring thud. Ugh, I let out a muffled groan, cursing the space for its lack of decorum in my exit. With an irritated tug, I pulled the Spicy Strips down beside me, flipping over to glance at the clock on the wall. What a surprise. The duration in the space had extended by half an hour. My arduous journey today had not been in vain. Outside, a torrential downpour raged, drenching me to the bone the moment I stepped out. The water had risen to the 3rd floor, and it seemed this deluge would linger for quite some time. The trouble with the yellow-haired man would undoubtedly escalate. I needed to remain vigilant. Resting my hand upon my head, the image of Lexi, weeping by the hatch, suddenly flashed in my mind. A pang of guilt washed over me. I hoped this little girl wouldn't succumb to depression due to her self-reproach. However, with Barty by her side, Lexi's innate optimism would surely help her through. News of the yellow-haired man's demise would likely spread swiftly. I hoped Lexi was not in Building 6. Otherwise, I would be at a loss on how to explain my resurrection. As darkness enveloped the sky, I drew the curtains and wrapped myself in a thin blanket. Curling up in the corner of the sofa, my head rested gently against the cushions, my gaze fixed upon the flickering candlelight on the coffee table, and I sighed deeply. During my time at the Fu residence, Fu Weiwei had commanded that my bed be removed, relegating me to sleep on the floor. I would seize the quiet of the night, when everyone was asleep, to sneak onto the living room sofa. Before anyone awoke, I would return to the floor, a habit cultivated over the years. Even with a bed, I could not find peace. Ultimately, I preferred the security of the sofa. I retrieved a few bottles of beer from the space, pairing them with a plate of peanuts. My laptop played an anime I had downloaded long ago, eliciting laughter at intervals. The protagonists enjoyed a warm home, with loving parents and an adorable little sister. A lively yet blissful existence I had never dared to hope for. Before the age of 10, while in the orphanage, Aunt Chun had treated me kindly, but she was a mother to all, not just to me. That day, the woman in the water, despite the circumstances, had refused to abandon her lifeless child. Why had my parents forsaken me? Sniffling, I downed the remaining 3 bottles of beer, the alcohol clouding my vision. Ah, help! The water is rising. Quickly, to higher ground. Mommy, mommy. Just as I was about to drift off, I heard a commotion from downstairs. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling windows, I was met with darkness. Nothing was visible. I switched on a powerful flashlight and peered down with binoculars. The water, which had only reached the 2nd floor, was rising at an alarming rate, completely submerging the 3rd floor in a mere minute. Due to the previous tornado that shattered most of the windows in the community, water suddenly surged into the homes, sweeping many residents out of their slumber. The cacophony of wails filled the floodwaters. Help! Help! Oh no! A husband cried out, while those residing on higher floors were jolted awake, urgently shouting, "The water is rising! Run! How can the water rise so quickly?" At the base of Building 6, a young boy of about 10 clutched a sofa floating in the water, crying desperately, "Mom! Mom!" The turbulent current relentlessly battered him. His mother was not far ahead, one hand gripping the curtains in the living room, while the other reached out toward her son. Her face was a mask of terror, yet her voice remained soothing. "Don't be afraid, Chin Chun. Hold on to the sofa. Mommy will save you soon." The boy, named Chin Chun, sobbed uncontrollably, having swallowed a significant amount of water. A wave knocked him over, leaving him feebly draped over the sofa. Upon witnessing this, his mother did not hesitate. She released her grip on the curtains and lunged towards the sofa. After struggling in the water for what felt like an eternity, she finally grasped the edge of the sofa. Clinging tightly to it, she comforted him. "Don't be afraid, dear Chin Chun. Mommy is here." In addition to this mother and son, numerous other residents, similarly displaced by the flood, cried out for help. Some were fortunate enough to be pushed to the 4th floor window, from where they could climb inside. The water level continued to rise. Lin Wan frowned, realizing that her spatial time was running out. If the water reached the 15th floor, she would have no escape and would need to devise another plan. She switched off her flashlight, donned a diving suit, and layered a large raincoat over it. After placing spicy strips into a black waterproof bag, she contemplated for a moment before storing all her furniture in her spatial realm, retrieving a tent instead, and stepping out of apartment 1502. Upon exiting, she encountered Xian, who wore the same raincoat and was leading a mop outside while carrying a black long bag, presumably containing a tent. Lin Wan paused, relieved that she was an orphan. Otherwise, she might have suspected that Xian was her long-lost brother. How peculiar was this man, whose rhythm seemed to align with hers? "Going to the rooftop?" Xian asked, looking at her. "Yes," Lin Wan nodded. The only course of action was to ascend and pray the water did not reach them. She took the lead toward the rooftop, with Xian following her upstairs. On the 6th floor rooftop, they were the first to arrive at the terrace closest to the 15th floor. They found a corner with a drainage outlet and set up the tent. Out of the corner of her eye, Lin Wan noticed Xia and was also setting up his tent less than a meter away from hers. She approached and poked his back, causing him to pause and turn to look at her. "This rooftop is so vast. Why must you set up right next to me? Lin Wan stated bluntly. Because of my fondness for Xian, I rose and approached her, deliberately pausing in silence, gazing down at her for an extended moment before finally speaking. I will set up the tent beside you. Lin Wan was nearly struck by a heart attack at the first half of his statement. This man, with his handsome visage so close to her, uttering such easily misinterpreted words, was utterly outrageous. How absurd. She conceded that Xian indeed conformed to her aesthetic preferences. Yet there was something distinctly peculiar about him, particularly the way he looked at her, as if he intended to burn a hole through her very being. He was most likely psychologically unhinged, as one might read in novels. It would be wise to keep her distance. As Lin Wan turned to leave, her wrist was unexpectedly seized, prompting her to turn back in confusion. Chapter 26. Moral coercion. It felt as though the heavens had been torn apart, unleashing a torrential downpour. While faint light began to break on the horizon, a delicate glow illuminated the rain hat that Xian wore, the broad brim accentuating his striking features. He firmly grasped her wrist, unwilling to let go, his gaze cast downward, obscuring his emotions. Lin Wan tilted her head slightly upward, catching a glimpse of Xian's lips moving. What did you say? Lin Wan shouted, tightening her grip on her hat with her other hand. The sound of the rain drowned out any words he might have spoken. Suddenly, she felt his grip on her wrist intensify, and she noticed Xian's eyes lift as if he wished to say more. At that moment, a beam of light from a flashlight pierced the darkness nearby. With her wrist released, the blinding light rendered her unable to open her eyes. After a brief moment, when the brightness faded, she opened her eyes to see a tall silhouette standing protectively in front of her. It was Xian peering around him. Lin Wan noticed a throng of individuals had crowded through the rooftop entrance. Leading the pack was a middle-aged man in a suit, approaching them. Hey, do you have any extra tents? The suited man asked, continually wiping the rainwater from his face with a handkerchief. Could you lend one to your uncle? No. Xian replied succinctly. The suited man, rejected, glanced at the two tents nearby and then at the young girl standing behind Xian. With a smile, he approached Lin Wan. Could you lend your tent to your uncle? I have elderly and children with me. I'm a grown man and can withstand the rain. But they cannot. You have two tents, so surely lending one would not be a problem, right? Leave. Lin Wan responded coldly, her expression unyielding. The suited man was clearly attempting to morally manipulate her, and his assumptions were rather misguided. The suited man, visibly flustered, took on a patronizing tone as he began to lecture Lin Wan. Hey, young lady, you are quite beautiful, but why is your manner so rude? Didn't your mother teach you to respect your elders? Lin Wan stepped away from Xian and approached the suited man directly. Didn't your mother teach you that moral coercion is disgraceful? You. The suited man, infuriated, pointed a finger at Lin Wan, but upon noticing the dark, brooding expression on Xian's face, he turned to leave, muttering insults under his breath about her lack of upbringing. Lin Wan, uninterested in engaging with such a person, turned and entered the tent. As the sound reached her ears, the spicy snack poked its head out from the sleeping bag. Lin Wan approached, gently stroking its head before unfurling a blanket to lie down upon. Outside, the patter of rain mingled with the heart-wrenching cries of individuals, echoing through the confines of the tent. The wails were gut-wrenching, punctuated by the fervent calls for lost family members. Simultaneously, many exchanged expressions of relief, grateful to have survived the calamity. Before long, the tent seemed to be brushed against, producing a rustle of fabric. In the next moment, an elderly voice rang out. Oh, my dear grandson, who will come to rescue my precious boy? Though frail, the voice resonated like a bell, preventing Lin Wan from finding rest. Growing impatient, she unzipped the tent and stepped outside. Not far from the tent, an elderly woman, her hair a cascade of white and clad in a floral cotton coat, knelt by the edge of the rooftop, wailing fervently. Her cries drew a crowd, all captivated by her distress. Please, someone, come save my grandson. As the crowd gathered, the old woman dropped to her knees, repeatedly bowing her head to the ground. Dear lady, please rise and tell us what has happened, implored a short-haired girl who stepped forward to assist the elder. The grandmother wiped her tears, trembling as she pointed towards the ledge. My grandson, he couldn't escape in time. He was swept into the water. I saw him clinging to a tree. The onlookers turned their attention downward, and Lin Wan followed suit. In the water, a small boy clung desperately to a water cypress, the floodwaters crashing against him. He remained silent, gazing up at the rooftop. The water level had risen to the 7th floor, though the pace of the ascent had noticeably slowed. The waves had diminished, suggesting the boy would be safe for the moment. The elderly lady continued to plead on the ground when suddenly a voice from the crowd rang out. "Look, that woman has a kayak. Let her toss it down to save that boy." The woman referred to was, of course, Lin Wan. Upon hearing this, the grandmother shot up, rushing towards the speaker. Who has a kayak?" A woman with curly hair stepped forward, pointing at Lin Wan. "There she is." The crowd turned to behold a striking woman with short hair and a beauty mark by her eye, standing with a somber expression at the edge of the rooftop. The grandmother hurried to Lin Wan, dropping to her knees without hesitation, her forehead touching the ground as she pleaded, "Please, kind girl, save my grandson. I beg you. I would give my life if only you could rescue him." Lin Wan felt a pang of uncertainty. The old woman appeared to be at least 70 or 80, drenched in rain and beseeching her on the ground. It was a weight she found difficult to bear. "Ah, she is the murderer." Before Lin Wan could respond, a scream erupted from the crowd. The mention of murder sent shockwaves through the onlookers, their faces reflecting sheer terror. "Yes, it's her. That day she went down with the kayak, someone borrowed it, and she stabbed him to death. Quick, let's keep our distance. What if she goes mad and attacks us?" A middle-aged woman led her son away, leaving behind a girl who seemed utterly uncultured, revealing her true nature as a troublesome individual. There was no need for fear. "We are many, and she is but one. Can she truly harm us all?" Just as I was about to borrow a tent from Lin Wan, the man in the suit, who had been scolded earlier, stepped forward from the crowd, inciting a ruckus. "Indeed, such people prey on the weak. We must not be afraid. If we have a kayak, let us bring it forth to save the child. Do not think that taking a life is impressive. Were it not for the disaster, this person would have long been imprisoned." Encouraged by the support of the crowd, the man in the suit straightened up, addressing the girl. "My dear, every individual is fallible. We can grant you a chance. If you retrieve the kayak to save the child and lend me your tent, we can plead for your mercy when the police arrive after the flood." The crowd nodded in agreement. "Yes, if you provide the boat, we will speak in your favor. This is a grievous crime. The circumstances are severe. If it isn't a death sentence, it is surely life imprisonment." Someone, undeterred by the gravity of the situation, stepped forward to intimidate Lin Wan. "Indeed, we will all be witnesses. You cannot escape this." Hearing the crowd's relentless condemnation, Lin Wan chuckled softly. "Oh, I can lend the kayak to the elderly woman, but I have a condition." "What condition?" The man in the suit raised an eyebrow, stepping closer. Standing tall, Lin Wan smiled at him. "You must strip and run 3 laps around the rooftop, then kneel and apologize to me, declaring, 'I was wrong. I underestimated you.'" She was eager to see how he would react. The suit-clad man's face turned pale as he glanced around, realizing everyone was watching him, leaving him at a loss for words. "You are unreasonable. That is a living being we are discussing. How can you be so heartless?" Feigning surprise, Lin Wan covered her mouth with her hand, mimicking his tone. "You can't even comply with such a simple request? That is a living life we are talking about. How can you be so unfeeling?" Fuming silently, the man in the suit found himself unable to retort. The elderly woman, witnessing this, knelt before him, bowing her head repeatedly. "Please, I beg of you, help me save my grandson." The crowd, unable to bear the sight, urged him on. "Oh, a grown man shedding his clothes won't bring you shame. This woman is simply mad. If you comply, she will be pleased and bring forth the boat. Indeed, a true man knows when to bend. Once the flood recedes, you can report her. Uncle, just do as she says. The child's life is paramount. I implore you," urged a young woman, supporting the elderly lady. The man in the suit, his face flushed, could no longer contain himself. "You speak so easily. Why don't you strip and do it yourselves? Let those who wish to go ahead. You stand there speaking as if you are unaffected. Why don't you go yourself? Come on, dear, ignore these people." The woman with curly hair pushed through the crowd, linking her arm with the man in a suit as they made their way to a corner of the rooftop. The suited man fled, and the elderly woman crawled back to Lin Wan, removing the jade pendant from her neck and pressing it into Lin Wan's hands. "This jade pendant has been passed down in my family for 3 generations. I beg you, save my grandson. Please, follow me." Lin Wan had initially intended only to humiliate the man in the suit, pocketing the jade and leading the elderly woman outside. Several concerned residents stepped forward, grabbing the woman and preventing her from accompanying Lin Wan. "Grandma, you cannot trust this madwoman. If you go with her, she will kill you." Yes, You mustn't believe her. Indeed, you should have seen it. She ruthlessly took a knife and stabbed a man to death the other day. It was terrifying. The crowd exchanged anxious words, and the elderly woman, desperate to save her grandson, shook off those holding her and declared, "Even if it costs me my life, I must save my grandson." With that, she resolutely followed Lin Wan out of the rooftop. Others who had gathered to watch attempted to follow, but were blocked by Xie and at the entrance. Upon returning to apartment 1502, Lin Wan retrieved a kayak from her space, securing a rope several dozen meters long to it before leading the elderly woman to the window on the 7th floor. The elderly woman's grandson was approximately 20 meters from the window. After tossing the kayak out, Lin Wan handed the rope to the woman, instructing her to hold on tightly. "Get on the boat, child." Upon seeing someone come to rescue him, the little boy released his grip on the tree trunk in a hurry. Lin Wan swiftly lifted the boy into the kayak and began to paddle back. "Look, that madwoman is really going to save that child," shouted the woman with the big waves as she leaned over the edge of the rooftop. Hearing her, the crowd crowded the rooftop railing to catch a glimpse, just in time to see Lin Wan lifting the boy into the boat. Indeed, money speaks volumes. It can even compel this madwoman to rescue her grandson. Absolutely, money can make the devil do anything. Perhaps I should offer her some jewelry or something to borrow the boat from her. The onlookers on the rooftop chattered among themselves, while Xian, unwilling to listen, stood guard at the door, waiting for Lin Wan to return. Soon, he heard footsteps as the elderly woman, hand in hand with the little boy, slowly ascended the stairs, with Lin Wan following behind. "What are you doing standing here?" Lin Wan asked as she approached Xian on the staircase. Xian appeared somewhat flustered but concealed it well, responding gently, "I am watching out for thieves on the 15th floor." Lin Wan said nothing, only feeling that Xian was peculiar. She awkwardly chuckled and walked past him into the rooftop. Just as she was about to return to her tent, the elderly woman called out to her, prompting Lin Wan to stop and turn back. "Is there anything else?" The elderly woman slowly knelt down, bowing deeply. "Thank you for saving my grandson. Thank you." The boy, seeing this, also knelt down respectfully and said earnestly, "Thank you, sister, for saving me." Why is this old woman kneeling before that madwoman? She is merely driven by greed. Otherwise, do you truly believe she would come to your grandson's aid? Step aside. Do not speak ill of this young lady, who in this community lacks wealth. My jade pendant, though valuable, is not worth a fortune. The fact that this young girl is willing to lend a hand only attests to her kind-hearted nature. Unlike you. Leave. The elderly woman, supported by her grandson, defended Lin Wan. "Hey, you old hag, are your eyes failing you?" Upon hearing a familiar voice, Lin Wan looked up, and indeed, it was the man in the suit. As daylight broke, Lin Wan could clearly see the man's appearance. He had greasy hair that fell to his shoulders, a face adorned with a scruffy beard, and he looked at Lin Wan with disdain. Lin Wan took 2 steps back, covering her nose, urging him to keep his distance. The man emanated a foul odor, suggesting he hadn't bathed in quite some time. "At this hour, who smells pleasant? Is it you? Come, let me have a whiff." The man's ire flared at Lin Wan's actions, and the suppressed emotions of the entire night finally erupted as he lunged towards her, attempting to grab her clothing. Before she could retaliate, Xian seized the man by the collar, swiftly knocking him to the ground and placing a foot squarely in his groin. "Ah!" The man howled, clutching his groin in agony. Xian then grabbed the man by the collar, delivering relentless punches to his face, which quickly became a bloody mess. A crowd gathered, gasping at the sight of the man's brutal state. Among them, a young girl swooned, exclaiming how handsome Xian was. "Xian!" Lin Wan, startled by his frenzied demeanor, urgently called out to him to stop. Yet, Xian's actions only intensified. The man was unable to plead for mercy, spewing blood mixed with knocked-out teeth. Seeing this, Lin Wan rushed forward to grasp Xian's shoulder. "Xian, calm down." At that moment, the man's wife arrived, witnessing her husband in a pitiful state, lying on the ground, barely conscious. The curly-haired woman shrieked, picking up a red brick from the rooftop to hurl at Lin Wan's head. Chapter 28. "Perhaps you should disrobe," Xian groaned, momentarily staggering forward, bracing himself with one hand while shielding Lin Wan's head with the other. Lin Wan's heart raced, her face burning with heat. "Let go of me." Hearing this, Xian released her, and Lin Wan quickly extricated herself from his embrace. "How dare you beat my husband to such a state? I will make you pay." The curly-haired woman, undeterred by her initial failure, picked up the brick again for another attempt. Dodging the assault, Lin Wan seized the woman's hair, dragging her toward the edge of the rooftop. Thud! The sound of a heavy object splashing into the water echoed. Lin Wan effortlessly hurled the woman into the air, creating a perfect arc. Not only the residents on her building's rooftop witnessed this, but others in nearby buildings seeking refuge from the rain also gasped in astonishment. Lin Wan approached the man in the suit, who stared at her in terror, his hands trembling as he attempted to utter something. However, with his teeth knocked out, he could hardly form words. Lin Wan bent down, feigning an interest in his speech, nodding along as she said, "Very well. I shall be the good person to the end and facilitate your reunion with your wife." With that, she seized the collar of the man's suit and, in the same manner, hurled him into the water. Everyone stood in shock, several children crying out in fright. Thanks to the stream from the space, she had been diligent in consuming it daily alongside her physical training, effortlessly able to lift over 200 pounds. Taking out alcohol to sanitize her hands, she wiped them dry with a cloth and assisted Xie and towards the tent. Suddenly, halfway through, a crisp female voice called out, "Always looking for trouble. Do these people fear death? Or am I still not twisted enough?" She chose to ignore it, continuing to support Xie, and when the voice rang out again, "Sister Wan?" She paused, stiffly turning around. Lu Shi, clad in a blue tracksuit, leaned on her knees, panting and staring at her in shock. "Oh, one can evade the 1st of the month, but not the 15th. Inside the tent, Lu Shi sat across from her in silence. Lin Wan had envisioned countless scenarios of meeting Lu Shi, yet she never anticipated it would unfold like this. Stealing a glance at Lu Shi, who was sobbing, "Sister Wan, you're actually alive. Where have you been these days?" At a loss, Lin Wan could only pat Lu Shi's back, gently offering comfort. After a long while, Lu Shi ceased her tears, sniffling, "Sister Wan, as long as you're alive, that's enough. No need to say anything else." Wiping away the tears from Lu Shi's eyes, her gaze flickered. "I'm sorry, Lu Shi, I actually..." "Sister Wan," Lu Shi interrupted, gripping her hand tightly. Her voice slightly choked. "It's so wonderful to see you again. Nothing else matters." The two remained in silence for a considerable time, neither mentioning the matter further. "Lu Shi, do you reside in Building 6? Lin Wan broke the silence first, using a towel to dry Lu Shi's dripping hair. "By the way, where are Bali and Uncle Barton?" "I live in Building 3. I saw someone who looked just like you on the rooftop of the opposite building, and in my haste, I swam over, not expecting it to be you," Lu Shi replied, scratching her head awkwardly. "Uncle Barton firmly disapproved of Bali coming with me. Bali and I agreed that he would come find me once he recovered, so I came on my own." A hint of melancholy crossed Lu Shi's face. Feeling a pang of guilt for not realizing how much Lu Shi cared, Lin Wan gently patted Lu Shi's shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right. Bali will definitely come to find you." Lu Shi smiled faintly, wrapping her arm around Lin Wan's shoulder in a feigned casualness. "Oh, Sister Wan, I'm fine. I want to keep you. I'm going to fetch my luggage. My home has been flooded as well, so I might as well move to Building 6 to keep you company. There should be vacant rooms here, and I can just pry open one to stay in." Having said that, Lu Shi unzipped her bag and slipped out. Lin Wan gazed at Lu Shi's retreating figure, her heart warmed. Previously, Lu Shi had deliberately interrupted her, wishing to spare her from embarrassment. With a friend like that, how could one not consider it a blessing? Oh no, in her moment of sisterly affection, she had almost forgotten about the person next door who had shielded her from harm. Retrieving a medical kit from her space and wrapping it in a small blanket, she approached Xian's tent. Clearing her throat, she squatted down and gently shook the tent, asking, "Are you all right?" There was no response, and after a moment, the door flap was drawn aside. A slender arm emerged from within the tent, and before Lin Wan could react, Xian pulled her inside. "Ah!" Lin Wan stumbled into the tent, and upon seeing the man before her, she instinctively covered her face with her hands, her ears flushing with heat. "Aren't you wearing a shirt?" Xian remained silent, and soon the sound of fabric rustling filled the air. After a brief moment, a cool sensation brushed against her skin as she opened her eyes to find Xian dressed. His gaze was fixed intently upon her, igniting a warmth throughout her body. Lin Wan feigned busyness, arranging the medical supplies. When she finished, she noticed that Xian had also prepared a tray of tools and disinfectants, even more comprehensive than her own. "I just want to get them," he explained. Lin Wan nodded, recalling something that made her face flush. "You should take it off, too." The dim light within the tent allowed her to vaguely discern the contours of Xian's body. His heated gaze felt like a flame against her, prompting her to say awkwardly, "Take it off." Xian slowly removed his shirt, revealing a robust physique, sitting still with his eyes locked onto her. Feeling unnerved under his scrutiny, Lin Wan nudged him, "Turn around." Turning on the camping light above the tent, she was confronted with the ghastly wound on Xian's back. The injury was approximately 3 inches long and deep enough to expose bone, the skin around it macerated and pale from the rain. Lin Wan's expression grew grave. Was it truly this severe? The curly-haired woman must have struck with lethal intent. Tossing him into the water was too lenient. "This wound needs suturing." "I'm not skilled at it," Xian said in a low voice. "It's better than leaving it untreated." Lin Wan refrained from further comment as she donned a mask and gloves. After disinfecting and cleaning the wound, she clumsily attempted to thread the needle from the tray. Hearing her struggle, Xian swiftly took the needle and expertly threaded it, returning it to her grasp. Lin Wan felt a bit embarrassed, having forgotten that Xian was a doctor himself. "Bear with it," he urged. With her left hand, she lifted the edge of the skin with forceps, while her right hand pierced the skin, threading the needle through to the opposite edge of the wound. Xian let out a muffled groan, then after a pause, asked, "Did it hurt before?" The suturing motion faltered. He was likely referring to the time she had stitched her own injury. "Not at all," she replied, though it was a lie. Continuing her task, she noticed Xian and fell silent. The suturing proceeded relatively smoothly. After tightening the stitches and tying them off, she exhaled in relief. All done. As Xian reached for his shirt, a trickle of blood seeped from the wound, prompting Lin Wan to urgently stop him. "Don't put it on." Xian fixed his gaze on her, his lips parting slightly, icy in demeanor. With a stern expression, she snatched the clothes and carefully helped him dress. A glimpse at the area around his right ulna revealed a gruesome sight, and she extended her hand towards him. Xian noticed Lin Wan's open palm, his gaze subtly shifting as he slowly placed his hand atop hers. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a puppy's paw shake. Chapter 29. Healing his wounds. Lin Wan's mind was a whirlwind, though her face gave nothing away as she grasped Xian's hand, meticulously disinfecting and applying ointment. Xian lowered his gaze to watch her tending to his wounds, a waft of fragrant shower gel enveloping him, causing his throat to involuntarily tighten for a moment. All done. Lin Wan, completely unaware, wiped the sweat from her brow. "Thank you," Xian murmured, his ears tinged with crimson as he awkwardly draped a nearby blanket over his lap. Lin Wan cast a puzzled glance at his actions. "Aren't you cold?" "Not at all," Xian replied, his head bowed and voice hoarse. "Please, refrain from fussing over me. I can manage on my own." With that, he exited the tent. Glancing at Lin Wan's retreating figure and then at the ointment on his ulna, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Outside the rooftop, the rain continued to pour incessantly, the water level nearly reaching the 5th floor. However, the rate of ascent had significantly slowed. People were keeping their distance from Xian and Lin Wan's tent, as if avoiding a plague. Lin Wan had no intention of returning. It would be better to wait until things settled completely before going back. "Late sister." Lucy approached Lin Wan, laden with bags. Many onlookers turned their gazes toward them as Lin Wan accepted Lucy's belongings and entered the tent. Inside, the two conspired to wait until everyone fell asleep before sneaking downstairs to pick the lock. When she had purchased the apartment, she had diligently researched which residents occupied the higher floors. The agent had informed her that the entire 14th floor was uninhabited at that time. However, some time had passed, and now they would first assess the situation before taking further action. "By the way, late sister, I saw the Fu siblings moving their luggage into room 901 when I went upstairs." Lucy's expression soured as she took a hearty bite of her steamed bun. Lin Wan's face darkened. What is going on? How could they be at Xian High Sunshine? The last she had heard of Fu Jingxin and Fu Weiwei was from the police, who had informed her that one was in a mental institution while the other was in detention. Alarm bells rang in her mind. It seemed Fu Jingxin had found a way to escape detention and had also freed Fu Weiwei. Were they seeking refuge at Xian High Sunshine as well? Just when one problem was subsiding, another arose, and her misfortunes seemed unending. Feeling distressed, Lishi softly reassured her. "Oh, don't worry, late sister. I'm here too. If they dare to trouble you, I'll rush in and give them a couple of punches, leaving them searching for their teeth." Lin Wan couldn't help but chuckle at Lucy's animated display of swinging her fists in the air. This girl had always been at the bottom of the ranks in combat capability in the military, yet her cleverness made up for it. "All right, let's rest for now. We have much to do tonight." Lucy smiled and lay back on her sleeping bag, only to be startled by a sudden noise from within. "Ah!" she gasped, trembling as she lifted the sleeping bag. A spicy strip had leapt from the bag, landing in Lin Wan's embrace, seeking affection with a forlorn expression. Lu Shi gazed in astonishment at the peculiar, dog-like fluff nestled in Lin Wan's arms, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Have you adopted a Pokemon?" Lin Wan rubbed her forehead in exasperation, as La Tiao, upon hearing this, barked discontentedly at Lu Shi. "What Pokemon?" "It is a dragon." Gently stroking La Tiao's head, she reassured. "Calm down, La Tiao. No need to be upset." La Tiao shot a glance at Lu Shi before tilting its head for Lin Wan to pet. "Impressive, Sister Wan. It can actually comprehend your words," Lu Shi remarked, intrigued by La Tiao's intelligence. Reaching out to embrace the creature, she barely touched it when La Tiao turned and bit her finger. Startled by the pain, Lu Shi quickly withdrew her hand, a small droplet of blood forming on her fingertip. "Is La Tiao really that aggressive? I always thought it was a docile little dragon, especially considering how it behaves around Xie and La Tiao. Sister Lu Shi is not a bad person. You mustn't bite," Lin Wan chided. "Oh, don't scold it, Sister Wan. I'm fine," Lu Shi replied cheerfully, seemingly unfazed by the bite. "I was just too eager. This little one is too adorable. I couldn't resist wanting to hold it. Perhaps it was startled awake by you. This little creature loves food, so if you coax it a bit, it might let you hold it." Lu Shi nodded eagerly. She had a particular fondness for small animals, and this was her first experience being bitten. After bandaging her hand, she tore off a piece of steamed bun and offered it to La Tiao. La Tiao merely huffed and turned away, leaving Lu Shi dejectedly to pop the bun into her own mouth. "No worries, take your time. La Tiao will surely come to accept you." Remembering Lu Shi's earlier mention of her home being flooded, Lin Wan quickly inquired, "By the way, Lu Shi, do you still have provisions?" With a proud expression, Lu Shi replied, "Yes. Luckily, I am clever. When the water reached the 3rd floor, I packed everything into my suitcase. After the flooding began, I dragged my suitcase up to the rooftop." She continued, "I still have enough supplies to last a week. I plan to venture out in search of more resources. Sister Wan, do you have enough supplies? If not, I can share mine." Lin Wan waved her hand dismissively, stating that her stockpile was sufficient. "All right then," Lu Shi said, tucking the remaining bun back into her bag. "If you run low, let me know, and we can search together." The two engaged in their conversation with such engrossment that neither noticed La Tiao in the corner, licking the blood from its mouth, its eyes flashing red, and its tail wagging joyfully. As night descended, dark as ink, the sound of snoring echoed from outside the tent. Lin Wan and Lu Shi rose simultaneously, stealthily making their way out onto the rooftop. Upon reaching the 14th floor, they surveyed their surroundings. The hallway remained relatively clean, indicating that the residents who had been flooded did not reach this level in time. After listening intently and confirming that the 2 rooms were silent, they gathered at the entrance of room 1401. Lu Shi pulled a piece of iron wire from her pocket, and with a click, the door lock opened. The layout of 1401 was similar to that of 1502, featuring a modern, minimalist design with all necessary furnishings intact, and the windows remained unbroken. Lu Shi expressed her satisfaction, deciding that this would be their new residence. However, with the door lock broken and no one guarding it, there was a risk of someone taking over the place, making immediate occupancy impractical. Although the water level rises slowly, it does not imply that it is stagnant. Previously, the flooding occurred during the night while most were sound asleep, leaving many unable to react in time and tragically perishing. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to remain on the rooftop for a couple more days to assess the situation. "There is a hardware store nearby. Tomorrow, I shall see if I can procure a new lock," Lin Wan remarked. As they made their way back to the rooftop, they passed the 15th floor, where a hushed murmur caught their attention. Lin Wan gestured for Lu Shi to be silent, and they both cautiously peered around. At the entrance of room 1502, 2 men were crouched, furtively attempting to tamper with the security door, but their efforts proved fruitless. "Damn, how did that crazy woman manage to secure the doors so tightly? It's utterly impenetrable," one man, bearing a scarred face, cursed. "What should we do then?" The other, resembling a large winter melon, replied anxiously while pacing. "With the door in this state, there must be plenty of supplies inside. Let us give it another try." Were these 2 sent by the Fu siblings to pry her lock? Lin Wan and Lu Shi exchanged glances, and Lu Shi silently inquired if they should intervene. Lin Wan nodded, and they stealthily approached the men. "Excuse me, gentlemen, what brings you to my doorstep at this late hour?" With a clatter, both men froze, dropping their universal key onto the ground. Chapter 30. Department store. Lucy picked up the fallen key, and as the two attempted to flee, Lin Wan swiftly blocked their path with her long legs, causing them to tumble unceremoniously. The scarred man was the most unfortunate, losing a front tooth and landing face first into the ground, bloodied. Enraged, he spat blood onto the floor, his fists raised threateningly at Lin Wan. "You're courting death." Lin Wan evaded his attack effortlessly, catching his fist with ease. Startled, he tried to retract his hand, but Lin Wan seized his wrist and applied pressure, prompting a cacophony of pained cries from the scarred man. Meanwhile, Lucy had subdued the rotund man attempting to escape, dragging him before Lin Wan. "Now tell me, who sent you?" Lin Wan demanded, loosening her grip and delivering a swift kick that sent both men sprawling. The scarred man groaned on the ground, clutching his hand, while the winter melon pleaded, "I merely came for compensation. I want nothing else. Please spare me." "Compensation?" Lin Wan raised an eyebrow. The winter melon stammered. "My wife was killed because of you. Her body is still on the 10th floor. And my brother was also stabbed to death by you." The scarred man quivered, terror evident in his voice. "Your brother got what he deserved, and as for your wife, I did not take her life. You have two choices. Either leave or I can ensure you join them," Lin Wan threatened, brandishing a dagger ominously near their throats. I'll leave. The winter melon blurted out, fully aware that his wife was not slain by this woman. He merely sought to extort her for supplies, never anticipating her ferocity. Lin Wan ignored him and turned her attention to the scarred man, who, upon seeing the knife in her hand, swallowed his insults and stammered, "I no longer seek compensation." They had mistakenly believed they were sent by the Fu siblings, only to find themselves attempting to extort her resources instead. Today has been exhausting. She longs to return to the tent for a well-deserved rest. The two men hastily disappeared from the 15th floor. "Sister Wan, perhaps you should install a door in the hallway?" Lin Wan nodded, recognizing that such incidents would only increase. A door would indeed provide greater safety. Upon returning to the rooftop, they each nestled into their sleeping bags and soon drifted into a deep slumber. When they awoke, the sun was nearly setting. Lin Wan retrieved her phone to consult the offline map for nearby shopping centers. The closest one was a daunting 10 kilometers away, a journey that would take approximately 5 or 6 hours by boat. "Lexi, I'm heading out to find supplies. Please stay vigilant here." "Sister Wan, take me with you. I happen to need to gather some resources." "All right, leave your luggage at my place." In apartment 1502, Lin Wan inflated the kayak and gathered 2 diving suits along with oxygen tanks before stepping out of the bedroom. Lexi, impressed by her preparedness, gave her a thumbs up. Reaching the 5th floor, they tossed the kayak out and each took a paddle, beginning to row towards the sunlight on the surface of the sea, where the water was eerily dotted with the pale bodies of the deceased. Voices from above called out, requesting to borrow the kayak, but they paid no heed. The current was gentle, not too turbulent, and occasionally, large pieces of furniture drifted by, which Lin Wan effortlessly pushed aside. After 5 hours, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Their arms ached with fatigue, but they finally spotted a dilapidated department store not far ahead. Most of the glass windows were shattered, and the sign that Red Cloud City Department Store was reduced to merely the character for merchandise. Summoning their remaining strength, they paddled swiftly to a broken window, where Lin Wan kicked away the shards of glass and slipped inside, with Lexi following closely behind, flashlight in hand. Despite the building's exterior decay, the interior remained relatively intact, filled with debris and trees blown in by the typhoon. The ground was littered with chaotic footprints, rendering navigation nearly impossible. It seemed many had already searched for supplies, but that mattered little. They could not have carried everything away in such a short span of time. For instance, the jewelry she sought would hold little value for ordinary survivors. Lin Wan examined the mall's layout closely. They were currently on the 3rd floor. It appeared this building was situated even higher than the surrounding area, as the nearby community had already flooded up to the 5th floor. The department store boasted 30 stories, with the 11th floor dedicated to various departments, including supermarkets, cosmetics, jewelry, clothing, bedding, children's goods, and household appliances. The 13th floor housed office spaces occupied by various limited liability companies. The 15th floor was home to a renovation company, a potential resource for future needs. Since they were here, she could not overlook the possibility of finding jewelry, while she had plenty of common supplies in her storage. Gold and precious items were what she truly lacked. Typically, such stores would not stock items of immense value, Yet even the smallest gain was worthwhile. In order to enhance her future constructions, she needed to strive diligently. The lower levels of the department store are designed with an open structure, allowing one to descend to the center. Floating on the surface of the water are several completely naked female corpses, causing Lin Wan to furrow her brow. While the presence of bodies is not unusual, the fact that they are all unclothed raises questions. Upon closer inspection, these corpses do not exhibit any signs of giant syndrome, indicating they have likely only recently succumbed to death. This situation is rather peculiar, thus one must exercise caution. She retrieved a handgun from her bag and handed it to Lexi. You search for necessary supplies on this level. I will take a dive. Let us regroup here in 1 hour. I shall be punctual. Lexi did not hesitate to accept the weapon, stowing it away. Lin Wan removed her backpack and passed it to Lexi, as the little creature, Spicy Stick, leapt from the bag into Lin Wan's embrace. You should stick with Lexi. She is a good person, Lin Wan reassured, patting the creature's head. Reluctantly, Spicy Stick hopped onto Lexi's shoulder. After bidding farewell to Lexi, Lin Wan found a spot devoid of corpses and plunged into the water, gradually descending to the first floor. It took less than 2 minutes to reach her destination. Having undergone systematic training, she possessed excellent swimming skills and could remain submerged for 30 minutes even without an oxygen tank. However, she was not foolish enough to overexert herself. Armed with a waterproof flashlight, she swam along the corridor and soon discovered a certain jewelry store. Like a fish, she slipped inside. The beam of her flashlight illuminated the entire shop, which was lavishly decorated, with numerous display cabinets lining the walls, most of which were intact. Pushing aside a chair that floated in the water, Lin Wan approached the nearest display case. This entire cabinet was filled with exquisitely crafted, ornate gold rings. Other cabinets contained bracelets, earrings, watches, necklaces, and more. The display cases were made of high-quality glass, and breaking them open against the resistance of the water would be impossible. Thus, she simply decided to transport the entire cabinet into her space. The store was spacious, and Lin Wan spent a full 10 minutes collecting her treasures. After exiting the store, she continued to scour the remaining jewelry outlets. 40 minutes later, she had completely cleared the first underwater level of all useful items. Considering that remaining submerged was a waste, she preferred to enrich her small space. Upon reaching the second floor, she followed her routine and conducted a sweep. The second floor primarily housed ordinary goods, yielding little of value. Disappointed, she began to swim back when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a white flash in the distance, which vanished in an instant. Chapter 31. Do you have a choice? Alert. She pursued the fleeting light, but found nothing unusual upon investigation. After swimming several laps to ensure she had not overlooked any areas, she decided to return. Glancing at her watch, she noted that 50 minutes had passed. It was nearly time to surface. Emerging from the water, she removed the cumbersome oxygen tank and changed her clothes before arriving at the predetermined meeting spot with Lexi. After waiting for a considerable period without any sign of her companion, a sense of foreboding settled within her. Lexi was known for her punctuality. Could she have encountered some trouble? Lin Wan's gaze darkened as she turned towards the food area in the south, surmising that Lexi would likely head there first. In the center of the food area, a vivid crimson stain marred the floor, accompanied by several spent shell casings. Lexi was not one to fire a weapon recklessly. It was evident that other survivors were present within the building, and their numbers were likely considerable. They must have perceived Lexi's solitary presence as an opportunity for malevolence. Having searched the entirety of the third floor without catching sight of Lexi, I continued my ascent. Upon reaching the fourth floor, I stumbled upon a black backpack abandoned on the staircase. As I picked it up, a sticky sensation met my fingers, and upon closer inspection, I discerned it was blood. The light revealed that the blood had darkened, indicating it had been there for a while. This blood was likely Lexi's. Hastening my pace, I ventured to the fourth floor, where, apart from the backpack, I had no other leads and could only search floor by floor. The entire fourth floor was dedicated to home goods, featuring dozens of sample rooms of various sizes. After swiftly scanning the left side with no success, I proceeded to the bedding section on the northern side. Just as I began my search, I heard faint footsteps behind me. I immediately extinguished my flashlight and concealed myself beside an ornate European-style bed. Where had that person gone? Jiangqi, are you out of your mind? Why must you meddle? Sheng Yun, could you not show a modicum of compassion? Did you not see how that long-haired woman was brutally assaulted? How tragic. If you do not warn her, you should focus on your own safety. with the light extinguished. Lin Wan could not discern the newcomers, but could hear two young men conversing. The long-haired woman they mentioned must be Lexi. Remaining still, Lin Wan observed as the two men searched fruitlessly. One of them finally suggested returning. The other remained silent, and soon their footsteps faded into the distance. Peering out to confirm their departure towards the east, Lin Wan discreetly retrieved two handguns from her space and secured them in her waistband, following stealthily. As Sheng Yun and Jiang Qi returned to their room and prepared to enter, they felt a hard object press against the back of their heads. "Do not make a sound. Enter the room," commanded a cool female voice. Jiang Qi hastily produced the key to open the door, and the three of them stepped inside. "Let us talk calmly. Do not harm my brother. We are good people, genuinely good people." Jiang Qi swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Less chatter." Lin Wan pressed her gun against Jiang Qi's nape. "Where is the long-haired woman?" Jiang Qi gasped in pain, while Sheng Yun coldly interjected. "She was taken away by a group of men. They were numerous, and we did not dare to confront them. This group arrived here a few days ago and confiscated most of the supplies in this building. Having exhausted our stock, we risked going down to search for more. We happened to see your friend being captured. This group had previously abducted several women, all of whom ended up dead, discarded in the water. My friend thought to warn you, seeing you alone. How can you prove that they are not your accomplices?" Lin Wan challenged. Sheng Yun scoffed dismissively, "Believe it or not." Xiao Yun, Jiang Qi, fearing Sheng Yun would provoke Lin Wan, quickly spoke up. "Miss, do not be angry. I will take you to find your friend." Jiang Qi, "Are you insane? They have guns." Upon hearing this, Sheng Yun grew anxious. Jiang Qi, the ever kind-hearted man, only realized the gravity of the situation when it was too late. Jiang Qi retorted, "But this beautiful lady is armed too." "Enough of the bickering." Lin Wan interrupted impatiently, holstering her firearm. "Tell me the exact location. I shall seek him out myself." Feeling the gun being lowered, Jiang Qi pulled Sheng Yun in front of him, stating, "Miss, my name is Jiang Qi. I will guide you, provided you spare my friend." Lin Wan switched on her flashlight, revealing the appearances of the two men before her. The man in front was tall and robust, with a slightly dark complexion and a crew cut, embodying the archetype of a muscular athlete. Behind him stood Sheng Yun, adorned with white-framed glasses, fair-skinned, and sporting a head of small curls, looking remarkably refined. Both were handsome, yet bore a youthful demeanor, unmistakably resembling university students. They exuded no malice, suggesting they were not affiliated with the group she was wary of. Lacking familiarity with the building, she recognized the necessity of a guide well-versed in the terrain. However, caution remained paramount. After deliberation, she trained her weapon on them, declaring, "I will agree to your terms. But both of you must accompany me." "Absolutely not." Jiang Qi firmly protested, pulling Sheng Yun back protectively. "It's too perilous above. I can go with you alone. I assure you I mean no harm. My friend is in poor health and wouldn't be able to escape if trouble arose. He cannot come." "Oh, how noble of you." Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, emphasizing each word. "You both shall accompany me." "No." Lin Wan cocked her weapon, pressing it against Jiang Qi's forehead. "Do you have a choice in this matter?" "I will go with you." Sheng Yun stepped forward, disregarding the gun aimed at him. "But please lower your weapon. We are not the ones who bound your friend." With a shrug, Lin Wan holstered her firearm, admitting, "I intended merely to intimidate." Observing their courage and camaraderie, she felt somewhat reassured. Without further ado, Lin Wan gestured for them to lead the way, following closely behind. The trio ascended the staircase to the 13th floor. Jiang Qi pointed upward, whispering, "When they dragged your friend away, I overheard them mention something about taking him to the 15th floor. I believe he is there." "The 15th floor?" Lin Wan recalled seeing it on the preview board. It was a renovation company occupying an entire spacious level. "What else?" she inquired softly. Jiang Qi scratched his head, pondering. "Some of them are armed, probably around 30 individuals." 30 individuals, some of whom are armed. Lin Wan quickly assessed the information, responding somberly. "You two should leave now. Miss, those on the upper floor are formidable and menacing. Going up alone would be tantamount to courting death," Jiang Qi warned. Lin Wan remained silent, rummaging through her backpack to retrieve some water and food, handing them to the two men. "Do not hinder me. My advice is to stay indoors for the next few days. Lu Shi is currently in grave danger. Every moment wasted could cost him his life." Having completed her preparations, Lin Wan drew the gun from her waist and proceeded towards the 15th floor. Chapter 32. Rescue on the 15th floor, if you had just obeyed. None of this would have happened. You had to provoke my wrath. The burly man tore Lu Shi's clothing, his gaze roaming over her. It had been days since he had indulged himself. Consider yourself fortunate, for before you meet your demise, I shall grant you a fleeting moment of pleasure. So engrossed was the brute in his vile intentions that he failed to notice the stealthy approach of Spicy Stick, who crept up behind him. With blood-red eyes, Spicy Stick lunged at the man's back, viciously sinking its teeth into his carotid artery. A spray of arterial blood erupted forth, and the brute clutched his neck, collapsing to the ground, his eyes rolling back in death. Spicy Stick savored the bloody flesh of the neck with delight. Lu Shi felt an immense wave of relief. Had it not been for this little creature's timely intervention, she would have met her end there. While gathering supplies in the food area, she had been ambushed by 4 men who rained blows upon her. In the chaos, she managed to draw her gun and injure one of them, but the remaining assailants, all robust and formidable, overpowered her and seized her weapon. Now, with her left leg and nose broken, escape seemed impossible, leaving her to devise a plan for Spicy Stick to flee. Dragging her injured leg, she approached the door and cracked it open to survey the scene. Across the room, a safety passage lay empty. A surge of hope filled her as she urged Spicy Stick to dash out, whispering, "Run quickly, don't let them catch you." Spicy Stick hesitated for a moment before scampering downstairs. As Lin Wan reached the 14th floor, she heard the sound of footsteps and quickly concealed herself. To her surprise, it was Spicy Stick, who leaped into her arms upon hearing her voice. "Where is Sister Lu Shi?" Spicy Stick inquired softly, pointing with its small paw towards the 15th floor, understanding the situation intuitively. Just as Lin Wan contemplated ascending, a loud shout echoed through the air, prompting her to retreat and listen intently. "Ah, this is bad, Brother Shi. The second young master has been killed by that woman. The boss will surely have us killed. Damn it, get that wretched woman out of my room. I will make her pay. Secure the second young masteress body. We shall return to the base when the brothers awaken tomorrow." Understood. Lin Wan did not rush out. She waited a considerable time without hearing any further sounds. Placing Spicy Stick into her storage space, she stealthily ascended to the 15th floor. Peering inside, she found the corridor dimly lit, flanked by a row of glass partitions. With no one in sight, Lin Wan crouched low against the wall and advanced cautiously. Inside the transparent compartments, a chorus of snores filled the air. On the floor lay a dozen men, huddled together in slumber, bathed in the faint moonlight. Lin Wan noted that 2 or 3 of them were clutching rifles. After observing for a while and finding no one awake, she pressed on. The corridor appeared to stretch approximately 70 feet, and she had traversed less than a third of it. As she passed several more rooms, she spotted a few more individuals sleeping in small clusters. At the end of the corridor, a door stood slightly ajar, light spilling onto the floor, with faint sounds emanating from within. Quickening her pace towards the room at the end, the noises grew increasingly distinct as she drew nearer. "You are not as formidable as you claim, are you? Even a robust figure like Long Air could be vanquished by you. Come on, show me what you can do. Ah, dare to resist, do you? Ah." The pitiful cries emanating from the room were unmistakably those of Lexi. Lin Wan felt a chill run down her spine, her pace quickening to a run. She was now less than 10 meters from the room when she suddenly heard sporadic footsteps approaching from the right end of the hallway. This office building was designed in a square layout, not merely a single corridor. Alarmed, she halted abruptly, retreating slowly while attempting to open the doors of the vacant transparent cubicles. After several unsuccessful attempts to open the doors, just as she was about to slip into one of the spaces, a beam of light suddenly swept across the area. Reacting swiftly, she pressed her back against the glass door. As the light neared her, it abruptly changed direction. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the light swept back towards her, accompanied by the voices of several men drawing nearer. In a moment of dire urgency, Lin Wan felt a void behind her and instinctively leaned back. The door to the room was ajar. Realizing this, she focused her will and slipped into the space. The creaking of the glass door echoed starkly in the quiet corridor, catching the attention of the men, who immediately went on high alert. "Who is there?" The leader, clad in black, rushed towards the glass door with a flashlight in hand. However, apart from the gently swaying door, no one was in sight. "Boss, it must be the wind," suggested a nearby lackey, pointing to the shattered window outside the building. The boss, puzzled, scanned the entire room but found no one. Just as he prepared to step outside, a sudden chill swept past him, prompting him to turn swiftly, yet nothing was there. Thud, 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 thud. For heavy thuds resounded behind him. The boss felt a pang of dread, his head turning halfway when a wave of coldness gripped his neck. "Please, don't kill me," he exclaimed, raising his hands in a trembling plea for mercy. "From now on, I will answer any questions you pose." All right, he nodded vigorously, terrified. "How many people are on this floor, and how many are armed?" "Approximately 60, he pondered carefully. "Around 10 have firearms." "Who possesses the weapons?" "I have one. The boss has two, and the rest are with other brothers." He gestured towards his waist where a gun was holstered, ingratiatingly adding, "Heroin. Since I've been so obedient. Will you let me go? I can serve you." "Very well. Then you shall descend first and scout the way for me," Lin Wan said with a slight smirk. The boss had no time to react as a warm liquid gushed from his neck. His eyes widened in shock as he clutched his neck, convulsing briefly before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. She confiscated the gun from his waist, cleaned her dagger, and exited the room. Who's there?" One of the men happened to gaze up and met Lin Wan's eyes, shouting, "Everyone, get up. Someone has infiltrated." The occupants of the glass cubicle were roused by the commotion, cursing as they rushed out. With both escape routes blocked, I could only retreat into the room and slip into the space, arriving at the armory. After a moment's contemplation, I seized the 134 model Gatling gun, a mini rapid-fire machine gun featuring 6 barrels capable of firing thousands of rounds per minute. This weapon was more than sufficient to decimate the rabble outside 100 times over. Weighing merely 30 pounds, it felt as light as a pistol in my hands. Upon exiting the space, I found half the group already charging towards the door. To my dismay, the closest individual, upon spotting the Gatling gun in my grasp, shouted and attempted to flee, but there were simply too many surrounding him to escape. With a rapid succession of gunfire, I unleashed a barrage towards the crowd, shattering the room's glass into a myriad of shards, the thunderous sound reverberating through the corridor. Good heavens! A Gatling gun! Jiang Qi stood frozen, astounded by the sight of me firing into the throng. Sheng Yun struggled to carry Lu Shi alone, urging, "Hurry!" Jiang Qi finally snapped back to reality, joining Sheng Yun as they moved Lu Shi toward the far end of another corridor. Chapter 33. Gatling gun fire. As I continued my assault, I was oblivious to the two, while the 20 or so individuals at the glass door fell like straw, their bodies forming a small mountain. The gun's recoil was fierce, yet I remained unaffected, easily maintaining control. Having consumed the stream's water from the space, my strength had multiplied tenfold. Wielding a single machine gun was effortless, and I could easily manage 10 more if I had them. Alas, I had only 2 hands. "Run! That woman has a machine gun. Quick, flee!" The remaining individuals in the corridor, unable to encircle me, shouted in panic as they dashed to either side, many tripping and falling in their fear. But their legs could not outrun the bullets. I ascended the mound of bodies, sweeping fire down both sides of the corridor, and several individuals, unarmed, were struck before they could react. The entire ordeal lasted less than half a minute, transforming the corridor into a river of blood, everyone reduced to mere targets, lifeless. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed into the corridor, making the blood appear even more vivid. Upon reaching the room at the corridor's end, I found a bald man lying dead in a pool of blood, but Lu Shi was nowhere to be seen. A trail of blood extended from the room all the way to the opposite end of the corridor, vanishing before the office door. I seized the Gatling gun and obliterated the door lock, then kicked the door open. "Ah, sister, it's me, Jiang Qi. Don't shoot," Jiang Qi exclaimed, raising his hands in surrender as the gun's muzzle pointed directly at him, causing it to clatter to the ground. I lowered the Gatling gun. "What are you doing here?" "We came to rescue your friend." Jiang Qi scratched his head, gesturing towards the left room. "Yes, in there," leading me into the room. I found Lu Shi sprawled across a desk, her life hanging in the balance. "Lu Shi." I rushed to her side, horrified to see her drenched in blood, her upper garments nearly torn to shreds. Her face was so swollen that her original features were obscured, her nose was crooked, and her left ankle was severely swollen. A deep gash, akin to the length of a palm, marred her abdomen, oozing blood profusely. The breath of Lu Shi had nearly ceased, and upon checking her carotid artery, the pulse was faint. Other injuries appeared less severe, but the abdominal wound was alarming in its depth, necessitating immediate measures to staunch the bleeding. "Step outside and wait. Do not enter," Lin Wan commanded as she pushed Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun out of the room and locked the door. This chamber was opaque, providing some solace against prying eyes. She swiftly entered her space and made her way to the stream, which was now emitting warm vapor. Filling a cup with water, she returned to the room and gently lifted Lu Shi's head to administer the stream water. La Tiao, anxiously whimpering nearby, scratched at the table. Lin Wan set La Tiao down and assessed Lu Shi's condition. After several tense moments, the bleeding from Lu Shi's abdomen began to subside, though other areas remained unchanged. Urgency surged through her. Surgery was imperative, for fear that the knife wound had penetrated too deeply and compromised internal organs. Yet, her skills were limited to basic disinfection and suturing. Performing surgery was beyond her capabilities. If only Xie An were present. Suddenly, Xie An's image flickered in her mind, and a thought struck her, prompting her to dash from the room. How did you acquire a gun? Lin Wan grasped Jiang Qi's shoulder, her voice laced with urgency. And how did you ascertain Lu Shi's precise location? Jiang Qi scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Speak. Lin Wan tightened her grip, causing Jiang Qi to wince. Sheng Yun stepped forward to pry Lin Wan's hand away. A man provided us with the gun and informed us of your friend's location, instructing us to rescue her. He wore a mask and a hat, obscuring his features. He was tall, donned a gray tracksuit, and spoke gently. Tall, in sportswear, speaking softly, Lin Wan muttered. Take care of my friend. I shall return shortly. Having eliminated all threats outside, Sheng Yun and Jiang Qi, having gone through great lengths to save Lu Shi, would not harm her. Breathless, she sprinted to the emergency exit, calling out for Xian. The man must be Xian. No one else would concern themselves with her affairs. The narrow safety corridor connected the entire building. If her voice was loud enough, the chances of being heard would increase significantly. She could only hope he hadn't departed yet. Having shouted throughout the entire building, silence greeted her. Leaning against the wall of the third-floor corridor, panting heavily, she cursed, Damn Xian, always absent when needed, yet vanishing like a dog when he shouldn't tea. Are you scolding me? A gentle male voice echoed from behind her. Turning, she saw Xie An leaning against the corridor door, hands in pockets. A playful glint in his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile. Lin Wan's eyes brightened. Assist me to the fullest. Lu Shi is in dire straits and requires surgery. Can you help? I will not offer my help for free. I require supplies in exchange. No need. Consider it a personal debt you owe me, Xie An replied nonchalantly. Fine. Lin Wan gritted her teeth and pulled Xie An back to the 15th floor. Xie An conducted a preliminary examination of Lu Shi's condition, his expression grave. The abdominal wound was deep, potentially injuring internal organs. Lacking instruments and tools, I was unable to perform the surgery. I had previously noticed a medical company on the upper floor that should possess surgical instruments. I will ascend to investigate, and should I find what we need, I shall summon you. The 16th floor of the commercial building housed a medical company with a dedicated room for displaying medical equipment. Lin Wan set up a makeshift surgical room according to the manual and retrieved some medications and instruments, arranging them meticulously. Descending, the three of us collaborated to lift Lu Shi onto the operating table. I would appreciate your assistance, along with your two companions, Xian requested. Clad in sterile surgical garb and donning gloves, he assured them, I will instruct you on the procedure. Lin Wan blinked in confusion, while Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun mirrored her bewilderment. Change your attire, Xian indicated with a lift of his chin. The trio, somewhat dazed, managed to don their garments, underwent a thorough disinfection, and entered the surgical room. Xian had already organized the surgical instruments and necessary medications. This environment does not meet hospital sterility standards. We must complete the surgery as swiftly as possible to minimize the risk of infection, Xian explained, methodically disinfecting the instruments. Given our limited personnel, I will serve as the lead surgeon and anesthetist, while Lin Wan will assist me in the surgery. As for the two of you, you will be responsible for passing me the surgical instruments and wiping away sweat. I will guide you through the remainder of the procedure. Lin Wan, Jiang Qi, and Sheng Yun gathered around the operating table, listening intently, their focus unwavering, fearful that any misstep on their part might jeopardize Lu Shi's life. Xie An first established an intravenous line for fluid administration. Following his instructions, Lin Wan placed an oxygen mask over Lu Shi's mouth and nose, subsequently administering anesthetic through the intravenous line. After a 10-second pause, Xian inserted a tube and established an arterial line, raising his gaze to the three, determination evident in his eyes, and commenced the surgery. Chapter 34. The surgical lights illuminated Xie, and as he concentrated on the procedure, methodically directing the trio. Jiangqi, the third hemostatic forceps in the first row from the left, and the fifth abdominal retractor in the second row. Hand them to me. Sheng Yun assisted in wiping away sweat, while Lin Wan aided Xie, and Lin Wan helped Xie and suture the abdominal wound. Relieved that the knife had not compromised any internal organs, Xie took the nasal bone repositioner handed to him by Jiangqi, inserting it into Lu Shi's nasal cavity to elevate the collapsed bone, subsequently packing it with gauze for support. Finally, he made an incision at the fractured ankle to realign it, securing it with steel pins. Beads of sweat formed on Xian's forehead, prompting Sheng Yun to rush forward to wipe it away. 5 hours later, the surgery concluded successfully. As the group exited the operating room, Jiangqi rushed to the trash can, retching violently, his clothes soaked in sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sheng Yun fared somewhat better, leaning against the wall, hands on his knees, breathing heavily, cold sweat dripping from his forehead onto the floor. All three, being science students, had never encountered such a gruesome spectacle. The combination of visual and olfactory stimuli had rendered them utterly stunned. Xian remained as composed as ever, changing into his attire and meticulously washing his hands with disinfectant. "Thank you," Lin Wan said, handing him a bottle of mineral water. Deeply admiring Xian, she marveled at how he could effortlessly lead the three inexperienced individuals through the surgery, his medical skills astonishingly exquisite. "Is there a reward?" Xian leaned against the wall, his long legs crossed, speaking languidly. Lin Wan twisted open the bottle cap and took a sip, suggesting he could ask for anything he desired. "Be my girlfriend." Lin Wan sputtered in surprise, her face turning crimson like a ripe tomato as she processed his words. "You lunatic," she exclaimed, storming out of the restroom in a flurry. Jiangqi and Sheng Yun, preparing to wash their hands, witnessed Lin Wan rush out like a startled deer, while Xie emerged leisurely with a smile on his face. "Dr. Xie, you are truly remarkable." Jiangqi approached him, his face brimming with admiration. Sheng Yun remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. "You are impressive as well," Xie replied, in a cheerful mood, generously offering praise. Jiangqi thought to himself, "Dr. Xie is handsome, gentle, and humble. Next time, not divulging his feelings would be even better." Xian, having completed the procedure, walked towards the direction Lin Wan had taken. Sheng Yun continued to remain taciturn, simply acknowledging with a nod. Jiangqi's face flushed with embarrassment as he nudged Sheng Yun with his shoulder and entered the restroom. Upon returning to the surgery room, they found Xian and Lin Wan sitting on opposite ends of a long bench, the atmosphere palpably awkward. Upon hearing their footsteps, Lin Wan produced 2 bottles of water and offered them. "Thank you for saving my friend. If you need any resources, please don't hesitate to ask." The two accepted the water, and Jiangqi smiled, waving his hand. "No need. You've already given us plenty. We must thank you for eliminating those people. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how long we could survive. I am Lin Wan, residing at Xian High Sunshine. Feel free to reach out if you encounter any difficulties," she added, not wishing to be overly formal. "Miss Lin is indeed kind-hearted," Xian remarked, leaning back in his seat with a reflective tone. Lin Wan nearly lost her composure, turning to glare at him, gritting her teeth. "Dr. Xie, you flatter me." Noticing her fierce expression, Xian wisely chose to remain silent. "By the way, since Lu Shi is injured, she cannot remain in the surgery room indefinitely. Shall we move to the 4th floor? There are sample rooms, and it would be more comfortable for her to rest in a bed," Jiangqi proposed. Lin Wan concurred, believing they should not let Lu Shi stay there. "Xian, can Lu Shi be moved in her current condition?" It was prudent to seek the opinion of a professional. "There is no significant issue. The room has a stretcher. We can secure her and carry her downstairs," Xian responded. "No problem then. Let us proceed," Jiangqi said. Xian prepared the stretcher, but Lin Wan declined to let him assist in carrying it, recognizing that his back was injured and he had endured a lengthy surgery, and his body would likely not withstand the strain. Lin Wan, possessing great strength, was tasked with assisting Jiangqi in lifting Lu Shi, while Xian followed closely behind, holding a flashlight and enforced stand. Sheng Yun brought up the rear, cradling a testing device. As dusk descended, the corridor grew increasingly dim. The group cautiously descended the stairs, but upon reaching the 15th floor landing, Lin Wan halted abruptly. "What's wrong, Sister Wan?" Jiangqi inquired, coming to a stop beside her. "Shoo!" Lin Wan raised a hand, signaling silence. tilting her head slightly as her ears perked up. "There is someone outside," she whispered, gesturing toward the corridor. Xian promptly extinguished the flashlight, plunging the hallway into darkness, leaving only the sound of their breaths audible. "Hold your breath," Lin Wan commanded softly. The noise of their breathing could potentially betray them, and upon hearing her words, the others quickly stifled their breaths. Click, click. After about a minute, just as Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun felt they might suffocate, faint sounds echoed through the corridor. Jiang Qi stiffened, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He had witnessed Sister One wielding a Gatling gun to eliminate everyone on the floor. How could there still be someone alive? Were the entities outside not human, but specters? "You all stay here. I'll go take a look." Just as Lin Wan was about to move, someone grasped her wrist, a refreshing fragrance enveloping her. The warmth of breath brushing against her ear. "I'll accompany you." The grip on her wrist tightened, and Lin Wan was drawn forward. She refrained from resisting, wary of alarming any lurking threats, allowing Xie to lead her onward. As they entered the corridor, a heavy scent of blood assaulted them. The passageway still littered with the aftermath of carnage, with no other anomalies present. Lin Wan broke free from Xie's grasp, raised her firearm, and cautiously advanced over the bodies strewn across the floor. The glass in the rooms on either side of the corridor was nearly shattered, shards scattered everywhere. With each step, the floor creaked beneath her, but the sound was different from what she had heard earlier. It resembled the click of a camera shutter. Yin City was in the throes of winter, and the cold wind outside howled as it swept into the corridor. Lin Wan, dressed lightly, instinctively shivered. The sound of fabric rustling behind her brought warmth, and she glanced down to find Xian's coat draped over her shoulders. "Don't take it off. Let us find the others first." Xian's deep voice resonated behind her, causing Lin Wan's heart to race, the sound echoing loudly in her ears. She cleared her throat softly, pulling the coat tighter as she pressed on. A minute later, at the corridor's corner, Lin Wan's flashlight beam illuminated the room at the end, where Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun had just concealed Li Shi. Suddenly, several dark figures charged towards her. With a swift pivot and a side kick, she struck one of them in the ribs. Crack! The sound of breaking ribs filled the air, and before the man could utter a cry, Lin Wan pulled the trigger, sending him to his demise. The remaining three, witnessing this, retreated a few steps, and then turned to flee into the room. Chapter 35 I am saving you. Lin Wan withdrew her dagger, propelled herself off the wall, and leaped to deliver a decisive strike upon the last assailant, who collapsed with a gurgling sound, lifeless on the ground. "Xian, return and escort them to the 4th floor." After issuing her command, Lin Wan pursued the two fleeing figures. The hall lay deserted. This room contained several small chambers, all of which were tightly shut. Lin Wan meticulously checked each one until she reached the final door. Bang! The door ahead was blasted open, creating a gaping hole. In a moment of urgency, Lin Wan flipped her body and rolled to the side, pressing herself tightly against the wall. After a tense pause, a masked man clad in black emerged from within. Lin Wan retrieved a short rope from her space, lunged behind the black-clad figure, and tightened it around his neck. With a powerful thrust of her left foot against the ground, she leapt gracefully onto his shoulders. A sickening crack echoed as the man's neck was violently twisted, his head lolling to the side as he succumbed to death. Leaping off the now lifeless figure, Lin Wan sought the last individual. She scoured the entire room, but found nothing. Where had they gone? A faint rustling outside the window caught her attention. Lin Wan looked up to discover that the floor-to-ceiling window had long been shattered. She hurried to the edge and peered down. A figure, indistinguishable as either male or female, clad in dark attire, was descending rapidly on a thick rope, nearly reaching the water's surface. Attempting to flee, Lin Wan raised her gun, aimed at the figure, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated, the bullet striking the intruder squarely in the forehead. The figure lost their grip and plummeted heavily into the water below. As she prepared to rise, an immense force propelled her forward. Her body was uncontrollably hurled downwards, engulfed by a violent sensation of weightlessness. She fell swiftly towards the water, the roaring wind howling in her ears. The moon was shrouded by dark clouds, casting a fleeting glow. The torrential rain lashed against Lin Wan's face, cascading down her cheeks as Xian's coat, draped over her, was swept away by the wind, fluttering into the air. Her pupils constricted slightly, revealing a mix of confusion and astonishment. Could there be others? The rain relentlessly stung her eyes as she strained to gaze towards the 15th floor. where a tall silhouette stood by the window, peering down. It was Xie, and realization dawned upon her. He intended to cast her into peril. Ah, indeed. No man is to be trusted. Once again, she had misjudged his character. A self-deprecating smile graced her lips as she slowly closed her eyes, an absurd thought taking root within her mind. I'm so exhausted. Perhaps it would be better to simply perish, to end it all. The deafening wind pierced her eardrums, and her mind flashed back to the torment inflicted by Fu Weiwei in her past life, as she methodically carved away at her flesh, severing her limbs and blinding her. The cold, disdainful visage of Fu Jingchen loomed in her memory, an observer and perpetrator alike. That anguish was excruciating, a torment that rendered her life unbearable, and even now, in this lifetime, she could not escape its haunting grip. A raging fire of fury ignited within her heart. The two scoundrels remain alive, and she is yet to exact her vengeance. Why should she succumb to despair? Why should she allow those two to live carefree lives? Lin Wan gradually regained her clarity, resolving firmly to embrace life anew, determined not to squander the chance of a second existence. With unwavering resolve, she slowly opened her eyes, intending to enter the space, when a towering figure swiftly loomed before her. In the next instant, she collided with a solid chest. Do not be afraid, a gentle male voice whispered in her ear. Lin Wan's mind went blank as she stared at Xie, and wasn't he the one who had pushed her down? A deafening gunshot rang out, and Xie let out a muffled groan. Warm liquid splattered across her face, and Lin Wan noticed a trickle of blood at the corner of Xian's mouth. Die! A vicious howl echoed from above, followed by several more gunshots. Gritting his teeth, Xian fiercely pulled Lin Wan into his embrace, attempting to shield her from the bullets with his own body. Snapping back to reality, Lin Wan's hand touched Xian's body, and with a surge of thought, they vanished into thin air. The figure clad in black, peering down from the window, initially sought to fire again, but deemed it unnecessary. A fall from such a height would undoubtedly be fatal. Relishing the sight of the two plummeting, he was taken aback as they inexplicably disappeared mid-air. What is happening? He mused, bewildered. In the ethereal space, they both landed on a grassy expanse. Xian. Lin Wan broke free from the man's embrace and rushed to him. Xian, wake up. Xian lay on the grass, eyes tightly shut, his pallor ghostly, with several crimson streaks marring his face. The fabric at his chest was soaked with blood, a vivid scarlet, with one particularly ghastly wound. Trembling, Lin Wan reached out to check for his breath, her fingers brushing against his carotid artery. A chill coursed through her, cold sweat instantly soaking her shirt. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, her heart feeling as though it had been pierced by 1,000 needles. Is Xian dead? No, it cannot be. Lin Wan murmured to herself while recalling something, pushing herself up to rush to the stream's edge. The water was warm today. Lin Wan lifted Xian, leaning him against her, attempting to feed him water. Yet, his lips remained sealed. The water flowed out, unreceived. At this rate, not even a deity could save him. Xian, you must come back to life. Her face betrayed her anguish, indistinguishable between rain and tears, her voice trembling. Taking a sip of the stream water, she pressed her lips against Xian's, prying open his mouth to trickle the water in bit by bit. While feeding him, she leaned down to listen to the rhythm of his heart. Miraculously, she felt a faint pulse beginning to stir. The stream water was working. After 10 minutes, Lin Wan drained the last sip from the cup, kissing Xie and once more. She had offered him 3 full cups of water, and his pulse and breath were returning, his complexion regaining some warmth. Surely, this must have an effect. As she pondered, a tingling sensation brushed against her lips. Looking down, she saw that Xian had opened his eyes at some point, his gaze filled with a complex array of emotions as he stared deeply into hers. Their gazes locked, and she appeared as if frozen, transfixed by the man beneath her. Xian's eyes flickered, his ears gradually reddening as long-suppressed emotions surged forth in an instant. He tightened his embrace around her waist and pulled her closer, deepening the kiss. She remained in the position of offering water, but upon realizing the situation, she panicked and struggled free from Xian's hold. You, Xian, have you lost your mind? Lin Wan exclaimed, pointing at Xian on the ground while frantically wiping her lips. You initiated the kiss. Xian sat up, adjusting his shirt, his damp hair clinging to his forehead. Water droplets slid down from his reddened eyes, looking at her with a pitiful expression akin to a bullied puppy. I was saving you. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Lin Wan, infuriated, stamped her foot, desperate to clarify. What was with his expression? As if she had taken advantage of him. I've never heard of kissing as a means of rescue. Xian fell silent for a moment, his throat moving slightly before he turned away. Chapter 36. If you dare mention it again, I'll kill you. You must take responsibility for me, Xian murmured, his head bowed, his voice light and airy. Lin Wan's mind buzzed, blanking out as she stood there in shock. After a considerable pause, she regained her senses and shouted in anger, "But that's my first kiss. You should be the one responsible." Only after shouting did she realize something was amiss. How had she allowed herself to be ensnared by this man? What responsibility was he talking about? She had merely acted to save a life, not out of any affection for him. It was as if she had jumped into the yellow river and could never wash it clean. She wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. When Xian heard that it was Lin Wan's first kiss, his gaze shifted slightly. "You and Fu Jingchen, it's none of your business." Lin Wan interrupted angrily, her face flushed with embarrassment. "From now on, if you dare mention this again, I swear I'll kill you." Seeing Lin Wan genuinely furious, Xian pressed his lips together and fell silent. He placed a hand over his heart and slowly rose, surveying their surroundings with an expression devoid of emotion. Surprised by his calm demeanor, Lin Wan tentatively spoke. "Do you not have anything to say?" "Thank you," Xian replied after a moment of contemplation, adding, "for kissing me to save me." Damn, why did I even ask him? Lin Wan's face burned with embarrassment, and she impatiently cut him off. "Shut up." Regret washed over her for having saved Xian. While he had indeed survived, it meant that her secret space was now exposed. The incident had occurred so suddenly that had she not brought Xian inside, she might have perished as well. Furthermore, since Xian had risked his life to prevent her from being afraid, she could not simply stand by and watch him die. Yet, human nature is unpredictable. Now that Xian was aware of her space, he might leverage it against her. Lin Wan, a slightly hoarse voice broke the silence, prompting her to instinctively retreat a few steps, widening the distance between them. Their eyes met, and they silently regarded each other for a long moment. "From now on, never reveal this place to outsiders." Xian stepped forward, his expression serious, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "Do you understand?" Lin Wan appeared perplexed. She had anticipated Xian would threaten her, but a torrent of questions surged within her. She opened her mouth, yet no words emerged. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it a subtle and tranquil fragrance. She found herself enveloped in Xian's embrace, a deep male voice resonating above her, assuring her, "I will never harm you. Do not be afraid." Lin Wan's breath hitched for a moment, and she momentarily lost her bearings. She prided herself on her clarity of mind, believing she could see through the thoughts of others, yet she had never been able to penetrate the depths of Xian's heart. How could he know her so well? Aware of her culinary preferences and innermost musings? Standing at the 15th floor, a fall would be fatal, yet he had leaped without hesitation. His feelings for her could not merely be a simple infatuation. It felt more akin to a profound love that had endured for a considerable time. Yet, she recalled distinctly that in her past life, her interactions with Xian had been rather limited. From where, then, did this sentiment arise? The warmth enveloping her dissipated, and she felt a gentle hand ruffling her hair, accompanied by Xian's tender voice whispering in her ear, "Stop thinking. Your friend is still waiting for you." At his words, Lin Wan pulled her thoughts back, smoothing her tousled hair, and cleared her throat. "You stay right here, I will fetch something." Since Xian was willing to risk his life, she felt no desire to overanalyze the situation. After all, the space was bound to her. No one could take it away. Lin Wan stood in the storage area, biting her fingertip, her expression troubled. The space remained stationary, implying they were still suspended in midair. Based on their falling speed, they must be at the height of the 5th floor. The water below was littered with debris, and a fall would likely result in death or severe injury. Even a parachute would be futile at this altitude. In a moment of despair, her peripheral vision caught sight of a fire safety air mattress in the corner of the equipment area. An idea sparked. Grasping the air pump in one hand and dragging the air mattress with the other, she returned to the lawn. Xian remained obediently in place, his long fingers tracing his lips, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if savoring a memory. Clearing her throat deliberately, Lin Wan tossed the air mattress before him, saying, "Help me inflate this." Utilizing available labor was prudent. Xian's lips twitched at the sight of the enormous air mattress on the ground. With a casual motion, he lifted the 200-pound object effortlessly with one hand, showcasing his remarkable strength. Without further ado, he crouched down and began to inflate the mattress. 30 seconds later, the air mattress was fully inflated, and Lin Wan nodded in satisfaction, placing her hand atop it. With a mere thought, the mattress vanished into thin air. She regarded Xie and with keen interest, anticipating his reaction. However, his response was one of utter indifference. His composure remained unshaken, not even his eyelids fluttering. Concentrate. We are leaving now. Lin Wan stepped forward, tugging at Xie-en's leg, and with a thought, the two of them vanished into the air. The wind howled fiercely around them, and within moments, they landed safely on the air mattress. Both had undergone professional training in the military and were well aware of the maneuvers that could mitigate their fall speed and impact. Hey, are you all right? Lin Wan approached Xie and sighed. His lips appeared somewhat pale as he propped himself up and shook his head. Rain pelted his back, mingling with the blood that flowed onto the air mattress. Lin Wan furrowed her brow, quickly supporting him. What are you trying to endure? With a sharp crack, Lin Wan swiftly turned her head, only to see a speedboat anchored a short distance away on the water's surface. Standing on the deck was a figure clad in black. Wielding a camera and capturing their images with fervor, the flash starkly illuminating the night. Bang! 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 Without hesitation, Lin Wan raised her firearm and fired at the man on the deck, but he was evidently prepared, diving to the floor and shouting, "Set sail. She has spotted us." Upon hearing this, the masked man in the cockpit ignited the speedboat's engines and sped away. Lin Wan's expression shifted as she contemplated pursuing them. But then she remembered that she had no speedboat, helplessly watching as the vessel receded into the distance, her countenance growing increasingly grave. She had suspected that the crack was caused by a camera, and now her assumptions were confirmed. The individuals on the 15th floor she had ensured were dead. Those black-clad figures must have been absent from that floor, thus narrowly escaping disaster. Lin Wan clenched her jaw, angrily slapping her thigh. Those two must have witnessed their sudden disappearance and reappearance. Now that they had fled, she could only imagine the troubles that might ensue. Xian tugged at the hem of her clothing, declaring, "I will protect you. You should focus on safeguarding yourself." Lin Wan retorted without hesitation, injured all over, and he still fancied himself a hero. Taking out a kayak, she helped Xie climb aboard and paddled towards the window of the department store. Given the circumstances, she resolved to confront whatever came their way. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they were halted by a voice. "Sister Wan," Jiang Qi exclaimed, visibly elated. Lin Wan strode forward, scrutinizing him. "Are you all right?" Jiang Qi shook his head. "All is well. I heard gunfire and hurriedly brought Lushi back to the 4th floor. She has awakened and is insisting on finding you. I left Xingyun to watch over her and came to find you first." Upon hearing that Lushi had regained consciousness, Lin Wan urged Jiang Qi to lead the way. The trio had barely reached the door of the room in the southeast corner when it swung open. "Sister Lushi insisted that I come out to see if you had returned." Xingyun paused, scratching his head. Lin Wan rushed into the room and found Lushi struggling to rise from the bed, quickly intervening. "Lushi, I'm here." Lushi hesitated, and upon recognizing her visitor, tears streamed from her swollen eyes. Her voice choked. Wan, I thought I would never see you again." Lin Wan gently pushed Lushi back onto the bed, stroking her hair softly. "But here we are, aren't we? You need to rest and not move around too much. Dr. Xie worked hard to save you. If your wounds reopen, you will suffer again." "Dr. Xie?" Lushi queried, bewildered. "How is he here?" Lin Wan remained silent. She too sought the answer. The gazes of those present converged on Xiaoan, who, with an unchanged demeanor, calmly replied, "This building is my family's. I came to assess the situation." Hearing this, admiration blossomed on Jiang Qi's face, while Xingyun and Lu Shi remained indifferent. Only Lin Wan raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was this fellow boasting? Although the building lay in ruins, ravaged by the typhoon, it must have been worth a fortune before the apocalypse. How could Xian, a mere military doctor, possess such wealth? "My grandfather founded the Xie Group," Xian explained, after Lin Wan was adopted by the Fu family. He too was taken in by the old master Xie. The Xie Group, a prominent real estate titan in Yun City, boasted assets worth at least several hundred billion. It was no wonder Xie and could afford to purchase Xinhai Sunshine. Who would have thought that Xie and was a domineering CEO? Alas, with the onset of the apocalypse, all of this had turned to dust. Noticing Lin Wan's gaze filled with pity, Xian feigned a despondent demeanor and fell silent. Lin Wan had always had a penchant for protecting others. He needed to appear somewhat vulnerable. Seeing Xian so downcast, Lin Wan realized she had misspoken and hurriedly changed the subject. Xian, how long until Lushi recovers? They had been out for several days, and the residents of Xinhai Sunshine, already restless about the flooding of their high-rise homes, might take matters into their own hands if they delayed further. 100 days for a sprain or fracture, Xian replied. 100 days. By then, their home might be occupied by others. Before Lin Wan could respond, Lushi exclaimed, Sister Wan, I'm feeling much better. Let's head back now. No, Lin Wan shook her head in refusal. Lushi had just undergone surgery, and despite her urgency, returning was not an option. Lushi, anxious, attempted to rise to prove she could walk. She did not wish to impede Sister Wan and Dr. Xia from returning to Xinhai Sunshine. Observing Lin Wan's troubled expression, Xian interjected, as long as she avoids water and doesn't strain her bones, she should be fine. Dr. Xia, can Lushi sit in a wheelchair? Sheng Yun asked. Xian nodded, and soon after, Jiang Qi rushed in with a wheelchair. I found it on the 16th floor and thought it might be useful, Jiang Qi chuckled. But I only have a kayak. Sitting in a wheelchair is too risky. Lin Wan lamented, feeling fatigued. Why hadn't she secured transportation beforehand, leaving them stranded now? Sister Wan, why don't you and Dr. Xia go back to Xinhai Sunshine first? I'll find a way to return once I'm healed. Lushi grasped Lin Wan's hand from her bed. No. Lin Wan immediately dismissed the idea. They could not linger in this building. They needed to leave swiftly, as that group might return. They were likely part of a gang or a base. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many armed individuals to scavenge for supplies. With 2 of them gone, it was probable they would return seeking retribution. Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with gloom. Where are you 2 planning to go? Lin Wan inquired. Looking at them, Jiang Qi, downcast, replied, I don't know. Both of us are orphans sponsored by kind-hearted individuals to study at Yun City University. After the typhoon flooded the school, we fled here and found food and drink, so we've stayed. Lin Wan understood their plight. She empathized with the pain of feeling isolated and helpless. With that in mind, Lin Wan contemplated, then let us all return to Xinhai Sunshine together. As a gesture of gratitude for your assistance in rescuing Lushi. This time, Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun rendered substantial assistance without demanding any resources. However, she failed to eliminate that group entirely, leaving a lingering threat that rendered this place uninhabitable. Regardless, she bore significant responsibility. After all, there were plenty of vacant houses in Xinhai Yangguang. She could choose any one of them when the time came, as it was merely a matter of convenience. Good evening. Sister Wan, you are my goddess, Jiang Qi exclaimed, nearly kneeling in his excitement. He stepped forward to embrace Lin Wan, only to be blocked by Xian. With a dark expression, Xian insisted on maintaining decorum in their conversation. Sheng Yun intervened, pulling Jiang Qi back and casting a disapproving glance at him. Realizing his indiscretion, Jiang Qi quickly recovered, saying, Sister Wan, I am studying architectural design, and Xiao Yun is in mechanical engineering. Should there be any way we can assist you, do not hesitate to command us. Lin Wan nodded, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected stroke of fortune. She was precisely in need of architectural plans and someone capable of crafting mechanisms. Now, it seemed fortune smiled upon her without any effort on her part. Everyone, how shall we return? Lushi asked anxiously, her words falling like a bucket of cold water upon the group. Fear not, I shall devise a solution, Lin Wan reassured. Approaching Lushi, there will surely be a way forward. Her words calmed the others, while Xian lazily leaned against the wall, eventually stating, I will go fetch Dunzi. Lin Wan was astonished to learn that he had brought Dunzi along. Speaking of which, it seemed she had overlooked something. Ayo! Spicy Stick. The little creature barked, leaping from the bed into her arms. Recently, the cascade of troublesome matters had made her forget about Spicy Stick. Stop scolding. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Lin Wan comforted, stroking the little fellow's head. Jiang Qi approached Lin Wan, bending down in wonder at the sight of Spicy Stick in her arms. Sister Wan, I was just about to ask, why does this dog have horns? Ayo! Spicy Stick yelped excitedly, lunging at Jiang Qi in an attempt to bite him. You're the dog. Your whole family is dogs. Jiang Qi stumbled back a step. Patting his chest, Xiao Yun, you agree, right? Turning around, Jiang Qi noticed that Sheng Yun had already retreated to the corner of the room, his face pale. Hands clenched into fists, fingertips turning white, shoulders trembling slightly. Jiang Qi smacked his forehead. I forgot you're afraid of dogs. Sister Wan, Xiao Yun and I will step outside for a moment. You and Lushi can catch up. Jiang Qi wrapped an arm around Sheng Yun's shoulders and led him out, kindly closing the door behind them. As the two lively characters departed, the room fell silent. Sister Wan, I am so sorry. It's all my fault for dragging you down, Lushi said, biting her lip, her face filled with self-reproach. Lin Wan shook her head. Lushi, your willingness to leave Bali to seek me out proves you truly regard me as a sister. After all this time, do you not know me well? Lushi's lips quivered, on the verge of tears, but the swelling on her face caused her to inhale sharply. If I keep this up, I'll ruin my looks, Lin Wan remarked unexpectedly. Concerned about her appearance, Lushi quickly composed herself, placing her hands obediently by her sides. By the way, Lushi, could you recount the circumstances of your capture? Chapter 38. Temperature-regulating fabric. Lushi detailed to Lin Wan the events surrounding her abduction, emphasizing how Spicy Stick had aided her in vanquishing Long Air. Lin Wan sat on the sofa, her heart racing with disbelief at the ferocity of the spicy strips. Are you suggesting that the spicy strips have grown fangs and undergone skeletal changes? She lifted the spicy strips into the air, examining them from various angles, and noticed that they appeared to have grown significantly since she first encountered them. Once only the size of a kitten, they now seemed to be half the size of a sturdy dog. Sister Wan, you should have seen it. The spicy strips were terrifying, almost like a vampire. It even devoured the flesh from Long Air's neck with such relish. Although the spicy strips acted to protect her, the memory of its fearsome appearance made her tongue click in awe. Eating human flesh? Lin Wan's voice rose in pitch as she gazed incredulously at the spicy strips. Lushi nodded, still shaken. Yes, that burly man met a gruesome end, but I must thank the spicy strips. If it weren't for them, I would have perished long ago. Well done, spicy strips. The spicy strips, fearing a reprimand from its owner, burrowed insistently against Lin Wan's elbow, emitting soft whines. Lin Wan grasped the nape of its neck, pulling it from her embrace and gently patting its rear. There's nothing to fear. I won't scold you. From now on, if you encounter any evildoers intent on harming you, just charge at them without hesitation. With such formidable combat prowess, she felt a sense of reassurance. The world was perilous, and even the slightest morsel of flesh could fall prey to survivors. Many resorted to cannibalism, so what chance did animals have? Previously, she had worried that the spicy strip's overly gentle nature might lead to it being bullied in her absence, but now that concern seemed unfounded. Oddly enough, this little creature had been particularly affectionate towards Xie and since their first meeting, leading her to misjudge its character. At the top floor of a department store, Xie stood by the door, issuing instructions into a satellite phone, while the sturdy dog sat beside him. After concluding the call, he descended the stairs and spotted Lin Wan darting around various rooms like a little hamster, collecting supplies and stowing them away. It seemed she truly relished this activity, and he resolved to provide her with even more in the future. Lin Wan felt an intense gaze upon her, and upon turning, she found Xie leaning against the wall, watching her with a look of endearment. The sturdy dog, panting with excitement, wagged its tail vigorously, then, with a glance at Xie for approval, dashed towards Lin Wan. Woof woof. The dog eagerly approached Lin Wan, pleading for affection, and she crouched down to pat its head. It had been a while since she last saw the sturdy dog, and she noticed it had lost some weight. She retrieved a bone from her space to feed it. Since Xie was already aware of her secret, she felt no need to hide it any longer. Having saved him once, she felt she had repaid her debt, should he attempt to use her space as leverage against her. She would not hesitate to strike him down without a second thought. The 18th floor housed a tech company, the 20th floor was a jewelry store, and the 25th floor had previously hosted auctions. Xian's deep voice resonated as he spoke, almost as if he were revealing all his secrets. Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, her eyes widening in astonishment. An auction? Does that mean there are treasures of immeasurable value? Xia, the esteemed gentleman, is indeed both handsome and affluent, possessing remarkable medical skills and an amiable disposition. Lin Wan racked her brain for compliments, ultimately opting to clasp her hands in gratitude towards Xian, exclaiming, "A great kindness is best expressed in silence. Darling ones, your sister has arrived." As Xian observed Lin Wan, who was joyfully bounding up the stairs, he retrieved his phone and made a call. On the 18th floor, Lin Wan found herself immersed in a sea of material goods. Trembling with excitement, she carefully extracted garments from the display case, tenderly caressing them against her face. The cool, silky texture nearly propelled her into a joyful leap. This was the legendary temperature-regulating attire that purportedly maintains body temperature at a constant 28 degrees. It was said that even before its official release, the wealthy of Yin City had reserved it at prices that could make one gasp in disbelief. Previously, she had heard from her comrades that a single, delicate piece could cost at least 20 million. She had jested that only a fool would purchase such garments, and yet here she was, the very fool she had mocked. Initially, she had intended to seek out this treasure before the scorching heat set in, but fortune smiled upon her unexpectedly. This clothing was akin to a miraculous elixir in the sweltering heat. Even the high-ranking officials at the military base would vie for this fabric. Any researcher capable of developing such material was treated with the utmost care and luxury. If she were to present these wares at the base, surely she would earn herself a position of some significance. However, she had no desire for a bureaucratic role. The allure of freedom and a carefree life was far more appealing than the burdens of power. Those high-ranking officials would stop at nothing for their own gain, and it would take more than 10 lives to satisfy their greed. Spicy strips, my dear, I shall make you a tailored outfit upon my return, Lin Wan thought joyfully, affectionately patting the head of her dog, Spicy Strips. After wandering through the technology company, she located a warehouse. Upon forcibly opening the door, she discovered an entire room meticulously stocked with temperature-regulating fabric. Lin Wan's smile was nearly frozen in place. She had struck gold. With a grand gesture, she gathered every last piece of this fabric into her possession and skipped joyfully upstairs to continue her collection. After ravaging the jewelry company and auction house, she surveyed her space, now brimming with gold, jewels, and antique artworks, nodding in satisfaction. With 1/3 of the storage area still available, she mused that once filled, the duration of her space would surely be upgraded. Upon reaching the grassy expanse of her storage area, she noticed the entire welfare institution was enveloped by a transparent barrier. Curious, she poked at the soft barrier and attempted to enter, only to find herself unable to pass through. She circled the institution, pondering its nature without arriving at any conclusions. After a moment of contemplation, she pressed her hand against the barrier and murmured, "Collect." Upon uttering these words, the barrier vanished without a trace. Lin Wan's pupils constricted in surprise. If this barrier were released, would it not mean that no one could enter except for her? What a perfectly secure haven. Regrettably, the floods had not yet receded, making it impossible to find a suitable location for the welfare institution. Otherwise, she would have long since departed for a sunlit paradise. With a deep sigh, Lin Wan exited her storage area, only to find that it was already midnight. The entire building was shrouded in darkness, and she flicked on her flashlight as she wandered the 4th floor, searching for a bed to rest for the night. "Sister Wan," Jiang Qi called out, peeking from Luxi's room and waving at Lin Wan. Upon opening the door, Lin Wan was greeted by the sight of a large table, surrounded by several individuals. Scattered upon its surface were the supplies she had previously provided to Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun. Sister Wan chuckled at the scene. Jiang Qi flashed a broad smile, enthusiastically urging, "Come, eat. Do not hold back." Lin Wan's lips twitched slightly as she stepped out of the room, only to return shortly thereafter, carrying 2 hefty bags. Inside were instant hot pot, potato chips, dried tofu, instant noodles, canned luncheon meat, beer, beverages, 8 treasure porridge, chocolate, spicy strips, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and beef jerky. With each item Lin Wan unveiled, Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, their stomachs rumbling audibly. "Sister Wan, how do you live like this?" Jiang Qi exclaimed, swallowing hard, his voice trembling with excitement. Chapter 39. Waste is shameful. Lin Wan shrugged and set a small pot on the portable stove. Having recently scavenged a plethora of supplies from the 15th floor, she declared, "You all have worked hard these past few days. Let's enjoy a hearty meal." "Sister Wan, you are too kind." Jiang Qi nearly wept with gratitude. Xian stood protectively in front of Lin Wan, eyeing Jiang Qi warily, while Sheng Yun pressed Jiang Qi back into his seat and quickly expressed his thanks to Lin Wan. Nodding silently, Lin Wan proceeded to distribute disposable bowls and chopsticks. Ever since that group had arrived, Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun had scarcely known a day of satisfaction in their meals. Now, with Lin Wan willing to share such an abundance of food, they felt profoundly moved. In the pre-apocalyptic world, these items were easily accessible, yet in the current reality, they were more precious than gold. The aroma of the noodles wafted from the pot, causing both Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun to salivate, though neither dared to reach for the food, quietly sipping water and nibbling on bread. Merely having water and bread was already a source of immense contentment for them. Do not hesitate. Wasting food is shameful, Lin Wan declared as she retrieved a slice of luncheon meat to feed the spicy strips. At her words, the two finally picked up their chopsticks, cautiously transferring some noodles into their bowls. Each strand counted meticulously, fearful that if they ate too quickly, it would all vanish. With an exasperated shake of her head, Lin Wan added 4 or 5 more packets of noodles into the pot, ensuring an ample supply. Only then did they begin to devour their meal ravenously, the room resonating with the slurping sounds of noodle consumption. A rustle emerged from the corner of the room. Lu Shi sheepishly stuck out her tongue, the enticing aroma of the noodles irresistibly drawing her in. Lin Wan helped Lu Shi sit up against the headboard and placed the 8 treasure porridge in her hands, advising her to avoid spicy foods after her recent surgery and to start with this instead. Lu Shi's gaze remained fixated on the delectable noodles on the table as she slowly ate the porridge, convincing herself that as long as she looked at the noodles, she was consuming them too. Amused by her antics, Lin Wan shook her head and settled back into her chair. Xian held a generously filled bowl of noodles, eating delicately without touching any of the other offerings. Lin Wan mused, the domineering CEO actually enjoys instant noodles? Dr. Xie, do not only eat noodles, Jiang Qi implored, holding his bowl with a concerned expression. You need not save anything for us. We have enough. Xian remained silent, wholly absorbed in savoring the noodles Lin Wan had prepared, not even casting a glance in Jiang Qi's direction. He simply wished to relish every bite of the meal she had lovingly cooked. Seeing that Xian was ignoring him, Jiang Qi shrank his neck and swiftly changed the subject. Hey, Sister Wan, when are we setting off? This remark caused Lin Wan to pause her drinking. This lad truly had a knack for stirring the pot. In truth, she had yet to devise a suitable plan. Lu Shi was bearing too many injuries, and navigating by kayak was undoubtedly impractical. Let me think, Lin Wan mused, her fingers lightly tapping the table, lost in contemplation but yielding no fruitful ideas. Suddenly, Sheng Yun interjected, if we had some tools and parts, I could fashion a coffin-like box from a door panel and use ropes to tow it behind the inflatable boat. We could then install a propeller on the boat to propel it forward. By lining the inside of the box with several layers of thick blankets and drilling dozens of small air holes in the high sides, Lu Shi could lie inside, reducing resistance and preventing her wounds from getting wet. The buoyancy in the water would keep it afloat, as the density of the door panel is less than that of water, so we need not worry about it sinking. If the tools are accessible, I could complete this in an afternoon. Listening to Sheng Yun's calm and methodical proposal, Jiang Qi's eyes sparkled with admiration as he clapped Sheng Yun on the shoulder. You're impressive, Xiaoyun. Truly deserving of being a top student in mechanical engineering. Sheng Yun winced at the sudden contact and shifted away slightly. Jiang Qi, undeterred, squeezed closer to him, having grown up in the same orphanage as Xiaoyun, who had always maintained a natural aloofness towards others. Despite knowing each other for over 20 years, Xiaoyun remained cool and distant. Lin Wan regarded Sheng Yun with newfound admiration. Who would have thought this usually reticent individual was a brilliant mind? The technology company she had just raided was replete with various parts and tools. There were plenty of door panels to dismantle. Let us proceed with this plan. I'll find the parts and tools, and tomorrow, I'll rely on you to make the modifications. If all goes well, we could return to Haiyang by the day after tomorrow. Lin Wan placed a few slices of luncheon meat into Sheng Yun's bowl. Sheng Yun stared at the luncheon meat in his bowl, hesitating for a moment before finally picking up a piece and bringing it to his lips. Jiang Qi, with an air of familiarity, snatched the bowl from Sheng Yun's hands and leaned in closer, promptly devouring the piece of luncheon meat he had just picked up, blowing on it to cool it down. Thank you, Sister Wan. Lin Wan shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Qi, retrieving a new set of chopsticks to offer Sheng Yun again. There was plenty of meat to go around. Why snatch Sheng Yun's? He was her sole hope of returning home, and she could not allow him to go hungry. Jiang Qi chuckled awkwardly, nudging Sheng Yun with his shoulder, wearing a smug expression as if to say, what do you think? Aren't I a good friend? Gratefully accepting the bowl and chopsticks, Sheng Yun cast a complex glance at Jiang Qi but chose to remain silent, bowing his head to eat quietly. Observing their interaction, Lin Wan's brows arched slightly, her gaze filled with intrigue. Just as she was engrossed in their banter, a bowl brimming with instant noodles was thrust before her. Noticing Lin Wan's unwavering attention on Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun, Xian's calm demeanor began to reveal a hint of annoyance, a flicker of jealousy igniting within him. Why hadn't she served him any meat? Lin Wan frowned. Xian wore a stern expression, his lips tightly pressed together in silence. As he subtly nudged the bowl closer to Lin Wan, Jiang Qi, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly picked up a slice of luncheon meat, intending to place it in Xian's bowl. However, Xian deftly evaded the gesture, causing the meat to fall with a thud onto the table. Xian. Lin Wan gritted her teeth. Wasting food is disgraceful, do you understand? Xian remained silent, stubbornly raising his hand, his gaze fixed on Lin Wan, the sourness emanating from him detectable even from a distance. She had initially been entertained by their interaction, but her attention was drawn to the fallen meat, tightening her heart as she took a frustrated sip of treasure porridge. Even showing affection shouldn't lead to food waste. It would be so much better for me to eat it. Boo-hoo. The two remained locked in their standoff for several minutes until Lin Wan finally conceded, placing a few slices of luncheon meat into Xian's bowl, at which point he silently began to eat. Jiang Qi seized the opportunity to lighten the mood, exclaiming, Sister Wan, I'll eat it. I promise not to waste it. Wah, Dr. Xia is so fierce, he thought, resolving never to provoke Xian again. After a hearty meal, they each retreated to their rooms for rest. Lin Wan, exhausted from the past few days, curled up on the European-style sofa, dozing off with a bag of spicy strips in her arms. The following morning, Lin Wan awoke refreshed and ready to wash up, donning a black tracksuit to call for Sheng Yun, only to discover Xie lying on the floor beside the bed. Is the CEO accustomed to sleeping on the floor? She mused. Hey. Lin Wan bent down to shake him. It's time to get up, the sun is shining. Receiving no response, she turned him over and was taken aback to find Xie drenched in sweat, his face flushed abnormally. Touching his forehead, she realized he was burning with fever. Chapter 40. Silence is golden. Xie had a fever. Realizing this, Lin Wan hurriedly lifted him into bed and pulled up his shirt to inspect the wound. Discovering that the stitches on his back had become infected and inflamed, likely due to the rain he had been caught in while she had rescued him the previous day. With a sigh, she reflected that while the space stream was indeed useful, it could not withstand his reckless behavior. Xian? She called gently several more times, but he remained unresponsive. Realizing she had no choice, she steeled herself to treat him. Delaying would complicate their return journey. Finding a medical book, she followed the procedure to care for the wound on his back. As she prepared to use a scalpel to clean the necrotic tissue, she was suddenly interrupted by several shouts. Stop! Put down your weapon. Young master, what do you intend to do to our young master? Xia, young master. A dozen tall and burly men rushed toward her, shouting. Dodging to the side, she swiftly struck, slicing the hand of the man trying to seize her. Ah! A man named Xiang Dong screamed, clutching his injured hand. Get her! Lin Wan's expression hardened as she grasped Xiang Dong's elbow and twisted outward. With a sharp crack, his right hand broke cleanly. Seeing this, the others surged forward, intent on attacking her. Who else wishes to meet their demise? I would be more than happy to facilitate. Lin Wan said dismissively, drawing a gun and aiming it at Xiang Dong's head. She had no intention of actually firing the gun. It was merely a means to instill fear. Although this group bore a resemblance to gangsters, they were evidently not affiliated with the previous individuals. From their earlier remarks, it was clear they were associated with Xian He. As Dong observed the glint of panic in Lin Wan's eyes as she held the gun, he felt a surge of alarm. Miss Lin, please show mercy. Qin Shi rushed forward, bowing respectfully. Miss Lin, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. My brothers were merely concerned for President Xia's safety and acted out of haste. Lin Wan leisurely regarded the man in the suit who was bowing before her, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Did he recognize her? Qin Shi. Dong, infuriated, exclaimed, This woman intends to kill the young master, and yet you grovel before her. I never imagined you to be so debased. Qin Shi shot him a disdainful glance, adjusting his glasses. Fool. Miss Lin is here to tend to President Xia's injuries. Then why is she brandishing a knife aimed at him? Dong shouted, clutching his arm. Qin Shi, uninterested in his outburst, forced a smile. I deeply apologize, Miss Lin. My inability to manage the situation has caused this offense. He signaled to one of his subordinates, who hurriedly brought forth a leather case. Please, Miss Lin, spare this fool's life. This is a token of respect for our first meeting. If you say I can go, then I shall, Lin Wan said, her tone shifting as Qin Shi opened the case to reveal neatly arranged gold bars. Then I shall let you be, she declared, swiftly holstering her weapon. Secretary Qin, You truly exemplify the caliber of President Xia's secretary. Qin Che felt a wave of relief. He had wisely anticipated that President Xia's intention to present gold to Miss Lin would require him to bring some along. To his astonishment, it had indeed proven useful. Dong, helped to his feet by his subordinates, regarded Lin Wan with disdain, muttering, greedy and shameless, all for the sake of gold. Lin Wan paid no heed, preoccupied with caressing the treasure before her. Hearing Dong's words, Qin Che, now irritated, kicked him over, admonishing, "If you wish to live, keep your mouth shut. Miss Lin is of utmost importance to President Xia. Do you want to get yourself killed?" Is Miss Lin satisfied? Very satisfied. Noticing Lin Wan's lack of anger, Qin Che wiped his brow, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Phew, I've managed to save my life for today. Oh, by the way, Lin Wan said, her smile fading as she closed the case. Qin Che instantly tensed. President Xia has fainted due to a high fever, likely caused by his back injury, and he needs immediate treatment. You do have some medical knowledge, don't you? It was reasonable to expect that a doctor's secretary would possess some skills in healing. Qin Che nodded vigorously. Miss Lin need not worry. I will attend to President Xia's injuries at once. Lin Wan merely nodded in acknowledgement, trusting that he would not harm Xian, given his affiliation. With the case in hand, she gracefully returned to her room, leaving Dong and the others exchanging bewildered glances. Old Qin, who is she? Do you really think it necessary to defend her by attacking me? Dong clambered to his feet and staggered over to Qin Che. Qin Che, lowering his voice, responded, "How dare you ask? If I do not intervene, everyone will accompany you to your doom. Miss Lin is the object of Mr. Xia's affection for over a decade." Upon hearing this, Xiang Dong's eyes widened in shock as he turned to glance at the unconscious Xiaoan, delivering a self-inflicted slap to his face. This is disastrous. How did I manage to provoke the president's wife? If the president awakens, he might very well obliterate me. Is it too late to kneel before Miss Lin in apology? Observing Xiang Dong's despondent demeanor, Qin Che mocked. Oh, weren't you quite bold just moments ago? Xiang Dong felt like he was in a predicament, having mistakenly believed that Lin Wan intended to harm Mr. Xia when she brandished a knife. Old Qin, please save me, he implored, his hand hanging limply at his side, eyes pleadingly fixed on Qin Che. Qin Che turned away dismissively, coldly stating, "Fend for yourself." With his spirits low, Xiang Dong was assisted by his subordinates to tend to his injury, while Qin Che retrieved medical supplies to treat Xia's wounds and set up and for drip. Ever since the old master took Mr. Xia under his wing, he had never been so ill, always mindful of his health. Yet, 2 months prior, after purchasing a residence at Xinhai Sunshine, Mr. Xia had been perpetually injured, and it appeared these injuries were linked to Miss Lin. Sigh, why does the president abandon his prestigious role to become a military doctor merely to be closer to Miss Lin, who is already in a relationship? Such silent devotion while forsaking a grand villa for a modest apartment at Xinhai Sunshine. Truly, our president is a romantic at heart. Qin Che shook his head gently by the bedside, uncertain when Mr. Xia would return to Lijing Bay, as the old master continued to exert pressure, leaving him exhausted. Lin Wan returned to her room to stow away the gold before summoning Sheng Yun and Jiang Qi to the 18th floor. Sheng Yun diligently searched for parts in the tech company to focus on crafting a propeller thruster. Jiang Qi dashed up and down several floors, dismantling 6 door panels to present them to Sheng Yun. Lin Wan, unable to assist, settled into a nearby chair to oversee the proceedings. Occasionally, when Sheng Yun required a tool, she would feign searching in her room, retrieving it from her space. Sister Wan is amazing, Jiang Qi exclaimed, astonished, as he watched Lin Wan emerge from the room, effortlessly carrying a chainsaw, giving her a thumbs up. With such strength, she could easily win a weightlifting championship. Sheng Yun paused in his screwing, glancing toward the room, yet remained silent, returning to his task. He had just visited that room and knew there was no chainsaw inside. Chapter 41. Testing the water. Sister Wan exuded an enigmatic aura, akin to a blue cat's treasure bag, capable of producing anything one might desire. Yet he had no intention of unveiling her secrets. Everyone harbors mysteries, especially since Sister Wan has shown them immense kindness, both sentimentally and logically. It would be unwise to meddle. Lin Wan, of course, noticed Sheng Yun's reaction. She was intentionally testing them, having promised to take them back to Xinhai Sunshine. She resolved that before their return, a trial was essential. Should the two harbor ulterior motives, she would deal with them promptly to avert future complications. After all, They had witnessed her wielding a Gatling gun with deadly intent. Jiang Qi may not possess the intellect of Sheng Yun, but he is by no means a fool. As for Sheng Yun, while he may struggle with words, his thoughts are intricate. It is inconceivable that they did not perceive something amiss. Yet, one chose to divert the conversation, while the other opted for willful ignorance. "You've worked hard. Let us have some water first," Lin Wan said with a slight smile as she handed them 2 bottles of mineral water. Both men paused their actions and stood up. Sheng Yun approached Lin Wan and candidly stated, "Sister Wan, we will forever remember your kindness and will never betray you. From this moment on, we shall be your most loyal subordinates." Jiang Qi's gaze was resolute, his tone unwavering. "Even if you were to kill us now, we would not utter a word of dissent." Lin Wan, with a playful spirit, revved the chainsaw and swung it towards the two. Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun stood frozen in place, eyes tightly shut, utterly still. The roar of the chainsaw grew increasingly deafening. Jiang Qi gripped Sheng Yun's wrist tightly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Little Yun must be terrified. As an older brother, he had to protect him. Sheng Yun's throat bobbed momentarily as he grasped Jiang Qi's hand in return, sweat soaking his back. He could not discern whether Sister One was merely testing them or genuinely intended to harm them. Moments later, the sound of the chainsaw ceased. The two opened their eyes to find Lin Wan seated comfortably in a chair, legs crossed, leisurely sipping water while observing them with keen interest. Under the weight of Lin Wan's penetrating gaze, Sheng Yun hastily released Jiang Qi's hand, wiped his palm, and exclaimed in disgust, "How filthy." At this, Lin Wan could not suppress the smile tugging at her lips. "Sister Wan, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you truly intended to kill me," Jiang Qi lamented. Believing Sheng Yun's disgust was aimed at him, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground, his face a portrait of grievance. Who was it that said there would be no dissent? Lin Wan leaned back against the chair, urging, "All right, hurry up and get to work. Do you not wish to bask in the sunlight of the sea?" Jiang Qi scrambled to his feet, obediently picking up the chainsaw to cut through the door panel. Sheng Yun crouched down, diligently resuming work on the propeller. 6 hours later, Sheng Yun presented the propeller to Lin Wan, explaining its functionality. This propeller is designed for high-speed and reverse-flow navigation, requiring full immersion in water at least 40 centimeters deep, thereby minimizing cavitation and enhancing performance. Given the challenging waterways, a long shaft design was employed, with the blade tips distanced from the tail frame and large-diameter, low-speed blades installed to achieve a balance between propulsion efficiency and structural strength. "Speak plainly," Lin Wan remarked, her head swirling with confusion. "The propeller is complete," Sheng Yun summarized after a moment's thought. Lin Wan pursed her lips, momentarily at a loss for words. What was it about Sheng Yun's mind that made such a simple concept sound so convoluted? With a hint of sympathy, she patted his shoulder and offered, "It's all right. Just make sure to converse more with others in the future." Sheng Yun, looking bewildered, took a seat with his bottle of mineral water and obediently began to drink. After a brief respite, Sheng Yun affixed the propeller to the stern of the rubber boat. The coffin at Jiang Qi's location was also completed. He secured the rope to the iron hook of the boat, and thus, the essential tools for their return were ready. "Sister Wan, how shall we transport it down?" Jiang Qi inquired. "You and Sheng Yun lift the rubber boat, while I carry this box," Lin Wan replied, effortlessly hoisting the enormous wooden coffin onto her shoulder. She glanced at the two men who stood dumbfounded. "What are you waiting for? Let's go?" Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun blinked in surprise, lifting the rubber boat to clear the way for Lin Wan. 10 minutes later, the trio returned to the 4th floor of the commercial building. Xiang Dong's arm had been bandaged and was now secured against his chest. Hearing movement in the stairwell, he led his subordinates to investigate. They saw Lin Wan nonchalantly emerging with the massive wooden box on her shoulder and a lollipop in her mouth. Xiang Dong was initially taken aback, marveling at Lin Wan's strength. The box appeared to be several times her size, yet she showed no signs of exertion. However, a realization struck him. The box resembled a coffin. Could it be intended for him? Recognizing this, Xiang Dong's expression shifted dramatically. He slid to his knees in front of Lin Wan, exclaiming, "Miss Lin, I am truly sorry for my insolence. I am willing to serve you in any capacity. Please spare my life." His distress was palpable. Their leader had just awakened to the news, and his wrath was formidable. Only through Old Qin's intercession was he spared. Yet, their leader had decreed that Lin Wan must personally forgive him to grant him clemency. Now, with her carrying a coffin, it seemed she harbored no intentions of forgiveness. What was he to do? The sight of this grown man, weeping inconsolably, was quite the spectacle. Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, bemused. Do I appear to you as a remorseless killer? Xiang Dong instinctively nodded, then quickly shook his head in realization of his folly. Lin Wan rolled her eyes in exasperation and attempted to walk away, but Xiang Dong, in a fit of desperation, clung to her leg, tears streaming down his face. Please, Miss Lin, forgive me. I truly understand my mistakes. I implore you, do not take my life. Who is threatening your life? Lin Wan pushed him away. This is for my friend. Your friend has passed away? Xiang Dong was taken aback. You are the one who has passed away, Lin Wan retorted, striding into the spacious hall and with a thud, setting the box down. Goodness, this box must weigh several hundred pounds. It was evident Lin Wan had shown remarkable restraint. Otherwise, their captain would surely be injured. Xiang Dong's face darkened at the mention of a fracture. Wasn't that a serious matter? Miss Lin, this is for Qin Che, he said, eyeing the box hesitantly. Miss Lin mentioned it was for her friend. Xiang Dong's face reflected profound regret. Qin Che understood and exchanged knowing glances with his subordinates, who promptly bowed in unison. Madam, please accept our condolences. Their words echoed throughout the hall. As Jiang Qi wheeled Lu Shi out, he was met with this grand spectacle. What an impressive display. The late friend of Lu Shi tugged at the hem of one of the bowing subordinates' garments and inquired, Pray tell, who is your young mistress? Who has passed away? The subordinate pointed toward Lin Wan and replied, The young mistress is Miss Lin. It is her friend who has departed. Chapter 42. The madwoman returns. Lu Shi nodded in understanding, only to quickly realize something was amiss. She adjusted the wheel to bring Lin Wan closer. Sister Wan, when did you marry? Lin Wan responded with a perplexed expression. Who died? You. Lin Wan raised her chin slightly. Lu Shi was taken aback, and the two exchanged bewildered glances. Xiang Dong, noticing their confusion, hurried forward to clarify. Oh dear, Miss Lin's friend is very much alive. It was a misunderstanding. Qin Che hastily gestured for the bowing subordinate to rise, feeling the acute embarrassment of the moment. It's all old Xiang's fault for spreading nonsense that led to this misunderstanding. Lin Wan inquired about the coffin she was crafting, prompted by her own curiosity. We are to return home via water, but my friend has recently undergone surgery and cannot be exposed to water or turbulence, hence this arrangement. Ah, I see. Qin Che responded, both enlightened and puzzled. Didn't Mr. Xie inform you that there was a helicopter? He specifically instructed me to fly here to fetch you. At that moment, a deep voice emerged from behind. Belonging to Xie, and Qin Che felt a chill run down his spine. He had spoken too freely. Without daring to utter a word, Qin Che retreated behind Xie, and ignoring the astonished expressions of the crowd, Xie approached Lin Wan, offering an explanation. They took it upon themselves to fly here, and I apologize for any alarm caused. Qin Che and Xiang Dong interjected. Didn't you command us to come immediately? We haven't even eaten before flying here. Lin Wan, feeling exasperated, remarked, In the future, do not let your subordinates refer to me as young mistress. The vessel is too cramped anyway. You should return with your men. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Xian's face. Miss Lin, why not accompany us and your friend? We can travel faster, with more space, and without turbulence or water exposure. Very well, Lin Wan replied, eagerly awaiting this offer. After all, why would she be foolish enough to endure discomfort on a water route when a helicopter was available? Xian's tense expression softened slightly. Time was not on their side, and with the heavy rain outside, flying would be perilous. We shall depart together in the morning. Once their conversation concluded, Xiang Dong rushed forward, attempting to placate the situation, but was met with a warning glance from Xie, and that sent him retreating. A sleepless night passed, and as dawn broke, Lin Wan, sporting dark circles under her eyes, rose from the sofa. Despite her contemplation throughout the night, she remained puzzled about the origins of Xie's feelings for her. As she entered the hall, she found 20 men clad in black standing in a neat line, with Xie addressing them. Qin Che noticed Lin Wan clear her throat, and suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted. Good morning, young mistress. Startled, Lin Wan shivered and replied, I am not your young mistress. Cease this folly. Yes, young mistress. The crowd responded solemnly. Xian, Lin Wan exclaimed, do rein in your subordinates. Feigning ignorance. Xian smirked slightly, appearing in good spirits as he instructed Qin Che, when you return, ensure the brothers are well fed. Qin Che nodded respectfully, tentatively inquiring about the month's rations deducted from Xiang Dong. In the corner, Xiang Dong silently wept, clutching the hem of his clothing. Lin Wan, indifferent to the situation, thought it inconsequential. After all, it would not deprive her of a morsel. She roused Li Shi, Sheng Yun, and Jiang Qi, and the group swiftly organized their belongings before ascending to the rooftop. On the rooftop, 10 helicopters stood parked, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Such extravagance was beyond measure. "Miss Lin, please," Qin Che said with utmost reverence. As the group boarded the aircraft, Lu Shi felt a twinge of anxiety due to Lin Wan's previous helicopter mishap. Lin Wan gently patted her back, offering reassurance. Lu Shi nodded, leaning against Lin Wan's shoulder. The helicopter surged forward with remarkable speed, arriving at Xinhai Sunshine in just 1 hour. "Hey, look, there's a helicopter. Really? Could it be that supplies are being delivered by the government? It must be, otherwise. Why would there be so many?" The residents on the rooftop of Building 6 chattered excitedly, their eyes filled with anticipation, instinctively dispersing to make space. 5 helicopters first landed on the rooftop, while over 20 men in black, highly trained, began transferring supply crates to the 15th floor. "Supplies have arrived," someone shouted amidst the crowd, prompting a rush forward as people eagerly prepared to collect the provisions. To their surprise, the workers ignored them, continuing their task of unloading crates. "Hey, what do you mean by this? Haven't you seen us waiting here for so long?" A young man, with a scruffy beard and eyes red from hunger, approached and began to pry at the crates. With a loud thud, a crate fell to the ground, and his eyes brightened as he lunged for it, only to be thwarted by Xiang Dong, who kicked it aside. "Who said these are for you? Get lost." Frustrated by the deduction of his rations, Xiang Dong waved his hand dismissively. "Hey, soldiers can't just hit people," someone protested. "Exactly. Can't we just communicate civilly? This is such a disgrace to our nation." "Who said I'm a soldier?" Xiang Dong retorted, his temper flaring. "Keep moving those crates inside. Anyone who dares to snatch supplies will face my wrath." His imposing stature, coupled with a scar running across his face, made him appear quite menacing. He brandished a large machete, causing the crowd to recoil in fear. In a manner reminiscent of thuggish behavior, no one dared approach him, leaving them to watch helplessly as the supplies were transported inside. 1 minute later, the helicopter carrying Lin Wan and her companions landed on the rooftop of Building 6. "Don't be afraid of him. His hands are tied, yet he still boasts here. Let us all go at him together and see what he can do." "Exactly. If we don't eat soon, we'll starve to death. Let us seize the supplies and share them," a young man shouted, rising from the ground with fervor. Emboldened, the crowd surged towards Xiang Dong. Qin Che was the first to disembark from the helicopter. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, he drew his pistol and fired a shot into the air. The loud bang silenced the raucous crowd instantly. Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun held umbrellas over Lin Wan and Lu Shi to shield them from the rain as Lin Wan gently guided Lu Shi forward. "Ah, the crazy woman has returned." Amidst the crowd, an unknown voice erupted with a shout. The gaze of the onlookers converged upon Lin Wan and her companions. "Mind your words. Who dares to call someone a madwoman?" Qin Che, perplexed, raised his gun towards the throng. The crowd instinctively recoiled a few steps as more individuals squeezed through the entrance of the rooftop. Lin Wan. Upon hearing her name, Lin Wan instinctively turned to look, her pupils constricting abruptly, her expression darkening instantaneously. It was Fu Weiwei. Pushing through the crowd, Fu Weiwei rushed towards Lin Wan, her face twisted in disdain. "You shameless wretch. How dare you come looking for my brother?" Having heard the commotion, she arrived at the rooftop only to find Lin Wan standing at the center of the crowd. Initially questioning her own eyes, upon confirming it was indeed the despicable Lin Wan, her anger surged. Noticing that Fu Weiwei was clad in a patient gown from Yuncheng Psychiatric Hospital, Qin Che instinctively frowned and positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Wan. "Miss, kindly refrain from spewing such vile words and keep your distance from Miss Lin. You are the one spewing filth. Have I spoken to you? You cowardly wretch, come out." Fu Weiwei retorted. "Oh, isn't this the eldest daughter of the Fu family who indulged in incest with her own brother? Why are you not residing comfortably in the psychiatric hospital? Yet here you are." Lin Wan regarded Qin Che with appreciation, advancing deliberately. The crowd's attention was ensnared by the scandalous word incest, their expressions turning curious as they scrutinized Fu Weiwei. Her face flushed crimson, and she pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Che, gritting her teeth. "Lin Wan, you seek out wild men, yet you dare to speak of me?" Qin Che, standing beside the sullen president, vigorously shook his head, pleading innocence. I've only recently met Miss Lin. What nonsense are you spouting, Fu Weiwei? Engaging in an affair with your own brother while maligning Sister Wan? How utterly revolting. Lu Shi could no longer contain her indignation. The crowd began to scrutinize Fu Weiwei closely, and soon someone recognized her. Ah, I thought she looked familiar. She is indeed Fu Weiwei, the eldest daughter of the Fu family. Indeed, after the Fu family went bankrupt, she has been unseen. What brings her here? I recall the headlines about their incestuous relationship. My friends and I were engrossed in those stories for quite some time. Yes, I followed the news reports as well. In the affluent community of Haiyang Sunshine, where all residents were either rich or powerful, even the slightest stir within the elite circles spread like wildfire. Weiwei, how did you escape from the psychiatric hospital? Guijun emerged from the crowd, rushing to Fu Weiwei with a concerned expression. Are you all right? Get away. Fu Weiwei, mortified at being recognized, swatted away Guijun's unwelcome advances, standing frozen in place, uncertain of her next move. At that moment, Fu Jingchen entered through the door. President Fu. Guijun stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Guijun. However, Fu Jingchen ignored Guijun entirely and walked straight to Lin Wan, his face alight with longing. Wan, I have finally found you. Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, pondering Fu Jingchen's pretense, recalling how their relationship had already soured. Wan, who is he? Fu Jingchen inquired, casting a bewildered and wounded glance at Qin Che. Startled by the arrival of Qin Che, she retreated behind Xia and whispered, Mr. Xia, you must believe me. Miss Lin and I are innocent. Xia remained silent, quietly observing Lin Wan's reaction. He noted that she was not angry. Rather, she wore an expression of amusement, her demeanor softening slightly. Young master, all the supplies have been moved to room 1501. Xiang Dong glanced at Fu Jingchen. Do you need assistance in dealing with him? Xian replied nonchalantly, no need. He had no intention of intervening for the time being, as Wan disliked his meddling. Wan, have I failed you in some way? Why must you seek the company of other men behind my back? If there is anything you find unsatisfactory about me, please tell me. I will listen and change. I find your existence a blight upon the air. Please, just go away, Lin Wan retorted coldly, her gaze fixed disdainfully on Fu Jingchen. The latter's expression faltered as he disregarded her words, pleading, Wan, I understand your anger towards Weiwei, but you cannot resort to drugging me and framing us. If I did not love you, I would not bear the scandal of our supposed incestuous relationship without clarification. I beg you to return. I cannot live without you. His heartfelt declaration, imbued with desperation, evoked murmurs of sympathy from the crowd. Who would have thought that the so-called madwoman is actually Mr. Fu's beloved? His love is so humble that he would rather be looked down upon than harm her. Indeed, I suspected there was more to this story. How could such a dashing gentleman engage in such behavior? Truly, the heart of a woman is most cruel. Not only does she betray, but she also seeks to frame the Fu siblings. In ancient times, she would have faced dire consequences. Indeed, no wonder the blows are so harsh. Her actions warrant severe punishment. Except for Xia and Lin Wan, everyone present condemned Lin Wan mercilessly. Many approached Fu Jingchen, urging him not to grieve over someone so unworthy. No, please do not speak ill of Wan. The fault lies with me. She worked so hard to attain the rank of special forces through my connections. I should not have pressured her to retire for recovery when she was injured. It is only natural that she resents me. Wan, I do not seek your forgiveness. I only wish for your happiness. Fu Jingchen's agitation grew, culminating in him kneeling and weeping profusely. The crowd was astonished, realizing that Lin Wan was indeed a special forces soldier. No wonder her skills were so exceptional. She had a military background. What a disgrace she brings to the military. Such a person deserves to be expelled from service and imprisoned. As the crowd rallied against Lin Wan, Fu Weiwei rushed to Fu Jingchen's side, sobbing, Brother, do not cling to false hopes. She has caused your company to collapse. And I was framed into a mental institution by her. Her appearance at Xinhai Sunshine must be a ploy to seek reconciliation. Bah, Lin Wan, you wretched woman. Do not even think about it. I will never agree to your reconciliation with my brother. Fu Weiwei trembled as she appeared to approach Lin Wan, only to stumble and feign an accidental fall towards Xian. Ah, Fu Weiwei let out a delicate scream, even tugging at her garment mid-action, revealing a generous glimpse of springtime beauty as she lunged towards Xian. The moment Fu Weiwei arrived at the rooftop, her gaze was drawn to Xian. She recognized him as the esteemed grandson of the Xie family patriarch, a prominent figure in the real estate realm. The Xie family wielded considerable influence in Yun City, their presence formidable. Xian was not only handsome but also possessed remarkable medical skills, having achieved the position of military doctor at a young age. It was no wonder that every young lady in the elite social circle was captivated by him. The Fu family, too, held a respectable status among the high society. And with Fu Mingjie having fostered a friendship with the elder Xie, there were intentions to unite her with Xian, leading to an immediate engagement. Naturally, she harbored feelings for Xian, often accompanying her brother to the military base to be near him. Yet, Xian remained indifferent towards her. It was only after she revealed her identity that he was willing to converse with her further. At that time, her brother was entangled with Lin Wan, and thus their discussions revolved around Lin Wan, though she was aware that Xian brought up that wretched woman solely to establish a common ground with her. After all, her beauty attracted suitors in droves, and she held a firm confidence in herself. Moreover, if Xian was truly indifferent, why would he defy public disapproval to save Lin Wan's life? Wasn't it to win her favor? She blamed Lin Wan, that vile woman. Had it not been for Lin Wan's scheming that landed her in a mental institution, she would have been with Xian long ago. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she charged towards Xian, expecting to find a warm embrace, only to find herself tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. Upon seeing the woman approaching, Xian furrowed his brow and stepped back, taken aback by the audacity of this deranged individual attempting to touch their young master. Chapter 44. The young madam is startled. Xiang Dong delivered a swift kick to Fu Weiwei's abdomen, sending her sprawling several meters away. Weiwei. Guojun rushed to help Fu Weiwei, shouting at Xiang Dong, "Are you even a man for striking a woman?" Xiang Dong, known for his fiery temper, took offense at Guojun's provocation and retaliated with a kick to Guojun's face, sending his glasses flying. "Not only do I hit women, but I'll hit you too, so what?" Fu Weiwei crawled over to Fu Jingchen, crying out, "Brother, they are bullying me." Fu Jingchen, preoccupied with crafting a heartfelt persona, had no time for her plight. He shook off her hand and turned to Lin Wan, proclaiming, "Wan, I truly love you. Will you please believe me? As long as you are willing to return to my side, I do not care if you have others." Fu Jingchen lowered his head, a fierce glint in his eyes. His expression twisted yet tinged with a whimper. He mused, Lin Wan surely harbored secrets. Once he deceived that wretched woman back, reclaimed the arm's cash, he would force her to divulge the truth. If he played the pitiful card, Lin Wan would undoubtedly forgive him. Foolish girl. How dare she conspire against Fu Jingchen? He would make her experience a fate worse than death. With determination in his heart, Fu Jingchen was unaware that Lin Wan had already seen through his facade. TSK. Such a little brat, displaying two faces? Lin Wan was astonished. Such acting prowess surely made him deserving of the title of Best Actor. Alas, it was a pity that President Fu's appearance was rather unappealing, thus rendering him ineligible for a foray into the entertainment industry. Striking at the heart of the matter, what Fu Jingchen could least tolerate was the accusation of being unattractive. He felt a pang of indignation, his heartfelt expression almost faltering. "Sister Wan, who is he?" Jiang Qi interjected, shielding Sheng Yun's eyes. "Do not look. You might develop a sty." Lu Shi, seated in a wheelchair, nodded incessantly. "Lin Wan, do not be too overbearing." Lin Wan blinked innocently, shrugged, and candidly stated the truth. "Someone, escort these two lunatics away." Qin Shi was already repulsed, his skin crawling, waiting for Lin Wan to finish her humiliation before issuing orders. "Let me go?" Fu Weiwei shouted desperately, held firm by several burly men. "I am Brother Xie's fiancée." The utterance of the word fiancé sent the crowd into an uproar. How could the Fu family possibly ally with an obscure little clan? Obscure? Perhaps you ought to have your eyesight checked. He is none other than Xian, the sole heir of the leading real estate enterprise in Yun City. What? He is the grandson of Xie Tianqing from the Xie Group? No wonder they dispatched a helicopter to deliver supplies. However, isn't the Xie family residing in Lijing Bay? What brings them to Xinhai Sunshine? Hearing the conversation, Lin Wan couldn't help but glance towards Xian. To her surprise, his family resided in Lijing Bay, a place that could be deemed a paradise in the apocalypse. In her previous life, due to its advantageous geographical location, Lijing Bay had remained unscathed by floods. While ordinary people struggled with hunger and cold, resorting to violence and cannibalism, the affluent in Lijing Bay not only enjoyed ample meals, but also frequently hosted pool parties. Even the security guards maintained regular patrols, much like the times before the apocalypse. However, she had only survived for 3 years, and the latter part of that existence remained a mystery to her. This time, the trajectory of natural disasters had altered, leaving her uncertain as to whether Lijiang Bay would remain safe in this lifetime. She had contemplated Lijiang Bay, but wealth alone could not grant entry. It was home to powerful families with military and political backgrounds. If you have a mental illness, seek treatment. You speak of being a fiancée. Miss Lin is our young mistress. Do not shamelessly attempt to curry favor. Xiang Dong sneered at Fu Weiwei, casting a knowing glance at his subordinates. Our young mistress is startled. Over 20 subordinates approached Lin Wan, lining up to bow deeply, their voices loud enough for neighboring units to hear. Xiang Dong, witnessing the young master's appreciative gaze, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Oh yeah, a month's rations are saved. Lin Wan was engrossed in the spectacle. Unprepared for this turn of events, her smile frozen on her face. What was this? How was it related to her? How had she become the young mistress of the Xie family? The onlookers were equally dumbfounded, staring intently at Lin Wan. She wished for nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to hide in. It was utterly humiliating. Impossible. Fu Jingchen and Fu Weiwei shouted in unison. Lin Wan. Fu Jingchen, in a fit of urgency, attempted to seize Lin Wan, only to be overturned by Qin Chei's swift kick. Our young mistress is not someone you can lay a hand on. Several subordinates advanced upon Fu Jingchen, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, effectively restraining him. Brother. Fu Weiwei's pale face twisted in fear as she gritted her teeth, threatening, Xian, if grandfather discovers how you treat me, he will surely be enraged. Slap her. Xian commanded in a low voice, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Lin Wan. At Qin Chei's signal, his men released Fu Weiwei. Before she could rejoice, Qin Chei seized her collar and raised his hand, delivering a sharp slap. Blood trickled from the corner of Fu Weiwei's mouth as she lost her composure. Lin Wan, you wretched harlot. Not only have you betrayed me, but you also dare to seduce my fiancé. You are unworthy to be a soldier. Lin Wan observed the chaos with amusement, relishing the spectacle. There would be ample time to deal with this sordid pair later. For now, she would yield to Xian. Jiang Qi, Xing Yun, let's go. Lin Wan called back to her companions. Guiding Lu Shi toward the building. Wait. Lu Shi halted the wheelchair, gesturing for Lin Wan to stop. Dr. Xie, do you have a computer? Any ordinary one will suffice. Xian nodded, signaling Dong to promptly hand over a laptop. Lu Shi opened the laptop and swiftly typed a string of code into the browser, her fingers flying over the keyboard with astonishing speed, leaving onlookers in awe. Minutes later, she paused her typing. Sister Wan, could you please push me over to the Fu siblings? Curiosity piqued. Lin Wan obliged, wheeling her closer to Qin Chei, with Xian and the others trailing behind. Qin Chei ceased his slapping, clearing a path for them. The wheelchair came to a stop before the Fu siblings, whose appearances were grotesquely altered. Fu Weiwei's face swollen beyond recognition, and Fu Jingchen sporting dark circles under his eyes, his face smeared with blood from his nose. They knelt on the ground, restrained. What are you two pretending to be? It disgusts me to witness this, and I refuse to be repulsed alone. Let us all join in denouncing you, Lu Shi remarked, a slight smirk gracing her lips as she displayed the computer screen to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to share with you. An ominous premonition crept into the minds of Fu Weiwei and Fu Jingchen, who exchanged furtive glances. Lu Shi pressed play, and a cacophony of distressing sounds erupted from the computer. Fu Weiwei froze at the sound, anxiously glancing at Fu Jingchen. He struggled against his captors in a futile attempt to halt the playback, but was firmly pinned down, leaving them both helplessly watching the video continue. The crowd was drawn in by the audio, converging to witness the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 45. Lower than swine and dogs. The video's content was as shocking as a scene from Thunderstorm, leaving the audience gasping in disbelief. Jiang Qi's ears turned crimson as he covered Sheng Yun's eyes, admonishing, "You shouldn't look. This is inappropriate for children." "You're the one who's young," Sheng Yun retorted, brushing Jiang Qi's hand away nonchalantly. "I am an adult." The video continued for a full 10 minutes before Lu Shi paused it abruptly. "Hey, why did you stop? Continue playing. Beautiful." Many individuals are left yearning for more. Since the internet was severed, it has been a considerable time since they have encountered such thrilling content. It is now abundantly clear to everyone who the true disgrace is. My friend's disdain for engaging in fruitless disputes with trash does not imply that any baseless accusations can be leveled against her. Furthermore, she ascended to the rank of special forces through her own merits, not by the dubious connections some scoundrels allege. Fu Jingchen, you were once the recipient of Sister Wan's heartfelt devotion, yet you failed to cherish it, engaging in such vile acts with your own sister. How dare you now parade around with such audacity? The phrase "not shaking the lotus" was crafted for you. Fu Weiwei, I implore you to cleanse your tongue. Sister Wan is a war hero, gravely injured in the line of duty, and is not someone of your ilk to insult at will. Having expended her breath, Lexi found herself leaning against the back of her chair, her forehead glistening with beads of perspiration, her hands gripping the notebook tightly, fingertips turning pale and trembling. She understood that Sister Wan would not stoop to their level, but she could not tolerate anyone tarnishing her honor. Sister Wan had saved her life on multiple occasions, and all she could do was offer a few words in her defense, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. The expressions of those present varied after Lexi's speech. Some expressed sympathy for Lin Wan, others scorned the Fu siblings, while many simply clamored for supplies, indifferent to the matter at hand. Lin Wan observed Lexi, who, despite her grievous injuries, spoke with strength in her defense, and felt a pang in her heart. It turned out Lexi was fully aware of everything. No wonder in their past life, Lexi had always harbored animosity towards Fu Jingchen, repeatedly advising her against placing her trust in him. Yet, caught in the throes of infatuation, she had disregarded Lexi's counsel entirely. She had never mentioned it to Lexi, but to her surprise, Lexi had silently preserved evidence of these transgressions. Disgusting. Jiang Qi's anger intensified with each passing moment, and he swung his fist towards Fu Jingchen, a beast unworthy of comparison to even swine. Fu Jingchen's forehead bulged with veins, and upon realizing the truth was out, he brazenly tore off the facade, questioning Jiang Qi's involvement. What is it to you? Lin Wan slept with you, and yet you defend her? Lin Wan, your act of the virtuous maiden is farcical. You are unwilling to engage with me in public while secretly consorting with these men. Do you possess any shame? Jiang Qi's face turned ashen with rage, and as he attempted to confront Fu Jingchen, he was restrained by Xing Yun and Lin Wan. Lin Wan's expression darkened ominously as she brandished a dagger and approached Fu Jingchen step by step. What is the matter? Have I struck a nerve, inciting your ire to the point of wishing to slay me? With so many witnesses present, do you dare? Though Fu Jingchen feigned bravado, his body betrayed him. As his trembling knees revealed his trepidation, he was well aware of Lin Wan's capabilities. The assassins he had previously sent after her had all met their demise at her hands, and any claim of fearlessness was a mere facade. Yet, he could not believe that he would dare to kill him in broad daylight. Lin Wan had no intention of ending Fu Jingchen's life directly. That would be too lenient for the wretch. The apocalypse had only just commenced, and she intended to torment him slowly, forcing him to witness her thriving amidst the harshness of this new world, while he languished in a hell of his own making, desperately seeking an end that eluded him. Perhaps one day, in a moment of mercy, she would send both him and his sister to meet the king of hell. As the onlookers witnessed Lin Wan brandishing a knife, they instinctively recoiled, having recently witnessed the formidable methods of this female tyrant. It was wise to keep their distance to avoid becoming ensnared in the splatter of blood that would be difficult to cleanse. Release him. One of the subordinates restraining Fu Jingchen hesitated, casting a glance at Xian. What are you looking at? Just heed the commands of the young madam. Xian, have you become addicted to this? Lin Wan turned, casting a piercing glare at the obedient Xie and standing behind her. Listen to Miss Lin, Xian reiterated. Yes. The subordinate promptly released Fu Jingchen. Rising from the ground, Fu Jingchen, emboldened, patted Lin Wan's shoulder. Ah, you finally recognize me. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Wan struck with her knife, severing his index finger, which fell to the ground with a thud. Blood gushed from the vacant digit as Fu Jingchen collapsed. Clutching his hand and howling in agony, Fu Weiwei, horrified by the scene, lost her composure, shrieking, Brother! Ah! Lin Wan, you vile creature! May you meet a dreadful end. That wretched harlot. Call 120. Hurry, get my brother to the hospital. The cacophony pierced Lin Wan's ears, causing her to furrow her brow in discomfort. Xian, noticing her distress, instructed Xiang Dong to silence the woman, ensuring she wouldn't disturb Wan Wan. Following orders, Xiang Dong eagerly approached Fu Weiwei, raising his fist and striking her face. finally restoring some semblance of peace. Secretary Qin, the master is on the line. A subordinate rushed over. Qin Shi took the call, and, after listening for a moment, his complexion turned ashen. He moved beside Xie and whispered urgently, "Mr. Xie? There has been an incident at Lijing Bay." The sky suddenly darkened, dense clouds gathering, and the sound of rain cascaded down, enveloping the entire city in a torrential downpour. The wind howled as raindrops pelted Xian's face, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. "Return to Lijing Bay," Xian commanded in a low voice. Qin Shi, his expression grave, instructed the subordinates to line up for the helicopter, while Xiang Dong flusteredly directed operations. "Woof woof." Xian handed the leash of the dog to Lin Wan, gently patting its head. "Be a good pup and listen to your sister. The supplies from 1501 are a token of gratitude for saving me and taking care of the dog. Here's the key. Lin Wan, do not refuse me. I will return." Xian spoke in a single breath, but Lin Wan only registered the mention of the supplies as a token of appreciation. "No problem. You can leave with peace of mind." Lin Wan smiled brightly, grasping the dog's paw and waving at Xian. "Come, Dengzi, say goodbye to Daddy." "Woof woof." The dog complied, barking twice without a hint of reluctance. Xian pressed his lips into a straight line. After a moment, he managed to ask, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" "Mr. Xie," Lin Wan met Xian's intense gaze, her tone distant. "We are friends. I will take good care of Dengzi. So you needn't worry." The weight of the word friends hung heavily in the air, reminding Xian of the boundaries between them. Without another glance at him, she lowered her head to stroke Dengzi's head. "Be good, Dengzi. I'll feed you delicious treats tonight." Qin Shi arrived just in time to witness this scene, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy in his heart. Unrequited love is a tumultuous journey for one, a sentiment he understands all too well. Alas, the young master's romantic endeavors are fraught with obstacles. His first affection was tragically cut short before it even began. It is time for the young master to depart. After a moment's pause, Qin Shi spoke again. Xian remained motionless, quietly watching as Lin Wan led Dengzi into the apartment building. The biting cold wind sliced against his face like a knife, yet his heart ached profoundly. Indeed, Wan was unable to accept him. On the rooftop, the crowd dispersed as there was nothing left to savor. 10 helicopters gradually ascended, heading toward Lijing Bay. Chapter 46. Old Master Xie Villa No. 1, Lijing Bay, Xie family. "Shaoan, you have finally returned," Xie Tianqing coughed, his complexion rosy as he lay in bed, yet his voice was exceedingly frail. "If you had not returned, I fear you would only find my remains." Xian grasped the old man's hand and took his pulse. "Grandfather, your health is as robust as an ox. You could easily live another 50 years, so cease your pretense." 50 more years? That would make me an old monster." The old man emerged from under the covers, moving swiftly to Xian's side, patting his shoulder. "Shaoan, this time, you shall not leave, will you?" Xian remained silent, his expression impassive. "Ah, Shaoan, do not blame your grandfather for deceiving you into returning. The outside world is fraught with chaos. Just today, a group attempted to breach our premises to seize supplies, only to be subdued by the security. It is out of concern for your safety that I resorted to such tactics." The old man settled onto the sofa, casting furtive glances at his grandson. Noticing his indifference, he sighed dramatically, lamenting, "Oh, how the elderly have become. No one listens to me anymore." The grandsons of old Zhou and old Wang are dutifully caring for their elders, while I am left with but a solitary old man at home. My dear wife, alas, my grandson is unfilial. I shall join you soon enough. Grandfather. Xian rubbed his temples, exasperated. Since the apocalypse began, the old man had grown increasingly dependent on him, frequently feigning illness to summon him back. It was truly a headache. He gestured to Qin Shi to provide some comfort. Qin Shi, visibly troubled, mustered the courage to lift the old man's teapot and present it to him. "Old Master Xie, you are destined for longevity. Surely, you will live to a ripe old age." "Humph, easy for you to say," Old Master Xie retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Shi. He directed his ire at him, exclaiming, "You are the most useless of all. You cannot even keep the young master safe. If anything befalls him outside, I shall not forgive you." Yes, I will definitely keep a close watch on the young master next time." Qin Shi nodded fervently, keeping his gaze lowered. Inside, he thought, "Littlin, your heart may be burdened, yet you remain silent. Shaoan, you too, running about outside all day long. What could possibly attract you out there?" Listen to your grandfather and stay at home. Once the world stabilizes, you may go wherever you wish without my interference. Old Master Xie took a sip of tea, his tone earnest. What could entice him outside? Xian's mind conjured the image of Lin Wan's cool, distant visage, her aura radiating an air of unapproachability. In his memories, the young Lin Wan had always been full of laughter. He is remarkably kind-hearted and enjoys standing up for others, radiating warmth like a little sun to everyone around him. He remains oblivious to the torment she has endured in the Fu family that has led to such a profound transformation. Nevertheless, no matter how much she changes, his feelings remain steadfast. He believes that Wanwan harbors affections for him, but is too afraid to express them, fearing he might betray her like Fu Jingchen did. Having lived another life, aside from caring for his grandfather, he yearns to protect her as well. He has missed one opportunity and cannot afford to miss another. Old Master Xie sighed deeply upon noticing his grandson's silence. His grandson had always been somewhat aloof, yet dutifully filial. This time, he could not fathom why he was being so obstinate. Oh, how lively it is! A man with slender, peach blossom eyes sauntered in, exuding a carefree charm, yet possessing an extraordinary handsomeness. Ah, Zilong has arrived. Come, come, sit beside your grandfather. Old Master Xie beamed upon seeing Zhou Zilong, patting the sofa to invite him over. Brother Xie, you return without a word? Are we no longer brothers? Zhou Zilong draped his arm around Xian's neck, speaking in a teasing tone. Xian impatiently shrugged off Zhou Zilong's arm, stating, Grandfather says he doesn't have long to live, so I just came to check in. How dare you speak like that, you little rascal? The old man glared at Xian, chuckling as he urged Zhou Zilong to sit on the sofa. Don't listen to his nonsense. Grandfather is in good health. By the way, what brings you here? My grandfather heard someone intended to invade Lijiang Bay to seize supplies and was worried about you, insisting I come and see you. However, since he has trouble with his legs, I came in his stead, Zhou Zilong explained. The old man waved his hand, full of vigor. Old Zhou truly underestimates me. What can possibly happen to me? He should be more concerned about his own legs. By the way, Shaoan, do check on old Zhou's legs. He has been complaining of pain lately. Ah, aging brings so many ailments. I'm busy and have to leave soon, Xian replied, content that his grandfather was in good health. You little scamp. If you dare to leave, I shall go on a hunger strike. Brother Xie, why must you leave? Isn't Lijiang Bay delightful? Zhou Zilong leaned back in his chair, enjoying the unfolding drama. Is what my sister said true? Are you avoiding returning because of that woman outside? Old Master Xie, initially fuming, widened his eyes upon hearing this. Shaoan, what is this about? What woman? Grandfather, please take care of your health. I have matters to attend to, Xian replied, wishing to avoid discussing Wanwan. He understood his grandfather's nature well. Should he learn of Wanwan's existence, he would insist on meeting her, and he did not wish to bring her trouble. You rascal, stop right there. The old man's temper flared as he saw Xian genuinely attempting to leave. Xian did not halt his steps, and in the old man's urgency to pursue him, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Grandfather Xie. Zhou Zilong sprang up from the sofa. Xian turned upon hearing a commotion and saw the old gentleman sitting on the ground, clutching his chest tightly, his lips pale. Grandfather. Xian rushed to his side, helping him up. Littlin, do not leave. The old man trembled as he grasped Xian's arm. All right, I promise you, please get up first. Xian assisted the old man to the bed and began to check his condition. Fortunately, the old gentleman was not severely harmed. He had merely fallen and was startled. Grandfather, were you trying to scare me to death? Why the rush? Am I not here? You could have just asked me to stop him. Ah, thankfully you are all right. Zhou Zilong, placing a hand over his chest, had thought his own grandfather was already quite the old rascal, but he never anticipated that Xie's grandfather was even more so. If I cannot stop that little rascal, how could you? The old man grumbled as he leaned against the headboard. He was well aware of his own body. He could fall 10 more times without issue. He understood Xian well. Once he made up his mind, nothing could sway him. Thus, he could only employ some tough love to temporarily hold his grandson back. The situation outside was dire, having already lost one granddaughter. He could not afford to lose his precious grandson as well. Xie, you really ought to bring home a woman if you are so fond of them. The Xie family is more than capable of providing, Zhou Zilong remarked. Chapter 47. The pain of self-infliction. Zhou Zilong cast a disapproving glance at Xian. Look at me. I brought someone home directly, and my grandfather had nothing to say. You, with your reckless ways, dare to lecture me? Xian scoffed, directly hitting the nail on the head. You should be more concerned about your own health. Don't come crying to me for a cure later. Zhou Zilong retorted, Xian, you have never even touched a woman. How could you possibly treat anyone? Wait. How did he get ensnared in this argument? Wasn't he this inadvertently admitting his own shortcomings? Qin Shi, standing by, was stifling laughter, his face turning blue. Zilong, this is where you are in the wrong. How can you casually bring unknown people home? Your grandfather has certainly heard of your escapades. You fit that description of. How does it go? Xia's grandfather stroked his beard, pondering for a moment. One who passes through a garden does not touch a single petal, right? Zhou Zilong, feeling no sense of wrongdoing, declared proudly, Old man, have you ever heard the saying, a man with no thoughts of women draws his sword with ease? The old man waved his hand dismissively. I do not comprehend your youthful philosophies, but in any case, a man must possess responsibility and accountability. One must be steadfast and not fickle. For a woman deserves to be cherished. Grandfather, do you not wish for your grandson to stay at home with you? Zhou Zilong interrupted the old man's lecture, lamenting, am I not speaking on your behalf? Yet you thwart my efforts. Xia's grandfather was momentarily at a loss for words. He indeed wished for Xiaoan to remain in Lijing Bay, yet he simultaneously did not want Xiaoan to become a playboy, bringing women home daily. Every time old Zhou saw him, he would complain about Zilong bringing home a new girlfriend while still entangled with the former, creating a tumultuous atmosphere at home that was quite the headache to endure. However, since he is not his own grandson, the old man refrained from saying too much. By the way, who is the woman that Zilong mentioned? The old man recalled the earlier incident upon Zilong's reminder. Xian remained silent, his gaze directed at Zilong with an intensity that could kill. Zilong instinctively recoiled. If he lingered any longer, the perverse Xian would undoubtedly end his life. Having achieved his objective, he decided that discretion was the better part of valor. Grandfather, I have matters to attend to. I shall visit you again soon. With that, Zilong dashed out of the room, vanishing from sight. The old man was left speechless. Grandfather, I will seek information regarding the bandits. This is the first time Lijing Bay has been robbed. We must remain vigilant. Please rest. I will return later. Xian assisted the old man in lying down, instructing the attending butler, Butler Li, please take good care of my grandfather. Inform me immediately of any developments. Yes, young master. As the sun began its descent, the rain's intensity gradually diminished. The water level in the community had slowly receded, showing no signs of rising even to the first floor. On the rooftop, the mingled blood of the Fu siblings mixed with rainwater and the stench of urine was unbearable, prompting people to gradually descend to their homes. Upon reaching the 14th floor, they were met with the sound of a woman wailing in the corridor. Oh, my son, you died such a tragic death. Do you know who I am? I am the wife of Wang Jiangwo from the Wang Group. If you do not provide an explanation for my son today, once the flood recedes and his father returns, I will make you wish you were never born. You have killed my son. You must compensate me, or I shall haunt you even in death. Lin Wan coldly observed the old woman rolling on the ground in distress. Her greatest fear had materialized. Room 1401 had been usurped. I will give you 5 minutes to remove your belongings. I will provide you with some supplies as compensation for vacating the premises. Should you continue to resist, do not blame me for my lack of respect for the elderly and compassion for the young. This Wang Xiuzhen was the mother of the young man she had previously killed, as well as the mother of the tall man who had attempted to break into her home, although the tall man was not present at that moment. As for the so-called Wang Group, she cared little for it. This was a world where strength dictated survival. She could have easily reclaimed her space by force. Yet she chose to offer compensation, demonstrating her restraint. After all, room 1401 was not Wang Xiuzhen's. The one with the strongest fist deserved to reside there. Oh, is that not Mrs. Wang? How has she fallen so low? Indeed, her husband has yet to return, likely perished outside. Her eldest son was recently killed by that madwoman on the 15th floor, and her youngest son has been missing for several days. Their home has also been flooded. They must be utterly desperate. How tragic. Those from the 15th floor are truly heartless. Lin Wan overheard the murmurs of the onlookers. But what of it? If she had not been resolute, she would have long been consumed by this crowd. Only those who have felt the sting of a needle know the true depth of its pain. You have merely 5 seconds left. Will you take the supplies, or shall I incapacitate you and discard you? The choice is yours. How am I to trust that what you give me will not be reclaimed? Wang Xiuzhen glanced at the large cardboard box brimming with supplies before casting a wary look at Lin Wan, who was eagerly cracking her knuckles. Instinctively, she swallowed hard. 5, 4, 3. Lin Wan began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Lin Wan spoke rapidly. I choose the supplies. Wang Xiuzhen shouted, incredulous that anyone would count down in such a manner. She sprang to her feet, gathering the scattered clothing and belongings from the ground, and opened the box to verify the authenticity of its contents. Upon lifting the lid, her eyes widened in astonishment. The box was teeming with an assortment of canned goods, luncheon meat, fish, fruits, topped with tin bottles of mineral water. Lin Wan felt a pang of regret. In her eagerness to simplify matters, she had accepted the supplies given by Xian, initially believing them to be nothing more than some compressed biscuits. Little did she know Xian was so generous. Truly, a top-tier family. Even in the act of bestowing supplies, they exuded grandeur. Wang Xiuzhen's eyes sparkled as she ravenously pried open a can, scooping out a chunk of luncheon meat with her grimy hands and devouring it hungrily. It had been over a month since the floods began, after her home was submerged. She had been drinking the filthy floodwaters. On one fortunate occasion when the government distributed supplies, she managed to seize some, but seeing her son Wang Peng emaciated, she selflessly gave it all to him. Initially, her son would share some of his rations, but as the food dwindled, she had not tasted anything since, resorting to scavenging through others' refuse. At first, she could salvage remnants of meals, but as supplies ran dry, there was nothing left to find. Now, it had been days since she had eaten, subsisting solely on sips of water to survive. Wang Peng, oblivious to her plight, busied himself seeking refuge in the homes of women, likely ensconced with one at that moment. Coughing violently, Wang Xiuzhen's grip slackened, causing the can of luncheon meat to clatter to the ground. She pounded her chest desperately. Mother! Wang Peng squeezed through the crowd, catching sight of his choking mother and the fallen can. Chapter 48. A Family of Extremes. Mother, why are you hoarding the food? Am I no longer your son? Wang Peng fumed, picking up the can and pouring its contents into his mouth. Wang Xiuzhen's face turned a shade of purplish blue as she neared suffocation. Pleading painfully for her son's help, cough, cough, son, cough, cough. Wang Peng feigned ignorance, thinking it would be best if the old had perished. After all, she was a burden while alive, and he could then extort Lin Wan for a sum. After he finished the can, he reached for the water in the box, his malicious intentions clanging like a drum. But how could Lin Wan allow it? With a thud, Lin Wan kicked Wang Peng against the wall, her tone icy. Did I permit you to eat? Wang Peng spewed forth the luncheon meat he had just consumed, collapsing to the ground in agony, convinced his ribs were broken. The morsel lodged in Wang Xiuzhen's throat was dislodged as she instinctively retrieved it and shoved it back into her mouth, scrambling towards Wang Peng, son. Lin Wan felt a wave of nausea and took a step back in disgust. You wretched person, why did you strike my son? Did you not give me these provisions? On what grounds does my son not deserve to eat? Lu Shi was at a loss for words, witnessing the unfolding drama. You still protect him despite watching him perish? How absurd. My son is simply too famished to have noticed me. Wang Xiuzhen retorted, her face flushed with indignation. Why did you hit me? Wang Peng, who had previously lost a tooth to Lin Wan's strike, spoke with a lisp. Clutching his stomach, he stood up and pointed at the box. Aren't those the very things you gave to my mother? Does it concern you what I consume? Oh, really? Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, kicking the box with disdain. Now, whoever knocks out a tooth from either of them claims ownership of these goods. Lin Wan had lost all patience with this family of miscreants. Lock it down. Are you serious? The onlookers visibly stirred with excitement. Lin Wan shrugged nonchalantly, first come, first served. As soon as the words left her lips, the crowd's gaze shifted towards Wang Xiuzhen and Wang Peng, who had just been pitted moments before. Now, they were eager to take action. The leading burly man wasted no time and seized Wang Peng by the collar, launching a flurry of blows, quickly joined by others who rained punches upon his face. Wang Peng, utterly defenseless, cried out in anguish. Don't hit my son. Wang Xiuzhen, seeing her son being assaulted, lunged forward and grabbed the man's hair. Let go of my son, or I swear I will end you. The burly man, recognizing her as a woman, refrained from striking her, but Wang Xiuzhen showed no mercy, retaliating fiercely. In a fit of rage, the man slapped her back. Don't hit me. Strike my mother instead. She is old and her teeth are easy to knock out. Wang Peng, battered and bruised, curled up on the floor with his arms over his head, shouting, If you hit my mother, you can't hit me. Initially, The crowd hesitated to retaliate against Wang Xiuzhen, but the burly man's actions ignited a frenzy, and they set upon the pair, eager for a chance at a can of food in exchange for a tooth. After enduring such prolonged hardship from the floods, their supplies had dwindled to nothing. Let us head inside. Lin Wan, uninterested in the chaos outside, led the group with supplies into room 1401, shutting the door to block out the clamor. Upon a thorough inspection of the room, she found little amiss aside from the slightly soiled bedding. Lu Shi, can you manage living here alone? Absolutely. I can walk on my own now. Lu Shi patted his chest confidently. Lin Wan felt a twinge of concern. Lu Shi's mobility was still compromised, and if someone were to break in at night, she would be unable to respond promptly. Don't worry. I'll be here to look after her. Jiang Qi volunteered enthusiastically. Sheng Yun shot Jiang Qi a disapproving glance. Lu Shi is a girl. You, a grown man. Living with her? All right. I completely forgot. Jiang Qi scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. By the way, what about room 1402? Lu Shi inquired. Her question sparked Lin Wan's memory. Room 1402 was indeed vacant. Jiang Qi, why don't you and Sheng Yun move into 1402? It's unoccupied, Lin Wan suggested, seeking their opinions. Sounds good to me. I'm all for it, Jiang Qi affirmed. I have no objections either, Sheng Yun added. Upon the agreement of both parties, Lin Wan decisively declared, very well, we shall reside in 1402. Being on the same floor allows for mutual support in times of need. Should any insurmountable issues arise, you may seek me in 1501. The trio nodded obediently. Just as a knock resounded at the door, Jiang Qi opened it to reveal a jovial figure, the portly man grinning widely, holding a lost incisor. Sister, I've knocked out my front tooth. Look, Qi, give it to him, Lin Wan gestured. Upholding honesty, she felt no need to deceive over such trivial provisions. Had Wang Xiuzhen valued them, they might have been hers. Alas, some individuals are simply unworthy of sympathy. The portly man, clutching the supplies, scampered away in delight. While the others could not conceal their disappointment, they too had exerted effort, only to see this man reap the rewards. Hey, beautiful, do you want a molar? I can pull one out right now. A buck-toothed man joked, dragging Wang Peng along with a grin. Get lost. Without Lin Wan needing to intervene, Jiang Qi slammed the door, leaving a cacophony of curses outside. Lin Wan returned to 1502 to retrieve Lexi's belongings and, in passing, discarded the unconscious Wang family mother and son onto the rooftop. Fu Jingchen and Fu Weiwei were no longer there. Lin Wan surmised that a man named Guijun had likely taken them away. It seemed Guijun was undoubtedly infatuated with Fu Weiwei, warranting increased caution around him. Glancing skyward, she noted the rain had ceased and the water levels had receded to the first floor. It was still only the end of January. Yet the warmth began to permeate the air. According to the patterns of her previous life, the sweltering heat would soon arrive, but thankfully, she had acquired temperature-regulating clothing from the commercial building, alleviating her concerns. At that point, the affluent residents of Xinhai Sunshine would belatedly comprehend the onset of the apocalypse. These individuals, once prosperous business owners or esteemed ladies, had begun with ample supplies, dismissing the notion of scavenging from others, except for the particularly unfortunate souls whose homes had been inundated. Yet, a month of floods had nearly depleted their resources. Having lived in comfort for years, their proud self-esteem forbade them from foraging like ordinary people. However, they would not hesitate to resort to thievery. Wang Xiuzhen was among the most unfortunate, coincidentally burdened with a heartless son. Lin Wan harbored no sympathy for her. Compassion is but a death sentence for the common folk. Thankfully, the apocalypse only brings natural disasters. If creatures akin to zombies were to emerge, it would be an insurmountable calamity, a true torment. The floods merely herald the arrival of nature's wrath, while the extreme heat signifies the advent of the apocalypse. By that time, as resources dwindle, even if the government establishes shelters immediately after the floods recede, it would be unable to quell the ensuing chaos. Laws would become obsolete, malevolent forces would resurface, and various factions would arise, leaving the state powerless, reliant solely on individual strength for survival. In such times, Xinhai Sunshine would no longer be a sanctuary. A more secure haven would need to be sought. Chapter 49. The extreme heat approaches. Lin Wan returned to the 14th floor, where Sheng Yun had somehow managed to unlock room 1402. The space was exquisitely furnished, lacking nothing, and the windows were intact. She handed Sheng Yun 2 sets of brand new door locks she had procured from the construction company, suggesting they should be installed. Please also assist Lu Shi in replacing hers. I shall not have you toil in vain. Come by room 1502 tonight. I have something special for you. Lin Jie, you are far too gracious. We are already content that you brought us back. We only fear you might not put us to work. Jiang Qi wiped the sweat from his brow, waving his hand in refusal. He willingly offered his services to Lin Jie without hesitation. Lin Wan did not indulge in pleasantries, reminding them, the water level has receded to the first floor, and the flooding should soon diminish. If you have the opportunity, consider forming a group to gather supplies. The extreme heat has merely commenced, and temperatures are still manageable. However, once they rise, it will be exceedingly difficult to venture out. You might succumb to the heat before even finding anything. In my previous life, within 2 weeks of the extreme heat's arrival, temperatures soared to 60 degrees Celsius. With significant day-night temperature fluctuations, nights were somewhat cooler, yet still hovered around 40 degrees. By the way, Sheng Yun, I may require your assistance in constructing an iron door for the 15th floor. I will provide the materials and tools, and we can also install one on the 14th floor for added security. Understood, Lin Jie. What kind of door do you envision? It should be resistant to tampering, ideally equipped with an alarm or some sort of mechanism. She struggled to articulate her vision for the security door, grappling with her lack of vocabulary. What about a mechanism with an electric lock? Sheng Yun proposed. Lin Wan's eyes brightened. That sounds perfect. I leave it in your capable hands. Let me know what you require. When do you think you can manage it? As long as the materials are available, we can start right now. Sheng Yun set the door locks down and adjusted his clothing. All right then, I'll borrow you for now, Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun, Lin Wan teased. Just call me Xiao Yun, Sheng Yun replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his usually stoic face, his ears reddening. Lin Jie, don't worry about him. I can manage on my own. I'll join as well. Once the door is ready, I can assist with the installation. Jiang Qi, misunderstanding Sheng Yun's awkwardness, eagerly volunteered. Excellent. Do your best. Once completed, give me a knock. Lin Wan gestured an encouraging sign as she turned and returned to room 1501. Jiang Qi scratched his head, realizing he had overthought the situation. He had assumed Lin Jie would supervise the work. Hey, Xiao Yun, Lin Jie has left. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Can't you see I understand you? Jiang Qi leaned closer to Sheng Yun, seeking to bolster his spirits. Jiang Qi's face loomed large before Sheng Yun, causing him to instinctively step back, nearly losing his balance. Quick as a flash, Jiang Qi caught Sheng Yun by the waist. Be careful. Feeling the pressure against his waist, Sheng Yun's face flushed bright red, resembling a boiled shrimp, and his glasses fogged slightly. Jiang Qi gazed intently at Sheng Yun, his amber eyes filled with concern. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Qi inquired, reaching out to touch Sheng Yun's forehead. Sheng Yun stood frozen, momentarily lost in thought. Jiang Qi towered over him, broad-shouldered and muscular, emanating strength. The grip on his waist had caused a slight pain, and Sheng Yun regained his composure, pushing Jiang Qi away. He hurriedly crouched down, feigning the search for a part. I'm fine. It's just too hot. You should go and pack your things first. I can manage on my own. Lin Wan approached with 2 bottles of mineral water, her gaze flitting between the 2 men. Sheng Yun felt a prickling sensation on his back and dared not respond, focusing instead on inserting the screws he had found. It's nothing. Xiao Yun might have overheated and nearly fainted, so I helped him a bit. I also feel it's been quite warm lately. And it's only the end of January. Quite strange, isn't it? Jiang Qi fanned himself with his shirt. Oh, Lin Wan's tone rose slightly. So that's how it is. I thought. Late sister, I'm almost done. I'll call you right away. It's too hot outside. You should head in first. Sheng Yun stood upright, still clutching the wrench, forcing a smile that was more sorrowful than cheerful. All right, then you two carry on. Noticing his tension, Lin Wan refrained from teasing him further, shoving the water into their arms. Focus on the task at hand. Once it's ready, let Lu Shi come up to eat together. After giving her instructions, Lin Wan departed. Sheng Yun crouched down again, urging, you should go back. No way. You work, and I will assist you. Jiang Qi unscrewed a bottle of water, crouching beside Sheng Yun to hand it to him. I want to contribute to late sister as well. Sheng Yun paused momentarily in his task, not accepting the water, and after a brief moment, resumed his work. So he came here for late sister. Sheng Yun lowered his head, his gaze dimming. Lips pressed tightly together as he tightened the screws with increased force, slipping several times in the process. Jiang Qi, puzzled, wondered what had gotten into Sheng Yun lately. Noticing Sheng Yun's refusal of the water, Jiang Qi, feeling disheartened, took a sip himself and buried his head in his work. In the storage area, Lin Wan rummaged for a while before finally deciding on hot pot. Convenient, simple, and quick, she had initially planned to make a few home-cooked dishes, but alas, her cooking skills were lacking. Thus, hot pot was the best option. She started the generator, plugged in the induction cooker, and prepared the ingredients, peering outside. How much longer until you're done? Jiang Qi, welding the door shut, wiped his sweat. All set, late sister. Just bring Lushi up, and we can start the meal. A knock echoed at the door, and Lin Wan opened it to let everyone in. Wow, it smells amazing. Lushi inhaled deeply. Jiang Qi, gazing at the table overflowing with dishes, nearly drooled. Late sister, you've prepared so much food. It'll be a waste if we can't finish it. With Dunzi and La Tiao around, this isn't nearly enough. Dunzi was fine, but La Tiao had been consuming far more than her lately. This little one had grown particularly picky, only eating raw meat since they started at the shopping mall. To correct this bad habit, she had starved him for several days. Yet the little creature stubbornly refused anything else. Left with no choice, she had to conform to his preference for raw meat. Within just a few days, he had doubled in size, with fur that had grown ever shinier and more lustrous. It became apparent that the previous diet had been incorrect, causing the little one to grow at such a slow rate. The challenges of raising children. Dunzi and Lottie, it's time for your meal. Lin Wan filled 2 large iron basins with raw bones and meat, calling out to the 2 rambunctious little ones playing nearby. Howling and barking, Dunzi and Lottie rushed over and began to feast with great delight. Jiang Qi swallowed hard. Sister Wan, do you need another dog? Look at me. Even pets are treated so well. What kind of celestial being is Sister Wan? All right, enough chatter, everyone sit down. The group obediently took their seats, none daring to touch their chopsticks, their eyes fixated on the sumptuous spread before them. Beef, tripe, luncheon meat, fatty beef, sausages, duck intestines, cilantro meatballs, instant noodles, vegetables, quail eggs, and a myriad of other dishes. Surely, they could not be dreaming? The aroma of spicy hot pot mingled with the fragrance of rice, assertively invading their nostrils. Lin Wan took a couple of sips from her drink, expressing gratitude. Thank you all for helping. Eat to your heart's content. Cheers. Everyone responded, raising their glasses. The meal was enjoyed in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, with several individuals leaning back in their chairs, their bellies round and satisfied. Once the floods recede and social order is restored, let us stay in touch. A call from you, and I'll be there, Jiang Qi said, gulping down a few mouthfuls of beer, his cheeks slightly flushed. All right. Lin Wan quietly observed the hopeful expressions on their faces, her gaze subtly dimming. After the floodwaters recede, an intense heat would soon follow, leading to an endless cycle of natural disasters. At least for the next 3 years, calamities would persist. Yet, she wished not to dampen their spirits. One must always have hope while living. Sister Wan, all in the drink. Jiang Qi rose, toasting Lin Wan with his cup. Lu Shi and Sheng Yun, who did not drink, clinked their cups with Wang Zai and Lin Wan. After finishing the toasts, she leaned back in her chair and took a hearty swig of her drink. She actually relished the liveliness around her. Humans are social creatures, always drawn to companionship, even in apocalyptic times. Initially, she had envisioned herself as a lone wolf, silently surviving through the end of days. Now, her perspective had shifted. Having friends was indeed a wonderful thing. Where there are villains in a world of chaos, there are also heroes. Everything possesses duality, and one cannot simply dismiss the complexities of life. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Seizing the present is what truly matters. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun voluntarily helped Lin Wan tidy up the house. Lu Shi offered to assist, but was declined, so she remained in her wheelchair, petting Dunzi and Lottie. Lottie had grown quite affectionate towards Lu Shi, lying on the ground with its white belly exposed, inviting her gentle strokes while purring contentedly. Once everything was in order, Sheng Yun led Lin Wan to inspect the electric door lock. I've installed a fingerprint password lock at the door's locking mechanism, he explained, and there's a concealed keyhole at the bottom of the door, providing 3 methods of entry. As long as the password is correct, the electric mechanism will automatically pull the rope on the door panel to open it. However, if anyone with ill intentions attempts to breach the door, the internal power circuit will discharge electricity. The initial 2 surges of electricity merely inflict injury upon a person, but the third will unleash a deadly high voltage capable of claiming an adult's life in an instant. Above the door, I have crafted a cunning alarm mechanism. Should anyone dare to open the door, it will emit a piercing sound. Lin Wan listened in astonishment, praising the ingenuity. Impressive, young man. This trapdoor is exquisitely designed. It could be sold for a fortune. Had the apocalypse not arrived, Cheng Yun would surely have attracted the attention of major corporations. However, due to the presence of high voltage, showcasing its power poses a challenge. Sister Wan, look, Lin Wan smirked, her gaze penetrating as she surveyed the floor below. Patience. Soon we shall have some unsuspecting test subjects at our doorstep. Jiang Qi returned to the 14th floor with Cheng Yun and Lu Shi, and room 1502 fell into an immediate silence. Lin Wan made a trip to room 1501, retrieving several boxes of supplies that she stacked meticulously in the corridor. She even took care to leave the lids of a few boxes near the iron door ajar, ensuring that the contents were visible from outside. It was a baiting tactic. She needed some test subjects to assess the efficacy of the trapdoor. After completing her preparations, she entered the space with her two companions, Dunzi and Spicy Strips. During this period, she had not had the opportunity to truly enjoy the space. She let the two little ones play while she found a room to indulge in a warm bath. Lying on the sofa, she idly toyed with the spatial barrier. Previously, she had conducted several tests and discovered that this small object could be resized at will. The barrier was soft, resembling a small water balloon, and felt delightful to the touch. It was indeed a stress relief marvel. Alas, it could not be mass-produced. If everyone had one in this post-apocalyptic world, the rate of depression would surely plummet. Lin Wan poked at the barrier, and an idea struck her. She rushed to the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and held the barrier under the stream, observing intently. The water flowed around the barrier, eliciting a joyful expression from Lin Wan. Dunzi, Spicy Strips, come here. Woof, woof. The two little ones promptly took their positions. Lin Wan aimed the barrier at them, concentrated her thoughts, murmuring, release. The barrier remained inert in her hand, and after several attempts proved futile, she conceded that perhaps she had overestimated its capabilities. Retract. The barrier shrank back to its original size, resting in her palm. It seemed this barrier only functioned against structures, which was acceptable. At least it would protect the orphanage from the elements once taken outside. Exiting the space, Lin Wan reclined back on the sofa and soon drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, outside the door on the 15th floor, Wang Peng and Wang Xiuzhen lurked suspiciously, peering at the iron door. Son, see? I told you, this crazy woman-s building is full of supplies. If we can just pry this door open, we won't have to worry about food and drink. Wang Xiuzhen declared triumphantly. Get away. Wang Peng impatiently shoved Wang Xiuzhen aside. Realizing the potential danger, Wang Xiuzhen attempted to stop him, but it was too late. Bang! Zing! The moment Wang Peng's foot made contact, a surge of electricity coursed through him, causing him to stumble and tumble down the stairs. Ah, son! Wang Xiuzhen hurriedly went to assist Wang Peng. As her fingers brushed against him, a tingling sensation startled her, causing her to retract her hand. Wang Peng grimaced in pain, rubbing his backside. Upon removing his shoes, he discovered that the rubber soles had melted and deformed. Damn it, that old hag. Why isn't she coming to help me up? Hesitating, Wang Xiuzhen finally helped Wang Peng to his feet. Once stable, he raised his hand and slapped her. Are you trying to kill me? Why didn't you mention that the door is electrified? My dear son, how could you strike your mother? I am your own flesh and blood. Wang Xiuzhen exclaimed, covering her face in disbelief, tears immediately welling in her eyes. Wang Peng pressed his tongue against his cheek, kicking her down. Now you acknowledge me as your son? It's only because my brother is dead, and you've lost your support, now clinging to me. When we were young, whatever my brother did was right, while I was the one who bore the brunt of your father's wrath. And you? You hid away with your precious eldest son, terrified he might be frightened. Pathetic. If it weren't for your and my father's wealth, who would take care of you? With bloodshot eyes, Wang Peng unleashed years of pent-up grievances, tightening his fists as he advanced on Wang Xiuzhen. Terrified, she retreated to a corner of the hallway, fearing for her life as it appeared he truly intended to kill her. Peng Peng, please let me explain, Wang Xiuzhen stammered, swallowing hard. I truly had no idea the door was electrified. Throughout your life, I have never deprived you of anything, and while I may not have accomplished much, I have endured my share of hardships, haven't I? Wang Xiuzhen attempted to appeal to Wang Peng's sense of familial love, but her words only fueled his anger. You still have the audacity to say that. Don't you feel proud of it? Wang Peng grabbed her collar, raining blows upon her. With a gasp, Wang Xiuzhen coughed up blood, desperately pleading, I acknowledge my mistakes. Whatever you wish, I will comply. Just believe me. Wang Peng's eyes glinted with suspicion. You would truly do anything? Wang Xiuzhen nodded fervently. Very well then. If you can open this door, I shall forgive you. Chapter 51. The arrival of the lab rat. Wang Xiuzhen's face reflected her inner turmoil. If you cannot do it, then I am no longer your son. You can leave. Wang Peng mocked. I will definitely open the door. Wang Xiuzhen shouted defiantly. With her eldest son deceased, she now had no choice but to rely on her youngest. The natural disasters showed no signs of abating. She could not swim and struggled to find food. Even if she did, without a son, others would surely take it from her. With a son, at least she could count on him to spare her a morsel out of respect for their bond. Wang Xiuzhen reassured herself that the recent electric shock was merely an accident, and as long as she remained cautious, she would be fine. Taking a deep breath, she pressed in a few numbers. The sound of an incorrect password echoed, initiating high-voltage mode. The voice of the password lock announced its status, and a tremendous surge of electricity coursed through the iron door. Wang Xiuzhen's body suddenly stiffened and trembled before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. A wave of savory aroma wafted into Wang Peng's nostrils. He tentatively called out, Mom? The hallway was eerily silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Damn, Lin Wan is truly a lunatic. Wang Peng cursed, feeling a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, he had refrained from touching that door. Otherwise, he might have met the same grim fate. With Wang Xiuzhen's death, he could still extort some compensation from Lin Wan. After all, a life had been lost right before her door. Let's see how she would deny this. Wang Peng descended the stairs to fetch a wooden chair, steeling himself as he hurled it against the iron door. The door echoed with a loud thud, awakening the residents sleeping in the corridor, who soon gathered on the 15th floor. He deliberately moved Wang Xiuzhen's corpse to a visible spot. Once a sufficient number had arrived, Wang Peng's expression abruptly shifted. His brow furrowed tightly, his face contorted in anguish as he cried out, Ah, Mom, your death is so tragic. Lin Wan, come out. You murderer, come out. What on earth has happened? An elderly woman curiously grasped Wang Peng, who was now inconsolable, sobbing, My mom was electrocuted to death by that madwoman's door. Wang Peng leaned over Wang Xiuzhen's body, his shoulders shaking as he wept copiously. The tantalizing aroma of meat made his mouth water. It had been ages since he had tasted such delight. The onlookers, unable to see his expression but witnessing his profound sorrow, were incited to righteous anger. This was utterly intolerable. Just the day before, they had witnessed someone assaulting the mother and son, and now, another mother had been murdered. Was there no law left? An elderly man with graying hair spoke vehemently. The crowd murmured in agreement. Indeed, as Zheng was saying, this woman had repeatedly harmed others, committing murder with impunity, flaunting her supplies in the hallway as a provocation. Such a person could not be allowed to remain among them. We must unite. Let's break down this door and share the supplies. There is enough to sustain us through this deluge. A middle-aged man with a sparse mustache echoed Zheng Lei's sentiments. Yes, I concur. I agree. Initially, Wang Peng felt a sense of relief, but upon hearing the call to share the supplies, he became agitated. Springing up from beside Wang Xiuzhen's body, he protested indignantly. This is unfair. My mom and brother are dead. These provisions should be compensation for me. Does anyone in your family die by her hand? Wang Peng shouted in discontent. She has killed my family, and I demand her life in return. Zheng Lei's smile faded slightly, his tone turning serious. Young man, one must possess a broader perspective. While we express our condolences for your family's loss, the living take precedence, do they not? If you hoard the supplies for yourself, the rest will undoubtedly resent you and avoid conflict with 1502. Are you certain you can confront that woman alone? Wang Peng, initially inclined to refuse, suddenly remembered the gun he possessed. He thought, perhaps it best to feign compliance with Zheng Lei's plan. Once Lin Wan was subdued, he would brandish his weapon and see who dared to claim his supplies. Zheng Lei exchanged a knowing glance with Hu Dequan. When 1502 goes mad, even a multitude could suffer injury. Without resources, we certainly cannot proceed. What about you? Are you willing? Hu Dequan seized the moment, urging everyone to disperse. One must not be overly selfish in life. Let this young man bear the wrath of the madwoman alone. The crowd unanimously agreed. Wang Peng initially intended to feign indifference, but was taken aback by the threats from these cunning old foxes. Gritting his teeth, he relented. I agree. Haha, that's the spirit. Young man, now, let us not squander any more time. Let us gather items to break down the door. Zheng Lei exclaimed cheerfully, patting Wang Peng on the back. In just a few minutes, dozens of people armed with various objects began to strike the iron gate, creating a cacophony that reverberated throughout the entire building. Woof, woof, woof. Howl. Lin Wan was awakened by the noise of the dog and the commotion, sleepily making her way to the door, only to hear the dull thuds from outside. The security door was too soundproof. She had slept through it all. Fortunately, with the dog and the snacks, animals possess far sharper hearing than humans. It seems the little white mice are already at the door. She was eager to see the effect of the electric gate. Good boy. Lin Wan gently patted the dog's head, flashlight in hand, as she stepped outside. The light illuminated a sea of heads. Hey, the people from 1502 are out. Upon hearing this, the banging on the door abruptly ceased. What? It's late at night, and you're all eager to play the part of little white mice? Lin Wan strolled casually to the iron gate, lazily lifting her eyelids. The crowd was perplexed, unable to comprehend her words. Lin Wan, you killed my brother, and now you've harmed my mother. Come out. Wang Peng emerged from the throng, pointing an accusing finger at her. Oh, Wang Xiuzhen is dead? Lin Wan curiously peered outside. I don't believe it. Let me see. Wang Peng snorted, requesting assistance to bring Wang Xiuzhen's corpse to the gate. See for yourself. My mother was electrocuted by this door. The body of Wang Xiuzhen lay rigid, arms contorted, fingers twisted and deformed from severe contraction, nails embedded deep in the palms. Her facial muscles were taut, eyes wide open, pupils dilated, conveying immense agony. Her clothing was burned through by the electric current, fabric fused to skin, exuding the scent of charred flesh. Lin Wan averted her gaze, stifling a yawn. You say so? Where's the evidence? The evidence is my own eyes. I also claim to have seen you kill your mother. My two dogs witnessed it too. Lin Wan leaned against the door, tauntingly. You. Wang Peng's face turned a sickly shade of green. With the surveillance cameras malfunctioning, where could he find any evidence? Zheng Lei silently cursed Wang Peng for his foolishness, thinking that he should simply lure the woman out. With a grin plastered on his face, his eyes gleamed with calculation. Miss Lin, if Wang Peng has truly wronged you, we shall certainly disperse. Everyone merely seeks the truth. After all, we live in close quarters and harbor fears. It is never a good situation, wouldn't you agree? Why not do this? Step outside and inspect Wang Xiuzhen's corpse, and you will ascertain whether Wang Peng has deceived everyone. Chapter 52. Spring arrives, and the bamboo shoots emerge. It appears this old fox seeks to trick her into opening the door, conspiring with the crowd to subdue her. Thus, she shall play along and observe the extent of their capabilities. Very well. Lin Wan discreetly retrieved a Glock pistol from her space, concealing it behind her. The creaking of the door echoed sharply in the stillness of the night, the pale moonlight filtering through the shattered glass illuminating Zheng Lei's face. Zheng Lei nodded at Hu Dequan, who shouted, "Seize her." As his words fell, Hu Dequan lunged forward, yet Lin Wan did not flinch. Instead, she swiftly advanced to meet him. Stop! 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 Hu Dequan, confronted by the ominous muzzle of the gun, screamed in terror. Everyone, do not move. Some disregarded his command and continued to advance, prompting Lin Wan to fire a shot at the feet of one reckless individual. She has a gun. Quickly halt. Those who intended to approach retreated in haste. The foremost figure, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground, and within moments, the unpleasant odor of urine filled the corridor. She actually has a gun. Husband, let us leave. I'm frightened. It's fine, we'll stay hidden, and we will be safe. Should you wish to perish, then by all means approach. Lin Wan dismissed their concerns. With a slight tilt of her head, Lin Wan's ears perked up, her gaze sweeping swiftly across the crowd. Someone attempted to drown out the gunfire with the clamor of voices in the corridor. Unfortunately for him, he was mistaken. While an ordinary person might not perceive it, her acute hearing, heightened by recent nourishment from Lingxi, was unparalleled. Click, click, click. The faint sound of the trigger being pulled resonated 3 times, and Lin Wan promptly locked onto the source, her peripheral vision darting towards a corner of the right corridor. Wang Peng was currently hiding behind the crowd, his gun aimed at her, repeatedly pulling the trigger. Wang Peng. Lin Wan kicked Hu Dequan aside and aimed her gun at Wang Peng. Wang Peng, Feeling guilty, instinctively concealed his weapon, but after a moment, he raised it once more and slowly emerged from the throng. Since you have discovered me, I shall no longer feign ignorance. I possess a gun as well. And with our numbers, you stand no chance. Wise up and surrender quickly. If you relinquish the supplies and the residence, I may spare your life. Lin Wan replied with a light laugh, her tone laced with mockery. Wang Peng, do you truly know how to handle a firearm? Wang Peng's face flushed crimson with anger as he retorted, I am not like you, a murderer who so readily seeks lives. I am offering you a chance for redemption. Do not be ungrateful. Miss Lin, Wang Peng has spared your life out of consideration for you being a woman. Zheng Lei observed Wang Peng emerge from the crowd. Gun in hand, you have killed her brother and mother. She has kindly left you alive, so be grateful. Alas, this child is too kind-hearted. Zheng Lei wiped away the non-existent tears at the corners of his eyes and earnestly advised, Miss Lin, do not continue to be obstinate. If you willingly surrender the supplies, I, Zheng Lei, guarantee on my honor that none of those present will lay a finger on you. Lin Wan nearly stifled a laugh as she appraised Zheng Lei from head to toe, muttering to herself, who is this old man? I am Zheng Lei, the founder of the Zheng Group, he proclaimed, puffing out his beer belly and ostentatiously adjusting his attire. Oh, Zheng Lei, Lin Wan replied, feigning surprise. Zheng Lei cleared his throat with pride, preparing to continue, only to be interrupted by Lin Wan. Hey, whose pig has wandered out? She remarked, glancing around with a tone of feigned sympathy. With the new year approaching, it must be distressing for that family to have lost their pig. She continued, spring has indeed arrived, as the spring bamboo has begun to sprout. Unfazed by Lin Wan's veiled ridicule of him resembling a pig, Zheng Lei chuckled. Since Miss Lin is unwilling to cooperate, I will not press further. Wang Peng, you handle it as you see fit. Zheng Lei retreated into the crowd, his eyes glinting with malice. Lin Wan was somewhat surprised. Zheng Lei was more astute than she had anticipated, cleverly maneuvering to use others against her. Ah, the wicked capitalist. She thought. Wang Peng, do not show mercy. Eliminate this female tyrant. Hu Dequan scrambled up from the ground, speaking fiercely. Do not worry about the police coming to apprehend you after the flood recedes. You are ridding the world of a scourge. No one will betray you. Besides, the surveillance cameras are broken. Who will know? Indeed, Wang Peng, since this female tyrant is ungrateful, why not grant her wish? Others chimed in, assuring him they would remain silent. Mistakenly believing Wang Peng was concerned about being caught, they pounded their chests in assurance. Wang Peng glanced at the rowdy crowd and then met Lin Wan's probing gaze, feeling a wave of panic wash over him as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. I am a civilized individual with morals. I would not take a life without dire necessity. I will not fire a shot unless absolutely unavoidable, he declared, attempting to project a facade of righteousness. However, the slight tremor in his hand, hanging limply by his side, betrayed him. Lin Wan regarded Wang Peng with a knowing look, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Very well. She clapped her hands, holstering her gun as she approached him. Mr. Wang, you are truly a benevolent soul. Shall we engage in a wager? A wager on what? He inquired. On who will be shot by your gun, Lin Wan replied languidly. We will take turns shooting at our own heads. If you can successfully fire 3 shots without dying, I will relinquish all supplies in the house. She continued. I do not care how many bullets you have. All that matters is that you shoot 3 times at your own head without perishing. So what say you? Do you dare to play? Wang Peng felt secretly exhilarated but did not let his guard down. I do not trust you. What if you take advantage of me while I am unprepared? That is easily resolved, Lin Wan said, tossing her gun over the iron gate and closing it. Her meaning unmistakable. All right, I accept your challenge, Wang Peng replied without hesitation. A subtle smile crept onto Lin Wan's lips, as she thought, the fish has taken the bait. Lin Wan, do not regret this. As long as I successfully fire 3 shots without dying, you must relinquish your supplies and your house. With your gun gone. We are not afraid of you, Wang Peng declared fiercely, attempting to intimidate. Lin Wan, growing impatient, cleared her ears and urged them to begin. Who will be the first to fire? Someone inquired. I will. How could this be a matter of ladies first? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Peng pressed the gun against his temple and pulled the trigger, but instead of a gunshot, only the faint sound of the hammer striking the chamber was heard. Wow. I didn't expect Wang Peng to be so brave. How impressive. Indeed. I wouldn't dare try. What if I died? Step aside. Don't swoon over my man. Lu Mimi squeezed through the crowd, rushing to Wang Peng's side. With her chest heaving, She pressed closely against his arm to assert her claim, speaking in a sweet, teasing tone. Peng Peng, you're amazing. Wang Peng, brimming with pride, casually tossed the gun to Lin Wan, saying, it's your turn now. Lin Wan moved with swiftness, rotating the cylinder and closing it in one fluid motion before aiming at her temple and firing. Chapter 53, Dread over the crowd. It seems our luck is still holding, Lin Wan remarked with an ambiguous tone. Wang Peng, feeling guilty, averted his gaze, reclaimed the gun, pressed it to his head, and pulled the trigger again, this time. Again without incident. Wow, I'm so nervous I might wet myself. Someone exclaimed. Hey, who do you think will die? I bet the female tyrant will perish. Evil will be repaid with evil. Lin Wan remained unharmed, prompting a chorus of disappointment from the crowd. Sister Wan. Lin Wan noticed Jiang Qi, Xing Yun, and Lu Shi standing at a distance and immediately signaled to Lu Shi, who understood at once. Oh, Sister Wan, please don't. Woo. How can I live if you die? Stop this. You are all heartless, forcing a weak woman to play such a game. How cruel. The crowd looked bewildered. Weak woman? Clearly, Lin Wan had volunteered for this, and they were the true victims. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was on Lu Shi, Lin Wan discreetly retrieved 6 bullets from her space and filled the magazine. It's nothing. I'm merely indulging in a little game with everyone. You should all head back to rest. Staying up late is bad for your health. Lin Wan waved to Lu Shi, her tone light, as though she were truly just playing an inconsequential game. Oh, then we'll head back to sleep. You stay safe? Lu Shi, having completed her task, quickly changed her demeanor, thinking, if Sister Wan gives the go-ahead, her safety is ensured. She needed to leave swiftly. Sister Wan was likely to unleash a massacre, and she couldn't afford to be a hindrance. Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun exchanged glances and could only carry Lu Shi back to room 1401. TSK. This sisterhood seems rather flimsy. What good people could be friends with the female tyrant? The crowd buzzed with chatter, completely oblivious to Lin Wan surreptitiously loading the gun. Apologies for the interruption, everyone. Lin Wan drew everyone's focus back to her as she handed the gun to Wang Peng, her tone low. It seems there aren't many bullets left inside. Hand it over. Wang Peng, unnerved by Lin Wan's gaze, snapped impatiently. Unperturbed by Wang Peng's unreasonable demands, she thought, who would stoop so low as to argue with a dead man? Lin Wan, I offer you one last chance. If you kneel and admit your faults, surrender your possessions, and pledge to serve me, I shall grant you a pitiful existence and provide you with sustenance. What say you? Take your time to contemplate. Wang Peng, resolute in his intentions, spoke with reckless abandon. Lin Wan merely adjusted her ears, not granting him a glance. Well, your final words have been heard by all. Do hurry and meet your demise. Wang Peng, don't waste time with her. Show her what true fortune looks like. The crowd, oblivious to the source of Wang Peng's confidence, assumed he was merely reluctant to let Lin Wan perish and began to cheer him on. Wang Peng, Wang Peng, Wang Peng, since you fail to recognize the gravity of your situation, I shall ensure you are thoroughly convinced. With theatrical flair, Wang Peng revolved the chamber of his gun. Pressing it against his temple, he mocked, when I prevail, I will make your life a living hell. With that, he confidently pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated. A thick cloud of gunpowder mingled with the scent of blood invaded the nostrils of the onlookers. Plop! A gruesome mass tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times before settling at Lin Wan's feet. She took a couple of steps back in disgust. Well, if he had to die, why must his parts go flying as well? Wang Peng crashed to the ground, silence enveloping him, yet a bizarre smile lingered on his face. The bullet had pierced through his left eye socket, obliterating his eyeball, leaving a dark void in its place. Most present witnessed the gory sight, and, upon realizing its nature, leaned against walls to retch. A cacophony of retching ensued. Lin Wan leaned against the iron gate, her long legs crossed, exuding an air of indifference. In the battlefield, whose fate is not more tragic than his? They are warriors who sacrifice themselves for their country. What is Wang Peng's death but a cheap exit? For those enduring the end times, survival was the utmost punishment. Death was a release. This also elucidated why she refrained from killing the Fu siblings. The longer she returned, the more her resentment faded. Life was arduous, and she preferred to indulge in tangible pleasures rather than obsess over fleeting revenge against the Fu siblings. Lu Mimi, covered in blood, collapsed on the ground, clutching her mouth as she retched. Only after the upheaval did she realize her voice was hoarse from screaming. Suddenly, A thought struck her. She looked up in terror, pointing at Lin Wan. It was you. You tampered with the gun, deliberately causing Wang Peng's death. You shameless wretch. Lu Mimi screamed with a heart-wrenching intensity. Wang Peng had attempted to discreetly fire several shots without any sound. Upon inspecting the weapon, he discovered it was devoid of bullets. Thus, while he was resolute in his aims, Wang Peng's demise was undoubtedly the result of Lin Wan's machinations. Lin Wan crossed her arms. Oh, do refrain from casting baseless accusations. All present witnessed the events unfold. I had neither the time nor the inclination for such deceit. Where can I find bullets that match this gun? It was he who willingly bet with me. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon his misfortune. As I spoke, I caught a glimpse of Hood quietly picking up the gun from the ground, attempting to discern its mechanism. Lin Wan furrowed her brow and swiftly positioned herself before him. With a deft twist of her wrist, she seized the firearm and pressed it against his heart, sending him directly to his demise. The onlookers, initially intent on subduing Lin Wan, froze in terror at the sight. Turning to face them, Lin Wan's gaze hardened, a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloping her. Whoever wishes to court death may venture to the 14th or 15th floor. I have ample time to escort you to the afterlife. Furthermore, I am a woman of clear distinctions. I do not harm those who have not wronged me. However, should anyone seek to inflict harm upon me or my friends, I shall ensure that even if you flee to the ends of the earth, your remains will be obliterated. Let this be known. She casually pointed her gun at several men. I expect this place to be spotless by the time I rise. Otherwise. Lin Wan toyed with the handgun, her threat unmistakable. Yes, we will clean it thoroughly. You can rest assured, it will be immaculate. Oh, noble heroine, please spare us. We were merely driven to desperation by hunger. I promise we will clean it, even if it means resorting to licking it clean. Satisfied? She nodded and yawned, retreating to room 1501, leaving a trembling crowd in the corridor. What shall we do, Mr. Zheng? One man timidly inquired from the corner. Zheng Lei's eyes darkened. We have been far too complacent. This woman possesses a weapon and should not be trifled with. Let us disperse for now. We will reconvene once the floodwaters recede. Alas, it seems we have no other choice. Disperse. Though the crowd was reluctant to abandon their efforts, they were left with no alternative. Despite having once wielded power, it was now those with arms and resources who held dominion. They turned their thoughts to finding food, hoping to endure until the floodwaters receded. Lin Wan reclined on the sofa, idly fanning herself. She felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her, despite the open windows offering no respite. The temperature continues to rise. Chapter 54. Escaping with a mere thought, she entered her space, where the temperature remained unaffected by the outside world, consistently maintaining the most comfortable environment for the human body. After a refreshing shower, she collapsed onto the genuine leather sofa, stretching out her limbs and closing her eyes to take a deep breath, slowly exhaling. Bliss. This space was indeed a miraculous boon. The only flaw being that she could only remain for 2 hours each day. Her current ambition was to expedite the extension of her stay to a full 24 hours. Thus, even the most oppressive heat would not trouble her, as she could blissfully hide away in her sanctuary. Yet, given the current circumstances, this seemed a fanciful daydream. Recently, she had gathered a substantial amount of supplies from the building, yet her storage area remained only 2/3 full. When will this ever come to an end? She lamented. As for the gold and jewels, where would one find such treasures? These were the pursuits of the affluent. Wait, the affluent. How could she forget that this place is inhabited by the affluent? At present, she possesses an abundance of resources that she could readily exchange with them. Once she has secured a sufficient trade, she plans to venture into the water once the floods recede, surely to reap a bountiful harvest. Alas, it is her impoverished mindset that clouds her judgment, causing her to overlook that these individuals were prominent figures before the apocalypse. Indeed, she has been rather superficial. The road ahead is long and arduous, yet I shall seek diligently. Lin Wan sprang up with excitement, one foot on the sofa and the other on the coffee table. With a fist raised to her lips, she recited a verse passionately, rallying herself for motivation. Dunzi and Lottie, soundly asleep, were startled by her antics, casting her a reproachful glance. The two little creatures wiggled their tiny bottoms as they retreated into the room. With a thud, Lottie kicked the door shut behind them. Observing her beloved pet's disdain, Lin Wan pouted. Who in this apocalypse isn't a bit mad? Her current mental state has surpassed that of 99 of survivors. Those ungrateful little beings. Without her diligent efforts to hoard supplies, would they enjoy such a comfortable life today? All the fresh meat and canned food are hereby confiscated. Lin Wan shouted indignantly toward the room. The living room fell into an eerie silence as she stood atop the sofa like a lonely elder, her frustration mounting. Fine, fine. Her two rebellious children are becoming increasingly indifferent to her well-being. It is indeed true that raising children does not guarantee a secure old age. One must rely on oneself. Nevertheless, this is not the time to be vexed. She must hurry to indulge herself. In 2 hours, the space will cast them all out. Lin Wan nestled her face into the soft pillow, adjusting her posture with a little creature tucked under her leg, soon lulled by a steady rhythm of breathing. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as something heavy fell to the ground. Lin Wan rubbed her backside, grimacing as she rose from the floor. Dunsey and Lottie landed safely on the sofa, unscathed. How peculiar. Hadn't she set an alarm for 2 hours? Why did it not ring? Picking up her phone, she discovered the alarm was missing, despite her clear recollection of setting it. Ordinarily, if one fails to hear the alarm, it would continue ringing intermittently. How could it simply vanish? She cast a suspicious glance at the dragon and dog on the sofa. Dunsey, with a goofy grin, wagged his tail, while Lottie unusually averted her gaze, refusing to look at her. It was all too clear who had silenced her alarm. Lottie. Lin Wan tossed her phone aside and lunged toward the sofa, but Lottie, sensing danger, nimbly pushed Dunsey in front of her and made a hasty escape. Lin Wan collided with Dunsey, who yelped in pain, while she grimaced, rubbing her nose as she limped toward the direction Lottie had fled. You little scoundrel. Where do you think you're going? If I don't spank you until you're floured, I'm not your mother. The spicy snack was cornered in the living room, glancing furtively for an escape. With a wall before and behind it, there was nowhere to retreat. Lin Wan, brimming with confidence, lunged to catch the snack, but the little creature adeptly pushed off the wall with its hind paws, swiftly changing direction and darting towards the dining room. Catching her entirely off guard, the two engaged in a spirited chase around the room, a veritable battle that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Meanwhile, Dunsey barked excitedly, joining the fray in pursuit of the spicy snack, leading to a scene of utter chaos. 20 minutes later, Lin Wan stood in the center of the living room, breathless, her hands resting on her knees as she pointed at the snack, exclaiming, "You little rascal! Come here, I won't harm you, just come here." The snack leapt nimbly onto the storage cabinet, arching its back and cocking its head to call out to her, its fluffy tail swaying gently from side to side. Lin Wan's face turned pale. It was clear from the creature's demeanor that it was thoroughly enjoying the game and was utterly oblivious to the mischief it had caused. She had never imagined that a dragon could outsmart her. Strangely enough, since the snack began consuming raw bones and meat, its growth had skyrocketed, now surpassing even a border collie in size. Its speed and agility had reached remarkable heights, moving with a swiftness that seemed to defy gravity. Where she once could easily catch it, now she couldn't even manage to touch a hair on its body. A classic line suddenly sprang to mind. Do you have fur? You have none. Dunsey lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Lin Wan poured a bowl of water and prepared to continue the battle. She needed to firmly teach the spicy snack a lesson today. Otherwise, it might never accept her as its master. Ding dong. The urgent sound of the doorbell rang out, and Lin Wan opened the door to peek outside. A sharply dressed man, impeccably groomed and suited, anxiously scanned the interior. Who is it? Lin Wan raised her voice. Hello, Miss Lin, I am Qin Che. Qin Che, what could he want? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the living room. Turning her head, she saw the tablet screen down on the floor. The spicy snack perched atop the coffee table peering down at her. Miss Lin, I urgently need to speak with you. Could you please open the door? Lin Wan paused, exasperatedly pointing at the snack. I'll deal with you later. Angrily, she strode to the iron door and opened it, her breath slightly uneven. Secretary Qin, you're looking for me? As the door swung open, Qin Che's voice caught in his throat, his eyes frozen on Lin Wan. She appeared flushed, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead, her black robe sliding off her shoulder to reveal a glimpse of her delicate collarbone, her breathing somewhat heavy. Lin Wan hurriedly adjusted her attire, apologizing. I was preoccupied with something earlier and didn't notice. Qin Che hastily turned his head away, standing there in a daze. Just moments ago, Lin Wan had uttered something about dealing with you later, and coupled with her current appearance, oh no. Surely someone had taken advantage of the president's absence to approach her. What would this mean for the president's prospects? What should he do? The president would certainly kill him upon discovering the truth. Is it still possible for him to escape Yin City? Secretary Qin? Qin Shei's expression shifted rapidly, leaving Lin Wan perplexed, prompting her to call out. Haha, hello. With matters weighing on his mind, Qin Shei spoke nonsensically. Secretary Qin, what exactly do you want to discuss with me? Lin Wan asked with growing impatience, as she had a rebellious son awaiting her guidance at home. Chapter 55. The Heart of the Wind Bell. Regaining his composure, Qin Shei noticed Lin Wan gazing at him as if he were a fool. I apologize, Miss Lin. I was momentarily distracted. He hastily offered, retrieving a satellite phone from his pocket and presenting it to Lin Wan with great respect. This is something our president asked me to pass on to you. What do I need this for? I have no use for it. Please take it back. Lin Wan declined, as she had no relatives to contact. President Xie anticipated you would respond this way, so he instructed me to present you with this as well. Qin Shei held out a delicate redwood box. This is something the president acquired at an auction abroad 2 years ago. He believed you would surely appreciate it. As he opened the lid, a large violet gemstone, resembling an ostrich egg, surrounded by an array of smaller jewels, formed into the shape of a peony, glittered magnificently. The gem was indeed stunning, but her space was already filled with such treasures. No thanks. Please convey my gratitude to your president for his kind gesture. Lin Wan turned to leave. Miss Lin, please wait. Qin Shei interjected. This enormous violet egg-shaped gem was meticulously cut and polished from an 85-kilogram piece of purple glass and is called the Heart of the Wind Bell. It is a pioneering masterpiece in the jade industry. An exceedingly rare treasure. Purple glass Heart of the Wind Bell? Lin Wan halted, recalling how, before enlisting, Fu Weiwei had insisted that Fu Jingchen purchase this very gem for her, which he had adamantly refused. The argument that ensued had been so intense that Lin Wan had intervened, only to be struck on the head with a cup by Fu Weiwei, resulting in a month-long hospital stay, leaving her with a lasting impression of the incident. How rare is it? Lin Wan raised an eyebrow. It is priceless and virtually unattainable in the market. And how much did your President Xie pay for it? Her curiosity was purely innocent. Not much, just 600 million, Qin Shei replied, his heart trembling with the weight of the figure, yet he concealed his emotions, not wanting Miss Lin to perceive him as a secretary from the Xie family who lacked worldly experience. As it turned out, he had overestimated her. Secretary Qin, this is where you erred. For such a trivial matter, there was no need for you to come personally. You could have simply informed me to retrieve it. Lin Wan's demeanor shifted dramatically, her smile radiant as she accepted the box, giving Qin Shei a friendly pat on the shoulder. Not 600,000, not 60 million, but 600 million. No wonder Fu Jingchen dotes on Fu Weiwei yet remains resolute in his refusal. Only a fool would agree to such a purchase. This object may serve no practical purpose in the apocalypse, but for me, it holds great significance. Having been reborn, she had perused countless novels, in which gemstones of great value expedited the enhancement of one's spatial abilities. Her space should be no different. Thank you, Secretary Qin. Lin Wan gently tapped the box, her spirits soaring. Please convey to Mr. Xie that I greatly appreciate the gift. I owe him a personal favor. If there is anything I can assist with, aside from being his girlfriend, do not hesitate to ask. Miss Lin, I am pleased to hear that. The president will surely be delighted. Qin Shei replied with a forced smile, his expression more sorrowful than if he were crying. Miss Lin, here is the phone. Please take it as well. If the president were to learn that Miss Lin had been taken by another man, he would likely never find joy again in this lifetime. If the president is unhappy, he will not have an easy time either. Yet, this is not his fault. Such a rational person as the president would certainly not let it implicate him. Well, it's getting late. I want to keep you, Secretary Qin. I have matters to attend to at home. Lin Wan caressed the box, politely seeing him off. Qin Shei felt a pang in his heart. Miss Lin truly had a knack for touching on sensitive topics, and he had only just managed to soothe himself. He was already quite vexed, noticing Qin Shei's somewhat melancholic gaze. Lin Wan was puzzled, but chose not to comment further as she closed the door and returned to room 1502. Qin Shei sighed deeply, mustering his courage before taking a helicopter back to Lijing Bay. At Villa No. 1 in Lijing Bay, what did you say? Xian exclaimed, rising abruptly and striding towards Qin Shei. Repeat what you just said, every detail. Qin Shei stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down his back as he swallowed hard and recounted the scene in excruciating detail. I saw Miss Lin say to the room, I will tidy you up when I return. Then the door opened, and I saw Miss Lin disheveled, her hair in disarray, her complexion flushed. As Qin Shi spoke, his voice dwindled, and Xie En's expression grew darker with each word. "Thank you, sir. Please don't be alarmed. It's possible I misinterpreted. I didn't actually see if anyone was in the room, truly. If I were lying to you, may I never find peace." Qin Shi frantically tried to reassure him. Xie En's gaze darkened, the icy depth of his eyes almost palpable. "Prepare the helicopter. We are returning to Xinhai Sunshine immediately." Inside room 1502, Lin Wan cautiously placed the wooden box on the coffee table and tossed the shattered tablet into the trash bin, searching in vain for her spicy strips. The little creature must be hiding out of fear of her reprimand. Never mind, there will always be time for discipline. Rare treasures are not to be overlooked. After washing her hands, she lifted the wooden lid, revealing the purple jadeite that shimmered under the moonlight, emanating an air of mystery. She examined it closely for a while, and when the clock struck midnight, she slipped into her space. Upon entering, she felt an emptiness in her arms. The box had vanished. She hurried to the storage area to search again, but it was nowhere to be found. She then flashed back to the living room, turning her home upside down. Yet still no sign of the wooden box. How peculiar. Lin Wan, undeterred, entered her space once more, searching desperately, even to the point of lifting the grass, before finally collapsing onto the sofa at the Welfare Institute, utterly perplexed. Upon careful reflection, I recalled that the spatial consumption of objects was previously utilized for the transformation of buildings and vehicles. She inspected the gold and jewelry collected from the commercial complex, all of which remained in the storage area, untouched. Yet, why had the wind chime heart vanished? After contemplating all possible scenarios, her gaze fell upon the clock hanging on the wall. Could it have been absorbed by the space to extend its duration? Presently, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Attempting it would reveal the truth. With 2 hours remaining, she adhered to her routine and headed to the gym, commencing her workout with a few sets of squats using a 200-pound barbell to enhance her glute and leg strength. Her upper body strength was sufficiently developed, and she wished to avoid excessive muscle bulk, as becoming a muscular Barbie would not be ideal. A robust lower body would render her kicks more effortless, and maintaining a solid stance would ensure stability. After an hour of exertion, her legs began to tremble before she finally ceased. After washing the dishes, she reclined on the sofa, indulging in a novel until the alarm chimed, indicating that 2.5 hours had elapsed. Surprisingly, the space had not expelled her yet. It appeared her suspicions were correct. The wind chime heart had indeed been utilized to upgrade the duration. However, how many jewels of such caliber could exist? It seemed unlikely that many could be found worldwide, making this serendipitous opportunity extraordinarily rare. Sitting cross-legged on the sofa, she closed her eyes, meditating quietly as she awaited the passage of time. Chapter 56. Xie En returns. Tick-tock. The sound of the clock's hands echoed throughout the spacious living room. An hour passed, and still, the space showed no intention of ejecting her. Lin Wan felt a surge of excitement as time ticked away. It was not until the 4th hour that she was finally expelled. The wind chime heart proved remarkably effective, as the space's duration had indeed increased by a full 2 hours. In her exhilaration, Lin Wan inadvertently stepped on the paw of the stool. Ow! The stool retreated hastily to avoid further injury. Lin Wan looked at it apologetically. "Ah, my dear, come here, let me offer you something nice to drink." She poured fresh water into its bowl and retrieved a large bone as compensation. Only then did the stool approach, grunting softly to drink. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? Was someone playing with her doorbell late at night? Tomorrow, she would instruct Sheng Yun to remove it. The incessant ringing was bothersome. Upon opening the door, a beam of white light flooded in, and she discovered Xie En standing there. His hair was somewhat disheveled, stray strands obscuring half of his brows and eyes. His lips pressed tightly together, revealing a hint of urgency in his demeanor. "Why have you returned?" Lin Wan inquired, opening the iron gate and appraising him from head to toe. Hadn't Qin Shi just left? Why was he here? Could it be that Xie En regretted giving her the wind chime heart and had come to reclaim it? Yet, the wind chime heart had already been consumed by the space. Even if he wished to take it back, it was beyond her ability to return. "I missed the stool, so I came back to see it," he replied. Lin Wan sighed in relief. It was not about reclaiming the wind chime heart after all. "Please come in." Lin Wan stepped aside, assuring him, "I have taken good care of the stool. It eats well and sleeps soundly, hardly thinking of you at all." The remark seemed to suggest that Dunzi was somewhat indifferent, prompting Lin Wan to clarify with a laugh. Ah, you returned rather swiftly. He did not have the chance to miss you. Xian exhibited little reaction, accompanying Lin Wan to the entrance of room 1502. Would it be inconvenient for me to enter? Xian's words carried a double meaning. Then you may wait here. I will fetch Dunzi, Lin Wan decided, reasoning that it would indeed be awkward for a man of Xian's stature to enter her room. Xian's gaze deepened with a shadowy intensity, his face paling, the veins at his temples throbbing, and his hands clenched into fists. He feared he might succumb to the impulse of violence upon encountering that man. Lin Wan cast him a curious glance. Why did he appear so suspicious? Dunzi, look who has returned, she called out, re-entering the room to retrieve Dunzi, who was gnawing on a large bone, and returned to the front door. Look, Daddy is back. Dunzi's expression was one of disbelief, and as he relaxed his grip, the bone clattered to the ground. Woof, woof, woof. Master, why have you returned so early? I wanted to stay at Sister's house and enjoy delicious food. Boo-hoo. Lin Wan was taken aback. This creature had shown no signs of missing its owner since Xian left, yet now it seemed so exuberant. As she handed Dunzi to Xian, the dog squirmed vigorously, leaping to the ground and darting back inside, whimpering. It doesn't want to leave Sister Wan. Hey, Dunzi. Dunzi attempted to burrow beneath the sofa, where Lottie was sleeping, and was suddenly disturbed by the loud commotion, swatting Dunzi on the nose with a paw. Dunzi yelped in pain and collided with the coffee table. Lottie, Lin Wan scolded angrily. I must deal with you properly today. Xian, who had been watching the scene with a detached demeanor, brightened at her words. Shall I come in and hold Dunzi then? Very well. Lin Wan, in her haste to catch Lottie, barely noticed anything else. Lottie, you come here. Dunzi, whimpering, ran to the door seeking comfort from his master. Unexpectedly, Xian bypassed him and entered the room, surveying the area. Having found no trace of any other man besides himself, he exhaled in relief. Ah, you ungrateful child. Lin Wan was frantically searching the room, exasperated at her inability to catch the elusive Lottie. Xian stood in the center of the living room, unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight of Lin Wan in a frenzy, which he found rather endearing. Suddenly, Lottie dashed around the room and lunged towards Xian's arms. Enraged and losing her composure, Lin Wan followed suit. She assumed Lottie intended to leap into Xian's embrace. Yet to her surprise, the little creature feigned a maneuver, deftly altering its trajectory mid-air and landing gracefully on the sofa. How did it manage such aerial adjustment? Lin Wan pondered in astonishment, attempting to halt her momentum, but it was too late. She was about to fall. Xian stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her waist, pinning her against his side. Consequently, she found herself suspended in an unusual manner, face down, toes barely grazing the floor, her body hovering in midair. Xian's firm arm secured her abdomen. Had it not been for a sudden wave of nausea rising in her throat, she would have exclaimed, "What remarkable strength you possess." Young man. Coughing, Lin Wan suppressed the urge to retch, desperately striking Xian's leg with her flailing hands. Let me down. Xian's handsome face stiffened, his complexion paling as he instinctively loosened his grip. Thud. Lin Wan fell, grimacing in pain as her elbow throbbed. Ouch. Xian. Her voice abruptly halted. Xian hunched over, one hand on the ground, the other pressed against his abdomen, lying still for what felt like an eternity. Lin Wan recalled how her hand had inadvertently struck him, her face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered an incoherent apology. I didn't mean to. It's just that you owe. With a deep sigh, she approached to help him up to the sofa. You could have just let me down. Xian's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, his pallor evident as he allowed Lin Wan to support him. Are you feeling better now? She inquired, sitting on the sofa while eyeing him, aware that he was her benefactor and she could not afford to injure him. Xian looked up, his deep-set eyes veiled with a thin mist. Outside, the cold moon hung high in the night sky, casting an ethereal glow that elongated their shadows. The tall figure shifted forward slightly, and a pleasant fragrance wafted through the air, followed by a warmth enveloping his body, as his chin rested gently on her shoulder. The sound of his heavy breaths made her ears tingle. Instinctively, she tried to evade him, but the weight upon her intensified, restraining her. Xian. Lin Wan's pupils constricted, pushing against him with all her might, only to have her wrist seized. Be still, he spoke softly, akin to soothing a disobedient kitten. Lin Wan's face flushed crimson, her struggles intensifying. Let me go? Not a chance, he replied, his tone deep and laced with a hint of possessiveness. He was genuinely afraid that Lin Wan might abandon him for someone else. Though Lin Wan wished not to hurt Xian, his stubbornness forced her to push against his shoulder with all her strength. Xian leaned back, quickly grasping her wrist and pulling her forward, causing her to tumble into his embrace once more. Attempting to withdraw, she felt a pressure at her lower back, rendering her weak and collapsing against his chest. "Xian, what have you done to me?" she exclaimed, trying to clench her fist but finding herself utterly powerless, slumped against him. "Do you know acupressure?" Lin Wan's eyelids fluttered in surprise. "Just a little," Xian admitted candidly. "Rest assured, it will only render you temporarily weak, without harming your health. Whether it harms me or not is irrelevant. Just let me go." Lin Wan shouted feebly. How frustrating it was that she had underestimated him, never imagining that such techniques existed, let alone that Xian would be skilled in them. "Xian, you cunning, treacherous man. Be sensible and release me this instant." Lin Wan fumed. Xian propped his head with one hand, his voice playful. "What if I let you go and you decide to hit me?" Despite his words of fear, his demeanor exuded confidence, as he whimsically toyed with Lin Wan's hair with his long fingers. "Release me. Let us settle this one-on-one," she exclaimed. "I dare not," replied Xian, his stubbornness as thick as a wall. Lin Wan gasped for breath. "If you let go of me now, I promise not to strike you." She attempted to raise a finger to emphasize her resolve, but found herself utterly devoid of strength. "No," Xian smirked, continuing to toy with her hair. Lin Wan finally grasped the truth. Xian was indeed eccentric. The more she insulted him, the more he reveled in it. After a moment of contemplation, a spark ignited in her eyes. She had a plan. "Come here," she called, softening her voice. Xian raised an eyebrow, curious about her next trick. Leaning in, Lin Wan suddenly butted her head against his. Xian gasped, clutching his head and blinking rapidly. "Will you let go?" Lin Wan glared at him fiercely. "Absolutely not," he declared defiantly. Frustration surged within her. How could this man be as stubborn as a mule? A sense of powerlessness enveloped her. Reasoning with Xian was futile, and she resolved to appeal to his emotions instead. With a weary tilt of her head, she let it fall against his chest, lamenting, "Mr. Xian, a forcibly twisted melon is seldom sweet. Only tasting it will reveal its sweetness," he retorted, impervious to her pleas. Resigned, Lin Wan closed her eyes, fully aware that communication with such a stubborn mule was impossible. Exhausted, she decided to let him be. It mattered not. Let it all crumble. A chill fingertip pressed against her lower back, and she felt her strength returning, allowing her to spring back from him. Xian closed his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. "I merely wish to embrace you." He hung his head like a chastised puppy, looking utterly pitiful. Lin Wan's heart softened. She spoke rapidly. "I will give you a brief embrace, and that will settle our debts." Instantly, Xian lifted his head, arms wide open, his eyes sparkling. Lin Wan hesitated, her mouth twitching, and after a moment's pause, Xian inched closer, tugging at the hem of her garment. "It's perfectly fine. It's akin to hugging a pillar," she reassured herself. With her resolve steeled, she awkwardly bent to embrace him, patting his back gently. She almost blurted out pillar instead of Xian and quickly silenced herself. Why not? Being in the embrace of such a handsome man was hardly a loss, and she could even claim a favor in return. Xian held her tightly, burying his head in the crook of her neck, radiating childlike joy. "Wan, your heart is racing so fast." As they locked eyes, Xian's gaze was as gentle as a stream, his tousled hair swaying in the breeze, revealing his captivating features as he gazed intently at her. She stumbled slightly, and he instinctively pulled her closer, cautioning, "Be careful." Overwhelmed by his stunning beauty, she held her breath, her heart pounding like thunder. Sensing a hint of aggression and danger, she hurriedly pushed him away. "All right, that's enough. Our debts are settled. You may leave. Grant me one more chance, please," Xian pleaded earnestly. Lin Wan's expression darkened, and she inhaled deeply. "Xian, I am not in the mood to contemplate these matters. I simply wish to live my life peacefully and without turmoil. Your kindness has not gone unnoticed. I am genuinely grateful. Should you require any assistance within my capacity, I am more than willing to oblige. However, when it comes to matters of the heart, I cannot fulfill your desires. You may perceive me as cold-blooded or unfeeling, yet I remain indifferent. For this is the authentic essence of who I am. You possess admirable qualities, and the fault lies with me. It is liberating to express my innermost thoughts. After all, we are not mere grass or wood. Who can claim to be devoid of emotion? Xian is indeed an exemplary and perfect man. Had circumstances been different before the apocalypse, perhaps she would have explored a relationship with him. Yet, the present is not what it once was. Once feelings take root, vulnerabilities emerge. I understand now. Xian maintains a calm demeanor. We are friends, are we not? Lin Wan's resistance is deeply rooted. Relentless pressure will only drive her further away. It would be more prudent to remain by her side as a friend, knowing she is safe. We can only be friends. Lin Wan emphasizes. Very well. Xian lowers his head, lost in thought, before suggesting, you can reach out to me anytime. If I'm not around, just use the satellite phone. The number is saved within. Lin Wan, not one to be coy, acknowledges that Xian is certainly a friend worthy of trust, willing to risk his life for her. He seems to have absorbed her words, adept at both holding on and letting go. Indeed, he is fit to be a president. The weight he bore has finally lifted. It is getting late. Let us return and rest. Lin Wan bids farewell. Xian nods, leading the way back to room 1501 with the little one in tow. The living room falls silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. What is that buzzing sound? Lin Wan turns to investigate, but finds nothing amiss, while the snack continues to howl at the open window. A small swarm of mosquitoes gathers outside the screen, sending shivers down her spine. The floods have yet to recede. How can mosquitoes be out? In my previous life, the floods had completely subsided, and the temperature only rose to around 30 degrees before mosquitoes appeared. Yet their presence was short-lived, as temperatures soared to 60 degrees, obliterating snakes, insects, and rodents, not to mention humanity, which could be described as a field of corpses. Grabbing the electric mosquito racket, she opens the window and swiftly dispatches the pests with crackling sounds. The heat envelopes her as she closes the window and retrieves a fan to cool herself. The wind lifts her hair, scattering it in the air. Ah, what a relief. After the entanglement with Xian, her back was drenched in sweat. The temperature has noticeably risen. It is time to create temperature-regulating clothing. The snack leaps onto the sofa, relishing the cool breeze and shivering with delight. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Lin Wan remarks, irritation bubbling within her. This troublesome creature only knows how to cause chaos. The snack whines, nuzzling her hand in a pitiful manner. Sighing, Lin Wan realizes her own responsibility. Her recent neglect in nurturing and caring for it has been excessive. Unbeknownst to her, the snack has grown considerably. What was once easily lifted with one hand now requires effort to embrace, resembling a little piglet. Upon thorough examination of the materials, it becomes evident that a child's rebelliousness is predominantly a manifestation of adolescence. Merely resorting to physical reprimand will prove ineffective. Proper guidance is imperative. Unbridled violence will only yield counterproductive results, inciting a spirit of defiance. This, at least, is the assertion found within the text, and thus, it is prudent to give it a try. Chapter 58. The refugees arrive, gently ruffling the head of Spicy Strip. I filled a bowl to the brim with raw meat and complemented it with some water from the dimensional stream. Spicy Strip relished the meal with great enthusiasm. While it dined, I took the opportunity to measure its dimensions with a soft tape. A thermal outfit was essential for Spicy Strip. Without it, the sweltering heat would surely lead to overheating due to its thick fur. Following a garment-making tutorial, I wielded scissors to cut the fabric, expending nearly a meter of material before the little outfit began to take shape. After a few moments, Spicy Strip wobbled over to me, eagerly thrusting its head into the garment. The fabric of the thermal outfit was a sleek black silk, snugly enveloping Spicy Strip's plump body, with its round belly prominently displayed, creating a rather comical sight. After a few tentative steps, Spicy Strip, unaccustomed to clothing, stumbled awkwardly, colliding with the coffee table and yelping in pain. Unable to contain my laughter, I chuckled at the sight. Undeterred, Spicy Strip valiantly rose from the floor, awkwardly making its way around the sofa in a wobbly manner before proudly returning to my side. Foolish owner. How difficult can it be? Very good, Spicy Strip, I exclaimed, removing the outfit and rewarding it with a popsicle before returning to my task of modifying the garment. My skills in handiwork were limited, and with no tailor available, I had to rely on my own efforts. Regardless of aesthetics, any outfit that could be worn was deemed good enough. This was my first foray into garment making, as all my skills had been directed towards offensive capabilities, making this a rather intriguing life experience. After carefully storing the completed thermal outfit in my space, I began to take my own measurements. Clothing for small animals was relatively straightforward, but apparel for humans proved to be a daunting challenge. After laboring for several hours, I had discarded countless attempts. One sleeve was too long, another too short, and the collar sizes were inconsistent. Why was this endeavor so challenging? Exhausted, I collapsed onto the sofa, my hands dangling limply at my sides. As the scissors slipped from my fingers and tumbled onto a pile of discarded fabric scraps. Was this truly something a person could create? I had managed to make clothing for Spicy Strip, so why was crafting for humans so distinctly different? Suddenly, the sharp cries of an infant pierced the night air, drawing Spicy Strip into a frenzy. It leaped onto the cabinet by the window, scratching at the glass with fervor. Curiously, I set aside the tutorial book and approached the window, carefully opening it. The cold moonlight cascaded onto the water below, illuminating a crowd of heads bobbing along the surface. Upon closer inspection, I realized that dozens of bamboo rafts were floating by, each teeming with people. Estimating, there were at least 100. Their whispers and murmurs drifting up to my ears. Suehua, why is the baby crying? Please, quiet down and let the child rest. Village chief, my baby is burning up. What should we do? What? Bring him here for me to see. Li Youfu checked the child's forehead, his expression grave. Oh dear, he has a fever. After all the hardships we've endured to reach here, the child certainly cannot withstand this. What are we to do, village chief? Everyone, remain calm. Let me think. Li Youfu said, feeling overwhelmed as he stood on the bamboo raft, struggling to devise a suitable plan. Hush now. Tai Dan, mother is here, don't cry. Li Suehua gently comforted the child, wiping away her tears. Li Taiju anxiously looked at Li Youfu. Father, speak up. What shall we do now? What are you shouting about? Keep your voice down. Li Youfu scolded his son. Let's find a building to enter. Tomorrow morning, we will ask house by house if anyone has antipyretics. Father. The child, be quiet. Li Youfu stamped his foot, pointing to the nearest building. Everyone, let us get inside this one quietly. What are you dawdling for, you little rascal? Paddle. Li Youfu urged, giving Li Taiju a nudge. With determination, Taiju began to row towards the building. The group followed Li Youfu's bamboo raft, slowly making their way to the building. On the upper floor, Lin Wan observed as the people below entered the building and drew the curtains. These refugees arrived more swiftly than she had anticipated, and their accents revealed they were not from Yun City, but rather from a rural area of a nearby city. Dealing with the residents of Haiyang was already a considerable challenge. Now, an influx of refugees compounded her troubles. Fortunately, she had brought Sheng Yun and the others back. Otherwise, the iron gates would have posed a significant problem. However, she could not afford to be complacent, as the presence of refugees also signified the potential for unrest. She cracked the door open slightly, leaning against the frame to listen to the commotion outside. Before long, she heard the rustling of footsteps and voices approaching. Everyone, sleep on the rooftop. Do not disturb others' rest. We will discuss matters at dawn. Father, the child has a fever. We can't wait. Li Taiju exclaimed in desperation. Li Suehua, holding the child, wept earnestly. Father, please save Tai Dan. Li Youfu felt like an ant on a hot stove, taking the child into his arms. He waved his hand at the couple. You two go rest. I will go borrow some medicine. Li Suehua hesitated, wanting to follow, but Li Taiju pulled her towards the rooftop. Li Youfu stood helplessly in the corridor, holding the wailing Tai Dan. The child's life was of utmost importance. He had to swallow his pride and go door to door to borrow medicine to bring down the fever. Suddenly, a loud barking sound echoed, and Li Youfu looked up to see a large white dog at the iron gate barking at him. Legia, come back. Lin Wan shouted angrily. Miss. Li Youfu heard her voice and hurriedly approached, cradling the child. Miss, my grandson has a fever. Do you have any antipyretics? I want to take your medicine for free. I can trade you supplies. Li Youfu understood the principle of not asking for something without offering something in return. Wow. Lin Wan cast a glance at the little child in Li Youfu's arms, whose small face was flushed and mouth agape, wailing loudly, her voice hoarse. Not at all. Lin Wan grasped the leash and pulled it back around Spicy Strip's neck. When it comes to matters that do not concern oneself, it is easy to adopt a detached attitude. Once such incidents occur, they tend to repeat. My apologies, young lady, for disturbing your rest so late at night. Li Youfu bowed deeply, filled with regret. She had anticipated that Li Youfu might behave like a spoiled child or invoke moral pressure, but to her surprise, he was quite reasonable, stirring a flicker of peculiarity within her. Ack! A Wu Spicy Strip broke free from the leash and rushed to the iron gate, barking furiously. Li Youfu, startled, fell to the ground with a thud, exclaiming in pain as the child nearly slipped from his grasp. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, shielding the child with his hands, and, after confirming the child was unharmed, grimaced in pain while clutching his waist. Spicy strip. Lin Wan dashed to the gate and admonished loudly, "If you don't behave, I'll no longer keep you." The little creature, sensing its owner's genuine anger, fell silent, lowering its head in contrition. It merely wished to protect its master. "What is going on?" Xian inquired, emerging from room 1501 upon hearing the commotion. Lin Wan handed the leash to Xian and opened the iron gate, intending to assist Li Youfu. "No need to help me, young lady, my clothes are dirty. I wouldn't want to soil your hands," Li Youfu replied, trembling as he rose with the child, forcing a smile. "I'm fine. It's normal for a dog to protect its owner. Our former dog, De Huang, reacted similarly to strangers." Xian led Spicy Strip back to room 1502 and returned to glance at Li Youfu. "This gentleman is a refugee. His child has a fever, and he sought my assistance for medicine. I'm not a doctor, so I can't prescribe anything recklessly. Do you know how to reduce a child's fever?" Regardless, it was evident that the gentleman had been frightened by his own rebellious child, and he seemed quite earnest. Not the sort to be unreasonable. "I am a doctor. May I examine the child?" "Ah, yes, yes, yes," Li Youfu exclaimed joyfully, cautiously handing the child over to Xian. After a thorough examination, Xian reassured him, "There's nothing serious. Just some medicine will suffice." "What medicine is needed?" "I can fetch it," Lin Wan offered. "No need. I happen to have some prepared," Xian replied. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a bowl of herbal medicine, administering spoonful after spoonful to the little one, who continued to cry and sputter as the medicine went down. Xian gently squeezed the chubby little hand as if performing acupressure, softly soothing the child until she gradually quieted. Once the medicine was given, Xian outlined some precautions and handed Li Youfu several patches of ointment for him to apply. "Oh, thank you, young man. You are truly a reincarnation of Hua Tuo. My grandson has stopped crying at once. And I must also express my gratitude to you, young lady. You are both great benefactors to me, Li Youfu." With that, Li Youfu knelt on the ground, bowing fervently to the two. "Ah, sir." Lin Wan hurriedly pulled Li Youfu back up. Li Youfu's forehead bled as tears streamed down his face. "I understand that everyone faces hardships due to the natural disasters. Your willingness to assist me leaves me at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Benefactors, my name is Li Youfu, the village head of Li Family Village. In the future, feel free to approach me for anything. I am Lin Wan, and this doctor is Xian." After introducing herself to Li Youfu, Lin Wan gently advised, "There is no need to repay us. Please take the child to rest. This elder is remarkably sincere, even with a wound on his head. Although he has taken medication, the child remains quite weak. It would be best for them to return and rest. If the child shows any signs of recurring fever, please come find me. You can simply ring the doorbell here." Lin Wan offered a friendly reminder, genuinely concerned that the elder might panic and touch the electricity switch. "All right, I understand. Thank you. You are all kind-hearted children, and I will surely repay you." Li Youfu, cradling the child in his arms, expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he made his way upstairs. Once Li Youfu departed, the corridor fell silent, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. "Let us return to rest. It's getting warmer, so be cautious of mosquito bites." Xian broke the silence. Lin Wan lowered her head, her lips moving as she murmured, "Thank you." She wished to disappear into the ground after having coldly rejected him, only to turn and face him again. "We are friends," Xian said gently. "There is no need for thanks among friends." Lin Wan replied, shutting the iron door behind her. It was late, and she urged him to rest. "Good night." They exchanged farewells and retreated to their respective rooms. Exhausted from the all-nighter, Lin Wan awoke naturally in the afternoon, a rare occurrence. Upon waking, she felt sticky and decided to enter her space, bringing along some spicy strips. She retrieved a full basin of raw meat for the spicy strips, showered, and then sat at the dining table, picking up a small steamed bun and popping it into her mouth. The bun was thin-skinned and generously filled, with succulent meat juices spreading in her mouth as she savored the exquisite flavor. After finishing 2 baskets, she paused, her belly round and full, yet still wanting more. Recently, her appetite had increased significantly, but she had not gained weight. Once the spicy strips were finished, she took a soft tape measure and headed to the 14th floor. "Sister Wan, come in quickly." Lucy beckoned her inside. Lin Wan entered to find a package of unsealed compressed biscuits on the dining table. Wait for me a moment. I'll go fetch some things. She set down the tape measure and returned to room 1502. Previously, she had intended to share supplies with Lu Shi, but was declined. She had planned to insist on giving them upon her return, but the incident with the Fu siblings had distracted her. Selecting a variety of supplements. Several large boxes of mineral water, tasty snacks, ready-to-eat rice, instant noodles, and other non-cookable foods. She also took 2 boxes of sanitary napkins and placed them in a small cart before heading downstairs. Sister Wan, are you moving? Lu Shi exclaimed, staring at the cart piled high with supplies. It would be improper to visit a patient empty-handed, Lin Wan joked, pushing the cart into the kitchen to neatly arrange the boxes of supplies. There shouldn't be too many supplies left, right? These are all for you. Make sure to store them well, and don't let any bad people take them, Lin Wan cautioned. Lu Shi hurriedly waved her hands, insisting it was unnecessary. Sister Wan, Jiangqi and Sheng Yun often bring me things. I can't possibly use so many. Don't be so polite. Once your foot heals and you are able to gather supplies again, you can return them to me. This little girl had a strong sense of pride. Without such reassurances, she would certainly refuse to accept anything. She wouldn't be so eager to give gifts to anyone else. Lu Shi was her longtime friend, and it was her suggestion to search for supplies in the commercial building that had led to Lu Shi's injury. Out of both emotion and reason, she felt compelled to offer help. Tears brimmed in Lu Shi's eyes. Lin Wan had already anticipated this outcome and said, "Accept it." Lu Shi pouted her lips, valiantly suppressing her tears. "You little crybaby," Lin Wan teased, gently tapping the tip of Lu Shi's nose. Lu Shi sniffled, turning her head away in a haughty manner. "Humph. Who told you to be so kind to me, always doing such touching things? If I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well?" Lin Wan affectionately ruffled Lu Shi's hair, having long considered her as a younger sister after everything they had been through together. Chapter 60. Mosquitoes. Lu Shi was on the verge of tears when Lin Wan pinched her mouth, saying, "We have something important to discuss." She pushed Lu Shi into the room and, with a princess carry, placed her back onto the bed, rolling up her sleeves to retrieve a soft measuring tape. "Sister Wan." Lu Shi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You can't possibly want to do this in broad daylight, can you? If it's you, I wouldn't mind. What on earth are you thinking?" Lin Wan disdainfully pushed away Lu Shi, who had closed her eyes and pouted. "Earlier, I found some technological materials in the commercial building to make you a garment." "Make clothes?" Lu Shi propped herself up, astonished. "Sister Wan, you truly are a versatile talent. You can even sew?" "It's precisely because I can't so that I'm using you as a test subject," Lin Wan retorted sharply, knowing that Lu Shi and the others were still unaware of the approaching heat wave. She pressed Lu Shi back onto the bed and meticulously began measuring her with the soft tape, while Lu Shi's body stiffened, afraid to move. All done. Lin Wan recorded the data in a notebook and then lifted Lu Shi back into her wheelchair. "I'll go check on the 2 kids across the hall." Knock, knock, knock. After a brief wait, the door to room 1402 swung open. "Sister Wan, why are you down here?" Jiangqi yawned, his eyes appearing dark and panda-like. "What happened?" "Last night, Xiao Yun and I were fishing for supplies in the water all night and just returned to sleep this morning," Jiangqi explained, ruffling his messy hair. "Oh, a large group of people came by last night, wielding hoes, shovels, and carrying burdens. We didn't dare to provoke them. We intended to wake up and tell you, but you arrived first." "I've already seen them," Lin Wan replied, likely referring to Li Youfu and his group. "You and Xiao Yun tidy up and come over." "Got it." Jiangqi asked no further questions. If Sister Wan wanted to see them, it must be for something important. And he hurried to the room to wake Sheng Yun. "Xiao Yun, wake up quickly. Sister Wan wants us to visit Lu Shijia. Stay away from me." Sheng Yun, with morning grumpiness, pushed Jiangqi away with a sulky expression. "Your breath smells." Jiangqi took a few steps back, blowing on his hands. "At least it's not bad." Sheng Yun ignored him, quickly preparing himself before heading to room 1401. "Hello, Sister Wan." "Hello, Lu Shijia." Sheng Yun greeted obediently, with Jiangqi following right behind him. "Come over and stand properly," Lin Wan instructed the 2. They obediently leaned against the wall as Lin Wan measured them with a soft tape, jotting down the data in her notebook. "Sister Wan, what are you up to?" Jiangqi inquired, puzzled. "You'll find out soon enough," Lin Wan replied, choosing not to elaborate. As of now, she had yet to successfully create a single outfit for herself. She would share more once her work was complete. Suddenly, a swarm of mosquitoes buzzed in through the window at lightning speed. Lu Shi let out a startled cry and waved her hands frantically in an attempt to shoo them away. The unexpected chaos sent everyone into a flurry as they tried to fend off the relentless insects, which clung to them like cockroaches that refused to die. Eventually, Lin Wan rushed back to the 15th floor to fetch an electric mosquito swatter, effectively dispatching the troublesome swarm. All of them were left with an array of itchy welts, with Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun faring the worst, even suffering bites on their faces. It's only early February. Where could these mosquitoes possibly be coming from? Lucy scratched her arm, still shaken. It's terrifying. I've never seen mosquitoes attack in such numbers before. Jiang Qi scratched his face vigorously, marked with red welts, exclaiming, indeed. It's quite strange. Sheng Yun, unable to resist the itch, added, have you noticed how unusually itchy these bites are? Lin Wan observed the sizable welts on her own arm, noticeably larger than typical mosquito bites, and felt the urge to scratch. There is something unusual at play here. She mused. On the ground lay a dense cluster of mosquito corpses. She crouched down, using chopsticks to examine one closely. These mosquitoes were larger than average and had a greenish hue. Mosquitoes thrive in dim, moist environments, particularly in areas with standing water, which serve as prime breeding grounds. Given that it was the flood season, the presence of mosquitoes was not entirely surprising. However, their size and distinct appearance were concerning. Although she couldn't pinpoint the exact reason, an unsettling premonition lingered in her mind. After disposing of the mosquito carcasses, she closed the window and advised everyone, these mosquitoes are quite peculiar. Make sure to lock the doors and windows and remain vigilant. Later, I will bring down a few bottles of mosquito repellent for you to use. You too must be especially cautious when going out to gather supplies. One never knows what disasters may be lurking in this world. Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun nodded in agreement. Have you noticed how strange the weather has been lately? It's still winter, yet the temperatures are nearing those of summer. Lucy frowned. It does seem that way, Jiang Qi remarked, wiping sweat from his brow and glancing at Sheng Yun, who typically did not sweat, yet was showing signs of perspiration. Sheng Yun nodded in affirmation, while Lucy anxiously stared out the window, pondering, will these natural disasters ever cease? I can't shake the feeling that this series of events is too peculiar. Suddenly, Lucy recalled something. Could it be that an extreme heat wave is on the way? Many apocalyptic novels I've read begin this way, and these signs are too similar. Sister Shi, your imagination is running wild, Jiang Qi replied skeptically. However, Sheng Yun seemed to align with Lucy's thoughts, carefully analyzing. I believe Sister Shi's speculation holds merit. It has been nearly a month since the floods. Yet official rescue efforts have yet to arrive. According to the historical speed of rescue efforts in Hua country, it is implausible that there has been no response for such an extended period. The most likely explanation is that this calamity is of a national scale, leaving officials preoccupied with their own affairs and unable to attend to disaster relief. Lin Wan cast an appreciative glance at Sheng Yun. He was astute, yet his information was skewed. In reality, this disaster was global in nature. Based on memories from a past life, 70% of countries on Earth had vanished, with the initial victims being Benzi country, Bangzi country, and Gua. Although Hua country had not been obliterated, its situation was hardly any better. The nationwide flooding was so severe that even if the authorities wished to intervene, they would find themselves powerless. Regardless of the truth, it is prudent to take precautions. It is preferable if no disaster strikes, but if it does, we must be prepared, Lin Wan advised. Jiang Qi found merit in the group's discussion, concluding, then we should stock up on supplies during this period, just in case. Speaking of supplies, yesterday, Xiao Yun and I gathered many valuable items. I shall fetch them for you. No need. Lin Wan stopped Jiang Qi. I have plenty already. I also do not require any, Lucy chimed in. Sister Wan just provided me with a lot. In light of the current natural disasters, it is tough for everyone. You should keep what you have and refrain from bringing me more. These two often insisted on gifting her items, which left her feeling quite embarrassed. All right, let us head back. I must go upstairs as well, Lin Wan urged. The two ceased their insistence and returned to room 1402. As Lin Wan walked back to the 15th floor, she spotted two men and a woman standing before the iron door. Her expression soured. The Fu siblings were indeed relentless. Upon hearing the commotion, Fu Jingchen turned to see Lin Wan and hastily approached her. Wan, you're back. Lin Wan could not help but roll her eyes. Sidestepping Fu Jingchen to open the door, Fu Weiwei and Guo Jun blocked her path, while Fu Jingchen rushed to Lin Wan's side, his face brimming with eagerness. Wan, I was overly angry before, which caused me to speak rashly. I have reflected on my actions these past few days, and I truly recognize my mistakes. Can you forgive me? Can we return to how we used to be? Are you done? Lin Wan shot a sideways glance at Fu Jingchen. If you are finished, then leave. A good dog does not obstruct the way. Who are you calling a dog? Fu Weiwei exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Whoever fits the description. Lin Wan replied lightly. You. Enough, Weiwei. Do you not think the situation is chaotic enough? Fu Jingchen admonished Fu Weiwei, giving her a warning glance. Fu Weiwei bit her lip, refraining from further comments, and nudged Guojun Miss Lin. Guojun interjected, speaking gently. Brother Chen's hand is injured because of you. He is not holding a grudge and is proactively seeking reconciliation. This clearly demonstrates his affection for you. It is wise to let bygones be bygones. Lin Wan suppressed a smile. Did you not catch the news before the internet went down? Guojun was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head. The Notre Dame Cathedral abroad has collapsed. You have nowhere to go, Lin Wan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Guojun finally realized that Lin Wan was mocking him for his saintly demeanor. With a pale face, he threatened, Miss Lin, we are currently in a society governed by law. According to Article 234 of the Huagua Criminal Law, anyone who intentionally harms another's body faces imprisonment of no less than 3 years and up to 10 years, along with civil liability. Oh, how frightful, Lin Wan replied, raising an eyebrow and smiling nonchalantly. Do go ahead and report me, imprison me if you wish. Seeing that Lin Wan showed no fear, Guojun gritted his teeth and continued his threat. Miss Lin may not know me, but I am a lawyer from the Yunqing law firm. Although Yunqing is currently suffering from a disaster and is temporarily without management, it does not mean that it will remain so. I have heard from Chunge that you were once the adopted daughter of the Fu family, which is why they have been accommodating towards you, not wanting you to suffer. We are all family. Why must we harm our relations? If you are willing to assume your familial responsibilities, we certainly will not press charges against you. Ah, the fox's tail has finally been revealed. Take responsibility? Lin Wan observed him with keen interest. Am I their father or their ancestor? Miss Lin, being obstinate is futile. Regardless, the tide will eventually recede. If you refuse to cooperate, you will face the repercussions of the law, Guojun asserted, adjusting his suit and tie. With a sharp gaze, Lin Wan lifted her foot and kicked Guojun to the ground, placing her foot upon his wrist. There was a crack, and his wrist bone fractured. Guojun trembled in pain, howling in agony. The last person who tried to show off in front of me is now dead, Lin Wan said, looking down at Guojun with a faint smile. Fu Jingchen stood nearby, motionless, his expression dark, with a glint of malice in his eyes. He was bewildered by Lin Wan's drastic transformation. She had once been so compliant towards him. Even after her military discharge, she had followed his lead. Yet now she was different. He felt something was amiss and had contemplated all possible scenarios over the past few days. He even scoured the internet for information, ultimately ruling out each possibility until he stumbled upon a clue regarding reincarnation. Initially skeptical, he discreetly observed Lin Wan, noting that her changes closely mirrored those in reincarnation novels. Could it be that Lin Wan had truly been reborn? He recalled the mysteriously vanished arsenal and the Fu family villa reduced to a shell, even the land outside lost. If it were not reincarnation, how could Lin Wan possess such capabilities? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of her rebirth. He approached Lin Wan, lowering his voice. Wan, I understand you have your reasons, but you cannot treat us this way simply because you have gained power. His words were a test. If she was indeed a reborn individual, she would surely reveal a flaw. He scrutinized Lin Wan's face, seeking any indication. Lin Wan was fully aware of his ulterior motives, but she was not defenseless. Releasing her foot from Guojun's wrist, she sneered. Of course I have my reasons. Who wouldn't have grievances when their beloved partner is unfaithful? With one hand gripping Fu Jingchen's collar, his toes barely touching the ground, she playfully patted his face before retorting without a hint of courtesy. Have you not noticed that my abilities have always been formidable? Oh, right. You were too occupied with your sister to pay attention to me. The smile at Lin Wan's lips grew increasingly frigid as she tightened her grip, nearly choking him. At that moment, Fu Jingchen was far too preoccupied to ponder whether Lin Wan had been reborn, desperately trying to pry her hand away. Lin Wan, don't think we are easy to bully, Fu Weiwei exclaimed, brandishing a fruit knife from her pocket. A loud thud echoed as Li Yufu discarded a sack and rushed forward to shield Lin Wan. What are you doing? Li Yufu shouted at Fu Weiwei, casting a significant glance at his son. Li Taiju promptly stepped forward to seize the fruit knife from Fu Weiwei's grasp. Ah! Fu Weiwei stumbled backward in surprise, glaring at Li Taizhu in a fit of indignation. Are you out of your mind? Miss, if you wield a knife against others, it is you who seems unwell, Li Taizhu replied, his expression earnest. Fu Weiwei's face turned a chaotic blend of red and green as she rose from the ground, sizing up Li Taizhu with disdain, and spat. You bumpkin, keep your distance. What kind of country bumpkin are you to think you belong here? And you, Lin Wan, how dare you shamelessly entice my fiancé and deceive him into attacking us? Last time, you took advantage of your numbers and left us like this. My brother lost a finger because of you, and you must take responsibility. Lin Wan approached Fu Weiwei, a cold smile gracing her lips. Oh, how I wish to see whether you would splatter or the oil would. Should I drop you into a pot of boiling oil? Fu Weiwei, intimidated by Lin Wan's fierce demeanor, took a step back, nearly losing her balance. Wan, do not harm Weiwei. If there is an issue, direct it at me. Fu Jingxin feigned concern as he noticed the corridor filled with onlookers. With a creak, the door swung open, and Xian emerged from within. Chapter 62. Then you may die upon seeing Xian. Fu Weiwei's eyes sparkled with a newfound hope as she sidestepped Lin Wan and rushed to his side. Batting her eyelashes, she feigned utmost victimhood. Brother Xia, this wretched woman has deceived you. She has deliberately framed me and my brother, wishing to manipulate you against us. You must take a stand for me. I am the fiancé he handpicked by grandfather. How could I possibly be that kind of person? I am innocent, and I would rather die to prove my integrity. Fu Weiwei's face bore bruises yet to fade, her delicate frame resembling a shattered doll, tears streaming down her cheeks. She thought to herself, if she could win over Xian, all resources would belong to her alone, and she would ensure that Lin Wan, this wretched woman, would be the first to perish. Then you may die, Xian replied, sidestepping Fu Weiwei with an air of indifference. Lin Wan couldn't help but burst into laughter, infuriating Fu Weiwei further, who pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Wan. You little mistress, how dare you laugh? Miss Fu, I implore you to cease spreading falsehoods about my relationship with Miss Lin, and I do not have a fiancée. If I hear you continue to falsely claim that title, you will bear the consequences, Xian said with a faint smile, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. TSK, you truly are a shameless girl, he added. Li Youfu shook his head as he approached Fu Weiwei. Imparting a lesson, if there were women like you in our village, finding a man would surely be an impossibility. Old fool, who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Everyone, come and see. An outsider has intruded upon our sunlight of heart. Fu Weiwei bellowed, raising her voice to divert the crowd's attention. Unable to handle Lin Wan, she believed she could easily deal with an old man. Hey, who are you? Your accent suggests you're not from Yunqing. Dressed so rudely. Just a moment ago, I saw you fishing and pulling out a great deal of our fish. On what grounds do you think you can take our belongings? Do you even know where this is? How dare you come in here? Fu Weiwei crossed her arms, her tone dripping with disdain. Li Taizhu, somewhat simple-minded, asked, where is this exactly? With an air of superiority, Fu Weiwei declared, this is the affluent district, home to the elite of Yunqing. We do not welcome the likes of you country folk. If you know what is good for you, leave now. Don't pollute our community's environment. Don't you all agree? Yes. We do not welcome you. Get out. Leave. The residents of Sunlight of Heart encircled Li Youfu and Li Taizhu, some even beginning to resort to physical aggression. These country bumpkins are bound to be dishonest. Let us check our homes to ensure nothing is missing. Oh dear, my door is broken. What if they sneak in while I sleep and steal something? This remark incited a frenzy among the crowd, demanding Li Youfu and his companion to depart. The commotion caught the attention of villagers on the rooftop, who hurried down with farming tools in hand, their footsteps thunderous. As they reached the 15th floor, they overheard the insults hurled at them and the surrounding of their village chief, igniting their fury. Those wealthy folks think they're so great. Without us, you wouldn't even have rice to eat. Let go of our village chief, or don't blame us for being uncivil. Release the chief. Villagers who had just returned from fishing downstairs came rushing in, discarding their sacks and forming a protective barrier around Li Youfu and Li Taizhu, casting wary glances at the residents. More and more villagers arrived, crowding the hallway. We are 100 or so country folk. If you have the capability, try to drive us away, shouted a burly man, brandishing a hoe. Other villagers, eager for confrontation, advanced toward the residents, causing Fu Weiwei, at the forefront, to narrowly escape being struck by the hoe, retreating in fear. She had thought she was only dealing with Li Youfu and Li Taiju, but she had inadvertently provoked a throng. The residents, who had just been shouting for Li Youfu and his friend to leave, now fell silent, realizing they were outmatched by the towering, robust country folk armed with weapons. Unable to outshout or outfight them, the safety of their lives took precedence. Don't think that merely having numbers makes you right. This is our residence, purchased with hard-earned money. Why should we allow you lowly people to dwell here? Fu Weiwei shouted, undeterred by the escalating tension. Indeed, we are not fools. Exactly. We are here to stay? What are you going to do about it? Let us settle this with a fight. The residents of Xinhai Sunshine are filled with grievances, while the villagers of Lijia Village stand their ground. Observing the situation, Li Youfu stepped forward to calm the villagers, stating with dignified composure, "The rice you consume is cultivated by the labor of those you deem inferior. We are all human beings, equal in our physical attributes. In the face of calamity, there exists no distinction of status. We are all striving to survive, forced to leave our homes and come here. Beyond this location lies only water. Venturing out would lead to our demise. We cannot leave now, nor do we wish to. However, we are reasonable individuals and can share some of the supplies we have gathered with you as a form of rent. If you disagree, then it is of no concern to me." His meaning was clear. Whether the villagers consented or not was irrelevant. Should they agree, he could distribute resources. And should they refuse, it would lead to a deadly confrontation. He had to think of the villagers. There were no houses left nearby, and nearly half of the fleeing population had perished along the way. There was no option to take further risks. The residents of Xinhai Sunshine dared not retort, and Li Youfu's expression softened a bit. "Do you have a residence committee? If so, I would like to discuss matters with your leaders." "The members of the committee have all perished," someone replied. "Then select someone among the survivors who can communicate with me," he responded. The crowd exchanged glances, and Zheng Lei, with cunning intent, stepped forward and cleared his throat. "Mr. Zheng, why not take on the role of the building leader?" One of Zheng Lei's sycophants called out. The residents of Building 6, previously leaderless, rallied around Zheng Lei, exclaiming, "Let it be Zheng. He is already a big leader. Surely he can manage the role of a mere building leader." Yes, Mr. Zheng, you must accept. This pertains to our supplies." Zheng Lei feigned reluctance as he stepped forward, extending his hand symbolically. "Greetings, village chief. My name is Zheng Lei." Li Youfu raised his hand to shake, but Zheng Lei had already withdrawn his. "I will need a day to form a residence committee to discuss the allocation of supplies and personnel, as it is impractical for over 100 of you to reside in our Building 6. Li Youfu chose not to dwell on Zheng Lei's rudeness and focused on the matter at hand. "Very well, once you have reached a decision, you may come find me on the rooftop." Lin Wan leaned against the iron gate, quietly observing the two men in black who followed Zheng Lei as they exited. She remained to watch the unfolding drama, feeling the intensity of several piercing gazes fixed upon her. A glance revealed it was the two burly men. She was certain they were not residents of Xinhai Sunshine, yet they seemed somewhat familiar, as if she had encountered them before. Chapter 63. Old Li. "Your eyes are truly perceptive. Miss Lin, Dr. Xia, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Li Youfu picked up 2 burlap sacks from the ground and dusted off the dirt. "Look, these are freshly caught." Each sack was brimming with plump fish, their mouths opening and closing as they flopped energetically. The residents of Xinhai Sunshine gazed hungrily at the fish, unable to contain their salivation. "Old man, this is our precious treasure. What gives you the right to claim it?" The young man glared, expressing his dissatisfaction. The middle-aged woman, with an air of superiority, retorted, "Isn't this about distributing resources? There's no time like the present, so let us do it now." The old man, she scoffed, "She is a seller of her body. With plenty of patrons and resources, what does she care for your trifles?" Fu Weiwei squeezed through the crowd, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Is it because your lower passage is blocked that you resort to discharging from the top?" Lin Wan squinted, mocking, "It's clear who the real seller is." She cast a pointed glance at Guojun, who was being supported by Fu Weiwei. "Humph, it's just a bag of worthless fish. I can acquire plenty of those. What is there to be proud of?" Fu Weiwei gritted her teeth and pulled a gold bar from Guojun's pocket, marching defiantly to Li Youfu. Guojun attempted to stop Fu Weiwei but failed, chiding her silently for her foolishness. Didn't she understand the principle of keeping wealth discreet? Especially since it was his old gold. "Fu Weiwei, old man, I'll buy your bag of fish with this." She waved the gold bar in front of Li Youfu. provoking Lin Wan with a challenging gaze. Lin Wan's expression remained unchanged, though her mind whirled with schemes on how to seize the gold bars. Given Guijun's tone, he must be a prominent lawyer in peacetime. Surely, he possessed more than just this single bar of gold. Li Youfu regarded Fu Weiwei as if she were an imbecile. Girl, do you have a screw loose? This thing can't be eaten or drunk, and you want to trade it for fish? Indeed, Grandpa Li, your insight is sharp. She truly is a runaway from the mental ward, Lin Wan chuckled, giving the old man a thumbs up. Oh dear, I wondered why she always looks down her nose at me. Taizhu, step back lest you catch her madness. Li Youfu pulled Li Taizhu away from Lin Wan, as if she were a pestilence. Lin Wan's smile widened. As they exchanged banter, Fu Weiwei visibly flushed with anger, her hand trembling around the gold bar. This is a gold ingot. Just one is enough to buy your worthless life. I offer this to you out of respect. Li Youfu didn't even glance at Fu Weiwei, his demeanor cheerful as he continued to push the bag into her hands. Lin Wan found the old man rather endearing and couldn't bring herself to refuse. Thank you, Grandpa. You are our benefactor. There's no need for formality. Come on. Taizhu, let us go, Li Youfu said, patting Taizhu's head as they headed to the rooftop. Fu Weiwei was left completely ignored, spitting in disdain. Humph. Country folk are just ignorant. Once Li Youfu departed, Lin Wan ceased her laughter, her gaze darkening as she fixated on the trio, plotting how to obtain the gold. Fu Weiwei, feeling uneasy under her scrutiny, approached Lin Wan, intent on hurling insults. With ease, Lin Wan swung the burlap sack onto her shoulder, accurately striking Fu Weiwei on the head. Fu Weiwei let out a horrid scream as she fell, her face meeting the ground with a thud, crack. Half of her front tooth shattered and she clutched her mouth, shrieking in pain as blood gushed through her fingers. Feigning surprise, Lin Wan turned, exclaiming, "Oh my! How could you be so careless while walking? You ruined my fish. Can you afford to pay for it? Country bumpkin." With that, she swaggered into the 15th floor, the burlap sack over her shoulder. Xian followed closely behind, the iron door closing mercilessly, shutting off the envious gazes from outside. As I prepared to return to my room, I noticed Dunzi obediently seated in front of the vacant space of room 1501, balancing a dog training manual atop his head. He turned his head in puzzlement, seeking an explanation from Xie and elucidated that Dunzi's self-control was rather lacking, and he had been undergoing intensified training recently. With a woeful gaze, Dunzi looked up at Lin Wan, emitting soft whines yet maintaining a perfectly straight posture. Humph, the owner is merely envious. Lin Wan thoughtfully stroked her chin and tentatively inquired, "Can you train La Tiao?" La Tiao had been particularly mischievous lately, exhausting all her tricks, leaving Lin Wan weary. Observing Dunzi's impressive progress, she mused that since La Tiao already had an affinity for Xian, perhaps he could yield miraculous results. Xian remained silent, leading Lin Wan to believe he was unwilling. She waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, I was just asking. It's no big deal if it doesn't work out." As she prepared to leave with her sack, Xian's clear voice cut through. What benefit would that entail? Turning back to assess him, Lin Wan noted that ever since their candid conversation, Xian seemed transformed, polite yet maintaining a sense of distance, unwilling to offer his assistance without reciprocity. This was quite admirable. A man should know when to give and when to withdraw. Lin Wan countered, "What do you desire?" After a moment's contemplation, Xian replied earnestly, "At this moment, I cannot say what I want. I will inform you once I have determined it." He assured her it would not be excessive, remaining within her means. Lin Wan nodded in agreement. All right. It was entirely reasonable for someone like Xian, a powerful man not lacking in resources, to be at a loss for a request. She feared no outrageous demands from him, as long as he could properly educate the rebellious La Tiao. Investing more in educational endeavors was hardly a burden. The education of a child must commence early. One cannot allow La Tiao to falter at the starting line. Training will commence every afternoon at 1 o'clock. Xian stated succinctly, before issuing a release command to Dunzi. Upon receiving his freedom, Dunzi promptly dashed towards Lin Wan, seeking affection. She indulgently patted his furry head, her voice softening. "Would you like to go to your sister's house for fish?" Dunzi sniffed the sack, licking his lips, his intent unmistakable. However, he seemed to recall something and returned to Xian, shaking his head. Amused by his conflicted demeanor, Lin Wan asked Xian, "I'll take Dunzi home for fish and return him later. Would that be acceptable?" Dunzi leaned against Xian's leg, his eyes pleading. Xian's expression darkened momentarily, but quickly returned to neutrality. I will come to retrieve him later. With that, he turned back towards room 1501, his figure exuding a slight air of loneliness. Lin Wan had contemplated inviting Xian to join them for the meal, but given the recent awkwardness between them, she ultimately decided against it. After arriving home, she ushered the two little ones into the space, where a dragon and a dog frolicked playfully in the living room while she ventured into the kitchen to explore how to prepare hot pot fish. It would be a waste to let the fish go uneaten, especially considering the kind gesture from Old Man Li. It must not be squandered. Mimicking the chef from the instructional video, she carefully slit open the fish's belly, preparing to clean its entrails, only to discover that the internal organs emitted an eerie green glow. Donning gloves, she meticulously removed each organ, placing them on the cutting board, and examined them closely with a magnifying glass, using chopsticks to study the peculiarities. Aside from the green glow, there were no other abnormalities. Upon slicing the organs in half with a knife, the interior revealed the usual reddish flesh, albeit with very minute black specks. Leaning closer to inhale the scent, I discerned not only the fishy odor but also a faint hint of decay, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible unless one was attentive. This fish had been lively before its demise. How could it emit a scent of rot so soon after death? Chapter 64. Mission accomplished. Logically, only fish that had been deceased for a considerable time would exude such a foul odor, which struck me as exceedingly peculiar. Furthermore, the green luminescence within the entrails bore an uncanny resemblance to that found on the mosquito's body. Was this mere coincidence? A myriad of questions surged within me. My thoughts tangled like a disordered skein, impossible to unravel. Lin Wan furrowed her brow, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the tabletop. In my previous life, such bizarre occurrences were absent, with only extreme weather and a scarcity of resources to contend with. I retrieved an oversized fish tank from the storage area and transferred an entire sack of fish into it. Such anomalies could not be ignored, and I intended to observe them closely. Unable to indulge in hot pot fish, I resorted to providing fresh bones and raw meat for the cubs, reasoning that they required vitamin supplementation. Thus I prepared a pot of mixed vegetables. The two cubs were not picky eaters and devoured everything. Due to my unease regarding the fish, my appetite was lacking that evening, and I merely nibbled on a serving of potato rice. Having yet to exercise that day and mindful of not engaging in vigorous activity post-meal, I took the opportunity during my hour of rest to confront the challenge of the thermal clothing with scissors. Even the most formidable adversaries must eventually succumb, and a mere garment would certainly yield to my efforts. An hour later, gazing at a heap of discarded fabric, I sighed deeply, lamenting the waste. The material of the thermal clothing was precious and difficult to procure, now squandered in my attempts. I postponed my own attire, prioritizing the creation of a garment for the cub. Having successfully crafted one for the spicy strips previously, I found the process remarkably smooth this time, completing it within half an hour. I called the cub over to try it on. The fit was quite appropriate, with its fluffy fur enveloped within. It frequently shook its coat. I commanded the cub to sit, stand, shake hands, and walk around the room twice, confirming that it was not constricting before I removed it and placed it in a small bag. The doorbell chimed. Surely it was Xian. I stepped out of the space with the two little ones and opened the door. I'm here to pick up the cub. I led the cub outside, handing the bag to Xian. Here, this is the garment I made for the cub using thermal material. It can be worn during hot weather. By the way, it's best not to eat the fish in that bag, I cautioned, though I offered no further explanation. Xian nodded, accepting the bag. All right, I'll remember that. Thank you. As I attempted to close the door, I noticed Xian remained rooted in place. Puzzled, I asked, is there something else? Can you make one for a person? Xian inquired unexpectedly. My heart sank sharply. Why must he bring that up? No, I replied somewhat brusquely, my irritation resurfacing as I recalled the pile of waste in the space. Yesterday, there was a condition, right? I would like to assist my grandfather in acquiring a temperature-regulating garment, if that is permissible. Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Lin Wan, his expression brimming with expectation. Lin Wan rubbed her forehead, having almost forgotten about this matter. Nevertheless, considering Xian's sincere intentions, she deemed this request well within her capabilities. After all, it was merely a piece of clothing. All right, I'll do it. Lin Wan cleared her throat and prefaced her statement. I must forewarn you, however, that I have never successfully crafted a garment for a person before. so it may take some time before it is completed. The design may not be particularly fashionable, but I can assure you it will be wearable. Once made, returns or exchanges will not be accepted. This request is not unreasonable, as creating a garment necessitates a considerable amount of material, and while her attempts at crafting for pets were somewhat passable, producing something for a human would be a commendable achievement. It will be fine, Xian replied softly. All right, just send me Grandpa's measurements. And now I shall retire for the night. Good night. With that, she closed the door, returning to her space for battle. With unwavering focus, she followed the video tutorial step by step, and at last, she successfully fashioned a rough prototype of the garment, nearly leaping with excitement. Indeed, persistent effort yields fruitful results. Drawing upon the multitude of past failures, she meticulously refined the details of the clothing, sewing, and unpicking, until 2 hours later, a sample outfit was finally completed. This sample was intended for testing purposes. Although its design may not rival that of fashion maestros, it should at least be presentable. She spread the garment on the table for adjustments and modifications, aiming to finalize it before the space ejected her in the last hour. Tidying up the leftover scraps, Lin Wan exited the space, cradling the sample outfit. She was immensely pleased with her creation, reclining on the sofa and gently caressing this hard-won masterpiece. The fabric of the temperature-regulating garment was exceptionally lightweight, rendering the crafting process more challenging than that of conventional materials. Despite the arduous journey, the outcome was gratifying. The sample consisted of 2 separate pieces, both long-sleeved and long-panted. Had she opted for a shorter style, certain areas would have remained uncovered, creating a peculiar juxtaposition of warmth and chill. As for the potential perception of donning short sleeves and shorts that revealed the inner black silk as being peculiar, that was a matter for another time. Her well-being was of utmost priority. After donning the temperature-regulating garment, the discomfort of heat on her body was immediately alleviated. She approached the mirror, examining herself from various angles, the black sheer fabric clinging to her form, accentuating her curves exquisitely. Why does it seem somewhat alluring? Lin Wan furrowed her brow, but ultimately decided it mattered little, as she was the only one who would see it. To her surprise, the garment's effect was remarkably impressive. The upper body experience was unparalleled. The delicate sheer fabric felt soft against her skin, even more comfortable than her silk pajamas. The sample was tailored to her measurements, and upon trying it on, it fit perfectly. As soon as she wore it, the heat dissipated, yielding unexpectedly favorable results. The sensation mirrored that of being in the space. She no longer feared a lack of time. Lazily nestled on the sofa, she recalled the gold bars in Fu Weiwei's possession, contemplating a visit to Guojun's residence the following evening. In Building 6, with only 2 households per floor, discovering the whereabouts of an individual was hardly a daunting task. Was it? Hoping that Guojun would not let her down, Lin Wan drifted into a drowsy slumber. She experienced a dreamless night, awakening to a sense of dryness and comfort enveloping her. As she opened the window for fresh air, the blazing sun outside unleashed a wave of heat upon her face. The warmth caused her cheeks to flush slightly. Instinctively, she touched her face, and a sudden thought illuminated her mind. Those discarded scraps could be repurposed into masks and socks. This realization would provide comprehensive protection. How had she not thought of it before? In high spirits, Lin Wan leaned against the window's edge, resting her chin on one hand. Her eyes closed. The delicate lashes cast shadows across her clean, radiant cheeks as sunlight kissed her skin. The conditions of her missions were often harsh, exposed to the elements year-round. Her complexion was not pale but a healthy wheat tone, unmarred by blemishes or acne scars, her features exquisitely refined, embodying a unique exotic beauty. After enduring extreme heat, it was a blessing to bask in the sun once more. She recalled the bitter cold of eternal night, pressing her lips together, her lashes trembling ever so slightly. Suddenly, a rumble darkened her vision, and upon opening her eyes in confusion, she beheld several helicopters circling above, emblazoned with the flag of Huagua. The doors of the choppers were ajar, revealing a few soldiers clad in military attire, each holding a large, square box, standing at attention. Chapter 65. Supplies have arrived. The arrival of the military. Supplies are here. An excited shout pierced the air, quickly followed by a thunderous cheer. We are saved. We are saved. Hurry. Rush to the rooftop for supplies. The voices of the crowd drowned out the roar of the helicopters. Lin Wan rubbed her fingers together, pondering the situation as she gazed at the aircraft above. Has help truly arrived? Raising an eyebrow, she closed the window and drew the curtains, changing her clothes before stepping outside. Upon reaching the rooftop of Building 6, Lin Wan found it teeming with people. The Fu siblings and Guijun were among them. Guijun noticed Lin Wan and instinctively moved behind Fu Jingchen. His hand was wrapped in thick bandages, reminiscent of a cartoon character. Fu Weiwei, spotting Lin Wan, lifted her chin defiantly and sneered. Humph, Lin Wan, let us see how smug you remain. Once the military arrives, I will report you. Let them execute you. Lin Wan rolled her eyes. Fu Weiwei was truly a fool, unaware of the absurdity of her threats. Dismissing her, Lin Wan made her way into the crowd. As the others recognized Lin Wan's presence, they instinctively parted to create a path. Her recent exploits had spread throughout the building, and everyone knew better than to provoke her. If they could not confront her, they would avoid her altogether. Miss Lin, Li Youfu approached with a broad smile, leading Li Taizhu and Cuihua. Cuihua, this is Miss Lin, the one who saved our Tai Dan. Upon hearing that Lin Wan was the savior of her child, Li Cuihua attempted to kneel in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, benefactor." Lin Wan swiftly supported her, saying, "No need for such formalities. The true savior of your child is Dr. Xie." She did not wish to claim credit for the accomplishments. Without Dr. Xie, the child would not have recovered so swiftly. Dr. Xie? Ah, how fortuitous your arrival is. Siyu, come quickly, Li Yuf urged. While Li Siyu attempted to kneel, only to be stopped by Xie and Lin Wn could not help but marvel inwardly at the serendipity of the moment. Let me kneel. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I might never have seen TDN again. Li Siyu wept as she held her child. Her voice choked with emotion. The benevolence of a healer is but a trifling act. Uncle Li has already compensated me with fish, thus settling any medical fees owed to me. Xian replied, a gentle smile gracing his face, an aura of serene light seemingly radiating from him. Lin Wn felt inexplicably drawn to him, her gaze frequently drifting towards Xian. She could not help but reflect. Some individuals are indeed born to be extraordinary. Truly remarkable. She almost felt compelled to bow to him in reverence. Are you a doctor? Gu Jian squeezed through the crowd, darting to Xie and sighed. Please, I beg you, examine my hand. The pain has kept me awake all night. I shall pay you whatever you ask. Xian glanced at Gu Jian's hand with a nonchalant air and replied, your hand is beyond saving. You might as well send it to the crematorium. Ah. Gu Jian's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Lin Wn stifled a laugh. Xian's sharp tongue was as formidable as her own. However, Xian's words rang true. Gu Jian had fractured his wrist. In peacetime, timely treatment could restore it. But during this deluge, where could one seek aid? If Xian refrained from treating him, prolonged neglect would render the hand useless. In disbelief, Gu Jian crawled to Xian, exclaiming, no, it can't be. You are deceiving me. You are in cahoots with this wretched woman. Believe it or not. Xian dismissed him, kicking away the hand that clutched his trousers. Oh dear boy, if Dr. Xie, the divine physician, says you are beyond help, then you are indeed beyond help. It's merely a hand that is lost. You still have your life, Li Yuf advised with earnestness. You speak so lightly. Why don't you lose a hand yourself? Gu Jian retorted, tears streaming down his face as he protected his right hand. Seeing Lin Wn's amused expression, the thread of reason within him snapped, and he cried out in anguish. You vile creature, you've ruined my hand, and you dare to laugh. If I do not take your hand in return, I shall no longer be Gu Jian. Gu Jian's impotent rage clashed with Lin Wn's indifference. She strolled forward, lifting her foot as if to stamp down on his other hand. It seems you desire symmetry. Allow me to accommodate you. Gu Jian's clarity of thought returned in an instant, and he scrambled away in terror, fleeing behind the Fu siblings. Citizens, we are the Huaguo rescue team. I must announce an important matter. Please, everyone, cooperate and move aside. Creating a clear path in the middle, we will be delivering supplies. A voice boomed from above, and the crowd parted, making way. At that moment, helicopters hovered above the rooftops of Building 8 and also Building 6. The leading soldiers stood in the cabin, showing no intention of descending, continuing to relay instructions through the loudspeaker. We have received an urgent notification from above to convey a message. Please listen patiently until the end. This disaster is nationwide. Our country has mobilized all available resources for relief efforts. Yet the calamity is far more severe than we anticipated, and the rescue forces are woefully inadequate. We predict that further disasters may occur in the near future, and our collective immunity has been declining. Please refrain from consuming aquatic flora and fauna, regardless of the circumstances. Trust in the nation and grant us some time. The shelters will soon be established, so please be patient. No matter what transpires, we must stand together, even in hunger. What does immunity matter? They merely speak empty words. Rather, provide us with more supplies. The crowd complained, showing a lack of concern. Disaster? What disaster? Someone queried curiously. Hey, how long until the shelters are ready? Can we have a definitive answer? Otherwise, isn't it just empty promises? Indeed, why don't you come down? The officials above remained silent, merely nodding to their subordinates. A few individuals began to toss supply packages from the rooftop, the quantity significantly less than before, totaling just over 20 boxes. Each building houses at least 30 households, and with 6 additional buildings now overflowing with refugees, these supplies are grossly insufficient. Hey, is that all there is? A young man shouted hoarsely. These items are nowhere near enough. Have you hoarded the supplies for yourselves? Exactly. Are you still soldiers? Is this some sort of joke? The crowd murmured in discontent, while the officials above remained silent, tossing down the last supply package. Witnessing this, people surged forward to snatch the supplies, with some stronger individuals seizing 2 or 3 boxes, exacerbating the already scarce resources. The scene descended into chaos as others rushed to join in. Lin Wan refrained from participating, leaning against the wall, quietly observing the soldiers on the helicopter in a daze. Advising everyone against consuming aquatic flora and fauna due to declining immunity? What a ludicrous excuse. Lin Wan's instincts screamed. How could a matter serious enough for an urgent national notification be so straightforward? There must be hidden truths. The nation surely knows something, perhaps as she suspects. Chapter 66. Report. Once all supplies had been delivered, the leading soldier issued takeoff instructions to the pilot, and the helicopter slowly ascended, flying into the distance. The crowd, preoccupied with scrambling for supplies, failed to notice at first. At that moment, Fu Weiwei, clutching a box of supplies, saw the helicopter departing and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Commander, I want to report that someone here is committing violence." Hey, aren't you going to do anything about the murder? Unfortunately, the aircraft had already flown far away, and despite her persistence in calling out a few more times, the helicopter vanished completely from view. Lin Wan looked at Fu Weiwei with an expression of disbelief, pondering how such a fool could have been born into a wealthy family. Yet, having learned nothing from past experiences, her extreme foolishness was evident. Since her mouth was so incessantly chattering, she hardly needed any food. Lin Wan approached Fu Weiwei. Her tone icy. "Have you finished your outburst? What do you intend to do?" Fu Weiwei stepped back, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Wan offered a faint smile without responding, raising her hand to snatch the supply box from Fu Weiwei's grasp. Fu Weiwei hesitated for a moment, contemplating a counterattack, but Lin Wan swiftly delivered a kick, sending her tumbling into the throng of individuals scrambling for supplies. Weiwei. Fu Jingqian had just secured a box of supplies when he noticed Fu Weiwei sprawled on the ground. Unconscious, he hurried forward. "You want to die? How dare you harm my sister?" He shouted at the man behind Fu Weiwei, who was clutching supplies. The man, bewildered, retorted, "Who harmed her? I didn't even touch her. She suddenly flew in front of me, causing me to miss out on the supplies." "Brother Chun." It was Lin Wan who kicked Weiwei. Guojun, with his hands hanging limply, approached. Realizing he had no chance of securing supplies and could only rely on the Fu siblings. However, his family's provisions were sufficient for a considerable time. Yet more supplies were undeniably preferable. Wan. Fu Jingqian pushed through the crowd, standing before Lin Wan, his anger dissipated, replaced by a sycophantic grin. "You still have plenty of supplies, right? Would you be willing to part with this one?" Lin Wan couldn't help but roll her eyes, pondering who had endowed Fu Jingqian with the audacity to believe she would acquiesce to his request. She displayed a broad smile, bending down to set the box on the ground. Fu Jingqian's face lit up with joy, presuming Lin Wan intended to return the item to him, his heart swelling with pride, only to find his hands empty. Looking down, he realized the supply box had already been transferred to Lin Wan's possession. When the second syllable barely escaped his lips when Lin Wan, employing the same tactic, sent Fu Jingqian to join Fu Weiwei. Guojun, observing from a distance, felt a chill. Lin Wan was far from the pushover the Fu siblings had portrayed. Previously, Fu Weiwei had incited him to take charge, resulting in his injury. These siblings, consuming his resources while simultaneously undermining him, had even gifted away supplies. Fools. He distanced himself from them, unwilling to court disaster. Li Yufu, intrigued by the commotion surrounding Lin Wan, attempted to approach but was blocked by a middle-aged man. Hey, old man, you don't intend to claim the supplies, do you? Let me tell you, dream on. These supplies are designated for Xinhai Sunshine. Outsiders like you shall not partake. The other residents, upon hearing this, donned expressions of fierce defiance. Exactly. Rural folk are greedy and unreasonable. This is our property. We would rather perish than relinquish it to you. Get lost. Move far away. You reek of poverty. Hearing such disdainful words from the affluent, Li Yufu's countenance fell. He merely wished to approach Miss Lin, not to seize supplies. Before he could respond, the villagers from Li family village could no longer remain silent. We have stood here from the beginning, never intending to take your supplies. Is it unreasonable for you to speak to us in this manner? Humph, you people are quite cunning. Who knows whether you might steal our supplies? And that old man, if he isn't trying to rob, why is he moving this way? The middle-aged man shouted, pointing at Li Yufu. Li Taiju, upon hearing a man insult his father, seized a hoe and rushed in front of him, pointing menacingly. Utter another word against my father, and I shall take your supplies at once. The man, intimidated by the hoe in Li Tieju's hands, stepped back 2 paces, retorting defiantly, Do you think I fear you? What of it? He is just an old fool. Breathing is a waste of air, and being dead is a waste of land. Speak of my father again, and I will end you. Li Taiju gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury, raising the hoe as if to strike. Taiju, stop. The voices of Li Yufu and Zheng Lei rang out simultaneously. Li Yufu, quick-witted, snatched the hoe from Li Tieju's grasp and pulled him back. Village chief Li, what does your son mean by this? Does he intend to kill? Zheng Lei's face flushed with anger, his tone sharp. You must recognize your place. We are the lawful residents here, while you are merely refugees. It is neither just nor reasonable for you to act in this manner. My apologies, my son acted impulsively. He is but a fool. Do not hold it against him. Li Yufu admitted, realizing the untenable nature of his position and refraining from further argument as he drew his son back. Zheng Lei glanced at Li Taiju behind him, who indeed appeared rather simple-minded. I have come to discuss the matter with you. The property owners have agreed to allow everyone to stay, but we have a condition. What condition? Li Yufu inquired. You may only reside on the rooftop or in the stairwell. The corridors of private residences are off-limits. Any supplies salvaged from the water must be shared with us at a 50% rate. Furthermore, anyone who goes out must report to the homeowners committee to declare their supplies before leaving. Lastly, the villagers of Li Family Village are prohibited from receiving state-distributed supplies, as these are allocated per community, and you are not residents here. If you consent to these terms, we can discuss your accommodation. After careful consideration, Li Yufu found the terms reasonable and nodded in agreement. Very well. Seeing him acquiesce so readily, Zheng Lei's expression brightened instantly, and he invited Li Yufu to the homeowners committee to discuss the allocation of housing. Before departing, he raised his hand in a gesture of leadership to reassure the residents, stating, Rest assured, the homeowners committee has been established, and all collected supplies will be evenly distributed among every household. Each Monday afternoon, they will be distributed promptly according to the agreed ratio. Upon hearing this, the residents of Xinhai Sunshine erupted in thunderous applause, praising Zheng Lei's capabilities. He reveled in their adulation, eventually leading Li Yufu off the rooftop. Once Zheng Lei had departed, the villagers of Li Family Village retreated to the corners, either sitting or lying down. Those who had secured supplies descended the stairs jubilantly, while those who had not followed behind, dejected. Guojun refrained from rushing to the supply box, discreetly retreating from the rooftop amidst the crowd. Staying longer could lead to him being kicked out next. Lin Wan observed Guojun's hasty retreat with amusement, having initially assumed he was quite enamored with Fu Weiwei. It appeared he was not so remarkable after all. Given this, would it not be more entertaining to witness them turn on one another? Lin Wan followed Guojun off the rooftop, finding a secluded spot to stow the supply box in her space before proceeding to trail him to the 10th floor. Observing Guojun enter room 1002, I silently noted the door number, intending to pay a visit later. Chapter 67, Genetic Mutation. I made a trip to the 14th floor to deliver some floral water and reminded them to refrain from consuming anything from the water before ascending the stairs. Just as I reached the stairwell, an aged voice cried out, its tone oddly familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere before. Lin Wan peeked out to discover two burly men clad in black, standing before the iron gate on the 15th floor. They were unmistakably the same individuals who had trailed behind Zheng Lei that night. An elderly woman, her hair as white as snow, shielded a child with one hand while clutching a box tightly with the other. Old hag, you're already halfway in the grave. Clinging to those possessions is sheer folly. Hand over the supplies without forcing my hand, bellowed the towering bald man, his voice dripping with menace. Wah, everything here is for my grandson. Please, don't take my things. I beg you. The old woman repeatedly bowed her head, her forehead bruising from the impact. Yet, the two remained unmoved. One of them, a shorter man with a muscular build, spat out the cigarette he had been smoking, sneering, easily resolved. If your grandson is dead, he won't need to eat. Will he? The muscular man kicked the old woman, lifting the trembling boy from the ground as if he were a mere chick, ominously stating, Boy, if you must blame someone, blame your ill fate. The child dangled in the air above the lengthy staircase, certain death awaiting him below. Ah, Xiao Chuan. No. The elderly woman strained to rise, her desperate cries echoing in anguish. She struggled to reach the muscular man, tugging at his pant leg, weeping, I'll give you everything. Please spare my grandson. The muscular man smirked, relishing the moment, too late. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the boy down the staircase. The heart-wrenching scream of Xiao Chuan pierced the air as the elderly woman, overwhelmed by despair, fainted. Lin Wan's expression shifted. She dashed up the steps, her feet barely making a sound, and leapt into the air, effortlessly catching the boy. His face had gone pale from terror, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Upon recognizing the child, Lin Wan felt a flicker of surprise. He was indeed the same boy she had rescued from the water previously. The grandmother and grandson had been facing away from her, rendering her unable to recognize them. The boy, realizing Lin Wan was the sister who had saved him, ceased his sobbing, his eyes wide with shock. Sister, Grandma, he stammered, pointing towards the iron gate. There's a handsome brother who will come and open the door. Tell him Lin Wan's sister sent you in. Gently placing him on the steps, Lin Wan pinched his soft cheek, her tone soothing. She was aware that the scene about to unfold would likely haunt the boy's dreams, and thus felt compelled to send him away first. The boy hesitated. Worry etched on his face as he glanced back at his grandmother. Lin Wan reassured him, Sister will rescue your grandmother. Reluctantly, the boy descended the stairs. Turning back with every step, Lin Wan waited patiently for him to exit the stairwell. With a calm demeanor, she withdrew 2 claw knives from her spatial storage and ascended the steps with deliberate grace. Ah, how refined you appear, yet your actions are nothing short of beastly, she remarked, scrutinizing the 2 men clad in black with a mocking glint in her eyes. Upon noticing Lin Wan, the men exchanged furtive glances and in unison lunged toward her. Lin Wan swiftly retreated, evading their assault. The muscular man extended his hand like an eagle's claw, aiming for her neck. With a deft sidestep, Lin Wan evaded, only for the bald man to charge at her immediately. She feigned a sprint towards the iron gate, and as anticipated, they fell for her ruse, pursuing her eagerly. Upon reaching the gate, Lin Wan abruptly pivoted, wielding her claw-like knife to slash at their throats. The men were utterly unprepared for her counterattack, and despite their attempts to halt, it was already too late. The muscular man, lagging behind the bald one, viciously shoved him forward. The bald man, caught off guard, lunged toward Lin Wan. Seizing the opportunity, she tightened her grip around his neck. A flash of cold steel gleamed, and blood gushed forth from his severed throat. He emitted a few strangled gasps before his head tilted, lifeless. You brutish creature, you were so eager to prove your worth to me, Lin Wan taunted, twirling her knife with disdain in her eyes, utterly contemptuous of such treacherous individuals. I am Ao Ing. You may call me Master Eagle. Little girl, I find you quite appealing. Should you choose to ally with me, I might spare your life. What do you think? Am I not generous? Ao Ing appraised Lin Wan lewdly, a smirk creeping upon his face. Puffed Ao Ing. I'm more inclined to stay up late. Lin Wan retorted mercilessly, mocking him. Unperturbed, Ao Ing stepped back to create distance, retrieving a syringe from his pocket to inject into his arm. Within a second, his body began to tremble violently. His eyes rolled back, muscles bulging grotesquely as his shirt ripped apart, as though he were on the brink of mutation. After 2 more seconds, Ao Ing returned to normal, twisting his neck and raising his clawed hand, poised for action. What is this sorcery? Lin Wan narrowed her eyes. her playful demeanor faltering as she suddenly hurled her claw knife towards the muscular man. Ao Ying's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly evaded. He darted forward, his speed astonishing. And in an instant, he was before her, pinning her legs down. Such speed. She immediately tightened her grip around Ao Ying's neck, intending to deliver a fatal blow with her knife. Yet, his strength surged unexpectedly, overpowering her arms and lifting them upwards, attempting to dislocate her shoulder. Reacting swiftly, she drove her knee into his vulnerable region, striking his weakest point. The veins on Ao Ying's forehead bulged as he stifled a groan of pain. Yet he did not relinquish his hold. Lin Wan furrowed her brow. Something was amiss. The last time she inadvertently struck Xie and in that area, he had crumpled in agony. Could it be related to that syringe? This man's speed and strength had surged dramatically after his injection. Now, his abilities nearly matched her own. It was crucial to note that her enhancements were derived from drinking the waters of the spatial stream. An ordinary person could not achieve such feats. A sense of urgency washed over her. This was the first time since her rebirth that she felt truly cornered. The claw knife was ineffective against Ao Ying, and as she sought to retrieve her gun from behind her, the man clung to her fiercely, refusing to let go. She gritted her teeth and exerted all her strength to grip the man's elbow, her fingertips digging into his flesh, drawing forth 2 crimson punctures. Are you a dual ability individual? The muscular man furrowed his brow and loosened his grip, cold sweat trickling down his face from the pain. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wan broke free, swiftly retreating and drawing her gun, aiming it at Ao Ying. Do not move, Lin Wan shouted loudly. What was this man babbling about? What dual abilities? The muscular man's long sleeve was torn, revealing part of his forearm. The stairwell was dimly lit, and Lin Wan scrutinized the man's figure, her brow furrowing. This was the man who had taken her photograph from the speedboat outside the building that day. No wonder he looked familiar. The night had been so dark that she could only discern his outline. Now, with the 2 of them at a distance and the light comparable to that night, she finally recognized him. Blood gushed from the man's elbow, but it was not red. It was an eerie shade of fluorescent green. Chapter 68, Cherish Life. Stay away. This green hue was reminiscent of what she had discovered on the fish and mosquitoes. Lin Wan's eyelashes fluttered momentarily, her expression dazed as she fixed her gaze on the muscular man's arm. Clenching his fists, the man smirked coldly. I have awakened speed and strength as well. Let us see whose is superior. Little girl, encountering me, Ao Ying, today marks your misfortune. With that, Ao Ying disregarded his elbow wound and lunged at Lin Wan. Bang! Without hesitation, Lin Wan fired at Ao Ying, but his speed was astonishingly swift, the bullet narrowly grazing his left shoulder and striking the iron door with a resounding clang. The elderly woman still lay on the ground, and bullets showed no discretion. They could easily harm her. In a moment of despair, Lin Wan spotted Xie and Silhouette appear behind the iron door. She quickly gestured to him, and he nodded, slowly retreating into the shadows. Lin Wan fired several more shots at Ao Ying. As he dodged, she dragged the elderly woman to a safe corner, then led Ao Ying towards the iron door. The 2 engaged in a relentless chase. Ao Ying, frustrated at his inability to catch her, angrily pointed at Lin Wan. Don't move. Staying still is cowardly. Lin Wan deliberately provoked him. They circled in front of the iron door, and Ao Ying, becoming dizzy from the chase, pounded the door in fury, causing several of its reinforcements to buckle under the strain. Hey, you big fool. Lin Wan quickly sought to divert Ao Ying's attention. She had fought hard to regain this door, and now he was destroying it. She would have to ask Xingyan for repairs. Perhaps even add a feature that would electrocute anyone who attempted to force it open. Lin Wan felt a pang of anguish as Ao Ying, panting heavily, stopped just as he turned his back to the iron door. Xian's figure reappeared behind the door, signaling Lin Wan to evade. Lin Wan subtly nodded in acknowledgement, then suddenly crouched and rolled to the left. As Ao Ying prepared to pursue, a bullet pierced his abdomen. The shell clattered to the tiled floor, and Ao Ying's legs buckled beneath him as he knelt, clutching his wound. You have help? No backstabbing, you too. Lin Wan cast a pointed glance at the bald man lying in a pool of blood in the distance, her sarcasm cutting sharply through the atmosphere. It was only now that she truly appreciated the advantages of having allies. Fighting alone inevitably led to miscalculations. Fortunately, Xian was also a soldier and understood the gestures of combat, their synergy palpable. Who sent you here? Lin Wan interrogated him. Ao Ying spat out a mouthful of luminescent green blood, Yet he did not forget to tease Lin Wani. "Kiss me, and I shall divulge. I see you're destined for walnuts in 2 days." "How infuriating," Lin Wani retorted, stepping forward to deliver a couple of forceful punches, sending several of Ao Ying's teeth flying. As he coughed up green blood, he let out a lewd laugh. To die beneath the peony blooms is to be a spirited ghost. Ha ha ha, cough, cough, cough. Observing Ao Ying's deranged behavior, Lin Wani stepped back in disdain, valuing her life and keeping her distance. Ao Ying laughed for a full half-minute, but soon his chest began to heave erratically, his breaths becoming shallow and labored. "Little girl, the boss won't let you off," he managed to wheeze. Only then did Lin Wani approach him, gripping his collar firmly. "What is your boss's name?" With great effort, Ao Ying attempted to move his lips, uttering a single syllable before a raspy sound emanated from his throat. His face turned ashen, his eyes bulging, and his body convulsed violently before he succumbed to death. Almost immediately, his corpse began to shrivel, his cheeks hollowing out, bones becoming pronounced, and his skin taking on a misty green hue. "Damn it!" Lin Wani exclaimed in frustration, kicking at Ao Ying's lifeless form several times. "I detest those who speak only half-truths." Once she regained her composure and scanned the surroundings for any other presence, she exhaled in relief. Crouching down to inspect Ao Ying's body closely, she felt fortunate that his trousers had not burst under pressure. How embarrassing that would have been. Flipping the body over, she began her examination at the neck, where she discovered a yellow-green tattoo of a cross smack in the center, a rather unrefined design. Was this man a Christian? Clicking her phone, Lin Wani captured an image of the cross for her records, then picked up a syringe lying on the ground, inspecting it closely, but finding nothing particularly noteworthy. Ao Ying had claimed to have awakened speed and strength, likely referring to some form of supernatural ability. However, in her previous life, aside from Fu Weiwei, who possessed spatial powers, she had never encountered any other superhuman. Had everyone possessed abilities back then, Fu Weiwei would not have navigated her challenges so effortlessly. This defied logic. Typically, wouldn't Ti's supernatural abilities emerge only during a zombie apocalypse? Lin Wani sighed deeply. The trajectory of her life had shifted entirely. The butterfly effect was indeed exaggerated. Fortunately, Lingxi was present, a being who could not only enhance physical strength and speed, but also possess healing properties, akin to 4 types of abilities combined. Yet, she wondered if her strength and speed would continue to grow. No, she needed to expedite the upgrade of her space. As the number of superhumans increased, she risked becoming a mere minor player, a Karami. To live again yet be relegated to such a status was unacceptable. Xian approached Ao Ying's body, his expression grave. The individuals who had invaded Lijing Bay to seize supplies bore the same tattoo. Had they ventured to Lijing Bay? Lin Wan furrowed her brows and looked up at Xian, whom Xian nodded. No wonder he was so anxious to return that day. It was for this matter. "Is your grandfather all right?" A sense of guilt welled up within Lin Wan, realizing that Xian was entangled with these people because of her. "It seems they have set their sights on us. I'm sorry, I've implicated you." "It's not your fault," Xian replied gently, steering the conversation back to Ao Ying. "Those individuals bear tattoos identical to his, albeit in different colors." "Different colors?" Lin Wan mused, tapping her chin. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. "I understand. The skin of this corpse is green. According to the primary colors, if green is predominant when mixed with red, it would appear yellow-green. Therefore, the tattoo should indeed be red." "Precisely. That group bears red tattoos," Xian stated, placing the empty syringe into a sealed bag. "Are they the same ones from the speedboat that day?" Lin Wan nodded. Initially uncertain, it was now abundantly clear. "If not them, then who else?" "What do you intend to do?" Xian inquired, gazing down at Lin Wan. "All we know for certain is that they have a base. But with the death of this individual, the lead has gone cold. However, they will undoubtedly not relent and will send more people. We must remain vigilant and observe the situation as it unfolds. By the way, have you uncovered anything regarding the group from Lijing Bay?" Xian shook his head. That group had hidden poison in their mouths and committed suicide when apprehended. Lin Wan's pupils dilated. Such ruthlessness among the base's lackeys. What kind of tyrant must their leader be to keep them in line? The enemy is in the open while we remain in the shadows. Let us keep each other informed of any developments to respond promptly. She retrieved a walkie-talkie from her pocket and handed it to Xian. It's essential to maintain a good rapport with Xian, as our paths often cross. What if I inadvertently upset him and he betrays me? Chapter 69. You can't be a psychopath, can you? Xian accepted the walkie-talkie and gestured toward Ao Ying's corpse. Do you still want this? Why would I want that? Lin Wan was baffled. Xian remained silent, deftly retrieving 2 body bags from his pocket. With swift movements, he placed Ao Ying and the bald man's corpses into their respective bags. Are you certain you don't want it? He asked once more. If you want it, take it, Lin Wan replied, waving her hand dismissively. Upon hearing this, Xian dragged the bald man's body bag and hurled it out the window. With a thud, the body bag landed beside a man, splattering him with water. The heat was unbearable, so he had come to cool off in the water, only to be startled by the sudden drop of a large object. He pointed upward, cursing, damn, almost crushed me. Who's up there? Don't they know it's illegal to throw things from a height? Unfortunately, he couldn't discern from which floor it had fallen and had to let it go. Curiously, he opened the bag and was met with the gruesome sight of the bald man's severed throat, causing his expression to stiffen. Xiao Guang and Ao Ying have been discovered by that woman. In a panic, he dragged the bag away, swimming toward a dilapidated shop, where he retrieved the concealed speedboat and set off toward the southwest. Building 6, 15th floor. Xian, with a stoic expression, donned his gloves and mask, collecting the luminous green blood from the ground with a test tube, and subsequently utilized cleaning tools to erase the bloodstains. Lin Wan couldn't help but give Xian a thumbs up, affirming his professionalism in handling such matters. Not one to be idle herself, Lin Wan hoisted the body bag containing Ao Ying and made her way to the corner to carry the old woman upstairs to the 15th floor. Just as Xian finished collecting the blood, he caught sight of Lin Wan's actions, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let us go, he urged. Upon reaching the 15th floor, they found the iron door battered by Ao Ying's blows, rendering it ineffectual. Lin Wan's spirits dampened as she observed the gaping hole in the door. Grandmother, He Chuan, hearing the commotion, opened the door and, upon seeing the unconscious old woman in Lin Wan's arms, his smile vanished, worry creeping into his eyes. Child, the living room is waiting. Lin Wan, familiar with the surroundings, found the treatment room and gently placed the old woman on the bed, closing the door to shield her from Xiao Chuan's gaze. She tossed the body bag to the floor and dragged Ao Ying's corpse from within, preparing for the examination. Lin Wan, calm down. If you damage it, it will impede our study, Xian implored, grasping her arm. He had hoped to select an auspicious day for the dissection, and any damage would complicate matters. Are you a pervert? Lin Wan blurted, voicing her long-held suspicion. Isn't necrophilia considered deviant? Xian countered earnestly. Lin Wan fell silent, brushing off Xian's hand to shift the topic. When will the old lady awaken? Xian delicately placed the body bag into the freezer and activated the generator, illuminating the room instantly. He approached the treatment bed, utilizing a pupil light to examine the old woman's eyelids. She merely fainted from shock, but she is severely malnourished. A glucose infusion will help her regain consciousness shortly. He set the light aside and covered her with a thin blanket. I'll return after changing my clothes, Lin Wan said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her collar was drenched, and she felt uncomfortably sticky. Upon returning to room 1501, Lin Wan took out a thermometer to measure the indoor temperature, which had reached 32 degrees Celsius. Just the night before, it was a mere 28 degrees. A rise of 4 degrees in a single night. She estimated that within a week, the temperature would soar to the 40s, necessitating reliance on temperature-regulating clothing. After addressing the old woman's situation, she would need to return to garment making promptly. Knock knock. The old lady has awakened, Xian announced. Lin Wan followed him back to room 1501, and as soon as they entered, the old woman approached them. Little girl, I, Lu Hongmei, must have amassed immense fortune in my past life to encounter you. Thank you so much. Without you, Xiao Chuan would have. Tears streamed down Lu Hongmei's face as she grasped He Chuan's hand and knelt to bow before her. Thank you, sister. Your life-saving grace is beyond measure. Xiao Chuan is willing to serve you like an ox or horse, without hesitation. He Chuan knelt on the ground, bowing 3 times to Lin Wan, his voice sweet and innocent. Lin Wan was taken aback. Where had this child learned such dramatic expressions? Goodness, why are they both bowing to me? I'm still alive. Lu Hongmei interjected, rising to speak. Lin Wan assisted Lu Hongmei back onto the sofa. Thank you so much, little girl. If anything were to happen to the child, his father would surely despise me upon his return. Lu Hongmei grasped Lin Wan's hand tightly, her voice hoarse and trembling with age. Don't cry, Grandma. He Chuan stepped forward, gently wiping away the tears from Lu Hongmei's eyes with his small hand, his voice sweet and soft. Witnessing this tender scene, Lin Wan felt a pang of emotion as she scrutinized the pair of grandmother and grandson. Each one appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, with round eyes and delicate, charming features. However, his face was haggard and emaciated, his white shirt hanging loosely on his frail frame, which seemed to consist only of skin and bones. In stark contrast, Lu Hongmei appeared even more gaunt, her body as thin as a sheet of paper, her cheeks deeply hollowed, and her face a tapestry of wrinkles, yet one could still discern the beauty she possessed in her youth. "And where is the child's father?" Lin Wan inquired, striking at the heart of the matter. Lu Hongmei's gaze shifted to He Chuan, her cracked lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Xian poured them some water and offered He Chuan a piece of candy, gently asking, "Would you like to see an anatomy chart of a corpse?" "What? Dude, that's a tad morbid. He's just a child," Lin Wan interjected, her tone a warning. He Chuan, however, showed no signs of fear. Rather, he appeared intrigued. Turning to seek Lu Hongmei's approval. "Go ahead, I shall chat with your sister for a while," Lu Hongmei said affectionately, ruffling He Chuan's small head. Once they had departed, she explained, He Chuan has always aspired to be a doctor. Prior to the flood, he would often immerse himself in medical books at home. Lin Wan understood now. No wonder a typical child would not be so fascinated by such macabre literature. Alas, Lu Hongmei sighed heavily, gazing out the window, her voice choked with emotion. "My son, He Chi, is a soldier. Before the flood, he called to advise me to stock up on supplies and refrain from going outside. I found his instructions peculiar, yet I followed them. He assured me he would return, but who could have foreseen that so much time would pass without a trace of him?" Lin Wan listened quietly. Her eyes dimmed. With such an extended absence, it was likely that Lu Hongmei's son had met with misfortune. Lu Hongmei continued, "We live on the 5th floor. When the floodwaters began to rise, He Chuan was asleep, and I was upstairs trying to find a signal to call my son when I heard shouting from below. It was only then I realized our home was inundated. After you rescued He Chuan, we took refuge on the rooftop, surviving on the charity of kind souls and scavenging for remnants left behind by others. Once the waters receded, I returned home with He Chuan, only to discover that all our provisions had been swept away. He Chuan, resourceful as he is, would scour the waters in the building daily, sometimes finding food if fortune favored him, or at the very least, quenching his thirst." Chapter 70. A nation is a home. The resources I fought so hard to secure. Upon descending the stairs, I encountered those 2 men. Thank goodness you arrived in time, or they would have killed both of us. Lu Hongmei wept profusely, her tissues crumpled and damp in her grasp, occasionally lifting them to wipe her tears. "Grandma Lu, there's no need for thanks. It was but a small act on my part," Lin Wan reassured, gently patting Lu Hongmei's shoulder. "Where is Xiao Chuan's mother?" Lin Wan inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Lu Hongmei sighed. Xiao Chuan's mother has sacrificed herself. She had not anticipated that both Lu's son and daughter-in-law were soldiers. Xiao Chuan's mother gave her life for the country, while his father was away safeguarding the nation, unable to return home. Lin Wan silently resolved to protect the elderly woman and her grandson, believing that even a small effort could make a difference. After all, what if He Chi returned? "Is it true that you are also a soldier?" Lu Hongmei suddenly recalled something and grasped Lin Wan's hand, asking, "Do you know my son?" Lin Wan pondered momentarily before regretfully shaking her head. "I do not know your son." During her time in the military, she had kept her distance from other men, even from comrades with whom she fought side by side. It was possible she had encountered He Chi but did not recognize him by name. Lu Hongmei's expression dimmed slightly, and Lin Wan comforted her by holding her hand. "Rest assured, your son will certainly return. He may simply be occupied with some mission that prevents him from coming back at the moment." Lin Wan understood well the truth that a nation is the foundation of a home. Currently, with disasters striking across Huaguo, both resources and manpower were in short supply. It was highly likely that He Chi was somewhere engaged in relief efforts. Yes, he will definitely come back. Lu Hongmei's spirits lifted a bit. "From now on, you may call me Xiao Wan. If anyone bullies you, feel free to come to the 15th floor to find me. If I'm not there, you can seek help on the 14th floor, Lin Wan reassured her. "Thank you, Xiao Wan." Lu Hongmei wiped her tears, her face radiating gratitude. "With your words, I fear nothing. The hour is late. I must take Xiaochuan home now. Xiao Wan, if you ever need me, do come to 501. Lu Hongmei glanced at the clock on the wall and quickly rose to her feet. "All right, I will see you downstairs." Lin Wan recognized Lu Hongmei's desire not to linger and did not insist. She knocked on the study door, and Xia emerged with He Chuan. Lu Hongmei, please wait for me outside. I shall return shortly with some supplies. Lin Wan went back to 1502, retrieving water, canned goods, and compressed biscuits from her space. 2 boxes of each. The supplies Lu Hongmei had gathered were likely already pilfered. Children and the elderly are frail and cannot rely solely on water for sustenance. Lu Hongmei's home lacked electricity, and with the heat rising, other items would be impractical to store. These provisions were far more useful. Let's go. Lin Wan emerged carrying a towering stack of boxes. The boxes obscured her view, forcing her to peek around them to navigate. Halfway down the hall, the weight in her hands lightened as someone lifted the top 3 boxes away. It was Xian. He said nothing, silently moving ahead with the boxes in hand. Lin Wan found herself momentarily lost in thought as she watched his tall figure, a flicker of something unusual crossing her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Xiao Wan, doctor. Xia. Lu Hongmei observed the 2 individuals holding cardboard boxes, repeatedly shaking her head in refusal. Oh, no. No. You have already aided us far too much. I cannot accept these. She exclaimed. Grandma Lu, please do not decline. We do not know when the next shipment of supplies from the government will arrive. Lin Wan urged gently. At that moment, Xian interjected with a serious tone. Xiao Chuan is suffering from severe malnutrition. If he does not eat soon, it could lead to serious consequences. Lu Hongmei wavered. While she could stave off hunger with water, her grandson was still so young. Xiao Chuan, lead the way for me and your brother, Lin Wan insisted, not allowing the elderly woman any chance to hesitate. Thank you, Sister Xiao Wan. Thank you, Brother Xian. He Chuan stepped forward, lifting his small hand to help Lin Wan carry one of the boxes. Lin Wan smiled, finding the child's words as sweet as honey. He Chuan, cradling the box, walked ahead, and those around him gazed at the cardboard box with greedy eyes. Hey, little one, is there food inside? I've been hungry for so long. Could you spare a little for me? A scruffy young man with unkempt hair and a stubbled face blocked He Chuan's path, his eyes gleaming with desire as he reached out to snatch the supplies. He Chuan, initially walking joyfully, stepped back defensively upon seeing the man, clutching the box tightly. Other residents, resembling hungry wolves, encircled them, eyeing the box with salivation. Little friend, has your teacher ever taught you the importance of sharing? Look at how much you have. It would be right to share some with us, wouldn't it? A woman approached with a smile, her voice sweetened as she spoke to He Chuan. And has your teacher ever taught you the meaning of shamelessness? Lin Wan leisurely approached the woman, still holding the box. Upon hearing herself being called shameless, the woman looked up in anger, her alluring fox-like eyes meeting Lin Wan's smiling gaze. Who are you? Just because you look like a seductress, does that mean you can meddle in my parenting? The woman instinctively took 2 steps back, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Wan. Parenting? Xiao Chuan, is she your mother? Lin Wan gestured for Xiao Chuan to come closer. He Chuan hid behind Lin Wan, trembling softly. She is not my mother. My mother is very beautiful. And this Anne is ugly. Sister, I am scared. You little brat, who are you calling ugly? The woman, hands on her hips, shouted angrily. You look like a skinny monkey yourself. Before she could finish her retort, Lin Wan struck her with both boxes, causing the woman to crash to the ground, clutching her face and wailing. She is that crazy woman. Someone in the crowd recognized Lin Wan, retreating in fear to a corner. The woman on the ground, disoriented and bleeding from her nose, trembled as she pointed at Lin Wan, attempting to curse her, but a man rushed out from the crowd, hurriedly covering her mouth. You troublesome woman. Be quiet. Do you know who she is? She is the gun-wielding female tyrant from the 15th floor. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Although the man spoke in a hushed tone, everyone still heard him. Those who have encountered Lin Wan naturally fled long ago, while those who had not, upon hearing the keywords, hurriedly took their families and distanced themselves. The 15th floor, armed individuals, the female demon. Each term was sufficient to instill fear, rendering them weak-kneed. Survival is an innate human instinct. Lin Wan's reputation as a merciless killer, the female demon, was well known throughout the entire building, and they had no desire to confront danger. Feeling fortunate not to have attempted to seize the box from the child's hands. Miss Lin, my wife is unwell. Please, show mercy and spare her this once. A man pleaded desperately as he crawled to Lin Wan's feet. Get lost. Lin Wan dismissed him with indifference, striding towards the woman. The crowd, paralyzed by fear, held their breath, unable to bear the sight of the woman on the ground. She was unfortunate indeed. having provoked this female demon. Just as everyone anticipated that Lin Wan would end the womaness life, she gracefully bent down to pick up 2 boxes from the ground and smiled at the crowd. The smile, devoid of warmth, sent chills down their spines. She raised the boxes high, her voice soft. Do you not desire supplies? Come, take them from me. The crowd shivered at her words. Was the female demon truly so benevolent? No one wished to be the first to step forward. I wouldn't dare take your things. We don't want them, they stammered in unison. Yes, yes, you are truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Please keep them for yourself. A group of individuals huddled together, shaking their heads vigorously. Very well, it is you who do not wish for them. She continued. Should I discover anyone taking advantage of my absence to bully or steal from Granny Lu and the others, I will personally pay them a visit. Furthermore, if anyone dares to harm Granny Lu and Xiao Chuan, you may report it to me. The informant will receive a box of supplies, provided the information is truthful, otherwise. She deliberately left her sentence unfinished, fully aware of the principle of making an example of others. However, one must not go too far. The majority of people here were merely striving to survive. Only a few were truly malicious. If she resorted solely to violence, the potential for public outrage would be minimal. Yet, should she become a relentless killer, the slayer of dragons might ultimately become a dragon herself, which would be detrimental. The events of the past had already served to instill fear in these individuals, and coupled with the temptation of resources, the safety of Granny Lu and He Chuan would be assured. Indeed, as neighbors, we ought to assist one another, should we not? Lin Wan blinked and smiled sweetly. The crowd responded, Please, stop smiling, it frightens us. Yes, yes, Miss Lin speaks truth, we shall remember. The man who had previously been kicked down rose to echo Lin Wan's sentiments. Yes, we will oversee one another, and we will inform others. The crowd clamored in agreement, and only then did Lin Wan cease her smile, clutching the boxes as she descended. After escorting Grandma Lu and He Chuan back to room 501, Grandma Lu warmly invited them in, but she politely declined. She was in a hurry to return home to work on some clothing. After giving Grandma Lu a few reminders not to consume anything from the water, she made a brief stop at room 1402 to ask Sheng Yun if he could assist her in repairing a door. It was only after this that they returned to the 15th floor. Thank you for today, Dr. Xia, Lin Wan expressed her gratitude. Ao Ying, having injected the serum, felt a surge in strength and speed, now on par with her. Without Xia An's covert support from behind, the day's events would not have concluded so smoothly. There's no need for thanks. We are friends, Xia An replied, his eyes cast down, his voice barely above a whisper. Ever since he had indicated that they could only be friends, he seemed to incessantly emphasize this point. Was the boy enchanted by this notion? Clearing her throat in embarrassment, Lin Wan sought to change the subject. Could you share your measurements with me? Measurements? A hint of confusion flickered in Xia An's eyes as he glanced down uncertainly. Is this something you particularly care about? Lin Wan paused for 2 seconds, then blushed, exclaiming in frustration, What are you thinking? I'm referring to clothing measurements. Realizing he had misconstrued her words, Xia An fell silent and went into the room to retrieve paper and a pen. Dunzi, following him, ambled out and, upon seeing Lin Wan, rushed forward affectionately. Lin Wan gently patted Dunzi's fluffy head. Once Xia An had finished writing, he handed the paper to Lin Wan, who took it and asked, What about yours? My measuring tape at home was chewed up by Dunzi. I don't have an extra one, Xia An replied, his head bowed, obscuring his emotions. Dunzi, rubbing against Lin Wan's legs, suddenly paused and barked, No, I didn't do it. The master is the real dog. He lied to my sister. Unfortunately, Lin Wan was unable to comprehend his words and picked up Dunzi, heading towards room 1502. Let's go to my place first. I have a measuring tape. Xia An's eyes flickered with realization, and he followed Lin Wan into the room. You sit first. I'll go find the measuring tape. She remembered it was in the storage room, so she went to the bedroom to retrieve it. Upon returning to the living room, she found Xia An still standing rigidly in place. As she approached him to hand over the measuring tape, he unexpectedly raised both hands. What are you doing? Lin Wan asked in confusion. I'm preparing to measure the dimensions, Xia An responded. Lin Wan, shaking her head in resignation, decided not to argue further. If they had this time, they could have measured already. She was a head shorter than Xia An, so she tiptoed to loop the measuring tape around his neck. To her surprise, he bent down without warning, his handsome face magnified before her, so close that she could see the pores on his skin. The air around them seemed to freeze, and Lin Wan instinctively held her breath, her lips slightly parted. A wave of heat coursed through her, oddly intensified despite her wearing temperature-regulating clothing. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Damn it, stop. Struggling to control her heartbeat, she realized it was only getting faster. Let us measure. Xian's deep voice broke the silence. Lin Wan felt a rush of coldness in her hand, and upon regaining her composure, she discovered that Xian had taken her hand to measure her neck circumference. You can measure it yourself. Lin Wan awoke from her reverie, tossing aside the measuring tape and fleeing. Xian, quick-witted and agile, pulled her back, compelling her to meet his gaze. Lin Wan's eyes darted away, refusing to look at him. This man was deliberately enticing her to air. Xian raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful intrigue. What else with the shyness? Did you not claim to dislike me? Who is shy? Lin Wan retorted instantly. I don't believe it. Unless you continue measuring. Let us measure then. Lin Wan picked up the tape from the ground, wrapping it around his neck to begin measuring. Xian broke into an uncontrollable cough, his face turning a shade of purple. Lin Wan quickly released her grip, realizing her oversight. In her haste, she had not moderated her strength. She resumed measuring his chest, and it must be said, Xian's muscles were impressively developed, his chest nearly rivaling that of a male model. She hurriedly suppressed her wicked thoughts, swiftly measuring the remaining areas and recording the data. All done. Goodbye, she said, pushing Xian out the door, unceremoniously bidding him farewell. With a thud, Xian gazed at the closed door, his eyes deep with contemplation. Inside, Lin Wan leaned against the door, her heart racing as if it might explode. She fanned her face with her hand to cool down. Phew, it's really getting hotter. Dunzi, the little dog, tilted its head in confusion, barking, woof. Startled, Lin Wan had almost forgotten the little creature was still in the room. What is it? Xian's voice called from outside. Nothing. You can go now. Dunzi is staying with me today. Originally, Dunzi was supposed to return home with Xian, but she preferred not to see that certain devil today. It would be better to send him back tomorrow. Chapter 72. Another trip to the zero-cost purchase. Good boy. You'll spend the day with your sister, Lin Wan cooed, stroking the bewildered little Dunzi. Woof. Dunzi understood and wagged his tail happily. She brought Dunzi and some spicy strips into her space. The space showed little change. Aside from the last time when the wind chime heart had extended her stay by 4 hours, the progress had been remarkably slow. The Xinhai Sunshine community was situated in the suburbs, where properties and shops were already scarce. The recent tornado had obliterated all surrounding buildings. Now, in the suburban area of Yun City, it seemed that Xinhai Sunshine was the only remaining community standing firm. Sitting on the sofa, she sighed softly. Your apocalypse and my apocalypse seemed to be different. The temperature had risen to over 30 degrees, which was normal, yet the concern lay in the fluctuating temperatures. Thus, today she must complete all her clothing. She stood up and rummaged through the storage area until she unearthed the sewing machine. She had completely forgotten she had this valuable item. With it, crafting a few outfits was no challenge. After calculating, she determined she needed to make at least 6 sets, 3 for the 14th floor, 2 for Xian, 1 for her sample, and an additional for a change. The fabric for the constant temperature clothing was still plentiful, but she mustn't use it all at once. Frugality was key. With the sewing machine in hand, her garment-making speed soared. In just 3 hours, she completed all 6 outfits. Practice makes perfect. Previously, crafting a single piece had been a struggle. Yet now she could effortlessly assemble a whole set. With only an hour remaining in the space-time continuum, Lin Wan set out with her 2 little companions. Time could not be entirely exhausted. In the event of an emergency requiring re-entry into the space, it was prudent to retain some reserve. Having crafted 6 sets of garments, she found herself with a considerable amount of leftover fabric. She gathered the previously accumulated scraps into a small mound and fashioned a few pairs of socks and masks for each individual. Comprehensive protection was ensured, including spicy strips and cushions. While remaining indoors was manageable, venturing outside would soon be necessary once the floods receded. The delicate paw pads of small animals were susceptible to burns from the ground, prompting her to retrieve several pairs of tiny shoes. A set of temperature-regulated clothing was neatly packaged and arranged on the table, filling her with a sense of accomplishment. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 3 in the morning. It was time to visit the resident on the 10th floor. After donning her night attire and mask, she ascended to the 10th floor. Ensuring the coast was clear, she produced a small black box and connected the data cable to the electronic lock. After a few seconds, the door clicked open. During her previous resource collection at the commercial building, she had fortuitously discovered a device specifically designed to crack intelligent password locks, which was now proving invaluable. Upon opening the door to room 1001, she hesitated before entering, listening intently for a moment. The thunderous snores of Guijun filled the room, prompting her to stealthily step inside. Gently, she took out the ether she had prepared in advance and quietly opened the bedroom door. Guijun lay in slumber like a log, completely unaware of her presence. She covered his mouth and nose with a cloth and waited for several seconds until he succumbed to a deep unconsciousness. Lin Wan tidied up her belongings and began to search the room, but found no safe. She scoured the living room and the remaining 3 rooms. Yet her efforts yielded nothing. Leaning against the refrigerator in despair, she pondered the situation. Could it be that he possessed only this single piece of gold? That seemed unlikely. After all, was he not a distinguished lawyer, presumably affluent? Undeterred, she traced her fingers along the wall, tapping the surface in hopes of discovering a hidden passage similar to the one Fu Jingchen had. After 10 minutes of fruitless tapping, her knuckles were sore, and still no secret door revealed itself. Rubbing her hands, she ventured to the bathroom, even opening the toilet tank, yet found nothing. Frustrated, she stormed into the kitchen and looted all of Guijun's stored water and supplies, leaving him with not a single drop. As she cast her eye around, it inadvertently fell upon the double-door refrigerator in the corner. Having been devoid of power for quite some time, its contents were likely spoiled. It was a fitting farewell for Lawyer Gua. She collected the cutting board, seasonings, and utensils, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she made her way toward the door. Just as she was about to close it, a sudden thought struck her, prompting her to return to the kitchen and approach the refrigerator once more. As the saying goes, the most perilous places often conceal the greatest treasures. Her woman's intuition suggested that the gold might very well be hidden within. To confirm her hypothesis, she opened the refrigerator door, and a wave of mildew-laden air rushed forth. Waving her hand to dispel the odor, she shone her flashlight inside. The upper compartment contained some jam and bread, but both had succumbed to mold, with white maggots wriggling within the jam. Disgusted, I wrinkled my nose and opened the drawer of the freezer. As the drawer slid open, the stench of decaying meat assaulted my nostrils, prompting me to instinctively pinch my nose. With a flashlight in hand, I sifted through the packaging that lay atop the contents. My eyes brightened with glee. There it was. I pushed aside the packaging, revealing a dazzling gold bar gleaming in the light. The freezer boasted 6 compartments, each obscured by bags of packaged meat. Dismissing any thoughts of cleanliness, I hastily discarded the bags onto the floor. The drawer was brimming with neatly stacked gold bars, each pile heavier than the last. It had been quite some time since I had seen such a bounty of gold, reminiscent of the treasures from the Fu family. Was this not a golden opportunity? My eyes widened in astonishment, my mouth agape, and my hand trembled as I clutched the flashlight. Indeed, diligence pays off. I retrieved the gold bars. Placing them on the ground to count, there were at least 100. Each weighed 1,000 grams, and based on pre-apocalypse gold prices, this amounted to approximately 70 million in gold. In comparison, the gold jewelry I had collected from the mall paled in significance. I felt an immense sense of relief for having chosen to reside in the affluent district, and even more so for having returned. Otherwise, I would have bid farewell to these gold bars. It appeared that these wealthy individuals had a penchant for hoarding gold, which made my plans considerably easier. A smile crept across my lips as a brilliant scheme formulated in my mind. Soon, I would be witnessing a spectacular drama unfold. I intended to gather all the gold into my space and erase any trace of my presence in the room. I eagerly anticipated the look on Guijun's face when he discovered the supplies and gold had vanished without a trace. Once inside the space, I meticulously cleaned each gold bar before returning them to the safe in the storage area. During my previous upgrade, the space had absorbed some gold, and now it was finally replenished. I patted my flat stomach, feeling exhausted and famished after a night of toil. I prepared several bowls of roasted duck and spicy hot pot, along with 2 bottles of soda, indulging in my meal while watching a drama. It was utterly delightful. Sometimes, I pondered the simplicity of lying back and doing nothing. Who wouldn't want to be a slothful fish? Yet, whenever I entertained such thoughts, a voice within reminded me, if given the chance to start over, would I truly be content to be a mere fish? Thus, each time, I ultimately dismissed the notion of idleness. In this life, I must be the butcher while others play the role of the fish. After satisfying my hunger, I exited the space and settled onto the sofa for a nap. I lost track of time, drifting in and out of sleep until the sound of knocking roused me. Thud, thud, thud. My eyelids felt heavy, and I buried my head deeper into the blanket, yearning for slumber. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking grew increasingly insistent. Furrowing my brow in annoyance, I covered my ears and shouted, "Who is it?" "Miss Lin, I am Zheng Lei, the building manager of Block 6. Chapter 73, The Cunning Fox Pays a Visit. Zheng Lei? Lin Wan emerged from beneath her quilt, perplexed by the presence of this cunning old fox. Reluctantly slipping on her flip-flops, she trudged to the entrance and opened the door, her tone unwelcoming. "How did you get in?" "Miss Lin, I sincerely apologize. I noticed the iron gate was broken, and since I had an urgent matter to discuss, I climbed over," Zheng Lei replied, his demeanor remarkably amiable, a smile gracing his face. Still groggy, Lin Wan had forgotten that Ao Ying had demolished her iron door the previous day. Recalling this caused a surge of irritation within her. "Get lost." With a forceful slam, she shut the door and returned to the couch to resume her slumber. Zheng Lei narrowly avoided having his nose crushed by the door, stumbling back a couple of steps before resolutely continuing to knock. "Miss Lin, Miss Lin." Lin Wan desperately covered her ears, but to no avail. The cacophony of knocking mixed with Zheng Lei's piercing shouts reverberated painfully against her eardrums. This was intolerable. Lin Wan sprang up, her fury ignited as she flung open the door. "Are you seeking death?" Upon seeing the kitchen knife around her neck, Zheng Lei's expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "Oh, Miss Lin, please calm down. I have come to bring you fish." Trembling, he presented a black bag, but Lin Wan swiftly slashed at it. The bag tore with a rip, and the fish inside tumbled to the floor, one of them sliced open, blood pooling around it. Lin Wan glanced down, a sardonic smile creeping across her face. "Is this what you call urgent?" "Of course not." Zheng Lei waved his hand dismissively. "Miss Lin, I am here on behalf of the neighborhood committee to invite you to join us. Recently, a group of refugees arrived at Xinhai Sunshine, and we formed a committee to manage them. We know you possess exceptional skills, so we would like to extend this invitation to you." Suppressing the urge to roll her eyes, Lin Wan recognized that this old fox was trying to manipulate her into serving his interests. Seeing that Lin Wan hadn't immediately rejected his proposal, Zheng Lei continued to entice her. "Miss Lin, the committee holds significant power. By joining us, you can receive additional supplies daily, along with many other benefits. As neighbors, we can discuss matters amicably, wouldn't you agree?" Lowering his voice, he adopted a conspiratorial tone. "Miss Lin, I come with sincerity. If you agree to join the committee, feel free to voice any requests. We can discuss the specifics inside. It's not convenient out here." Zheng Lei exuded confidence, believing Lin Wan would not refuse his offer. In the face of calamity, who wouldn't wish for a greater share of resources? Lin Wan raised her hand, contemplating whether to cleave Zheng Lei in two, but suddenly remembered something and set down the knife. "What about the two individuals who were with you before?" Her gaze sharpened as she scrutinized Zheng Lei, intent on deciphering every nuance of his expression. Since Zheng Lei had approached her, it was the perfect opportunity to extract information. Perhaps it would lead to a clue. Zheng Lei hesitated, a flicker of unease crossing his eyes as he stammered, "WH, what people?" Lin Wan leaned against the wall, playing with the knife, regarding Zheng Lei with a knowing look. "Director Zheng, it seems you have quite a short memory. Shall I assist you in recalling?" For a fleeting moment, panic flickered in Zheng Lei's eyes, and he swallowed hard, forcing a dry laugh. "Oh, I remember now. You must be referring to our distant relatives." "Distant relatives?" Lin Wan arched an eyebrow. "Indeed, they are my distant relatives. They returned home recently as the water receded significantly. Is Miss Lin looking for them for something?" Lin Wan gazed deeply at Zheng Lei, remaining silent. This old fox lies without even a moment's hesitation. What a fool. It seems he is unaware that the two have already perished. Out of curiosity, Lin Wan calmly sheathed her knife, choosing not to expose Zheng Lei's deceit. Perhaps there are still allies of Ao Ying lurking in the sunlight. Upon learning of their demise, they would certainly return to the base to report. Having slain so many, the leader of that base would undoubtedly uncover her secret and would not let it go easily. Before long, they would send someone to trouble her. Those who return are likely to seek out Zheng Lei first, so she would spare his life for now. When the opportune moment arises, she would follow the trail to uncover the hidden culprit and send them all to their demise. If they dared to attempt her life, she would annihilate their entire family. Seeing that Lin Wan had relaxed her stance, Zheng Lei breathed a sigh of relief. thinking that this woman was truly only inquiring out of curiosity. Miss Lin. Regarding joining the homeowners committee, Wanjia, we've come to fix the door. Lin Wan turned to see Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun standing outside the iron gate, with Lu Shi also present. She pushed Zheng Lei aside and walked directly to them, opening the door. Good morning, Wanjia, Sheng Yun greeted, holding a toolbox with a cheerful demeanor. Morning, Lin Wan nodded, noticing Sheng Yun's pallid complexion. Did you not rest well? Perhaps you should return and sleep a little more. You can come back later to continue. No need, Wanjia, I'm fine. Sheng Yun forced a smile, trying to appear spirited. Is that person here to trouble you? Would you like me to handle him? Jiang Qi was focused solely on Zheng Lei, oblivious to Sheng Yun's unease. Just swat away that annoying fly, Lin Wan replied nonchalantly, patting Sheng Yun's shoulder. Xiao Yun, please help me fix the door. After you finish, come to my room. I'll treat everyone to a meal. Sheng Yun nodded and began to work with the tools. Jiang Qi, assist Xiao Yun. If you need anything, find me inside, Lin Wan instructed, then pushed Lu Shi back to room 1502. Zheng Lei, seeing Lin Wan return, approached her again, unwilling to give up. Miss Lin, regarding joining the homeowners committee, I am not interested in the homeowners committee. Leave, Lin Wan replied coldly, threatening without hesitation. I have a short temper and despise being disturbed while I sleep. If it happens again, beware of the consequences. With that, she had no inclination to engage further with Zheng Lei. She pushed Lu Shi into the room and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Zheng Lei was left facing the door, his expression darkening as he glared at the entrance to 1502, spitting in disdain. That wretched woman, relying on the support of the CEO of the Xie Group, acted with such impunity. In his lifetime of navigating the business world, no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. He was determined to make her pay the price. Hey, Wanjia told you to get lost. Can't you hear? Jiang Qi, who had been observing from a distance, stepped forward to shoo him away when he saw Zheng Lei lingering. With a scowl etched on his face, Zheng Lei said nothing as he departed the 15th floor. These individuals, akin to mangy dogs, incessantly seek to trouble Sister Wan. And that fellow Fu, what was his name, is utterly revolting, engaging in such acts with my sister. Sister Wan must be heartbroken, wouldn't you agree, Xiao Yun? Jiang Qi incessantly voiced his grievances on behalf of Lin Wan. Come quickly and repair it. Once it's fixed, Sister Wan will no longer be harassed. Sheng Yun gasped, clutching his welding hand, slightly trembling, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his lips pale. Since the day before yesterday, he had been feeling unwell, with his stomach occasionally cramping, uncertain if it was due to something he had eaten. Xiao Yun, Jiang Qi, initially focused on Zheng Lei, noticed Sheng Yun's sharp intake of breath and quickly supported him, inquiring, Are you all right? It's nothing, Sheng Yun replied, pressing his hand against his abdomen. The cramping subsiding a bit as he braced himself against Jiang Qi to stand. Jiang Qi furrowed his brow, heading towards room 1502. You can't go on like this. I'll speak to Sister Wan and tell her to come back later. Sheng Yun hurriedly grasped Jiang Qi's hand, pulling him back. Jiang Qi, I truly am fine. The door must be repaired swiftly, otherwise, more people will come to bother Sister Wan. Do you wish for her to be disturbed? Having the opportunity to assist Sister Wan, he was reluctant to let a trivial matter delay him. Jiang Qi pursed his lips, returning the grip on Sheng Yun's hand, anxiously asking, Are you really okay? Sheng Yun's gaze lingered on Jiang Qi's distinctly structured hand before he gently withdrew, his voice barely a whisper. I'm fine. Please proceed with the repairs. After several more attempts at persuasion from Jiang Qi, seeing that Sheng Yun was resolute in needing to fix the door immediately, he could only observe closely, unwavering in his concern. Sheng Yun caught sight of Jiang Qi's actions out of the corner of his eye, but remained silent, summoning his strength to continue with the repairs. Room 1502, the study. Goodness, Sister Wan, you possess such exquisite equipment, Lu Shi exclaimed, wheeling over to the desk, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the luxurious security apparatus. Lin Wan dismissed it nonchalantly. What you used before was superior, wasn't he it? Besides, it inexplicably malfunctioned during a power outage, and I lack the skills to repair it, so it has been left idle. What a waste. Lu Shi affectionately caressed the screen, patting his chest. Leave it to me, Sister Wan. I can help you fix it. Lin Wan's eyes sparkled with realization, nodding in agreement. All right, I almost forgot. Lu Shi is a world-class hacker. Restoring the security system will be immensely helpful. Lin Wan then headed to the living room to fetch a generator. connecting all the power sources for Lu Shi to work on, while she herself went to the kitchen to prepare ingredients. She disliked owing favors to others and would not impose on them without reciprocating. While she was not adept at cooking elaborate dishes, she believed she could manage simple stir-fries. After some contemplation, she gathered ingredients: oil wheat, spinach, pork, eggs, green peppers, and leafy greens, planning to whip up 3 dishes and a soup. Stir-fried oil wheat, shredded pork with green peppers, spinach with eggs, and leafy greens meatball soup. With her menu set, Lin Wan meticulously washed and chopped the ingredients. Preparing the shredded meat and minced pork for later use, glancing at the clock, there were still 2 hours until noon. Untying her apron, Lu Shi stepped into the study, where she had already repaired the computer. Her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, a flurry of code flashing across the screen. "All set," she exclaimed, intertwining her fingers with her palms facing outward, stretching her arms in relaxation. Turning her head, she spotted Lin Wan and beckoned her over. Come, give it a try." Lin Wan clicked on a few commonly used security software programs with the mouse, discovering that they were functioning properly and running much smoother than before. "I wrote a small program for you, so you can run the security software seamlessly even without it. Impressive, right?" Lu Shi nudged Lin Wan with her shoulder. Lin Wan playfully pinched her nose and urged her out of the study. "You're the best. Come with me to set up the surveillance." Previously, the surveillance camera had been mounted on the wall outside room 1502, but now that there was a power switch, it would be more suitable to relocate it outside the power switch. This would facilitate her observation of the circumstances outside the 15th floor, as both she and Xian had attracted unwanted attention, and it was wise to remain cautious. She recalled the last words spoken by Ao Eng. Their leader's surname was Long. She wondered if the base might also start with the same character. After pondering, she vaguely remembered there being a base that did indeed start with Long from her past life, but the details eluded her. "Sister Wan." Lu Shi noticed Lin Wan biting her finger while staring at the surveillance footage, and gently poked her arm. Hearing the voice, Lin Wan snapped back to reality. "It's nothing. I'll go get the ladder." She swiftly retrieved the ladder from the room, skillfully dismantled the surveillance camera, and took it to the entrance to reinstall it. "Sister Wan, you have surveillance?" Sheng Yun wiped the sweat from his brow, surprised. Lin Wan nodded. "Yes, it has always been there, but it was broken. Lu Shi just fixed it." "What is the matter?" "Well, I made a remote control for you, so you can activate it anytime, anywhere. I didn't expect there to be surveillance." "The two can work in tandem," Sheng Yun explained. Lin Wan's mouth fell open in astonishment. "A remote control? Let me see." She hadn't considered such a possibility before. Sheng Yun's meticulousness was truly commendable. Sheng Yun handed her a small black square box, roughly the size of an egg, with 3 buttons arranged in a triangular formation. The red button at the top released voltage, the green button opened doors, and the blue button closed them. "Give it a try, Sister Wan," Sheng Yun encouraged. Curious, Lin Wan examined the box from every angle. It was quite portable. She pressed the green button first, and with a click, the mechanism on the iron gate sprang open. Trying the blue button next, it responded promptly as well. Before testing the voltage release button, everyone instinctively stepped back. She pressed the red button, and after a moment, a surge of intense electricity shot out from both sides, instantly enveloping the iron gate. The electric current stimulated the nitrogen and oxygen molecules in the air, causing electron transitions that released photons, creating vividly colored blue-purple electric sparks and forming a stunning electric wall. The spectacle left everyone awestruck, and they instinctively took a few steps back. Woof, woof, woof. The dog, Duan Zi, barked as it sought refuge behind Lin Wan. Just as Xian approached carrying a thermal bag, Lin Wan turned off the power switch, explaining that Sheng Yun had just repaired it and that she would provide the new password shortly. Xian nodded and expressed his gratitude to Sheng Yun for his efforts. Sheng Yun, feeling slightly dizzy, took a moment to respond, repeatedly shaking his head and insisting it was nothing. Noticing the bluish tint on Sheng Yun's lips, Xian asked with concern, "You don't look well. Would you like me to check on you?" No, it's fine. I just didn't rest well." Sheng Yun waved his hand, attempting to change the subject. "Sister Wan, is there anything else that needs to be done?" Xian had always been somewhat aloof, making him seem difficult to approach, which inexplicably made Sheng Yun feel uneasy and reluctant to trouble anyone. Lin Wan, though somewhat worried, refrained from voicing her concerns, recognizing that if Sheng Yun was unwilling, she could not impose. "That's unnecessary. Everything is already quite satisfactory. Thank you all. Let's return to the house and prepare dinner." Lin Wan called to the group. Jiang Qi supported Sheng Yun's arm, while Lu Shi maneuvered the wheelchair towards room 1502. Observing this, Xia En's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment as he took the dumpling back to the room. Noticing his forlorn figure, Lin Wan engaged in a fierce internal struggle before deciding to invite Xia En. Dr. Xia, you should join us. After dinner, you can bring back some spicy strips for training. Xia En paused, his hand clutching the keys suspended in the air, tightening around the thermal bag. With a decisive slam, he closed the door and turned to face Lin Wan. Their eyes met, and Lin Wan, feeling a jolt, quickly averted her gaze and hurried towards room 1502. Xia En's tense expression softened slightly, the gloom in his eyes dissipating as he followed Lin Wan with the dumpling in tow. Chapter 75. Only a friend to you, I'll cook. You all make yourselves comfortable, Lin Wan instructed before stepping through the curtain into the kitchen. Just as she secured her apron and readied to stir fry, the curtain was drawn back. Xia En entered, carrying the thermal bag. I'll help you. Lin Wan glanced at the bags on the table. Xia En tied an apron around himself, washing his hands leisurely as he explained, I made extra, thinking you could help my grandfather with his clothes. Lin Wan set down her spatula and opened the thermal bag, revealing 3 lock containers within. She took one out, still warm to the touch, indicating it had just been prepared. As she lifted the lid, a delightful aroma wafted through the kitchen, filling it with the scent of sweet and sour ribs, tomato scrambled eggs, and kung pao chicken. Her expression turned complex as she regarded the dishes. Each was one of her favorites. Did you eat these this morning? Lin Wan's voice rose in surprise. Yes. Xia En replied nonchalantly. Breakfast should be hearty. I can hardly believe you, Lin Wan thought to herself, realizing he had clearly made these specifically for her. Even a fool could see that. A peculiar feeling arose within her, as Xia En seemed to understand her preferences intimately, knowing precisely what she loved to eat. Lin Wan's pupils flickered slightly as she hesitated. You just threw these together? Without looking at her, Xia En switched on the induction stove, heated the pan, and poured in oil. I'll start with the shredded pork with green peppers. It'll be quite pungent. So you should wait outside for a moment while I handle this. Xia En's unusually assertive demeanor left no room for her to refuse. Lin Wan gazed at the tall figure of Xia En and inexplicably uttered a remark. Xia En's movements came to a momentary halt, but soon resumed their normal rhythm. Lin Wan could not discern his expression, yet she felt an enigmatic secret linger about him, something she had previously overlooked but now found peculiar upon reflection. Are you hiding something from me? Lin Wan approached Xia En, scrutinizing him with suspicion. Xia En moved with practiced ease, clearly someone accustomed to the kitchen. He deftly plated the stir-fried pork with green peppers and set it aside. Speak, Lin Wan urged, tugging at his arm. Xia En evaded her grasp, a fleeting look of panic crossing his face before vanishing entirely. Why was he so anxious? What was he trying to evade? Did we know each other before? Lin Wan pressed further. We are comrades, Xia En replied. I mean, prior to that, did we know each other? Lin Wan fixed her gaze upon his eyes, enunciating each word with clarity. Xia En's demeanor struck her as exceedingly strange, as if he had known her for an eternity, yet upon careful reflection, she recalled that in her previous life, they were hardly acquainted. Recalling her past life, memories surfaced of her awakening after a severe injury, with Lu Shi recounting the events in the hospital. Sister Wan, you have no idea how perilous it was. Your breathing had ceased, and all the military doctors declared you beyond saving. Even the chief instructor had given up. Only Dr. Xia insisted on saving you. Initially, the chief instructor disagreed, wanting to spare you further suffering, but after receiving a phone call, he relented. The condition was that you must be saved, or Dr. Xia would be expelled from the military. Without so much as a blink, Dr. Xia agreed. He was so impressive, one might think he was your boyfriend. The sound of sizzling eggs brought Lin Wan back to the present. She noticed that Xia En had turned to scramble eggs without her realizing it. I do not know you. Xia En's voice was somewhat muffled by the sounds of cooking. That makes it even more puzzling. If we are strangers, why does Xia En repeatedly come to my aid? Coupled with his excessive kindness in this life and his willingness to risk his life for her, there must be undisclosed reasons behind his actions. Xia En. Lin Wan turned off the induction cooker, fixing her gaze upon him. What is your true intention in approaching me? Xia En lowered his head, his emotions obscured. Lin Wan, growing anxious, cornered him against the wall, her hands bracing against it, her myriad of doubts tumbling forth. Why did you save me, disregarding the risk of expulsion from the military and your own life? Who are you? How do you know me so well? Even the dishes I loved most as a child? After experiencing Fu Jingqian's betrayal in her previous life, she found it impossible to trust any man again. Initially, she thought Xian's interest was merely a whim, but various signs indicated that his intentions were premeditated. She had the right to know the truth. Xian stared at her silently, his heart brimming with unspoken words, yet when they reached his lips, they remained unvoiced. I am a doctor. Saving lives is my duty. As for the rest, it is merely coincidence. He feigned calmness, his voice cold. Coincidence? Lin Wan let out a light laugh, seizing Xian's collar, compelling him to meet her gaze. Do you take me for a fool? Look into my eyes and repeat that. Is this all merely coincidence? Xian's gaze intensified as he focused on Lin Wan's face, his grip enveloping her hand, warmth radiating from his fingertips throughout his body, causing his throat to momentarily constrict. Closing his eyes briefly, he reopened them, a glint of mischief dancing within, his tone teasing. This is nothing but coincidence. Miss Lin, you are overthinking it. I saved you purely because you were an exceptional specimen when your situation seemed dire. I admit, I was indeed curious about you before. But now I regard you solely as a friend. Rest assured, I would never inflict harm upon you. Lin Wan did not entirely trust him. Revealing the truth could potentially drive her further away, a scenario he wished to avoid. Well then, I shall feel at ease. Lin Wan bit her lip, her heart seemingly pricked by a needle, instinctively furrowing her brow. Sister Wan, Lu Shi exclaimed, lifting the curtain to peek inside. Lin Wan leaned against the wall, framing Xia and within her presence. While he leaned back against the wall, his head bowed, the tips of his ears flushed crimson. Ah, she truly saw that. I saw nothing. I need to find the restroom. Lu Shi stammered as she hastily retreated from the kitchen, with only the two of them remaining. The atmosphere thickened with awkwardness. Xian suppressed the bittersweet pang within, releasing Lin Wan's hand. They are all waiting outside. I shall prepare the meal. Turning, he activated the induction cooker to continue frying vegetables, leaving Lin Wan frozen in place, her gaze lost in the silhouette of Xia and as he cooked the eggs. His fascination with Ao Ying's corpse revealed his obsession with medicine. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Yet, upon discovering the truth, she felt an inexplicable sense of dissatisfaction. A weight pressed against her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Had she developed feelings for Xian? The thoughts surged within her, stirring a tempest in her heart. No, that cannot be. It must be my superficial nature acting up again. Human nature is capricious. When one becomes accustomed to kindness, its sudden absence feels peculiar. Indeed, that must be it. She shook her head, dispersing the chaotic thoughts, regaining her composure as she carried the prepared dishes to the living room. With 3 dishes and a soup ready, she decided to include the food Xian had brought, not wishing to waste it alone. Xian efficiently tidied the kitchen, setting bowls and chopsticks upon the dining table. Come, dinner is ready. As Lin Wan passed through the living room, carrying a steaming pot of rice, she noticed Jiang Qi bending over the fish tank, observing the fish swimming back and forth. Chapter 76. Biological mutation. Jiang Qi's fingers gently tapped against the glass, capturing the fish's attention. One fish, hearing the sound, swiftly twisted its body, mouth agape, revealing 2 rows of sharp, serrated teeth, lunging at his finger with astonishing speed. It appeared ferocious, as if intent on biting off his hand. Whoa! Jiang Qi exclaimed, stumbling back, pointing at the fish tank. Sister Wan, why do you have piranhas at home? What piranhas? Lin Wan furrowed her brow. Was this not an ordinary grass carp? Jiang Qi, still haunted by the incident, cautiously touched his fingers, recalling how, without that layer of glass, he might have lost them. Suddenly, the fish in the tank began to thrash violently, as if possessed, crashing against the glass. Remembering something, Lin Wan hurried to the front of the tank and bent down to examine it closely. She tapped on the glass, and the fish all lunged towards her fingers, their mouths agape, revealing sharp, jagged, snow-white teeth. The grass carp's teeth, typically located near the throat, are designed to sever and grind aquatic plants. Yet, these fish exhibited an unmistakable difference. Grabbing a nearby net, she scooped out 1 fish for inspection. As soon as it left the water's surface, a carp sprang from the net towards Lin Wan's face. Dodge! Lin Wan's pupils dilated, and she instinctively sidestepped. Jiang Qi stood frozen, his mouth agape, and before he could react, the fish soared directly towards his chest. In a flurry, he raised his arm to shield himself. But the fish clamped down on his arm, causing him to yelp in pain and sit down abruptly. Gritting his teeth, Jiangqi looked down to find the fish stubbornly attached to him, its mouth opening and closing tightly against his arm. Fresh blood emerged, only to be swiftly drawn into its maw. Ah! Jiangqi screamed in terror, frantically trying to dislodge the slippery creature. No matter how he grasped, it remained fixed, akin to a leech, resolutely sucking on his flesh. Jiangqi, Xingyun, witnessing Jiangqi's plight, leaped from the sofa and rushed forward to assist. Yet, the more they tugged, the tighter the fish clamped down, tearing a chunk of flesh from Jiangqi's arm, which the fish eagerly swallowed. Having tasted blood, the fish grew even more agitated, its eyes now laced with dark red veins, and it swiftly bit down again. Damn it! Jiangqi cursed in pain, veins bulging on his forehead. Lin Wan rushed out of the kitchen, brandishing a kitchen knife. Don't move. Upon seeing her, Xingyun immediately halted his efforts. Lin Wan aimed for the fish's abdomen, her gaze fierce, and with a swift motion, she brought the knife down. With a thud, the fish was cleaved in two, the rear half thumping onto the floor, its tail continuing to slap against the ground for several moments before finally coming to a stop. The fish's head remained attached to Jiangqi's arm, biting down fiercely. Casting aside the knife, Lin Wan pried open the fish's jaws with her bare hands, finally freeing Jiangqi's arm. Inspecting the fish's head closely, she noticed the red veins in its eyes had vanished, replaced by a misty, grayish hue. The floor was strewn with yellow-green entrails, emanating a foul stench that mingled with the overpowering scent of blood, masking any trace of decay. Picking up the fish's rear half, she observed that its scales had transformed into a luminous green, and its fins sprouted terrifying spikes. Was this a biological mutation? She was certain that just yesterday, these fish had not appeared this way. She had diligently checked the tank twice daily without noticing any abnormalities. Only today did I have the chance to glance at the scene. Evening, sister. Lu Shi emerged from the study and surveyed the chaotic room, her gaze landing on Jiangqi, who lay amidst a pool of blood, a gaping wound oozing on his arm. Jiangqi, what happened to you? Jiangqi groaned in pain, unable to articulate his distress. Xingyun helped him to the sofa and recounted the events to Lu Shi. Xian hurried over upon hearing the commotion, his lips pressed tightly together at the sight before him. Lin Wan disposed of the fish carcass into the trash and approached Jiangqi to examine his injury. A bloodied hole the size of an egg marred his arm, deep enough to expose bone, with a ring of rodent-like bite marks several centimeters away on the left side. I'll fetch the medicine box, Xian instructed before stepping out of 1502. Lin Wan did not stop him, but inquired of Jiangqi, how are you feeling now? Any other discomfort? Jiangqi shook his head, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, uncertain whether it was due to pain or heat. Stay with Jiangqi. I'll find Dr. Xie and return shortly. Keep your distance from that fish tank, Lin Wan said, dashing out of 1502 to catch up with Xie and Xie. Something feels amiss. Those fish seem mutated. You, being a doctor, should have a better understanding of this. Did the fish given to you by Li Youfu exhibit such abnormalities? I've dissected them and discovered their organs are a luminescent green, Xian replied as they entered a room resembling a laboratory. I extracted their tissues and identified an unknown bacterial virus. He handed Lin Wan a report from the cabinet. These bacteria, despite my thorough research, have no documented records. Lin Wan examined the report, astonished by the bacteria's appearance under the microscope. These bacteria resemble the cross tattoo on Ao Ying's neck. She passed the report to Xian, who shrugged, at a loss for an explanation. First, we must address Jiangqi's wound. I fear that fish may be toxic. Lin Wan wiped her hands on a tissue to rid them of the slippery mucus and stepped outside. Xian secured the medical kit, and the two returned to 1502 in tandem. Bear with it, Xian advised as he treated Jiangqi's wound, cautioning him to seek assistance if he exhibited any fever or infection symptoms that night. All right, thank you, Dr. Xie, Jiangqi replied, sitting up. Noticing the disorder in the living room, he felt a pang of guilt. Sister, I'm so sorry for being slow to react. I've caused such a mess in your home. Let me help you clean up. He rose from the sofa, eager to fetch a broom. Enough, Lin Wan sighed, exasperated at his politeness despite his injury. It was my oversight. How are you feeling? Ah, it's nothing. I'm tough. It's just a bit of flesh gone. I'll be fine in a few days, Jiangqi insisted, clenching his fist to demonstrate his resilience. Accidentally tugging at his wound made him gasp, eliciting laughter from everyone. Let us go eat. The dishes have cooled. Seeing Jiangqi was not in serious danger, Lin Wan called everyone to the dining room. Lu Shi and Jiang Qi, along with Sheng Yun, gaped at the spread of 6 dishes and a soup on the table. Sister, you truly are amazing. This is truly extravagant, Sister Wan. You are far too generous. We cannot possibly accept such a feast. The dishes are plentiful. Please, sit down and eat. Lin Wan served each person a generous bowl of rice, pressing it down with her spoon to ensure it was ample, and added a little more. Each one of them had assisted her significantly, and this was the only way she could express her gratitude. Xian quietly took his seat, unobtrusively placing the 3 dishes he had prepared in front of Lin Wan. Chapter 77. The heat has arrived. As they sat down, they picked up their chopsticks, waiting for Lin Wan to begin before they started to eat. Lin Wan picked up some food, only to find that the 3 dishes she had just seen in the center had been moved to her side. A warmth inexplicably blossomed within her as she discreetly glanced at Xian. He ate at a steady pace, his expression neutral. She took a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs, and the rich, tangy sauce burst on her tongue. The meat was tender, perfectly cooked. It must be said that Xian was quite skilled in the kitchen. Each time they dined together, she found the flavors reminiscent of Aunt Chin's cooking, who used to delight in making sweet and sour ribs for her. She recalled a time when she had a little brother who would always try to snatch the ribs from her. Lin Wan's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Xian, her focus momentarily blurring. The image of the frail boy, who used to trail behind her, merged with Xian's figure. Clatter! Her chopsticks fell onto the table, and Lin Wan paused mid-chew, staring blankly at Xian. Upon closer inspection, she noted that his brows and eyes bore a striking resemblance to that boy. But that child was not named Xian, and how could the president of the Xia Corporation possibly be an orphan? Surely, she was mistaken. Sister Wan, is everything all right? Lu Shi inquired as he picked up the fallen chopsticks, cleaned them, and handed them back to Lin Wan. Snapping back to reality, Lin Wan accepted the chopsticks, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I was just pondering about the fish. Speaking of which, Sister Wan, why do you keep piranhas at home? Jiang Qi asked with curiosity. They are not piranhas. They are grass carp, Lin Wan clarified. Jiang Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How can those fish bite people? He had never seen ordinary grass carp that would bite. Do you remember the mosquitoes from last time? Lin Wan set her bowl and chopsticks down, her tone serious. I suspect those fish have mutated. She did not intend to hide the truth from them. They would find out sooner or later, and it would save them a great deal of trouble to prevent further injuries. Mutated? Jiang Qi, Sheng Yun, and Lu Shi exclaimed in unison. Lin Wan recounted the events in their entirety, omitting the part about Ao Ing. The more they listened, the paler their faces became. Biological mutations were something only seen in movies. I am merely speculating, but the previous mosquitoes and this latest fish are unlike anything we've known. With the nationwide disaster, we cannot rule out the possibility of other calamities arising. It is prudent to exercise caution. Being careful is never a mistake. Lin Wan refrained from being too direct, instead subtly hinting at the gravity of the situation. The group fell silent, their expressions turning serious. She understood that everything was unfolding too suddenly, and it was only natural for one to struggle to accept it. Just as she was about to offer some words of comfort, Jiang Qi spoke up. So, does this mean there will be zombies? A flicker of anticipation crossed Jiang Qi's face. He had always been an ardent fan of zombie films, often daydreaming about witnessing a zombie apocalypse. Indeed, it's quite possible. Lu Shi chimed in enthusiastically. Sheng Yun remained silent, his head bowed, shoulders slightly trembling, with his hands tucked beneath the table. The others were engrossed in their conversation and failed to notice that something was amiss with Sheng Yun. Jiang Qi and Lu Shi animatedly debated what to do in the event of a zombie outbreak. Lin Wan could not help but roll her eyes, shattering their fanciful notions. So many lives have been lost due to natural disasters, and now you're talking about zombies? Do you want to court death? Eat your meal. Only then did the two begrudgingly quiet down, lifting their bowls and chopsticks to continue eating. A crackling sound emanated from the radio on a nearby table, and a woman's voice broke through the static. An urgent announcement was made. The National Meteorological Bureau predicted that within the next month, daytime temperatures would reach 60 degrees Celsius, with nighttime temperatures hovering around 40 degrees. The world was currently suffering severe calamities, and the government was making every effort to provide disaster relief. Citizens were advised to stock up on water, refrain from traveling, seek shaded areas for refuge, and prioritize their safety to prevent heat stroke. Lastly, they urged everyone to remain hopeful, as shelters were actively being constructed in various regions and would be completed before the floods receded, with further notifications to follow. After repeating the warning 3 times, the broadcast abruptly ceased. The scorching sun poured into room 1502, illuminating every corner of the house, making even the smallest particles of dust visible in the air. 60 degrees. Jiangqi suddenly jumped up, inadvertently tugging at his wound and grimacing in pain. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his tone urgent. This must be a mistake. How could it possibly reach 60 degrees? The highest recorded temperature in Huagua has only ever been 49 degrees. 60 degrees. Could a human survive that? If it were true, would that not signify the end of the world? Lu Shi set down her chopsticks, her mood heavily weighed down. Sheng Yun struggled to lift his head, disbelief flickering in his eyes. When the soldiers come, let the soldiers defend. When the water comes, let the earth cover it, Lin Wan said, arms crossed over her chest. Leaning back in her chair, her legs swaying idly. The expressions of Jiang Qi, Sheng Yun, and Lu Shi were grave. While Lin Wan's peripheral vision caught sight of Xian, she noticed he displayed no reaction, continuing to eat as if he had expected this all along. Dr. Xia, what do you think? Lin Wan asked, lowering her legs and unabashedly fixing her gaze on Xian, testing the waters. Previously, when the tornado struck, he had at least shown some change in expression, but this time he remained impassive. There was only one possibility. Xian had known about the impending extreme heat all along. I personally believe it would be more comfortable to lie down and watch, Xian replied, his words strikingly blunt. Haha. Lin Wan scoffed lightly, aware that Xian was merely feigning ignorance. She refrained from exposing him, redirecting her attention to her meal. Once you finish eating, come find me in the living room. A few minutes later, the group gradually made their way to the living room. As people gathered, Lin Wan handed out the temperature-regulating garments according to a prearranged order. Sister Wan. This Jiang Qi gazed at the well-packaged clothing hesitantly. Lin Wan smiled mysteriously, teasingly suggesting, you'll find out once you try it on. Jiang Qi took Xing Yun to the restroom to change, while Lu Shi and Xia found separate rooms. After a while, a startled cry echoed from the restroom. What the? Shortly after, he rushed out to Lin Wan, disbelief etched across his face. Sister Wan, this clothing is incredible. The moment I put it on, I stopped feeling hot. How did you manage this? Lu Shi and Xia emerged from their respective rooms, with Lu Shi curiously inquiring. Yes, Sister Wan, this is amazing. How did you develop it? I initially acquired it from the building, and I owe my gratitude to Mr. Xia. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find these. It is said that once worn, it keeps the body's temperature at a comfortable 25 degrees. I originally created it for fun, but I never expected it would come in handy. Lin Wan cleverly sidestepped the earlier production of the temperature-regulating clothing. Suddenly, a loud thud resounded from the restroom, startling everyone to realize Sheng Yun was missing from the living room. Jiang Qi reacted first and dashed to the restroom. Chapter 78, Poisoning Xiao Yun. Jiang Qi was the first to burst into the restroom, followed closely by Lin Wan and the others. Sheng Yun lay on the ground, convulsing, foam gathering at his mouth. Jiang Qi, in a panic, knelt beside Sheng Yun, shaking his shoulders. Xiao Yun, what is wrong with you? When Sheng Yun did not respond, Jiang Qi strained to turn him over. His complexion was ashen, lips a deep purple, foam continuously spilling from his mouth. Cough, cough. Sheng Yun curled into a ball, clutching his abdomen tightly, emitting painful groans. Xiao Yun isn't turning into a zombie, is he? Lu Shi watched Sheng Yun with concern. Lin Wan's expression hardened. She thought, could it be that Lu Shi's words manifest reality? No, the symptoms do not resemble those of a zombie transformation. More akin to poisoning. Lin Wan attempted to approach Sheng Yun, but Xian was quicker, instructing Jiang Qi to help him sit up. Jiang Qi was on the verge of tears, embracing Sheng Yun's shoulders to prop him up against himself. Sheng Yun's eyes were tightly shut, his brows furrowed in distress. Breathing erratic, Xian crouched down, placing his fingers on Sheng Yun's wrist. After a moment, his expression turned grave. He has been poisoned. Poisoned? Jiang Qi's eyes widened, helplessly glancing at Sheng Yun, his voice trembling with emotion. Dr. Xia, please save Xiao Yun. He is so young. He doesn't want to die? Go to room 1501. Xia interrupted Jiang Qi, giving him instructions before leaving the restroom to prepare. Jiang Qi disregarded his arm's injury, lifting Xing Yun in a princess carry and dashed out of room 1502. Lin Wan did not have time to stop him. Room 1501, treatment room. He has food poisoning. I've already performed gastric lavage. It's not serious. Recently, one must be particularly cautious about their diet. Xian cautioned Jiang Qi about food poisoning. Food poisoning? Jiang Qi scratched his head in confusion. That can't be true. I ate the same things as Xiao Yun. Lin Wan gazed intently at Sheng Yun's ashen lips, her mind beginning to formulate a hypothesis. After a moment of contemplation, she approached Jiang Qi and inquired, "Did you eat fish?" Jiang Qi, feeling guilty, nodded slightly. A flicker of anger crossed Lin Wan's face. Did I not explicitly say to avoid aquatic food? Seeing Lin Wan's ire, Jiang Qi bowed his head, his voice barely above a whisper. We didn't know how long the floods would last, and didn't want to keep relying on you and Sister Lushi for support. When the Homeowners Association distributed fish, we thought it prudent to save some money, so we ate a few. You did too? Lin Wan's voice escalated in pitch, locking onto the crucial words. Good heavens! Why are these two stubborn children not listening? She pulled Jiang Qi up and down for an inspection, finding nothing amiss. Just then, Xian suddenly appeared, squeezing between them to separate her from Jiang Qi without a word. He yanked Jiang Qi towards a corner with a curtain, brandishing a stethoscope and poking it into Jiang Qi with such force that he let out a muffled groan. Xian's expression was dark, while Jiang Qi swallowed hard, hardly daring to breathe. Even clad in a temperature-regulating outfit, he was drenched in cold sweat. Oh dear, Dr. Xia is terrifying. His face is so grim. It feels as though he might dissect me, he thought. Dr. Xia, do you perhaps have feelings for Sister Wan? Jiang Qi, unable to contain his curiosity, whispered. Xian's actions were clearly indicative of jealousy, apparent even to the most oblivious observer. If you wish to avoid trouble, keep your mouth shut, Xian ominously replied, not addressing Jiang Qi's question. Jiang Qi found himself at a loss for words, caught in a dilemma of whether to speak or remain silent, ultimately choosing the latter. Sensing the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Xian, he felt utterly innocent. After all, it was Sister Wan who had pulled him in. A few minutes later, Jiang Qi, still trembling from the encounter, gingerly lifted the curtain and limped out, covering his rear. Lin Wan and Lu Shi stared, bewildered by his peculiar motions. Jiang Qi. Lin Wan looked at him in astonishment. Jiang Qi pressed himself against the wall in the corner of Sheng Yun's bed, keeping a good distance from Lin Wan, and attempted to reassure her. Haha, Sister Wan. I'm fine. I'm just here to take care of Xiao Yun. Really, are you all right? Lin Wan scrutinized Jiang Qi suspiciously as she approached the bedside. Why does he appear to be dodging a plague? Suddenly, Jiang Qi shouted, slapping his forehead. I need to fetch some clean clothes for Sheng Yun. His outfit is soiled. With that, he darted out of the treatment room in an exceedingly odd manner. Lin Wan watched his hasty retreat and turned to Xian. What is going on with him? Xian shrugged, remaining silent as he took the remnants from the gastric examination to the lab. Lin Wan and Lu Shi settled into the living room, awaiting Sheng Yun's awakening. Whether the fish truly caused the poisoning would only be confirmed by the lab results. Sister Wan, why did those fish mutate? Lu Shi asked. Lin Wan leaned back on the sofa, shaking her head in silence, equally eager to uncover the answer. In the previous life, there were no biological mutations. Why have they suddenly emerged? Upon reflecting on every detail since her rebirth, it appears that the trajectory of this life began to shift significantly only after her return from the country. A thought struck Lin Wan as she moved the pillow from her lap, turning to Lu Shi. Where did you go after arriving in Yun City? To the city center. Lu Shi replied, contemplating for a moment before adding. After we disembarked, we went straight to the city hospital to admit Bali. Once his injuries improved, I planned to purchase a residence in Xian High Sunshine to move in with him. However, his father vehemently opposed it, so I came here first. Lin Wan nodded. Inquiring further, didn't T. Bali say he would come to find you? Lu Shi shook her head, her expression somewhat despondent. Before the tornado, I spoke with Bali. He said he would come to see me right away, but he hasn't shown up yet, and after that, the signal was lost and we lost contact. Lin Wan gently patted Lu Shi's shoulder, offering comfort. Perhaps he encountered unforeseen circumstances that delayed him. Don't worry, Ba Dun is quite capable. He will ensure his safety. Lu Shi nodded softly, taking a deep breath as she leaned against Lin Wan's shoulder, her tone tinged with melancholy. Sister Wan, do you think the apocalypse is upon us? Are you afraid? Lin Wan did not answer immediately, but turned to Lu Shi with a reflective gaze, countering her question. I am afraid, Lu Shi admitted, tightening her embrace around Lin Wan's arm, resolutely declaring, but with you here, I have no fear. Lin Wan chuckled lightly, playfully tapping her nose. Just then, Jiang Qi entered, holding a bag of clothing. After exchanging greetings with Lin Wan and Lu Shi, he hurried into the treatment room to accompany Sheng Yun. Lu Shi and Lin Wan exchanged a knowing glance, both smiling with affection. The test results have arrived. Xian presented the report to Lin Wan, stating, "The remnants in his stomach predominantly consist of fish meat, teeming with bacteria, which corresponds to what I discovered earlier." Lin Wan placed the report on the coffee table, perplexed. So, it truly was the fish that caused the poisoning. But Jiang Qi also consumed fish. Why was he unaffected? Boiling water does not eradicate all bacteria. Most bacteria perish after a few minutes in boiling water at around 100 degrees Celsius, except for spore-forming bacteria. This particular type is unique. Boiling water activates the bacteria to form spores. In simpler terms, when it is first ingested, it does not harm the human body, but over time, it absorbs nutrients from the body, reverting to its bacterial state, Xian explained, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Lu Shi listened intently, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lin Wan rested her chin in thought, eventually summarizing, "So, Sheng Yun has a weak immune system, which is why he was poisoned after consuming the fish. Jiang Qi, despite having eaten the same, possesses a sufficiently strong constitution, hence he was not affected?" Xian regarded Lin Wan with appreciation, nodding in agreement. "Ah, I see," Lu Shi exclaimed, her expression brightening as she nudged Lin Wan's shoulder. "Sister Wan, you are truly clever." Lin Wan smiled, continuing to seek confirmation from Xian. If one consumes too much, regardless of one's physical constitution, would they not inevitably suffer from poisoning? Indeed, even the strongest of defenses cannot withstand the relentless assault of bacteria, especially when confronted with a strain previously unknown. I remain uncertain of its potential dangers. Xian stood tall, approached her, and returned the report to the archives. Lin Wan gently caressed the tip of her index finger, arriving at a conclusion in her mind. The appearance of this bacterium bore an uncanny resemblance to the tattoos adorning Ao Ying's body. There must be a connection between the two. To unravel the mystery, she needed to find a breakthrough. Just where that breakthrough lay was suddenly interrupted by a blood-curdling scream from downstairs. Xian stepped out from the archives, moving to the window to survey the scene below, his hand trembling slightly as he held his cup. Lin Wan noticed his reaction and hurried to the window to peer down. The floodwaters below the apartment complex had turned a vivid crimson. Countless fish leaped from the water, splashing wildly, as a villager flailed and screamed in despair. Upon closer inspection, Lin Wan realized that those fish were viciously clinging to the villager, reminiscent of the incident with Jiang Qi. The only difference was that this villager was ensnared by numerous fish of varying sizes. These creatures were frantically siphoning the villager's blood, who cried out in agony, desperately swatting at the fish to no avail. His cries grew fainter until, with a splash, he fell into the water, sensing the scent of blood. Other fish hurriedly joined the fray, adding to the frenzy. The surface of the water became a writhing mass of fish, and within minutes, the unfortunate villager was drained to a mere skeleton. As the gruesome scene unfolded, many onlookers screamed in terror, hastily paddling their bamboo rafts toward the safety of the building. Those relentless fish pursued them, and several individuals met their demise, bitten and dragged into the water. Lin Wan's heart raced with alarm. These fish had undergone a collective mutation. "I must go investigate," she declared, her words spilling forth in a rush. This entire occurrence was too bizarre. She needed to uncover the truth. Xian set down his cup and followed closely behind her. "I will accompany you." "Hey, Sister Wan." Lu Shi, unaware of the unfolding chaos, gazed anxiously at the two fleeing figures, utterly perplexed. Jiang Qi, hearing the commotion, also emerged from the house, catching only Lin Wan's departing words, "Take care of Lu Shi and Sheng Yun." Meanwhile, Lin Wan and Xian had already reached the second-floor platform. "Look," Xian said, tapping Lin Wan's shoulder and pointing to a nearby bamboo raft just outside the window. Lin Wan opened the window and leaned out to observe. Floating on the surface was a bamboo raft, upon which stood a man and a woman, none other than Fu Weiwei and Fu Jingchen. Fu Weiwei was cradled in Fu Jingchen's arms, desperately paddling the water with a boat or, not striking at the fish, but rather at a dark-skinned man. "Dad! Cough, cough! Dad! Let me up, let me up! Get away, you dead thing! Don't block the way!" Fu Weiwei's face contorted in rage as she repeatedly struck Li Tieju's arm, which clung to the edge of the raft. Li Taiju howled in pain, refusing to let go. His exposed limbs were adorned with numerous fish, which continuously sucked at his blood as he desperately tried to climb onto the bamboo raft. Just as he was about to ascend, a paddle struck his head, delivered by Fu Weiwei, causing Li Taizhu to roll his eyes and lose consciousness, gradually sinking into the water. The surrounding fish swiftly swam towards Li Taizhu. Fu Weiwei and Fu Jingchen, who were not far from the window, paddled a couple of strokes and quickly arrived, throwing aside the oars in an attempt to leap through the window. A loud gunshot erupted near Fu Weiwei's ear, startling her into a tremor as she instinctively grabbed Fu Jingchen, and both fell into the water. Lin Wan, having holstered her gun, swiftly leaped onto the bamboo raft. Measuring approximately 10 meters in length, she dashed to the rear of the raft and deftly scooped Li Taizhu from the water. Her speed was such that the fish, eager to bite, missed their target. Grasping Li Taizhu by the collar, she raced back to the window and placed him onto the second-floor platform. Taizhu, a frail voice called out, prompting Lin Wan to turn and discover it was Li Taizhu and Zheng Lei. The burlap sack in Li Youfu's hand fell to the ground with a thud as he rushed to Li Taizhu's side. Li Taizhu had already lost consciousness. His face was swollen, his complexion a ghastly purple, and he was covered in fish. Li Youfu's legs buckled, and he knelt beside Li Taizhu, shaking him fervently. My son, what has happened? Please don't scare your father. Village Chief Li, please remain calm. Let Dr. Xie take a look, Lin Wan urged. Pulling Li Youfu up and signaling to Xie knelt beside Li Taizhu, patting his shoulders, feeling for airflow at his nose, observing the rise and fall of his chest, and ultimately placing his index finger in the hollow beside the trachea. There was no heartbeat. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation was necessary, but there was a risk of rib fractures. Xian looked to Li Youfu for consent. With tears streaming down his face, Li Youfu nodded vigorously. Dr. Xie, please save Taizhu. With the affirmation, Xie knelt beside Li Taizhu, interlocking his hands, with his elbows straight, applying vertical pressure, using his body weight. Lin Wan, disregarding her drenched clothing, gently tightened her grip on Li Taizhu's hand. She believed in Xien's ability to revive him. After 2 full minutes of effort, Li Taizhu's throat emitted a gurgling sound, and he expelled a large mouthful of water. Coughing, he rolled over and expelled several more mouthfuls of water. Seeing his son awaken, Li Youfu rushed forward. The fish, their eyes glinting, lunged at him. Lin Wan, quick and agile, drew her dagger, slicing the fish in half, then encircled Li Taizhu to clear the fish from his body. Thank you, sister. Li Taizhu expressed his gratitude to Lin Wan, who was met with Li Youfu's incredulous gaze, astonished by the remnants of fish strewn about. As Lin Wan contemplated how to explain to Li Youfu, a piercing scream erupted from behind. Vile creature, how dare you frighten me? Chapter 80. Daring to defecate at the gates of hell, hearing Fu Weiwei's footsteps hasten behind her. Lin Wan had already anticipated this and nimbly sidestepped. Fu Weiwei lunged forward, missing her target and falling to the ground. She was soaked to the skin, her clothes tattered and covered in an array of bloodstains. The scene was remarkably tragic. Fu Wei attempted to rise, but Lin Wan pressed her foot down, forcing her back down. Wan. Fu Jingchen tried to grasp Lin Wan, but Xian obstructed his path, applying pressure to a vital point. Fu Jingchen's legs buckled, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. He sought to curse Xian, but found himself unable to utter a word. Lin Wan turned to Li Youfu and said, Grandfather Li, they have seized your son's bamboo raft and thrown him into the water. How do you intend to deal with this? Upon hearing this, Li Youfu's face turned ashen. Outside the window, injured villagers began to crawl in. Li Youfu seized a paddle from one of the villagers and struck fiercely at the Fu siblings. He remained silent throughout, attacking with a frenzied intensity. Fu Wei was struck and darted around the second-floor platform, shouting profanities, disregarding even Fu Jingchen as she fled upstairs. Li Youfu, aging and unable to keep up with Fu Wei, turned his wrath towards the incapacitated Fu Jingchen, with no means of escape or the ability to curse back. Fu Jingchen had no choice but to endure the beating, his eyes bloodshot, continuously spitting blood. I'll kill you. Li Youfu raised the paddle again, but his legs weakened, nearly causing him to fall. Li Taizhu supported his father and said clumsily, Father, please, don't hit him. I'm fine. Li Youfu loosened his grip, dropping the paddle to the ground, and after a moment of calm, he slowly regained his composure. Miss Lin, Dr. Xie, thank you, Li Youfu said. kneeling on the ground and bowing 3 times with solemnity. Li Taiju shakily followed suit. Other villagers, witnessing this, expressed their gratitude as well. "Grandfather Li, please do not mention it. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave," Lin Wan hurriedly replied. Originally, she intended to assess the situation up close, but she had not anticipated encountering such chaos. With that, she stepped over Fu Jingchen's body and entered the corridor. Upon returning to room 1501, Jiang Qi and Lu Shi approached them. Lin Wan briefly recounted the recent events, advising them not to eat anything indiscriminately or venture too close to the water before hastily returning home. An overwhelming sense of foreboding washed over her. She felt that something significant was about to transpire. After tidying up the disarray in her home, Lin Wan settled onto the sofa, absently flipping through an offline novel. First, there were the mutations in the AO-ing genes, followed by biological aberrations. All these events were intricately linked to the base, yet she had no leads, leaving her to await the return of those from the base. This feeling of helplessness regarding the unfolding events was profoundly unsettling. In the following 2 to 3 days, temperatures soared to 45 degrees Celsius. The villagers of Li Family Village were compelled to take refuge in the corridors to barely survive, provoking widespread discontent among the residents of Xianhai Yongguang. However, they were too preoccupied with their own struggles, as a horde of venomous mosquitoes emerged from nowhere, launching frenzied attacks on humans. If the bites were not treated promptly, they would fester into pus-filled sores. As time passed, the death toll rose. The victims suffered terribly, their bodies covered in festering sores, succumbing to their afflictions. Thanks to Lin Wan's vigilance, she managed to capture a large bottle of venomous mosquitoes and collaborated with Xie and to formulate a specialized antidote. They distributed it to the residents of the 14th floor, as well as to Granny Lu, Xiao Chuan, and the villagers of Li Family Village, thus sparing them from calamity. As for the inhabitants of Xianhai Yongguang, they fared poorly. The fish in the water were inedible, and they were unable to retrieve supplies, leaving them in a state of starvation while being tormented by the poisonous mosquitoes. News of the antidote on the 15th floor spread like wildfire throughout Xianhai Yongguang. Residents from Building 8 flocked to plead for the remedy, and when denied, they stubbornly lingered on the 15th floor in protest, with some even harboring malicious thoughts of stealing the antidote. However, Lin Wan was resolute in her defiance against their demands. With a security system in place, she could effortlessly dispatch any would-be troublemakers with the press of a remote control button, achieving a notorious reputation without ever leaving her abode. In the ensuing chaos, cries of anguish filled the air and casualties mounted. During these days, she remained industrious, aside from delivering spicy strips to Xian for training. She spent most of her time either at home or in her space, honing her skills. Utilizing the creek water to assist her, she significantly enhanced her strength. And by the 3rd day, she was effortlessly able to lift a car. Her agility and speed underwent a remarkable transformation. She attempted to break through her limits, but regardless of her training or the infusion of creek water, it proved futile. After all, if her growth continued unchecked, it would defy the natural order. Even the Spirit Creek had its limitations. For her, the creek water now served only to quench her thirst and aid others. The base personnel could arrive at any moment. This time, she was determined to capture them and extract the location of their base, eradicating the threat entirely. Upon completing her training and emerging from her space, night had already fallen. Ever since she had electrocuted a few individuals attempting to force entry, no one dared approach the 15th floor again. Li Youfu had also specifically warned the villagers to avoid lingering in the corridors of the 14th and 15th floors, ensuring that the hallways remained remarkably quiet. Nevertheless, she did not let her guard down and routinely checked the surveillance in her study. As she opened the monitoring page, a fleeting shadow caught her eye, prompting her to scrutinize the timeline. After watching the video, her composure shattered, and she slammed the mouse onto the table in frustration. Seeking death, Lin Wan retrieved a handgun from her space and dashed out. Her speed was astonishing. Upon reaching the 11th floor, she spotted Guijun leisurely descending the stairs. "Guijun," Lin Wan called out, her voice echoing. Guijun turned, his smile freezing in place. After a moment of shock, he bolted down the stairs. Lin Wan swiftly closed the distance, appearing before him in an instant. "You," Guijun stammered, stepping back in fear. How could Lin Wan be so fast? "You deserve this," Lin Wan declared, delivering a swift kick that sent Guijun flying. He landed on the steps, grimacing in pain while clutching his lower back and cursing, "Crazy woman. Why did you hit me? I didn't provoke you." Lin Wan let out a cold laugh, advancing to grasp Guijun's hair and drag him upwards. Guijun felt as though his scalp might be torn away, struggling desperately, but Lin Wan's strength was overwhelming, rendering his efforts futile. Only heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout Building 6, rousing the residents in the hall who gathered to witness the commotion. Dragging the person to the 15th floor, Lin Wan pointed at the electric switch. "This was your doing, wasn't it?" The crowd followed her gesture and, illuminated by the moonlight, beheld a steaming pile on the ground, evidently fresh. "Oh, how disgusting! Who lacks such basic decency?" exclaimed one. "What a fool! To dare relieve oneself at the gates of hell." Ignoring the crowd's chatter, she grabbed Guijun and pressed his face into the mess. Guijun flailed his arms in desperation, unable to utter a word. The excrement smeared across his face, the foul stench permeating the air, prompting the onlookers to cover their noses and retreat. "I ask you once more, was it you?" Guijun, terrified, shouted. "Yes, yes. It was Fu Weiwei. She told me to do it." Chapter 81. Sowing discord upon realizing that Fu Weiwei had instigated Guijun to commit such a repugnant act, Lin Wan was not particularly surprised. What immoral deed was Fu Weiwei incapable of? Very well, she would settle both old and new scores in one fell swoop. Which floor do they reside on? Lin Wan released Guijun's hair, sending him crashing into the corner. The pus-filled sores on his face burst, the excrement seeping into his wounds, causing him sharp pain. He covered his face in terror and wept. 9902. "Clean that up. If I see even a speck of dirt before you return, I will make you wish for death. Do you understand?" Lin Wan brandished a gun, playing with it in her hand, her tone chilling. Guijun trembled all over, nodding vigorously before lowering himself to lick the floor clean. "You watch him. He is not to leave until I return." Lin Wan nonchalantly pointed at someone, tossing a chocolate bar their way. "Here's your reward for your diligence." The recipient, elated at the sight of the treat, expressed fervent gratitude, promising to keep a close watch. As Lin Wan descended the stairs, those who had gathered attempted to follow her, but she turned to them, warning, "Feel free to come if you wish to die." The crowd scattered, realizing that mere curiosity was not worth their lives. With a successful click, the lock opened. Lin Wan stowed away the unlocking device and entered 902. Surveying the layout, she noted it mirrored her own home. The living room was empty, and guided by instinct, she ventured deeper. Halfway down the corridor, she heard indecent gasps emanating from the master bedroom. Approaching the door, the sounds of flirtation grew clearer. Lin Wan smirked coldly, noting that even in such a predicament, they remained in high spirits. Since that was the case, she would stoke the flames further. Retracting her hand from the doorknob, Lin Wan first visited the secondary bedroom, retrieving the gold bars and supplies taken from Guijun's residence and placing them in the wardrobe. She then accessed her hidden space, selecting 5 or 6 pinhole cameras to install in discrete locations throughout the secondary bedroom, study, living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Ensure a comprehensive and unobstructed view of all areas of 902, excluding the master bedroom. The security system operates independently, capable of connecting to cameras without the need for internet access. Upon exiting 902, the door was deliberately left ajar. Returning to the 15th floor, Guijun had already licked the mess on the floor clean, huddled in the corner, his expression vacant. "You may leave now," Lin Wan instructed the individual overseeing Guijun. "All right, Miss Lin, you can call on me for such tasks in the future," the man replied with a cheerful demeanor as he descended the stairs. Once he departed, Lin Wan turned to Guijun and inquired, "Have you pondered why Fu Weiwei summoned you?" Guijun considered for a moment and shook his head. "She intends to kill you, while simultaneously repulsing me," Lin Wan stated bluntly. Guijun, incredulous, retorted, "No, that's impossible. You're deceiving me. Weiwei said you stole my gold and supplies. Why would I covet your supplies and gold?" Lin Wan countered, "Do I appear to be someone in need of such items? Did she also tell you that she is not devoid of compassion, and if you agree to one condition, she would share some supplies with you to ensure your survival?" Upon hearing her words, Guijun stiffened. How do you know?" Lin Wan felt a surge of triumph. Her intuition was correct. Fu Weiwei, that foolish woman, lacked even the cunning to manipulate others. I just went down to confront them and happened to see them returning downstairs. Fu Weiwei was laughing, saying how foolish you are to believe everything she says. Lin Wan remarked lightly, "Taking your supplies and gold, leaving you to perish, was that not sufficient?" She even had to personally come and witness your disgrace. Surely, your repeated attempts to trouble me are linked to her, or else your hand would not have been injured. Alas, I almost feel pity for you. Isn't it merely sowing discord? Who cannot do that? Observing Guojun's expression, she noted his entire body trembled with rage, prompting her to stoke the flames further. It's evident you harbor feelings for Fu Weiwei, yet her affections lie with her brother. To her, you are little more than a tool. After a brief pause, she added, if I were in your position, I would certainly seek retribution. You may leave, should you return. I will not show you mercy. With that, she paid no further attention to Guojun, switched on the power, and ascended to the 15th floor. Upon reaching the door of 1502, she lingered deliberately before entering, observing Guojun storming downstairs, a slight smirk playing on her lips. The show was about to begin. She opened the door and proceeded directly to the study, retrieving a bag of sunflower seeds, potato chips, and soda to place on the table. Activating the security system, she connected the pinhole camera, and after a brief wait, the scene from 902 materialized. In the living room, Guojun held a kitchen knife to Fu Weiwei's throat. She stood there, completely naked, her face a picture of shock. Fu Jingshun, not wearing pants, pointed at Guojun. Calm down. Put the knife down. Lin Wan let out a soft gasp, popping a chip into her mouth. She hadn't anticipated Fu Jingshun to be so diminutive, hardly larger than a child. Silently critiquing, she continued to observe the unfolding drama. Guojun tightened his grip around Fu Weiwei's neck with his left hand, while his right hand wielded a kitchen knife as he berated her. Damn you. I never expected you to be more despicable than a beast, Fu Jingshun. This is our affair, and it is none of your concern. Fu Jingshun retorted, his face ashen with fury. Bah, your affair? Without my supplies and gold, would you have survived this long? You stole from me and then used me, leaving me with a crippled hand and subjecting me to the insults of a lunatic on the 15th floor. Upon hearing this, Fu Weiwei's eyes widened in shock. Guojun, have you lost your mind? You mustn't heed the words of that wretched Lin Wan, who has taken your things. And you, Fu Weiwei, you vile creature. How could I not have realized it was you? You directed me to the 15th floor under the pretense of a simple task, fearing I would discover your theft. Are you satisfied now that you've brought me to this state? Please, stop this madness. Let me go, it hurts. Fu Weiwei pleaded, suppressing her urge to retch, her tone softening as she tried to charm Guojun. I truly did not take your things, Guojun. Trust me, I swear. She raised 3 fingers to the heavens in a solemn vow. Guojun hesitated, glancing at both of them before holding Fu Weiwei firmly and commanding Fu Jingshun. Lead the way. Show me every place in your home where you could hide something. Brother, hurry and take him, Fu Weiwei urged. Nearly fainting from the stench emanating from Guojun regardless, she felt untroubled since she had nothing to fear. Fu Jingshun, with no choice, guided Guojun through the living room, kitchen, bathroom, and master bedroom, but there was no trace of gold or supplies to be found. Lin Wan lounged leisurely in her rocking chair, observing the individuals on the surveillance feed as they searched in vain. After finishing a bag of chips, she retrieved a steaming bowl of beef noodles to enjoy. Once the noodles were devoured, Guojun and the others completed their search of the study and headed towards the secondary bedroom. Here we go, Lin Wan exclaimed. Sitting up and adjusting the camera for the next room, her gaze fixed intently on the screen. Chapter 82, Out of Sight. Out of mind, Fu Jingshun opened the door to the secondary bedroom, leading Guojun inside. This is the last place. We have told you we haven't taken your things, yet you refuse to believe us, he said disdainfully. Guojun scoffed. Enough with the chatter, open the wardrobe. With a cold laugh, Fu Jingshun complied without hesitation, swinging open the wardrobe doors without glancing inside. See for yourself. Where is your, damn it, you to take it? Guojun's furious voice cut through Fu Jingshun's words as he shoved Fu Weiwei aside, raising the knife to strike at Fu Jingshun. Fu Jingshun reacted swiftly, dodging to the side. Have you lost your mind? Where is the gold? He looked into the wardrobe and was utterly dumbfounded. The wardrobe was not only filled to the brim with gold, but also stacked with piles of supplies. Brother, run. Fu Weiwei scrambled to her feet, grabbing Fu Jingshun as they rushed toward the door. Guojun, unwilling to let them escape, pursued them brandishing the knife. Lin Wan amplified the living room surveillance feed, watching with great delight, occasionally sipping from her drink. The anguished cries of Fu Weiwei echoed as she fled in haste, only to stumble and fall. Guojun, who was in pursuit, seized her by the hair and dragged her into the secondary bedroom. Fu Jingchen was on the verge of opening the door to rush in and rescue Fu Weiwei when he heard the commotion, prompting him to take a few steps forward before hesitating. Lin Wan let out a cold laugh, continuing to observe the unfolding situation in the secondary bedroom. Gui Jun threw Fu Weiwei onto the floor, locked the door, and approached her menacingly with a cleaver in hand. "You filthy wretch, how dare you use me? After all my affection and trust, you betray me. I shall not rest until my vengeance is fulfilled. Help me, brother. Help." Fu Weiwei screamed desperately. "Call for help again, and I will end your life right now," Gui Jun threatened, his expression fierce as he brandished the cleaver. Fu Weiwei, terrified, cowered into a corner, shielding her head with trembling arms. Gui Jun grasped her ankle and dragged her closer, tightening his grip around her neck. "You pretended to be so innocent, refusing even a touch, yet behind closed doors, you are more depraved than anyone." Fu Weiwei gasped for air, desperately striking at Gui Jun. "Get away from me. Don't touch me." Gui Jun's fury surged to new heights. He tossed aside the cleaver, seized Fu Weiwei by the shoulders, and rained blows upon her face. Her features became a grotesque mask of blood and bruises, her strength to resist fading away. With a curse, Gui Jun retrieved a length of rope he had prepared earlier, binding Fu Weiwei and tossing her into the corner of the room. A sinister smile crept across his face as he pinched her cheeks, forcing her mouth open. The sound of running water filled the air, causing Lin Wan to furrow her brow in disgust as she discarded her drink. "Drink this, or I shall kill you." Fu Weiwei, terrified of the cleaver, dared not resist. A bizarre sound echoed through the scene, causing Lin Wan to pause mid-bite into her chips, nearly retching at the sight before her. Gui Jun yanked Fu Weiwei by her hair, pressing her face into a filthy heap on the ground. "You dared to steal from me, to deceive me." Even from a distance, Lin Wan could smell the foul stench, covering her mouth as her stomach churned. In the scene, Fu Weiwei flailed her arms, attempting to plead for mercy. After several agonizing minutes, Gui Jun finally relented, releasing his grip. Fu Weiwei, covered in filth, lay on the ground, retching uncontrollably. "You brought this upon yourself," Lin Wan remarked as she shifted her focus to the living room, monitoring Fu Jingchen's movements. With the door to room 902 wide open, Lin Wan initially feared that Fu Jingchen had fled, preparing to pursue him. Just as she stood up, she saw Fu Jingchen approaching the secondary bedroom with a fire extinguisher, determinately smashing the door lock. The sound of metal clashing resonated incessantly. A sardonic smile graced Lin Wan's lips. Fu Jingchen's return was likely not for Fu Weiwei, but rather for the gold and supplies hidden within the wardrobe. "It is time to deal with this pair of scoundrels. On the 9th floor, do not be deceived by my appearance as a mere sheep. The intelligence of a sheep is truly beyond imagination. No matter what danger lies before me, I shall remain unperturbed." Lin Wan held a metal baseball bat, dragging it lightly across the ground, humming a little tune that reverberated through the corridor of Building 6. Upon reaching the door of room 902, her song abruptly ceased. The sound of banging echoed from within. Striding in with measured steps, Fu Jingchen was so engrossed in his task that he failed to notice her entrance. "Ah, mister. Fu is quite busy," Lin Wan remarked, concealing the baseball bat behind her, advancing towards him with deliberate grace. Fu Jingchen's hammering motion faltered, and the fire extinguisher nearly slipped from his grasp. As the banging ceased, voices began to rise within the room. "Lin Wan, you," Fu Jingchen began, only to remember that he was not fully dressed, searching frantically around. "What is the significance of covering up when I can barely see anything down there, even with a magnifying glass?" Lin Wan rolled her eyes, her tone laced with derision. Fu Jingchen's face flushed crimson, his finger pointing towards the door as he barked. "Get out. You are not welcome here. Out of sight, out of mind." Lin Wan shrugged, raising her baseball bat and giving it a gentle swing. With a resounding thud, the bat made a solid connection with Fu Jingchen's head. The fire extinguisher clattered to the ground, rolling to the threshold of the door. Lin Wan crouched down, pressing her fingers to Fu Jingchen's pulse. He was still alive. She had deliberately moderated her strength. Fu Jingchen could not afford to perish just yet, for the main event was yet to unfold. Pressing her ear against the door of the adjoining room, she listened intently to the commotion within. "Cry, cry, cry. I'll make you pay for this. Feeling wronged over a little feces? If it weren't for you, could I have been humiliated by that madwoman? You stole my gold and supplies, and now you dare to threaten and use me. You deserve everything that has come upon you. Go to hell." Hearing this, Lin Wan kicked open the door to the adjoining room. A pungent stench of excrement mixed with an unknown liquid assaulted her senses, nearly causing her eyes to close in revulsion. Guojun was poised with a knife, ready to strike at Fu Weiwei. Fu Weiwei, in a state of panic, attempted to flee but halted upon seeing Lin Wan enter. Click! Lin Wan captured the moment with her phone. With a shriek, Fu Weiwei frantically tore off the bedsheet to cover her disarray. Lin Wan. Fu Weiwei's eyes were bloodshot, her body trembling with rage as she pointed accusingly. It's you. You set me up. You stole Guojun's gold and supplies. Guojun, you fool. You've been deceived by her. She intentionally framed me. Fu Weiwei screamed in a frenzy. Lin Wan deliberately provoked her. TSK, the esteemed eldest daughter of the Fu family has fallen to such depths. I must commend you for that. Chapter 83, The Confrontation. Lin Wan, you wretched creature. Fu Weiwei was utterly shattered, her once proud dignity obliterated. She seized the kitchen knife from the ground, her eyes ablaze with fury. With swift, determined strides, she lunged toward Lin Wan, brandishing the blade, exclaiming, I will kill you. Lin Wan remained utterly unfazed, effortlessly grasping Fu Weiwei's arm and gently flinging her aside as if she were a mere rag doll, sending her crashing against the window seat. The knife clattered to the floor. Fu Weiwei cried out in pain, struggling to rise, her voice weak as she accused, You vile wretch. How dare you frame me? Lin Wan, unperturbed by the accusation, blinked innocently and remarked, Who doesn't enjoy watching dogs fight? Observing this, Guojun's understanding crystallized, and he seethed, You dare deceive me. Now, I offer you two choices. Leave immediately or stay and perish with them. Lin Wan, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, had initially used Guojun's loathsome demeanor merely to humiliate Fu Weiwei. Guojun's eyes darted, and without hesitation, he declared, I will take my belongings and leave at once. He yanked the bed sheet and proceeded to the wardrobe, stuffing gold bars within. Lin Wan approached, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling, her foot pressing against his face. Do you think you can defecate at my doorstep without recompense? I no longer want it. Is that not enough? Guojun, sensing his precarious position, began to plead for mercy, yet his hand stealthily crept toward the fallen knife. Lin Wan, noticing but refraining from interference, deliberately moved her foot aside. Free from restraint, Guojun's eyes hardened as he picked up the knife to strike her. In a flash, Lin Wan seized the blade and delivered a downward chop. The knife struck Guojun's skull, cleaving through to his brain. In an instant, his head split open, blood gushing forth and painting the pristine white walls a deep crimson. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Fu Weiwei's mental defenses crumbled, and she fainted, her eyes rolling back. Lin Wan kicked Guojun's lifeless body aside and seized Fu Weiwei by her hair, dragging her into the living room. A gaggle of inept fools dared to prance before her daily. In the dead of night, the moonlight outside was scarce, casting the room in shadows. Approaching the window, she drew the curtains, plunging the space into complete darkness. She retrieved the generator, connecting it to the interrogation light, meticulously arranging everything before switching it on, flooding the room with blinding brightness. She intended to savor the moment. It must not be too dim. With a splash, a basin of water was thrown onto the Fu siblings, rousing them from their stupor. Lin Wan reclined in the chaise lounge, her legs crossed, gently swirling a glass of red wine as she regarded the two on the floor with a half-smile. Awake now? Lin Wan, what do you intend to do? Fu Jingchen groaned, clutching his head as he rose. Lin Wan remained silent, producing a baseball bat seemingly from thin air and tossing it before them. Whoever knocks the other down first will be granted freedom. How did you do that? Fu Jingchen gazed incredulously at the bat on the ground, then back at Lin Wan. She offered no explanation, lightly remarking, Do you know how I perished in my past life? Fu Jingchen and Fu Weiwei were both momentarily taken aback. I have been subjected to the torment of two beasts who vivisected my flesh, severed my limbs, gouged out my eyes, sliced off my tongue, punctured my eardrums, and imprisoned me in a jar, where I endured a week of excruciating agony before succumbing to death. Lin Wan swayed the wine glass in her hand, her gaze cast downward upon the liquid within, and then she drained it in one swift motion. After a moment, she spoke softly, Do you wish to know the identities of those two beasts? What do you mean? A sense of ominous foreboding stirred within Fu Jingchen. Fu Weiwei remained silent, crouched on the ground, her eyes fixed on Lin Wan with palpable terror. Her entire body trembled, her lips moving as if whispering to herself. Fu Jingchen disregarded Fu Weiwei entirely, fixated on Lin Wan. You were the one who tampered with the Fu family's armory, weren't you? You. Lin Wan did not lift her head, casually retrieving a dagger and flinging it, the blade glistening as it embedded itself into Fu Jingchen's thigh. He faltered, collapsing to the ground with a cry of anguish. 5 minutes. I possess little patience. If no victor emerges by then, you shall both embark on your final journey. Lin Wan elegantly sipped her red wine, activating the timer on her phone. Why? Lin Wan, I treated you with such kindness. Why would you do this to me? Fu Jingchen limped forward, his leg injured, shouting in fury. What about the previous life? I refuse to acknowledge it. That was not my doing. Why should I bear the burden? He bellowed defiantly. Lin Wan's gaze remained lowered, contemplating the ruby liquid in her glass, and after a pause, she murmured, 3 minutes. Her voice, akin to a demonic whisper, reverberated ominously around them. Fu Weiwei had witnessed Lin Wan cleave Guijun's head in two with her bare hands, and terror gripped her heart. Brother, I am sorry. Seizing the opportunity while Fu Jingchen confronted Lin Wan, Fu Weiwei picked up a metal rod from the ground and struck Fu Jingchen. Unprepared for Fu Weiwei's betrayal, Fu Jingchen winced in pain. With a fierce glare, disregarding the wound on his thigh, he snatched the rod away and swung it towards Fu Weiwei's arm. Instantly, the room was filled with her cries of agony. Fu Weiwei, petite and already injured from her earlier confrontation with Guijun, was no match for Fu Jingchen. She cried out in distress, darting around the living room in a panic. As the rod threatened to descend once more, Fu Weiwei attempted to retreat into the master bedroom, but found the door locked. She rushed to try other doors, only to be met with the same obstacle. Brother, I am your own sister. In desperation, Fu Weiwei invoked their familial bond, hoping to reignite her brother's reason. 1 minute. Lin Wan's words were undoubtedly the final straw that broke the camel's back. Fu Jingchen tightened his grip on the metal rod, advancing towards Fu Weiwei. Weiwei, I have always treated you well. Just assist me this once, will you? Fu Weiwei pressed herself against the study door, with nowhere left to retreat. With both hands raised, Fu Jingchen brought the rod crashing down onto Fu Weiwei's abdomen, and she fell to the floor, stifling a groan. Fu Jingchen cast the rod aside, turning to Lin Wan. Wan, I understand you despise me, but I realize my mistakes. I have fulfilled your demands by harming Weiwei. Will you let me go now? I solemnly vow to leave the realm of the Sea of Heart and Sunlight immediately, never to appear before you again. Fu Jingchen spoke with earnestness. Lin Wan tossed her hand, shattering the wine glass into countless fragments. The shards scattered, striking Fu Jingchen's bare calf, causing him to flinch and instinctively step back. Lin Wan approached him slowly, gently grasping his left hand, enunciating clearly, No, it shall not be. With a mere thought, a large cleaver materialized in her grasp, and Fu Jingchen's pupils constricted in terror, but it was too late for him to evade. Lin Wan firmly held onto his arm, which he attempted to withdraw, and raised the cleaver, bringing it down with ferocity. Chapter 84. Do not weep. Blood gushed forth, the warmth splattering onto her face. With a swift motion, Lin Wan severed Fu Jingchen's left hand, which fell to the ground with a thud. As he gazed down at the gruesome sight, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! The moment Fu Jingchen opened his mouth, Lin Wan kicked him over, retrieved a roll of tape from the space around her, and sealed his lips. With precision, she swiftly severed each of his limbs. She had deliberately researched a specialized cutting technique that would ensure he would not perish instantly. Her intent was to prolong his suffering until death claimed him slowly. Fu Jingchen's eyes turned crimson, tears streaming down his face as the pain caused veins to bulge at his temples, his countenance turning an alarming shade of purple. With his mouth taped shut, he could only emit muffled cries of anguish. Witnessing his torment, Lin Wan was reminded of the harrowing moments from her past life when she was subjected to similar atrocities. Those agonies seemed to haunt her still. In the stillness of night, her very insides felt as though they might explode. In the early days of her rebirth, she would awaken to find her garments drenched in sweat. Does it hurt? Lin Wan crouched before Fu Jingchen, her gaze fixed intently on his limbless torso. In her previous life, seeing Fu Jingchen had brought her joy. Upon her return, she felt only hatred and disgust. Now, she felt utterly devoid of emotion. Or perhaps, she had simply grown numb. The entanglements of their past life were destined to reach a conclusion today. Without limbs, Fu Jingchen lay on the ground like a mass of blood, his eyes rolling back in his head, seemingly unable to withstand the pain, on the verge of unconsciousness. Lin Wan splashed a basin of cold water upon him to keep him alert. After a moment, Fu Jingqian appeared to reach a peak of agony and instead fell into a state of numbness. The grimace gradually fading from his face as his eyes glinted with venomous fury, glaring at Lin Wan. With a cold laugh, she dragged Fu Weiwei before him and repeated the process. The first blow severed her right hand, awakening Fu Weiwei from her stupor. She attempted to scream, only to find herself utterly voiceless. Her eyes darted around, and upon seeing the limbless Fu Jingqian, she succumbed to faintness, dousing her with water to revive her. Each strike of the cleaver fell when she was conscious. In less than 10 minutes, both were reduced to mere torsos. In order to prevent the two from perishing swiftly, she deliberately cauterized the severed limbs with a torch, and the blood that gushed forth soon ceased. She retrieved 2 burlap sacks that she had prepared in advance, placing them inside, while leaving only their heads exposed. They were positioned in opposite corners of the living room to ensure they could see one another. In her previous life, her eyes had been gouged out, her ears rendered deaf, and her vocal cords irreparably damaged. In the endless darkness, she could neither hear nor see, left only with insufferable pain that tormented her day and night, making life unbearable. She contemplated biting her tongue to end her misery, only to realize that her tongue had been severed as well. Not blinding or deafening the Fu siblings, she aimed to trample upon their pride instead. She brought forth 2 large mirrors, placing them before them. This mirror is a gift of reflection from me to you. May you never forget the visage that resides within. It is the truest form of your humanity. Fu Weiwei shook her head desperately, her eyes betraying a sense of hopelessness. Lin Wan tore the tape from their mouths, weak pleas for mercy escaping them. Lin Wan, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Please, do not kill me, I beg you. Fu Weiwei's eyes were filled with terror. Even in a state of dismemberment, the instinct to survive remained. Lin Wan, unperturbed, withdrew a dagger. Ah, why must you be so vile? I should have killed you sooner. Fu Weiwei screamed in madness. Lin Wan grasped her cheeks, extracting her tongue and severing it with scissors. Blood gushed forth, splattering Lin Wan's face, causing her to instinctively squint, yet her hands continued their grim task. She severed both tongues and fed them into each other's mouths. As the saying goes, it is better to die as a ghost than as a starving ghost. It is always good to have a taste of flesh before departing. Lin Wan's lips curled slightly as she took a cloth to wipe the blade clean. In the subsequent moments, she observed fear, resentment, hatred, pain, and despair etched upon their faces, yet there was no sign of remorse. Suddenly, Lin Wan felt a sense of liberation. Why waste time with the dead? She opened a bottle, releasing a swarm of venomous mosquitoes. She sprayed her homemade repellent, ensuring no mosquito dared approach her. The insects, drawn by the scent of blood, eagerly descended upon the faces of the Fu siblings to feast. Without a backward glance, she exited room 902, ascending the staircase. She took her time returning to the 15th floor, a journey that usually took 2 to 3 minutes, but today stretched to a full half-hour. Upon reaching the iron gate, she raised her hand to open it. The moonlight spilled onto her blood-stained hand, the crimson droplets falling and causing her shadow on the ground to tremble slightly. She gazed up at the night sky, where the full moon hung high, casting a soft yellow glow that illuminated the surroundings brilliantly. It had been a long time since she had seen such a complete moon. Ordinarily, it was never whole. Leaning gently against the cold iron door, she stared out the window in a daze, as memories of her past life flickered before her like a rapid succession of lanterns. Everything from before had dissipated today, as if it were but smoke and clouds. From this moment forth, she is Lin Wan, the true Lin Wan. Coming to her senses, her face felt cold, and with a slight sniffle, she prepared to return indoors. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped her from behind. The faint scent of cedar wafted around her. Xian, Lin Wan tentatively called out. The person behind her remained silent, tightening their embrace around her waist as if wishing to meld her into their being. Struggling to breathe, she reached for Xian's hand. Upon contact, a jolt of electricity surged through her fingertips, causing her to instinctively withdraw her hand, only to be grasped firmly by Xian. Her heart skipped a beat, momentarily forgetting to resist, and inexplicably wanting to turn and gaze upon Xian's face. Suddenly, she remembered that she was covered in blood, her hair in disarray, resembling a ghost. Would Xian react? No. Why should she care about Xian's thoughts? Xian. Lin Wan suppressed her unease and pulled her hand away. I had a dream. Xian's deep voice resonated. In the dream, we both perished. A rush of warm breath brushed against her ear, tingling and quickening her heartbeat. Realizing this, Lin Wan spoke rapidly. That dream was ominous. Indeed. Xian replied softly after a long pause. But later, I dreamt that we had come back to life. What do you mean? Lin Wan forcefully wrenched her hand from Xian's grip and turned to press him against the iron gate. The clang of the gate echoed, and Xian let out a soft hiss, remaining silent. Xian, the soft sensation against her skin interrupted her words. Xian, holding a damp cloth, gently wiped away her tears and the bloodstains from her eyes, his lips parting to utter, "Don't cry." She froze, staring at Xian in astonishment. In her final moments, someone had once wiped her face in such a manner. She yearned to see that person's face, but she could neither see nor touch them. Nor could she hear their voice. Only her cheeks felt that tender touch, reminiscent of the present moment. Chapter 85. The influence of hormones. Lin Wan gently grasped Xian's hand, their gazes meeting, and after a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Why are you so kind to me? Xian did not respond, focusing intently on cleaning her face, gradually lowering his hand. I cried like a little kitten. Xian did not answer her question, letting out a soft chuckle as he tucked away the cloth. Xian. Lin Wan stomped her foot in frustration, suddenly recalling something. She asked, "Do you know what I want to do?" Her appearance, regardless of who saw it, would evoke curiosity and surprise, yet Xian seemed oblivious, which was rather peculiar. "This is your personal affair. I have no right to inquire," Xian replied calmly, taking her hand again to wipe away the blood. "I want to kill someone." Lin Wan tightened her grip on Xian's hand, pulling him closer, whispering in his ear to deliberately frighten him. "I severed their limbs, cut out their tongues, and stuffed them in a sack. If you see me like this now, then I must eliminate you to silence you." Xian's grip tightened slightly, and Lin Wan stepped back to gauge his expression. Believing he would be frightened, she was taken aback to discern a glimmer of compassion in his expression. "Why such a countenance? You intend to kill me, yet you are unafraid?" Lin Wan questioned, puzzled. "To kill me? I am powerless to resist," Xian replied, wiping one hand before taking hold of the other. "I can only wait until I become a ghost to haunt you." "You?" Lin Wan was at a loss for words, feeling as though her punch had landed on cotton, a sense of helplessness washing over her. The death of the Fu siblings was of little consequence. Why grieve for them? Xian intensified his hand movements, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Just as Lin Wan was about to retort, she sensed a shift, narrowing her eyes dangerously as she leaned closer to Xian, demanding, "Did I ever mention that the ones I intended to kill were the Fu siblings?" Xian paused, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, which Lin Wan immediately seized upon. "Speak. Why have you been following me?" She grasped Xian's collar tightly. He attempted to explain. "It was merely a guess." "Xian, do you take me for a fool?" Lin Wan retorted, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she drew a dagger to his throat, threatening, "If you do not speak the truth, I shall end your life." "I truly was only guessing," Xian replied, feigning innocence and pointing to the corner of the ceiling. "If you do not believe me, you may check the surveillance." "Very well. So you are a stubborn duck, are you? I shall investigate at once." Lin Wan gritted her teeth, dragging Xian back to room 1502. In the study, she slammed the mouse onto the desk. "Have you tampered with the surveillance footage?" She had scrutinized all the recordings before and after her departure. And apart from Xian emerging when she returned, he had not stepped outside at any other time. "How is this possible?" Xian shrugged. "Your home is heavily fortified. Not even a mosquito can enter. How could I manipulate the surveillance?" "Xian, I do not believe a single word of your nonsense. You must have employed some devious scheme to follow me." "Oh." Xian raised an eyebrow, inching closer, placing his hands on the desk to corner her. Leaning down ever so slowly, his handsome face loomed ever larger before her, and as their noses nearly touched, Lin Wan, as if awakening from a dream, pressed against his chest, refusing to allow him closer. Her heart raced, threatening to leap from her chest. "What are you doing?" she stammered, attempting to retreat, only to find herself trapped between a wolf and the desk, with nowhere to escape. "Miss Lin, do you perhaps have feelings for me?" Xian uttered softly. Lin Wan looked up in protest. "I do not." Their gazes locked. Xian's deep eyes seemed capable of piercing through to her very soul. "If that is the case, then why assert that I have been stalking you? Clearly, I have not even stepped outside my front door." Lin Wan racked her brain, suddenly recalling something. If you did not follow me, how can you be so certain that I intended to kill the Fu siblings? I understand you, Xian replied simply. Lin Wan instinctively countered. What gives you the right to claim you understand me? Because I like you, Xian answered without a moment's hesitation, only to realize his blunder. His ears flushing slightly. I once liked you. Lin Wan pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze flitting around, wishing she could slip through a crack in the ground. What nonsense are you spouting? You may leave. Lin Wan feigned calmness, attempting to usher him away. Xian remained still, gazing at her, as I forbade her from speaking. Lin Wan suddenly covered his mouth, awkwardly insisting, hurry and leave, or I shall kill you. Although she was reluctant to admit it. Xian's character and appearance were exceedingly to her liking. Time and again, she teased him, fearing that she might lose control. The warmth of his touch enveloped her hand as Xian gently pried it away, looking at her with unwavering certainty. You like me. Before she could retort, Xian seized her head, domineeringly kissing her. The sudden kiss struck her like a tempest, leaving her momentarily dazed. She instinctively closed her eyes, gripping his shirt tightly. Xian tenderly cradled the nape of her neck, their breaths growing increasingly heated. Initially, the kiss was gentle and restrained, but as they sensed each other's movements, it deepened, laden with unspoken longing. Their breaths quickened, heartbeats intertwining in the still air. Lin Wan, momentarily freeing his lips, involuntarily exclaimed, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. Fearing this might all be a dream. Dazed by the kiss, she let out a soft hum. Xian's gaze darkened, and he leaned in once more, effortlessly parting her lips. Just then, an abrupt shout of spicy strip pierced the moment, causing them to stiffen and part like they had been electrocuted. Their eyes met, both at a loss, the air around them seemingly solidified, shattering the previously intimate atmosphere into sheer awkwardness. Lin Wan, thoroughly awakened, felt her face burn with embarrassment, unable to meet Xian's gaze. This was disastrous. How could she have been so unable to control herself? Spicy strip. Lin Wan, at a loss on how to face Xian, scooped up the spicy strip and rushed back to her bedroom. At this point, retreat seemed the wisest course of action. In her bedroom, Lin Wan lay tossing and turning, the memory of kissing Xian replaying incessantly in her mind. Her fingers traced her swollen lips, the warmth of his touch lingering as if it were still present. Realizing she was reminiscing about the kiss with Xian, she abruptly sat up in bed. No, this is impossible. How could this happen? It was purely an accident, a coincidence. She had merely been momentarily bewitched, responding to him by mistake. Lin Wan, calm down. Calm down. You do not like him. This is merely the work of hormones. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was already 3 in the morning. Surely, Xian must have departed by now. Stealthily, she approached the door, pressing her ear against it to listen for any sounds outside, then slowly twisted the doorknob. As soon as the door opened, a hand grasped her wrist, gently pulling her outside, and in the next moment, she tumbled into a solid chest. Chapter 86. The flood has receded. Why haven't you left? You startled me. Lin Wan emerged from Xian's embrace, her hand resting on her heart. Xian studied her for a while before saying, just now. It was nothing, merely an accident, a consequence of hormones. Lin Wan feigned composure. Is there anything else? Xian gazed intently at her, proposing, you could be my friend. Lin Wan interrupted him with a vehement exclamation. We are friends. She was acutely aware that Xian was about to broach the subject of a romantic relationship, which she found exceedingly troublesome, laden with responsibilities and fraught with risks. Most importantly, she had witnessed the cautionary tale of Fu Jingchen, who had relentlessly pursued her only to lead to disillusionment. Xian, I currently have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship, Lin Wan asserted candidly, unwilling to deceive him. I can be your lover, Xian declared boldly. Lin Wan was momentarily taken aback, her breath caught in her throat, leading to a fit of coughing. Xian, you, the esteemed president of the Xia Corporation. Where is your dignity? Where is your pride? Neither is as significant as you, he replied, unfazed, his determination to be her lover unwavering. You. Lin Wan inhaled deeply, gesturing toward the door, leave. Xian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he hurriedly turned toward the entrance, murmuring an apology. The door whispered shut, his words mingling with the fresh scent of cedar lingering in the air. Lin Wan stared at the closed door, lost in thought. If she was not mistaken, Xian's eyes had indeed glimmered with emotion. A twinge of guilt welled up within her. Xian had always treated her well, Yet she could not reciprocate those feelings. If it were material support, she would have readily agreed. The president of the Xia Corporation was willing to be her lover. Such a statement, if uttered in public, would surely render her the subject of ridicule. Lin Wan collapsed onto the sofa, her hands limply hanging at her sides, exhaling a heavy sigh. Oh, the trials of existence are arduous, and the plight of womanhood is even more formidable. She contemplated renouncing worldly ties, considering informing Xia and of her spiritual commitment to the monastic life, thereby sealing her heart. She touched her hair, ultimately dismissing the thought. Why should she contemplate shaving her head for the sake of a man? What crime had her hair committed to deserve such treatment? Suddenly, a playful puppy leaped into her lap, twirling about before settling into a comfortable position. As she gently stroked the little creature's head, her mind involuntarily conjured images from her study. She endeavored to dispel these thoughts, but to no avail. Ultimately, she forced herself to keep her eyes open until dawn. When she ventured to the restroom, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. Her hair was disheveled, dark circles under her eyes, and her clothes stained with dried blood, resembling a specter. Under the cascading water of the shower, she allowed the droplets to pelt her face for half an hour, until her fingers turned pale and wrinkled, finally feeling somewhat rejuvenated. It was merely a kiss. We are all adults, after all. What is the big deal? She mused. Love cannot overshadow one's career. Securing gold is of utmost importance at present. The sun shone too brightly over the desolate Sea of Heart, where the few surrounding shops and buildings had been razed by a tornado, and the nearest department store had been stripped bare. The waters were inhabited by mutated fish, and seeking gold in distant waters posed insurmountable challenges, rendering it unworthy. Once the floods fully receded, there would be time to pursue that endeavor. For now, she would target the affluent within her community, exchanging resources for gold. While the concept of zero-cost acquisition was exhilarating, the lives of survivors were equally valuable. She does not play the role of a saint, yet she cannot forsake her humanity. Those who have not wronged her are not to be subjected to her whims, even with her extraordinary abilities. After all, the provisions in her space are boundless. Allowing more lives to endure is a flicker of hope. Otherwise, if she were to remain the sole survivor in a desolate world, what purpose would life hold? Before the calamity struck, she had watched a film that profoundly affected her. It told the story of a brilliant scientist, a survivor immune to the virus, who, accompanied by a dog, bravely navigated a perilous world. Relying on his intellect and courage to survive each day, he not only had to outsmart the malevolent creatures of the night, but also worked tirelessly to develop a cure to save humanity. In the end, he entrusted the serum to the female lead before sacrificing himself in a final confrontation with the nightmarish beings. The conclusion, where a mother and son are rescued, shone like a beacon of light piercing through darkness, symbolizing the continuation of hope, and he became a true legend. Her heart swelled with admiration for his unwavering resolve in the face of solitude and despair, as he remained steadfast to his essence. In the depths of adversity, the resilience of humanity and the relentless pursuit of life inspired her. She often pondered how she would act in the protagonist's place. Perhaps she could never achieve his greatness. Nevertheless, she vowed not to devolve into a heartless fiend like the nightmarish beings. Nestled quietly on the sofa, she gazed blankly at the clock on the wall. The hands ticked rhythmically, and before she knew it, a day had slipped by. She had not ventured outside, and Xian had not come to take her for training. Clad in her temperature-regulating suit, she felt little, oblivious to the current temperature. Opening the window to check with a thermometer, she discovered the temperature had soared to 40 degrees. The floodwaters receded. A sudden exclamation broke her reverie. Looking down, she saw that the waters, which once inundated the first floor, had completely withdrawn, revealing a thick layer of mud, nearly 4 meters deep. The mud was littered with the remains of fish, sun-dried and white, a putrid odor wafting through the air, prompting her to swiftly close the window. Among the muck, not only were there fish carcasses, but also numerous human remains, most reduced to dismembered limbs by the ravenous fish. Several bold individuals had already ventured into the mire, collecting fish for sustenance. She understood their thoughts. They merely believed that those who perished were simply unfortunate, and since death was inevitable, they might as well take the risk. With a heavy sigh, she drew the curtains. Life and death are fated, beyond her control. She would not distribute her resources freely. Helping temporarily does not equate to aiding eternally. To survive, one must rely on their own efforts. Now that the floodwaters have receded and the mutated fish have been dealt with, the gold and jewelry washed away from the affluent households could be retrieved. In that case, it would be a matter of skill, and she would not be stingy in exchanging her provisions for gold. Resolute, she set to work, moving the dining table to the entrance of the 15th floor, draping it with a bright red cloth. On a piece of paper, she inscribed, "Gold for supplies." Affixing it to the iron gate, she arranged water, compressed biscuits, healing powders for wounds, and instant noodles neatly on the left side of the table. In the center lay high-precision electronic scales, ceramic dishes, high-temperature torches, and various tools for testing gold. Everything was prepared. I took out a large megaphone, cleared my throat, and stood in the aisle to announce, "Gold collection on the 15th floor, exchanging for supplies. Are you still troubled by the lack of food and drink? Are you still plagued by pesky mosquitoes? Then bring your gold to the 15th floor for an exchange. We only accept gold, genuine gold. Gold is easier to authenticate. While jewelry can be deceptive, receiving counterfeit goods would be a loss." I strive to recall the advertising slogans I had heard in a past life and continued to shout. Old gold exchanged for new money, adding sweetness to life, diligently collecting gold, unlocking infinite possibilities. No worries with gold for supplies. Our considerate service alleviates your concerns. We collect gold with integrity, worthy of your trust. Chapter 87. Gold Collection. Late sister, are you here with Jiangqi and Xingyun? I asked in surprise as I approached her. Yes. Lin Wan put down the megaphone and gestured towards the iron door, indicating for the two to take a look. Gold collection, exchanging for supplies. Jiangqi muttered, scratching his head. Late sister, what do you need gold for? Xingyun replied, gold is hard currency, whether in times of war or peace. With natural disasters looming, are you gathering gold for emergencies? A teachable child indeed. Lin Wan patted Xingyun's shoulder in approval and asked with concern, how is your health recovering, Xiaoyan? Thank you for your concern, late sister. I'm fine now. That's good to hear. You both arrived just in time to help me out, right? Lin Wan pulled them to the table, pointing at the gold testing tools. The two understood and replied in unison, no problem. Satisfied, Lin Wan ruffled their heads. Yes, very round indeed. You sit tight. I'll call people over. Lin Wan picked up the megaphone and began to shout again. Jiangqi hurriedly stood up, took the megaphone, and said, late sister, I'll shout from downstairs. It'll be faster. Hey, Lin Wan wanted to refuse, but Jiangqi had already dashed away, leaving her to shake her head in resignation. Late sister, Jiangqi was an athlete. His energy is boundless. Just let him go. Xingyun sat in the chair, examining the high-temperature torch. I came across methods for testing genuine gold before. I can help. All right, thank you. Lin Wan nodded, then suddenly sat beside him, her expression curious. How is your relationship with Jiangqi progressing? What progress? Xingyun averted his gaze, his voice barely audible. Xiaoyun, you know I'm not so rigid. After being a fan for years, I've seen all kinds of romances, so just be honest. Having assessed the resources, her curiosity had reached its peak. Xingyun lowered his eyes. Late sister, don't you find someone like me repulsive? Why would you think that? Lin Wan grasped Xingyun's shoulder, compelling him to meet her gaze, and said earnestly, love is love, regardless of gender, and it's certainly isn't repulsive. Upon hearing this, Xingyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his spirit dampened. I tried to probe Jiangqi. He said he finds this disgusting. Lin Wanxin understood everything. No wonder. Straight men are all like that. You need not take his words to heart. She patted Xingyun's shoulder, her expression solemn. There is no orientation, only the direction of the heart. Xingyun appeared to be inspired, nodding vigorously twice, sniffling. Thank you, Sister Wan. Lin Wan said nothing further, affectionately ruffling his hair, as he felt like a younger brother to her. Ah, Jiangqi, that big fool, was truly oblivious to his blessings. If she were a man, she would undoubtedly be a paragon of excellence. Sister Wan, many people have arrived. Jiangqi exclaimed excitedly, brandishing a megaphone as he rushed into the corridor. Lin Wan nonchalantly set her hand down, deliberately ignoring Jiangqi, not wishing to converse with the big fool. The crowd streamed into the corridor, comprising people of all ages, each cradling gleaming gold. Lin Wan was astonished. She hadn't anticipated so many had stored gold, a windfall without effort. Hey, young man, are you sure you're not deceiving us? A middle-aged man questioned, clutching a small safe tightly. What can we exchange for? Water, bread, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, or any healing powder for wounds. Take your pick. Lin Wan responded loudly, ensuring everyone could hear her. The crowd's eyes lit up. Such items could indeed be life-saving. However, someone doused their enthusiasm. Hey, did you forget? She's infamous as a madwoman. She wouldn't be trying to lure us here to rob us of our gold. Would she? Well, if that's the case, I'll just go eat dried fish, another voiced apprehensively. The reputation of the madwoman for ruthlessness was well known. She might indeed be plotting to seize their gold. Right, let us go. Dried fish is still worth more than gold. Many in the crowd began to retreat. Lin Wan remained unfazed, lifting the red cloth from the table. Lin Wan, always act with integrity, no deception to young or old. As the cloth was lifted, it revealed boxes piled high with supplies, leaving the crowd in shock and buzzing with discussion. Goodness, so many supplies. Yet, one remarked, no matter how plentiful the supplies, if we can't get our hands on them, wouldn't that be losing both the lady and the soldiers? How would we know without trying? What if we could actually obtain them? The crowd split into two factions, one willing to gamble, the other fearful of losing their gold. Lin Wan, with a resigned smile, attempted to appear amiable, declaring, the first 10 to exchange gold for supplies may each receive an additional item. This announcement stirred many hearts, prompting them to step forward eagerly. I'll exchange. A gaunt young man, as thin as a stick, rushed to Lin Wan holding a large gold chain. Beautiful lady, how do we exchange? Lin Wan returned to her seat behind the table, clearing her throat. 10 gold for a bottle of water or any other chosen supply, but it must be real gold. 10. This is highway robbery. Someone complained. You're capitalizing on national misfortune. Nearly 7,000 for a bottle of water? A young woman scoffed at Lin Wan, deriding her talk of soldiers. What are you saying? Jiang Qi slammed his palm on the table, rising to defend Lin Wan. Lin Wan rose from her seat, pressing Jiang Qi back down, dismissing the woman, and reiterated, 10 gold pieces for a bottle of water or any other item of your choosing. If anyone finds this unreasonable, feel free to abstain from the exchange. However, I must caution you all, this opportunity is singular. Should you choose not to trade, no amount of gold will procure anything from me thereafter. Beautiful lady, I wish to trade. A young man squeezed past the woman, presenting a large gold chain to Lin Wan. She smiled kindly, accepting the chain and handing it to Sheng Yun. Sheng Yun placed the gold chain into a ceramic dish and, using a high-temperature torch, soon had the chain glowing red. After setting down the torch and allowing the chain to cool, its color remained unchanged. Sister Wan, it's genuine, Sheng Yun confirmed. Lin Wan nodded. She had done her research. Real gold retains its luster and does not alter in color when burned, while counterfeit gold turns black, emits green smoke, and warps. Lin Wan picked up a pair of tongs, placing the gold chain on the scale. In total, it weighs 30. What would you like to exchange for? She inquired of the young man. He rubbed his hands together. Water, instant noodles, and compressed biscuits. I'll take care of it. Jiang Qi, who had been anxiously standing by, deftly gathered the supplies and handed them to the young man. Thank you. The young man was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Initially, he had merely come to test his luck, never expecting to actually receive anything. He carefully twisted open the bottle cap, taking a small sip, immediately relishing it, fearful of wasting a single drop. As he turned to leave, Lin Wan noticed various degrees of sores on his body and called out, "Wait." The young man froze, slowly turning his head. "See, I told you, that crazy woman wouldn't be so generous without a catch." He lamented, his voice trembling. "Beautiful boy, I exchanged real gold for this. There are so many witnesses. You wouldn't dare to take it back, would you?" He clutched the items tightly to his chest. Lin Wan chuckled softly, placing a packet of medicinal powder into the crook of his arm. "This is a treatment for your sores. Use a needle to puncture the sores and sprinkle the powder on top." The young man stared blankly at the powder in his arm, instinctively asking, "Aren't you going to take it back?" Lin Wan remained silent. Returning to her table, there were still 9 spots available. The crowd fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into chaos. People surged forward, no longer concealing their gold, raising and waving it high. "I want to trade. Miss Lin. I wish to trade as well." "Hey, don't push me." "Excuse me, I was here first. Why are you cutting in line?" In an instant, the 15th floor devolved into disarray, with individuals shoving each other, and those rushing in from outside paying no heed to the commotion. Parents who had brought their children, eager to exchange supplies, lost track of their little ones, who were knocked to the ground and began to wail. Lin Wan furrowed her brow. If this continued, a stampede could ensue. Everyone quiet down. No moving. No shouting. Otherwise, you will all be blacklisted, and you can forget about trading any supplies. Lin Wan warned through a megaphone. As the words fell, the corridor fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The wailing child was lifted by his mother, who tightly covered his mouth. They had witnessed Lin Wan's formidable nature and dared not act recklessly. Those with resources were the true leaders. Jiang Qi rushed to the table to maintain order, directing everyone to line up in an orderly fashion, one by one to exchange their goods. If anyone disobeyed and angered Sister Wan, they would leave empty-handed. The crowd quieted, each person lining up dutifully, awaiting their turn to trade for gold. Sister Wan, you sit and supervise while Sheng Yun and I handle the exchanges, Jiang Qi insisted, pushing Lin Wan back to her seat. The two divided their responsibilities. Sheng Yun was tasked with verifying the authenticity and weight of the gold, while Jiang Qi maintained order and distributed supplies. The activity of exchanging gold for goods was in full swing. Several individuals arrived midway, lamenting that their gold had been washed away by the flood, expressing their regret. The day grew increasingly warm. Even the floodwaters receded. Lin Wan used a folding fan to cool herself, seemingly nonchalantly complaining. The speaker was oblivious, yet the listeners were attentive. Some suddenly realized, their expressions brightening, and they hurried down the stairs, not entirely foolish. Lin Wan's lips curled into a slight smile as she shielded her face with the fan, reclining in her rocking chair. Resting her eyes, I would like 4 packs of compressed biscuits, 5 packs of instant noodles, 10 bottles of water, and 5 bags of medicinal powder. A young woman's voice rang out. Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, amused, for it was the same young woman who had previously insulted her. Before Lin Wan could signal, Jiang Qi's expression turned dark as he urged her to leave. No exchange. Go on, leave. Hey, what do you mean by that? You melted down the gold. And now you refuse to exchange? I knew it. You were just waiting for us here. The young woman shouted, her voice piercing. Not satisfied. She even pushed those who were obediently queuing, inciting them not to exchange. Sister Wan, look. Sheng Yun held up a ceramic plate for Lin Wan to see. The gold had turned black and was emitting smoke, clearly counterfeit. This is obviously fake gold. What are you shouting about? Jiang Qi snatched the ceramic plate to display it to the crowd, smashing the fake gold on the ground. The crowd quickly grasped the woman's intentions and began to jeer. Get lost. You can't exchange here. Don't hinder us. Exactly. You were the one who insulted them first, and now you try to deceive with fake gold? Only a fool would trade with you. Hurry up and leave. As the crowd rallied in support of Lin Wan, the woman grew indignant, her eyes darting as she pointed at Jiang Qi and the others. No way. The gold I gave you is clearly real. How could it be fake? You must be trying to pocket my gold by switching it. Jiang Qi, incensed, rolled up his sleeves and charged towards the woman to drive her away. In response, she simply sat down on the ground, throwing a tantrum that obstructed others from exchanging their gold. Are you trying to cause trouble? Do you even know where this is? Smack. With a swift motion, Lin Wan flung the folding fan, striking the woman squarely on her forehead, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone. The force was so tremendous that the onlookers recoiled in shock, taking 2 steps back. The young woman, dazed and reeling, could scarcely utter a word. Lin Wan advanced with ease, grasping the woman's collar and tossing her into the corridor. The woman tumbled down the staircase, losing consciousness. Jiang Qi followed suit, discarding the fake gold down the stairs. Lin Wan wiped her hands with a disinfectant tissue and sauntered back to the 15th floor, reflecting that should anyone attempt to deceive her with counterfeit gold again, this would be their fate. The crowd huddled together like frightened chicks, shivering and nodding in agreement. Several individuals stealthily crept along the walls to exit the 15th floor. It was evident they were clutching fake gold. Lin Wan paid them no mind and reclined back in her chair, closing her eyes to rest. For the next 3 days, no more counterfeit gold was presented. Upon hearing the news, the villagers of Li Family Village eagerly plunged into the mud to retrieve gold in exchange for supplies. A wave of gold-seeking fervor swept through the community of Xinhai Sunshine. Lin Wan reveled in her abundant gains, joyfully counting her gold in her storage space. She had designated a vast area for gold, entering a realm of dazzling brilliance that made it difficult for her to keep her eyes open. Immersed in the golden tide, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. On the afternoon of the 4th day, she arranged the table to collect gold, yet only a handful of people appeared. Where had everyone gone? Lin Wan furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, could it be that Xinhai Sunshine had run out of gold? Outside the 15th floor, The sound of shuffling footsteps reached her ears, and she assumed those exchanging gold had arrived, only to discover they were all rushing to the rooftop. Grabbing someone at random, a villager from Li family village, she inquired in haste what was amiss. The villager's expression was grave. The son of village chief, Li, had died. Li Taiju has passed. A jolt of shock coursed through her as she instructed Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun to continue exchanging gold while she hurried to the rooftop. As she stepped inside, the sound of weeping reached her ears. Li Tsuwa was collapsed over Li Taiju, her body shaking uncontrollably. Li Youfu knelt on the ground, his head bowed, tears streaming down his aged face. Under the scorching sun, the temperature had soared to 40 degrees, and the rooftop was crowded with people. A heavy atmosphere of sorrow enveloped the scene, with villagers' foreheads glistening with sweat mingled with tears, offering comfort to the grieving Li family. The cries of Li Taiju's infant son pierced through the air. As she moved through the throng, Lin Wan beheld Li Taiju lying on the ground, his complexion a deep purple, with blood pooling and swelling. Zheng Lei stood nearby, displaying a hint of impatience. Chapter 89. Casting blame. Village chief Li, the deceased has departed. Please mourn in peace. This was an unfortunate accident. Many have perished, and we have grown accustomed to it. While I expressed my sympathy for Li Tieju's death, it was a matter of business. The owners had reached a decision that the people of Li family village must vacate the premises by the end of the day. Zheng Lei fanned himself with a magazine, feigning sympathy, though his expression betrayed a hint of schadenfreude. Li Youfu, with his back turned to Zheng Lei, remained oblivious. But Lin Wan was keenly aware of the unfolding dynamics. Zheng, the village chief, as Li, the villager, has just suffered the tragic loss of his beloved son. You hastily urge people to leave. Could it be that you are feeling guilty? Lin Wan approached Li Youfu and scrutinized Zheng Lei. The villagers, who had been engulfed in sorrow, raised their heads in anger, glaring at Zheng Lei upon hearing her words. Zheng Lei, upon noticing Lin Wan, took a few hesitant steps back, wiping the sweat from his brow. Miss Lin, what you say is quite unfounded. What relation does Li Tieju's death bear to me? I merely came to convey a message. The members of the Xinhai Sunshine Owners Association have long been dissatisfied with the people of Li's village. The fish have mutated and cannot share resources, not to mention the fact that in these few days since the flood receded, the villagers have extracted all the gold from the mud. The residents of Xinhai Sunshine are lamenting their plight, and we are merely considering our own interests. Zheng Lei declared with an air of righteous indignation, all the while inching towards the door. His demeanor was suspicious, and it was evident that he had a hand in Li Tieju's death. Wait. Lin Wan regarded Zheng Lei with a bemused smile. Li Taiju died in Xinhai Sunshine. The Owners Association will surely not remain indifferent, especially with Chief Zheng present. Let us investigate together, no need to rush away. Just as Zheng Lei stepped out, he hesitated, feigning ignorance as he quickened his pace. Li Youfu, fully grasping Lin Wan's implication, instructed two villagers to escort Zheng Lei back to the corpse of Li Taiju. What are you doing? Let go, Zheng Lei shouted, pushing away the villagers' hands, his eyes darting suspiciously. Zheng, why the haste? Lin Wan's gaze bore into Zheng Lei, further solidifying her belief that he was involved in Li Tieju's demise. Fortunately, her prior study of medical texts while making mosquito repellent had equipped her with the ability to make a simple assessment of the cause of death. It would have been even easier had Xian been present. Since that day he had been sent away, she had not seen him again. Qin Che had visited once, mentioning that Xian had returned to Lijing Bay and would be back after some time. Lin Wan bit her lip, dismissing the thoughts of him as she meticulously examined Li Tieju's body. Grandfather Li, where did you find Taiju? Lin Wan inquired. Li Youfu's voice quivered. The villagers found him at the stairwell on the 5th floor while searching for gold. The 5th floor stairwell? She recalled that Granny Lu and Xiao Chuan lived on that floor. It was highly improbable that Li Tieju's death was connected to the elderly and the child. The corpse was likely disposed of there intentionally. Li Taiju died of mechanical asphyxiation, Lin Wan concluded. Li Youfu and the villagers looked on in confusion. In simpler terms, Li Taiju was suffocated by someone. The murderer is among you, Lin Wan implied, casting a pointed glance at Zheng Lei. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Li Tsuwan knelt before Lin Wan, cradling her infant in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Miss Lin, are you suggesting that my husband was murdered? Lin Wan nodded. Zheng Lei stepped forward, scoffing. Miss Lin, you are not a forensic expert. How can you assert that Li Taiju was murdered? I dare say it was you who was responsible for his death. He wore a white, crewneck short-sleeve shirt, marred by some stains around the collar. Upon closer inspection, several small bloodstains were visible beneath his Adam's apple, though only a small portion was exposed, as the collar concealed the rest. Lin Wan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, pray tell, why would I wish to kill him? She did not refute Zheng Lei, but gazed at him with keen interest. Zheng Lei felt a shiver under her scrutinizing gaze. Clearing his throat, he pressed on. Surely everyone remembers that not long ago, when Li Taiju fell into the water, Miss Lin's friend performed CPR on him. He paused, allowing the audience a moment to recollect before continuing. Performing CPR carries the risk of rib fractures. Perhaps Dr. Xia was negligent in his technique, inadvertently harming Li Taiju and causing his demise. Lin Wan clapped her hands and chuckled lightly. Director Zheng, how amusing. You are making baseless accusations. Li Taiju's complexion was ashen, a consequence of hypoxia leading to an increase in reduced hemoglobin, resulting in a bluish hue to his face, lips, and nail beds. Petechiae were present in both the palpebral and bulbar conjunctiva, a result of ruptured capillaries due to the sudden increase in thoracic pressure during asphyxiation. The livor mortis in the lower extremities was dark crimson, and all signs indicated death by asphyxiation. If anyone doubted, they could come and inspect for themselves. Dr. Xia was her friend, and she would not stand idly by while others tarnished his name. A resident doctor from the Sunshine community approached to examine the body. She was not lying. This young man indeed succumbed to mechanical asphyxiation. Lin Wan smiled silently, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Zheng Lei. Then how do you explain Dr. Xia's sudden disappearance during this time? Zheng Lei, realizing he could not outmaneuver Lin Wan, shifted his gaze and inquired. Lin Wan countered, are you suggesting that Dr. Xia fled in fear of guilt? Miss Lin's close relationship with Dr. Xia would naturally lead her to assist in concealing the truth. That is only human nature. Zheng Lei shook his head, feigning regret, and added more fuel to the fire. It is merely pitiful for young Li Taiju to die in such an ambiguous manner. Zheng Lei's intention was to implicate Dr. Xia in Li Taiju's death, yet Li Youfu remained unconvinced, asserting, Miss Lin is not that kind of person. Dr. Xia has done us a favor, and I trust them. Zheng Lei, drenched in sweat, glared fiercely at Li Youfu. Humph, it's sweltering hot. I have no time to dawdle with you. Leave Sunshine community before sunset, or do not blame me for my rudeness. After delivering his menacing threat, Zheng Lei hurriedly fled from the rooftop. Li Youfu attempted to intervene, but Lin Wan restrained him, whispering a few words in his ear. His face darkened like a pot bottom as he commanded the villagers, no one is to leave. I will handle this matter. Suehua, stay with Taiju. I will return shortly. Wiping away his tears, Li Youfu exited the rooftop, with Lin Wan closely following. At the door of room 802, a firm knock echoed. The door swung open, and Zheng Lei regarded Lin Wan and Li Youfu with suspicion. What do you want? I already told you it wasn't me. Without further ado, Li Youfu thrust a kick into Zheng Lei's solar plexus, toppling him to the ground. Surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was present, Lin Wan ushered Li Youfu inside. What do you intend to do? Zheng Lei clutched his chest, his face a mask of panic. Chapter 90. The dragon-proud base Lin Wan led Li Youfu into room 802, causing Zheng Lei to retreat in fright, his hands trembling uncontrollably, guilt gnawing at him. You killed Li Taiju, didn't you? Lin Wan asserted with unwavering conviction. I have no idea what you're talking about. This is my home. Get out. Zheng Lei scrambled from the floor towards the sofa. Lin Wan quickly advanced, seizing his collar, the fabric tearing with a sharp sound. For ghastly blood marks marred Zheng Lei's chest, starkly visible. Lin Wan raised his hand and struck him twice, gripping his short hair and dragging him before Li Youfu. With a swift kick to his knee pit, Zheng Lei collapsed, his legs giving way, as Lin Wan pressed a gun to his temple. Those claw marks on your chest were made by Li Taiju, weren't they? I surmise you suffocated him with that garbage bag. At her words, Zheng Lei's expression shifted momentarily, but he vehemently denied it. Absurd. Do you have any evidence? Your skin flakes were found beneath Li Taiju's nails. Dr. Xia possesses the means to verify this. Lin Wan disengaged the gun as safety. This beast is unworthy of existence. Speak. Why did you kill him? Zheng Lei, uncharacteristically, scoffed derisively. He was merely a fool. Killing him was a whim. You lowly impoverished wretches are unworthy to inhabit the sunshine of Xinhai. I spit on you. Li Youfu. With a clenched fist, struck Zheng Lei's face, a profound hatred etched on his aged features. My Taiju may be foolish, but he never wronged you. Why must you take my son's life? With a spatter of blood, Zheng Lei retorted, his gaze instinctively darting towards the bedroom, raising his voice. If you seek blame, blame his misfortune. Zheng Lei's demeanor today was a stark contrast to his usual cunning, fox-like self. Typically, he would assess the situation and gauge others' expressions. Now, with a knife at his throat, words escaped his lips in disarray. Today, he exuded an unusual arrogance, repeatedly glancing towards the tightly shut bedroom door, intuition whispering that someone was inside. Previously, the hawk and the bald man had accompanied Zheng Lei, suggesting the presence of individuals dispatched by the base within. Lin Wan smirked, relishing the unexpected turn of events. The elusive clue to the base had presented itself effortlessly. Kicking Zheng Lei aside, she leaned in to whisper a few words to Li Youfu. Emerging from his anguish, Li Youfu's countenance grew grave, his gaze resolute as he nodded at Lin Wan. Patting Li Youfu's shoulder, she drew out a dagger and placed it in his hand. Zheng Lei, clutching his abdomen, curled up in agony on the floor, oblivious to their actions. Lin Wan deliberately raised her voice. Grandpa Li, you should leave now. I still have matters to discuss with Director Zheng. Please accept my condolences. She exchanged a knowing glance with Li Youfu. Li Youfu exited room 802, dagger in hand. Zheng Lei, veins bulging on his forehead, took a moment to rise from the floor, gritting his teeth. You vile wretch, I have tolerated you for far too long. Insulted as a harlot, Lin Wan remained unfazed, leisurely digging at her ear and languidly stating, I have feared dogs since childhood, so do not bark at me. The humiliation of being compared to a dog ignited a fiery wrath in Zheng Lei's eyes as he swiftly produced a syringe from his pocket and unhesitatingly plunged it into his thigh. Bang! A bullet pierced the hand Zheng Lei used to administer the drug, causing him to scream in agony and collapse to the ground. Lin Wan extracted the syringe from his leg and stashed it away. Zheng Lei, clutching his hand, let out a pained howl towards the heavens. Lin Wan placed her foot on his chest, pressing a gun against his temple. The name of the base. I cannot comprehend your words. Zheng Lei retorted defiantly. If you do not understand, then prepare for your journey. Lin Wan sneered, poised to pull the trigger. Long AO. Zheng Lei could no longer bear the pressure and shouted out. The location, the boss's name. Lin Wan was succinct. I truly do not know. They approached me, claiming you killed Bang. Zheng Lei's words were cut short as the door to the master bedroom was violently split in two, revealing a masked man clad in night attire, wielding a Tang sword. Help me! Zheng Lei cried out to the man. Swish, swish, swish. 3 silver darts were hurled towards her. She swiftly leaned back to evade, one narrowly grazing her nose. A faint rustling sound reached her ears as a gust of air rushed past. As she gracefully leaned back, the 3 darts barely missed her, embedding themselves deep into the wall. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the darts as concealed weapons from the land of the rising sun, akin to shurikens. The white wall instantly bore 3 massive cracks, with chunks of plaster cascading down onto the floor. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Wan was distracted, Zheng Lei scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the door, shouting triumphantly, You wretched harlot, await your demise. Who will die is yet uncertain, Lin Wan remarked, unconcerned with Zheng Lei's escape, her gaze fixed on the masked man whose lips curled into a slight smirk. Now, how do you wish to die? Bang! The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Outside, Zheng Lei's screams echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, rising for a time before abruptly falling silent. The masked man's brow furrowed slightly, his elongated eyes narrowing as he spoke with a peculiar accent. Miss Lin, quite a skill you possess. I am Sato So. At your service. A citizen of the land of the rising sun? Lin Wan pursed her lips in silence, her grip on the gun tightening until her fingertips turned white. Historically, the land of the rising sun had invaded the territories of Huagua, committing countless atrocities against its people. They engaged in rampant carnage, brutality, and savagery, torturing women and children, and conducting inhumane experiments on living subjects, the extent of which transcended human comprehension. The horrors inflicted by the Japanese army were akin to those of demons and beasts. Each event was indelibly etched in her memory. Now, this little Japanese dared to flaunt Huagua's weaponry before her. Seeking death. The Long AO base truly had forgotten its roots. Very well. She would personally bring it to ruin. Lin Wan raised her gun and emptied the magazine into the air. Sato Kuru wielded his sword with a single hand, deftly deflecting the bullets shot at him within mere seconds. This Tang Dao, with its hilt intricately carved with an ancient bronze dragon and a blade exuding a cool, ethereal hue, was truly formidable. Lin Wan felt a surge of desire, resolutely determined to possess this weapon. There is an old adage in Huagua: those who understand the times are the true talents. Miss Lin, return to the base with me, and surrender willingly, Sato Kuru taunted, skillfully twirling the sword to showcase his prowess. How dare you wield a Tang Dao from Huagua? Do you even know how to use it? Lin Wan advanced on Sato Kuru, her voice laced with mockery. This sword belongs to our nation. You Huagua are mere imitators, Sato Kuru retorted. Lin Wan nearly burst into laughter. Those devoid of shame are invincible in this world. The Tang Dao has existed since the Sui and Tang dynasties. Did you possess any sword-forging technology back then? In terms of sword-making, we are your forebears. What gives you the audacity to speak so brazenly? Miss Lin, since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for being merciless. Sato Kuru, unable to counter Lin Wan's words, raised his Tang Dao and swung it towards her head. With a mere thought, Lin Wan vanished from his sight. Chapter 91. Sudden death. Sato Kuru's blade sliced through the air, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the spot where Lin Wan had just been. You truly are a spatial ability user. Come out. He brandished his sword, scanning the surroundings while wildly swinging the weapon. In the void, Lin Wan could hear his voice. She leisurely walked to the storage area, retrieved a bundle of rope, and swiftly exited the space. What have you done to me? Sato Kuru felt his body go limp, collapsing to the ground like a sack of mud. The Tang Dao fell from his grasp, and as he attempted to retrieve it, he found himself utterly weakened, devoid of any strength. This pressure point technique is indeed impressive. She recalled how Xian had once used it on her, and on a whim, she had tried it, unexpectedly succeeding. Effortlessly incapacitating an enemy proved far more efficient than engaging in a brawl. After binding Sato Kuru with the rope, she kicked at the Tang Dao, which then soared into the air. She caught the sword, casually performing a flourish and placing it against Sato Kuru's neck. The location of your base, and the name of your leader. Sato Kuru shut his eyes tightly, remaining silent. Lin Wan, losing her patience, plunged the blade into his thigh, gently twisting the hilt. The location and your leader's name. Sato Kuru gasped in pain, his brow furrowed, gritting his teeth yet refusing to speak. Oh, still a tough nut to crack. She withdrew the blade, intending to sever his right hand, but as the tip emerged, a brilliant green blood surged forth, only to cease almost instantly. The wound began to heal at a visibly rapid rate. Healing ability? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Wan's eyes. She had assumed that the serum only enhanced speed and strength, never anticipating such potency. Is the ability activated randomly based on one's own essence? Lin Wan deliberately voiced her conjecture to him. Though Sato Kuru remained unyielding, his expression betrayed him. She swiftly pulled away the covering obscuring his face, determined not to miss any nuance of his expression. Caught off guard by the unveiling, Sato Kuru's astonished visage was immediately captured by Lin Wan's keen gaze. The ability to heal is truly remarkable. I wonder if severed limbs can regenerate. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Lin Wan wielded the blade and severed Satoso's right leg. A guttural scream erupted from Satoso, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes wide with terror, bloodshot and frantic. Blood splattered against the wall, a bizarre yet strangely harmonious blend of crimson and pale green. Crouched beside Satoso, his leg was cleaved cleanly at the joint, the incision smooth and devoid of any excess flesh, exposing the stark whiteness of the bone. This Tang Dao sliced through iron as if it were mere mud. It was truly a treasure. With her formidable strength, the offensive prowess escalated to unprecedented heights. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Sato's flesh began to quiver, and his bones commenced their growth, swiftly regenerating half of his thigh. Lin Wan, filled with a playful spirit, seized the opportunity as soon as his right leg healed. She raised her hand to strike once more, repeating the act several times until her arms ached from the exertion. Sato, drenched in sweat, trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Lin Wan. The pain elicited involuntary cries in his native tongue. Unfazed, Lin Wan continued her relentless assault. Oblivious to his pleas, the atrocities committed by the nation of Benzi against Huagua in years past were far more brutal. Although it was his ancestors who perpetrated such deeds, fate had dealt him a cruel hand, sending him to eliminate her. If one does not show ruthlessness, one shall be met with equal severity. Sato grasped the corner of her garment, his lips ashen and his voice frail as he uttered, I implore you, do not strike. A thought surged through Sato's mind. A desperate whisper, this woman is deranged. In a moment of hopelessness, he shut his eyes and pleaded, could you grant me a swift demise? Observe your performance. Lin Wan received a knife, and with a mere thought, she found herself seated upon an ethereal imperial concubine chair. The leader of the Long Ao base is known as Long Ba. Long Ba, the name bears a connection to the land. Continuing on, Lin Wan meticulously wiped the blood off the blade without even lifting her eyelids. The base is located on Qinglan Mountain, approximately 100 kilometers from here. Lin Wan entered Qinglan Mountain into the offline map, pinpointed the exact location, and saved it. How many individuals are there in the Long Ao base? How many individuals were dispatched to Xinhai Sunshine? From where did the injections originate? Lin Wan pressed further. Sato Kara bit his lip with visible distress. His right leg now fully healed and regrown anew. Lin Wan raised her blade, measuring the pristine limb with a few practice strokes before preparing to strike once more. I'll talk. He took a deep breath and recounted the events, detailing that there were a total of 800 individuals involved, with the eagle and the baldy deceased. The boss had only sent me to eliminate you. The injection was. The facial muscles of Satoso twisted and contorted, his expression transforming into a grotesque mask of terror. It was as if someone had grasped his throat, causing him to breathe in a fragmented manner, his hands bound. Struggling futilely against his sides, he labored to move his pale, bloodless lips, yet could only emit agonized groans. After a brief moment, a faint gurgle escaped his throat. His head tilted, and he fell silent. Lin Wan swiftly dashed to his side, reaching to check his pulse, but her hand froze in midair. Satoso was dead. This is utterly unfathomable. The ability to heal and regenerate severed limbs, yet succumbing so effortlessly to death. Does this make sense? Satoso lay on his back, his body rigid and pallid skin gradually turning a sickly hue. His once vibrant black eyes appeared clouded, now devoid of life. The scene mirrored that of the deceased hawk. She speculated that those who had received this particular injection exhibited similar postmortem symptoms. Meticulously examining Satoso's entire body, she found nothing amiss. No, there must be something she overlooked. She strained to recall his condition prior to death. He seemed to have been choked by something, gasping for breath in agony. Ripping open his collar, she leaned closer to inspect his neck, finding no marks whatsoever. As she traced her gaze upward along his neck, a fleeting glimpse caught her attention, a minute red mole at the temple. Turning his head to the left, she retrieved a magnifying glass from her surroundings. What she discovered was not a mole, but rather a tiny puncture wound. Without the magnifying glass, it would have been nearly imperceptible, the edges stained with faint greenish blood. Satoso's demise was undoubtedly linked to this puncture. However, the truth remained elusive, necessitating an autopsy to uncover it. Lacking the skills for dissection, and with no one around to assist, she resolved to temporarily store the body until that individual returned. Surveying the surroundings of 802, she thought it a small indulgence to indulge in a zero-cost acquisition. Rubbing her hands together in excitement, Zheng Lei was the president of a major corporation. Surely, there were valuable items to be found. Drawing from her previous experience with Guo Jun's zero-cost acquisition, she commenced her search in the refrigerator. It was filled to the brim with various canned goods, water, and instant noodles, yet devoid of any gold. Disheartened, she stowed the supplies in her space and ventured into other rooms. The 802 unit comprised 5 rooms, 4 of which were brimming with survival provisions. Collecting them all, Zheng Lei, that cunning fox, had hoarded an impressive cache, and she even stumbled upon several large boxes of condoms in one of the rooms. Such items were invaluable, ranking just below water and food in the apocalypse. Having cleared all the rooms, Lin Wan proceeded to the innermost chamber, the master bedroom. The door had been damaged by Satoso, and as she slipped inside, she scoured the bedroom for anything of worth, finding little. Entering the walk-in closet, she discovered it filled with suits, and in the center stood a long glass display case, housing an array of exquisite watches and ties. These luxuries held little value for ordinary survivors, yet for the true heirs of affluent families, they were of significance. Having no concerns for sustenance, the affluent found the post-apocalyptic world dreadfully mundane. These items served as tokens of emotional worth. Perhaps before the calamity, they had dismissed such trinkets. But now they had transformed into commodities with no market. No one was producing them anymore. In a world where survival was the primary concern, who would bother to manufacture such luxuries? Acquiring luxury items is not without its merits. They are invariably of use. The sunny haven of the heart is but a temporary refuge. Should one venture forth in the future, these possessions may serve to win the favor of others. Unless one chooses to become an extraordinarily capable lone wolf, navigating the post-apocalyptic world without connections and resources is nearly impossible. Despite possessing a certain space, she recognizes that she is not yet the strongest. The sudden emergence of mutated beings and genetic serums has made her acutely aware of the truth. There are always greater powers at play, and one must never underestimate the challenges ahead. She gathered all the items from her cabinet into her space, including every article of clothing and pair of shoes from her wardrobe. In an instant, the once resplendent closet was rendered starkly empty, revealing a small changing area in the corner of the room. Lifting the curtain of the changing room, two towering safes came into view. Eureka! Lin Wan suppressed her exhilaration and employed advanced technology to decipher the safe's code. As the door swung open, a cascade of golden light illuminated the changing room, transforming it into a radiant spectacle. The meager returns from bartering for supplies over the past few days paled in comparison to the rewards of plundering a wealthy estate. The gold she had amassed recently was substantial, yet nothing could rival the comfort and value of a zero-cost acquisition. With this in mind, the Long-AO base, capable of sustaining over 800 individuals, must possess a wealth of resources and treasures. Her next endeavor for zero-cost procurement would be there. Anticipating that the mud beneath the small building would dry within a week, she envisioned a firm ground for easier travel. She would personally pay a visit to Qinglan Mountain. After securely closing the safe, she stored both large safes in her treasure vault. With utmost care, she placed the Tang knife upon the weapon rack, draping a cloth over it to shield it from dust. This excursion had proven immensely profitable. Not only had she dealt with the individuals dispatched by the Long-AO base, but the cunning fox Zheng Lei had met his demise, and she had acquired a wealth of supplies and gold. It was an undeniable windfall. Recalling that Li Youfu was still outside, Lin Wan exited her space and ventured into the hallway. There, she found Li Youfu dejectedly sitting against the wall, his hands stained with blood. The lifeless body of Zheng Lei lay not far ahead, a dagger embedded in his chest. Lin Wan sighed softly as she approached Li Youfu, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Grandfatherly, he met his deserved end. You need not blame yourself. She understood the hatred that brewed within Li Youfu's heart, as Zheng Lei had been responsible for the death of Li Taizhu. Had Li Youfu not been the one to conclude Zheng Lei's life, he would likely carry the weight of guilt for eternity. Lin Wan had intentionally allowed Li Youfu the opportunity to eliminate Zheng Lei and had sought his consent beforehand. Li Youfu hesitantly lifted his gaze, fear mingling with a newfound calmness in his eyes. I killed a man, he murmured, seemingly lost in thought. Grandfatherly. Lin Wan knelt before him, placing her hands firmly on his shoulders, her tone resolute. The kind are often taken advantage of. Taizhu is a prime example. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, prevails. You are the village chief of Li family village and the grandfather of Li Guden. With Taizhu gone, you are now the pillar of the Li family. She understood the profound impact that taking a life would have on someone who had never done so before. The first time she stepped onto the battlefield and took a life, she was haunted by nightmares for an entire month. Encouraged by his words, Li Youfu gathered his resolve and trembled as he rose from the ground. Mourning, my son was killed by him. A life for a life. I fear not death, but I worry about what will happen to Dog Dan and Suehua if something befalls me. Grandfatherly, I have received an official notice. The weather will grow increasingly warmer, and natural disasters will not cease anytime soon. No one will attend to this matter, and moreover, it does not concern you. As she spoke, Lin Wan withdrew the dagger from Zheng Lei's chest and dragged the corpse into room 802, storing it away. Only after completing this task did she emerge once more. Miss Lin, I alone will bear the responsibility, Li Youfu insisted, his agitation apparent as he glared at Lin Wan, who had intervened. Lin Wan skillfully shifted the topic, guiding Li Youfu towards the rooftop. Grandfatherly, the villagers and Sister Tsuehua are still waiting for you up there. On the top floor, beneath the blazing sun. The villagers of Li family village were drenched in sweat, their clothes soaked through. Yet, none sought refuge in the shade. Instead, they gathered around the body of Li Taizhu. Heads bowed, expressions filled with despair. Lin Wan was taken aback by the unity displayed by the villagers, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. Suehua remained collapsed over Li Tieju's corpse, weeping incessantly, her voice hoarse and her eyes swollen, resembling bulbs. Slowly, Li Youfu approached, lowering his gaze to the lifeless form of Li Tieju, lost in thought. His hair had turned gray, his posture hunched, and his fists clenched tightly at his sides. The wailing of a baby echoed through the heavy air, intensifying the already solemn atmosphere. Suehua, lost in her sorrow, paid no heed to the child in her arms, staring vacantly at Li Tieju. Unbeknownst to them, the temperature had risen several degrees, waves of heat washing over the crowd, yet no one uttered a word of complaint. Lin Wan helped Suehua to her feet and took Li Guden from her arms. Although still swaddled, it was evident that the infant bore a striking resemblance to Li Tieju. Gently poking his small face, Li Guden ceased his cries and erupted into joyous laughter. She handed the child to Li Youfu, recognizing that the living were of utmost importance. Li Youfu cradled Li Guden, gazing at the infant's face, identical to that of Li Tieju, and tears streamed down his cheeks. After a moment's pause, he spoke with a heavy heart. Miss Lin is right. I know everyone mourns the loss of Tieju deeply, but the living are more important. We cannot give up. Suehua, let Tieju rest in peace. Li Youfu's words inspired the villagers of Li family village. Seeing that they were steadied, Lin Wan bid them farewell and descended the stairs. On the 15th floor, the corridor was bustling with people, a long line forming before the iron gate. The temperature in the upper levels was significantly higher than in the lower ones, yet this did not deter the crowd's determination to exchange supplies. Sheng Yun expertly assessed the gold while Jiang Qi assisted in distributing provisions to the masses. Jiang Qi stepped forward. Sister Wan, we have almost distributed all the supplies. Alas, we have been queuing for so long, and yet we have not exchanged a single item. Is that it? A voice from the crowd, filled with anxiety, inquired. Miss, I am waiting for water to survive. Under this scorching sun, I have barely managed to dig up this little bit and have suffered heat stroke several times. Another added, indeed. My child has not had a drop of water in 2 days. If we do not get water soon, I fear we may not last much longer. Chapter 93. A threatening atmosphere. Lin Wan returned to room 1502 and retrieved several dozen boxes of supplies, which reassured the crowd to line up once more. Sitting on a lounge chair, she held a small fan to her face, her legs swaying languidly. Miss, can I exchange gold for a fan? A tall, burly middle-aged man approached with a smile, sporting a scruffy beard, his beady eyes glinting as he cradled 5 or 6 gold bars in his hands. Lin Wan lazily lifted her eyelids and replied, no exchanges. Though there were indeed small fans in the space, their quantity was limited. All had been traded. And what would happen when they were needed again? Look, miss, the weather is growing increasingly hot. I am fine, but my children at home are struggling. He pushed forward 2 little girls, one large and one small. Are these your children? Lin Wan inquired, her tone laced with skepticism. The man's fierce demeanor contrasted sharply with the 2 charming, delicate girls. Yes, he affirmed, nodding without a hint of faltering. This is my eldest daughter. She is already 15. And this is my youngest, only 9, and she is deaf-mute. As he spoke of his youngest, a shadow of sorrow crossed his face, and he pretended to wipe away non-existent tears. The 2 children looked emaciated, their cracked lips oozing blood, sweat streaming down their foreheads, their forms swaying precariously. Lin Wan could not help but scoff inwardly. Deaf-mute is a term devoid of respect. Families in such circumstances typically take great care in their terminology, referring to their child as hearing impaired. The fact that this man did not even know this suggested a lack of love for his children. The onlookers, unaware of the truth, began to murmur, "Oh dear, how pitiful. Indeed, the weather is so bizarre and increasingly hot. I feel that our nation has never experienced such heat. Alas, the floods receded so long ago, yet the government has yet to show its face. With temperatures soaring, will this calamity ever cease? Miss Lin, you surely do not lack for a single fan. The man is not approaching you empty-handed. Why not just exchange it for him?" A middle-aged woman who had recently traded water stepped forward to urge Lin Wan. Unable to suppress a roll of her eyes, Lin Wan retorted, "If you care so much, why not give your water to those 2 children? Hey you, this is my hard-earned money. Why should I give it away?" The woman instinctively countered, "This is my possession. I shall exchange it if I desire, and if not, then I shall not. Who grants you the audacity to command me?" Lin Wan cast a glance at Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi approached the middle-aged woman, reclaiming the water from her grasp. He then retrieved the recently appraised gold from the ceramic basin and placed it in her hand, gesturing politely, indicating that no exchange would take place. The middle-aged woman, flustered, was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of abuse, but Jiang Qi offered her no opportunity. Swiftly pulling her away, the 15th floor fell into an oppressive silence, no one daring to speak. The middle-aged man had intended to leverage the sympathy of the crowd to coerce Lin Wan into exchanging the fan. Little did he know that Lin Wan's methods were so ruthless. Jiang Qi approached the middle-aged man, mirroring the polite gesture. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, the man suddenly knelt with a thud. "Kneel," he commanded, pressing the heads of two little girls down onto the ground, the sound echoing sharply. In an instant, blood oozed from the foreheads of the two girls. He joined in the kowtow, but to his dismay, he did not draw blood. "I was wrong. We were wrong. Please, spare us this once. I merely wish to let the children feel a breeze to cool down. We will not ask for the fan. Can we exchange for supplies instead?" His voice quavered with emotion, tears streaming down his face, eliciting murmurs of sympathy from the onlookers. Yet, no one stepped forward to defend him. Seeing that Lin Wan remained unmoved, the middle-aged man viciously pinched the two girls, lowering his voice to urge, "Quickly plead with your sister." The older girl, her eyes brimming with tears, spoke in a voice as delicate as a kitten. I was wrong. Please, do not deny us the supplies. I was wrong." The younger girl, her ashen face taut with anxiety, flailed her hands in the air, her mouth opening to emit only incoherent sounds. "Get over there, kneel and kowtow." The middle-aged man forcefully shoved the two children forward. They fell with a thud, the older sister quickly aiding her younger sibling, cradling her protectively. "Do not hit my sister. Were it not for you, could I not have exchange for supplies? Hurry, kneel and apologize. Let your sister forgive you." The man growled menacingly. "Are you truly their father? I have never witnessed such a father." A woman with a child could no longer contain herself and rebuked the man. The middle-aged man turned, glaring at her, his voice harsh. "If they are not my daughters, do you claim them as yours?" Lin Wan immediately sensed the faint aura of menace radiating from him. How could an ordinary person exude such a presence? Recalling the earlier encounter with Sato, could this man also be a hidden assassin from the Long AO base? Concealed within the Fade of the Sunlit Heart? What was the story behind these two children? With so many witnesses present, it was not the time to act. "I shall remain patient and investigate later." "Jiang Qi, make the exchange," Lin Wan instructed. "Late sister, he is threatening you. How can you still?" Jiang Qi's words spilled forth. Though he too felt pity for the two little girls, he could not abide the man's threats toward Lin Wan. Lin Wan approached the table and gently lifted the two little girls, directing her gaze towards the elder of the two. "What is your name?" she inquired. The girl pressed her lips together, her downcast eyes subtly shaking their heads in response. Observing this, a middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward, pulling the two little girls behind him, his eyes darting around nervously. "Her name is Xiao Hong," he declared. "Xiao Hong? Then is her name Xiao Ming?" Lin Wan questioned boldly, her gaze fixed intently on the man. The middle-aged man, feeling guilty, averted his eyes, offering a dry chuckle. "Their mother passed away early. I lack education, so I named them at random." There was indeed something amiss. "What are you looking to exchange?" Lin Wan asked. The man's expression brightened as he placed gold into a ceramic basin, stating that aside from the medicinal powder, he wished to exchange as much as possible. "Take it away." Jiang Qi exchanged the gold for supplies with a hint of annoyance, handing over 2 large boxes of provisions. The middle-aged man ordered the 2 little girls. "What are you standing there for? Go fetch them." The girls obediently approached Jiang Qi, their arms slender as twigs. The boxes were large and heavy, and it was evident that the children could not possibly carry them. "Jiang Qi, help them take it down," Lin Wan said, reclining back in her chair with a nonchalant tone. "No need, no need." The middle-aged man interjected hastily, waving his hands as he took the boxes for himself. Lin Wan observed him from the corner of her eye, noting that he frequently glanced her way. His behavior was exceedingly peculiar, seemingly designed to capture her attention. Yet, the more he attempted to do so, the less inclined she was to comply. "Oh, Jiang Qi need not go. Continue the exchange," she instructed. The man, clearly frustrated, shot a glare at the 2 little girls, muttering curses under his breath. Useless little things move. Upon hearing his voice, the elder sister trembled involuntarily, but still clutched her younger sibling protectively as they descended the stairs step by step. Lin Wan watched the trio's retreating figures, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Jiangqi approached her, scratching his head. Sister Wan, I find this situation rather strange. What seems strange? Lin Wan paused her hand that was fanning herself, feigning ignorance. I can't quite put my finger on it, Jiangqi replied, shaking his head. It feels as though he is deliberately trying to present a disdainful attitude towards those two children. Is he attempting to elicit our sympathy? Lin Wan remained silent, but Jiangqi could sense her unease. The man's actions were excessively conspicuous. Something was definitely amiss, and the alarm bells were ringing in her mind. What scheme was the Long Ao base orchestrating? Was Xie En's return to Lijing Bay also a result of the Long Ao base's machinations? No. Why was she thinking of him again? Let us continue with the exchange, Lin Wan said, her mind swirling with confusion as she set the fan aside, crossed her legs, and leaned back in her chair. A young man, on such a hot day, how is it that you aren't sweating at all? An elderly woman remarked, astonished as she scrutinized Jiangqi, her arms laden with supplies. Jiangqi remained composed, his face devoid of any flush, and his breath steady. He possessed a constitution that seldom perspired, yet the heat was undeniably oppressive. After uttering his words, he deliberately adjusted the collar of his shirt, feigning an attempt to cool down. The elderly lady, easily swayed, nodded in agreement and ambled out of the 15th floor. Jiangqi exhaled in relief. The rising temperatures over the past few days had prompted him to launder his thermoregulated clothing. Waves of heat surged towards him. It was hard to fathom how he would have survived this spring without the thermoregulated attire provided by Sister Wan. Lin Wan, however, paid little heed to this minor episode, her mind occupied with strategizing the eradication of the malignant Dragon Ao base. The potential widespread dissemination of that genetic serum could awaken an unknown number of superhumans. She harbored a persistent suspicion that this recent biological mutation was somehow linked to them. While she operated in the light, her adversaries lurked in the shadows. If they were not swiftly eliminated, a relentless tide of troubles would surely ensue. While the mutation of ordinary animals could be overlooked, the prospect of an increasing number of superhumans posed an escalating danger to her. As she was deep in thought, Jiangqi nudged her shoulder and exclaimed, Sister Wan. Lin Wan rubbed her ears, shot him a glare, and retorted, Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf. I have called out to you numerous times. Yet you have ignored me. Jiangqi pouted in grievance and pointed ahead, saying, Look, Lushi has been lifted up by a foreign man. A foreign man? Moreover, following the direction indicated by Jiangqi's finger, one could indeed see a tall man with a crew cut. Bali, evening sister. Lexi waved at her with a radiant smile illuminating her face. Bali stood nearby, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his eyes as he nodded at her. Lin Wan approached to greet the two, offering a smile to Bali. You have finally arrived. Each time Lexi reminded you. She wore a face that seemed on the verge of tears. If you had delayed any longer, she might have turned into a stone of longing. Sister Wan. Lushi's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she tugged at Lin Wan's sleeve. It's not at all as you say, she protested demurely. Bali gently pecked Lexi's hand, expressing heartfelt apologies. I am truly sorry, Lexi, for making you wait so long. Lexi's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson, rivaling the hue of a red Fuji apple. The overly sentimental scene sent shivers down Lin Wan's spine, prompting her to interject. All right, save the displays of affection for home. I am not fond of consuming dog food. It is indeed true that foreigners possess a certain openness, unabashedly showcasing their affection in public. Those queuing for supplies also took notice, whispering amongst themselves, their expressions tinged with surprise. Miss Lin, Bali's amber eyes surveyed the crowd. I am in the business of acquiring gold. After all, in tumultuous times, gold is invaluable. Lin Wan spoke candidly. Bali nodded in affirmation, exclaiming, Miss Lin, you are truly astute. All right, enough with the pleasantries. Lexi interjected the conversation. Sis Wan, the reason I came up is to invite you all to dinner at 1402 tonight. However, Lin Wan still wished to decline. She had encountered enough events today and lacked the appetite for a meal. This simply wouldn't do. You must come. It has always been you inviting us. And we have yet to repay your kindness. Lexi's demeanor was resolute. Lin Wan, unable to resist her, nodded in agreement and arranged a time for their meeting. Bali then took Lushi downstairs. After collecting some more gold, Lin Wan dismissed everyone, instructing them to return the following day. Upon arriving home, she first indulged in a refreshing bath in her space before heading to room 1402. Both Jiang Qi and Sheng Yun were present, with the table laden with snacks and convenient self-heating hot pot meals. Sister Wan, please don't mind. There's no electricity at home, so we have to make do with these. Lu Shi remarked, sticking out her tongue. The drawback of living in such a building is the absence of a stove. Once the power is cut off, it is unwise to light a fire indoors, as it poses a significant risk of fire.